Jeremiah's going to have to repeat himself.
Hello, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and the world. We are live tonight with Jeremiah, Esoteric Gold, and Mike Faraday Research for just top-notch minds on anti-gravity, free energy, and monoatomics. So we were having quite the discussion ahead of time. Just quickly showing here, top left camera, you see some interference. I've noticed anytime I have LED lights around monoatomics, a camera or video camera always records some sort of this wave interference. And then just for reference, those are the crystals I'll show later. Anywho, I will let you guys take over with what you were talking. Mike, do you want to go first here?
Me? Oh, okay. Yeah. Last week we've been working. Actually, Jeremiah's also worked on the carbon graphite battery cells. So we've been working on that stuff in the last week, and also been brainstorming on a couple other ideas that I'm going to be doing for the Don Smith generator. Just working on the how I'm going to manipulate the frequency, and I figured out how to do it, and I said, oh my God, I'm an idiot. Because it was there in plain sight. I've known about this for God knows how long, and now it's come to realization that Tesla used it over 120 years ago to create the frequencies that he needed for his coils. Oh. And it's a rotary spark gap. Holler. So I felt pretty stupid about that. So now I'm working on that system there. I have a friend in, I believe he's on the east coast of the U.S., Cincinnati, and he wants me to build him a 160 kVA Don Smith generator. So I kind of have my work cut out for me. And first thing I asked him is, what battleship do you want to run? That is a lot of freaking power.
Only the whole neighborhood, obviously, huh?
Oh, a whole town, for crying out loud. Holy man.
Yeah. And then all electric.
So, I'm not even sure what happened. Well, see, he works for a company. They build submarines. They built the submersibles. So he's also got a lot of contacts, apparently, through DARPA as well. So, yeah.
Submarines have always fascinated me when it comes to anti-gravity due to the buoyancy structure of it and having to that the exoskeleton is able to be used like coated with these super nanomaterials, as well as the pressurization of it to be able to survive under the deep depths and pressures of the ocean. What, like, from a generation like say 2 to generation 3 that could go into outer space, something like that, it wouldn't seem like that big of a jump technologically to develop that was in the ocean that then went up into the outer space.
See, Tesla was working on a lot of technology for submarines. A lot of people don't know that. He created a special oscillating generator that allowed the Germans to have the electro U-boats. And it had to do with this earthquake machine. It was based on the similar principle as that. He would have this little magnet that would vibrate back and forth in between two coils that were about 50 miles long each, and created a huge amount of power that was actually able to run some of the early prototypes of the Nazi U-boats. So
So right there also, that brings up a question of like the underwater sea cables. How much energy, electromagnetic energy, does that pick up from being both in the ocean and like the grounded length of those wires? Like that would be huge, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, he was the one who was coming up with the ELF technology, and he offered it to the U.S. government in the early 1900s, and they didn't want it, but the Germans did. So a lot of the ELF technology went to the Nazis eventually. So at that time, Tesla didn't know about, the Nazi movement and all that stuff. He was doing a lot of work for them on the side, and ELF was one of them. The oscillating generator was another one, and a whole bunch of instrumentation like gyros and all that kind of stuff they were developing for their exotic aircraft. So yeah, Tesla was very busy back in even the 1900s. Not so much in the U.S. anymore. A lot of it was done in Europe.
What do you guys know? I heard that at the end of it, before he passed, he sent like his death ray schematics between 5 of the superpowers. It was the US, Canada, UK, Russia, and maybe France or something like that.
Yeah, US turned it down, Canada turned it down, Britain turned it down, Russia accepted it. There was another country, I can't remember who it was.
Germany, maybe, or France.
Yeah, it could have been, yeah. But a lot of people turned them down, which I found kind of weird that they would do so. I think they just wanted to blackball him so badly. I think Morgan and all the guys in Wall Street, conspired against him to try to write him out of history. And
right, for someone that's hanging out with the Astors, J.P. Morgan,
Rothschilds,
it's mind-boggling. My Esoteric Gold, do you want to describe a bit of like how you make monoatomic gold as opposed to my electrolysis type?
This I'm really interested in hearing. I've been wanting to hear about this process for a while, actually. So it'd be great.
There's a few different ways you can make it. So there's a dry method and a wet method. So, but I've basically been doing the wet method with so hydrochloric acid and nitric acid. It's called aqua regia. You guys heard of aqua regia?
Yeah.
So it's basically the famous combination of 2 acids that becomes even stronger, and it's what can dissolve gold.
That's a specific term out of alchemy, correct? Out of the ancient alchemy.
Aqua regia, yeah, pretty much. But so you basically take aqua regia and you boil the gold for, it takes about an hour and on low, and then it becomes all gold chloride, and then you boil that for a day, and you have to keep on adding acid and water, the acids and water, and you boil it probably 3 or 4 times until the particles are small enough to where from experience that when you put the lye to it, it will, instead of turning into a gold chloride, it actually turns into a iridescent white material. And then you've made it monatomic. But it's not truly monatomic because right within an hour to half a day, it will start becoming gray and dark because the monatomic gold, the gold atoms are starting to bond with the hydrogen. So anyway, so that's why you're supposed to anneal it. And to truly anneal it takes a $3,000 machine, which I haven't bought yet, but I have a simple version of it, but it's not really good enough to do. At least I haven't gotten it to do it yet. But I have a way of annealing it with argon gas and high temperatures, but it doesn't really work that well. So I found another way where you can actually take the monatomic gold that you've made, dry it out, and bring it onto the alkaline side and boil it until it's dry a few times to where it will make it in a much better state. And then I would take that stuff and make it into a powder, put it in my, what's it called? A furnace where it will melt. I'll put a little gold with my powder. So the gold will cover the powder to seal it. So it's inert. So it's in a inert environment. And then it will melt into like a pearl, like a clearish glass pearl. Yet when you then you have to basically, there's still a little bit of gold in it. So you have to dissolve the gold back out after you've melted it into a pearl. You then dissolve the gold back out and it becomes a white pearl or a white ball of pure monatomic gold. And David Hudson doesn't even know this. And his steps is so complicated.
What you're describing, it's some things that I've read about in some of the ancient alchemy writings and like practices, as well as like the modern day scientific lab redoings. And it's like amazing because like I've seen little clips here and there described, and it's parts that I myself have not yet made. And like that's badass to hear. Like I'm stoked that you're getting the exact results that I've read about beforehand, and that
there's a lot of little tricks.
So much to it.
There's a lot of little tricks, and including you need to know how to use what's it called, hydrogen peroxide, full strength, and you pour it in the water that you've poured off after you've made it, and all of a sudden a ton of gold will fall out. So people that don't know this are throwing away grams of gold at a time. And so that's why no one does it, because it's so expensive. But if you know how to capture the gold that you're wasting, then you can do more experiments and spend more time on it. So anyway.
That is no anyway. Please repeat that one more time, because that is a key aspect that I've not been able to do myself yet, is returning the monoatomic element into, or the diatomic, once it's dissolved, but particle state gold, I should say, back into the physical gold is what you're describing, right? So if you could just go through.
Well, you basically when it finally turns monatomic, if you let it settle for a day or a few hours, then you carefully pour off the top water. And then you put more distilled water in it and let it settle again 3 or 4 times, actually more like 5 or 6 times. And at least the first 3 washes of that gold that you poured off is clear water, but it's not. When you pour
and that's what's proving how it's like monoatomic or diatomic, is that it's actually dissolving into the water, just like you can dissolve like salt or sugar or other crystals into water at a certain solution. Yeah, it's that the metals are doing that as well into a certain capacity.
Yeah, it's super small particles. And so when you put the hydrogen peroxide to it, it oxidizes the single atoms of gold, bringing it out of its monatomic state, and then it turns purple. The water turns dark purple, and you give it overnight, and it all settles down to the bottom into a purplish brown powder, which is gold again. So that's actually that's
not full strength, right? It's
like 3%.
3%. So you need 100% to be working.
Well, no,
or closer to.
It's 25 to 26% is full strength, basically. Is considered full strength. So
this is what I was using, 34%. This will take that purple stuff.
Oh yeah, 36 to 34. That's right.
It'll break the purple stuff right back apart into the end state. It'll turn it all white with just peroxide at this concentration and nothing else. It'll actually catch fire if it's added too fast. Not with this stuff, but with another sample. Wait,
explain what you did again. What?
I just dripped this stuff onto that purple solute that's dried out and compressed into a more like stone. And so grind that into a powder, drip this onto it, and it will flare up, heat up, and produce a bunch of vapor, which I then trap. So I put a balloon on top of a flask or a little jar like this and let that balloon inflate so it doesn't lose any moisture. And then as it recondenses back down, everything goes back into the reactor container, and it ends up turning quite white. This stuff is crazy strong.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, don't get it on you, man.
No, definitely not. This is the kind of thing where if you do decide to experiment, if anyone out there decides to experiment around with high power peroxides, if you like to see things in the future, put on freaking goggles or something.
Absolutely.
Seriously, not to fuck around.
And you may get some on your
blind.
you might get some of this stuff on your skin and you won't notice until 15, 20 minutes later when your skin has turned white and starts tingling and burning, and by then it's sort of too late.
Yeah, it's not a good place to be.
But it won't kill you. It'll just hurt. So anyway.
No, but if it gets in your eyes, it can be over.
Oh yeah, it'll blind you for sure.
Definitely not the kind of thing that you want to screw around with accidentally.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
people were wondering about the Graviflyer earlier. That's why I got this thing still set up.
I'll stick with my high voltage. Safer.
The Graviflyer. What is that? The Graviflyer?
It's just the center platform I have hooked up right now. I'm just
Piece of-
a couple of watts.
Nice. Yeah,
Anyway,
I've been
so-
talking.
I mean,
It's
it's got a really good. People were saying they had problems getting some range to light bulbs, and so I like as far as the test bench goes, I can't get the bulb far enough away to actually put it out. But I mean, there's enough power coming off that thing where if I just get the bulb in my hand close, it's I've got corona coming off the end of it, so we can't use my finger for this.
Ooh.
I guess I can.
Does it hurt?
Oh yeah, it hurts.
voltage. How much voltage you got going?
This is what it looks like. It just didn't.
Oh, that's good.
It's cranking about 15,000 thereabouts.
Beautiful.
That's cool.
How many kilohertz is it running at?
Almost exactly when the top capacitive plate's on, almost exactly 1 megahertz. So this is the top capacitive that goes on it. But yeah, not too bad. I calculated out this resonator earlier for exactly 1 megahertz operation, and I wanted to get it balanced at the center antenna.
Hey Jeremiah,
So
before I forget, let's see. Do you have a microwave?
Yes, I tried I was going to talk about that experiment. So I took a very small amount just of the M copper.
Uh-huh.
I haven't tried it with your M gold. I tried it with Danny's M gold, and same result for both of them. No response.
Okay.
Out of either of them.
What I was going to say was the amount that I sent you, and I think the first sample is different from the second and third.
Yeah, well, let's take a look. I mean, I can show what you sent me.
Okay, yeah, let me see, because it'll take a full bottle to get a response from your microwave.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I put in as much as I sent you in one sample into the microwave, and it shut after 4 minutes. It shut the microwave down, and the microwave just turned off, and it didn't work for like 3-4 hours, and then all of a sudden it just started up again. And so I repeated it, and it turned it off again, and then it started up a few hours later. So it's doing something to the microwave. Okay, that's type 2 copper. What's the other one? Show me the type 1.
Let's take a look. This is batch B. This is another one of type. Let me get the focus.
Okay,
right.
so it's the other one that those two that you just showed me, type 1 and type 2. That's the stuff I used, but the stuff that you have in the first sample, which is
is what you want me to use here in this file.
I think that will be even stronger.
And this is type 1.
Yeah,
and
that's
you can
from
see that there's actually a reasonable amount of that in there. So
that's from a different batch of more expensive turquoise. So
I mean,
I would try that too.
So you're suggesting that I stick the entire thing into the microwave?
Not with that, not yet. Do it with the other two because they're not as important.
Okay, so that's the hard to get one. So each of these containers, you have two from two type 2s, one from batch A, one from batch B.
Uh-huh.
So I can take a look inside and see what this stuff looks like. Well, what's in this bottle from batch A? There's a lot of it in there, and
that's good.
I'll just show the audience here how much. It's actually quite a bit inside that bottle. You'd be surprised just how much. It might not look like much as a thimble, but that is a lot of M copper.
What does
right
that
there.
say on the label again?
This is type 2 M copper. Batch A.
Huh. I think it's the smaller bottle that has the stuff that's the more potent stuff.
Then let's take a look inside. M copper type 2 batch B.
So batch A and batch B are the same batch, I think. I'm confused. I don't know. I forgot. But there's 2 samples of one type and 1 sample of the other, and you should be able to figure that out from the labels. So anyway.
Yeah, the 1 sample of the other is in a clear vial, and the 2 samples of the one type that are they're the type 2. Those are both in the small brown glass vials.
Okay, there you go. So use the one of the 2, and the one saved for something else.
I'll try the one that has less in it. Now, did it disappear on you after the microwave freaked out, or was it still there?
It just shut the microwave down for about 3 hours.
That's amazing. I'll have to drag a scope probe over there.
It's probably overheating the magnetron and set the microwave.
Well, the thing
But it
is
doesn't do that without it in there. That's the thing. Like if you have just nothing in the microwave, it won't do that. And if you
Well,
put
the
a piece
thing
of it
is
in the same place, it still won't do it. So
the thing is it the whole microwave, even the clock on the front, just turned off and shut down.
Yeah.
And so there was no response, and then after 3 hours, all of a sudden the clock came back on and it started working again. So anyway,
probably had to cool off. It's probably got a fail safe in it if it starts overheating the magnetron.
My belief, what's happening is that the energy is going back into a field, a very powerful field, and it's filling up. Remember, fields can block energy flow, can block current, right?
Yeah.
A field can actually block current, and so I think it's actually blocking the current from going and seizing up these capacitors and stuff inside of it. So anyway.
I'll have to try that and see if it works.
You're bang on it. I've actually heard Dan Winter talk about this subject more in advance in the past, and that there's also like some American Eagle something, the research that also does industrial microwave experiments with these monoatomics, and that they say that your home microwave, they always crap out and shut down for a bit. And something to take into consideration is heat, the state of the iron of the magnetic induction. The hotter the metal gets, the lower the magnetic field, and the lower the magnetic field, the lower the electric field of it. So that could be why it's shutting down, is just the heat generated off of it.
Could be. So don't use your wife's microwave. Use a different microwave.
They have to run for about 3 hours for it to transmutate back into a solid from the monoatomic state. And then what Dan Winters was also saying was that there was one research group, and I think also Maury B. King has touched on this as well, that when you combine 2 different monoatomic or diatomic elements together in the microwave, they'll usually turn into a solid new one. Oh, yes, adding the... What are you doing there, JP?
So watch the top. Watch the top of the test tube between my fingers. I'm just going to give it a little bit of an electric field.
And what is inside of that?
That is a bunch of just mixed elements, M-state elements, using the Hudson method. So this is what we got inside.
Who made it?
I made this years ago, many years ago. I made a bunch of it. I used like some 15, 20 pounds of Dead Sea salt.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Yeah, we got
Did you just bust the glass?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an old test tube. It was like a cigar holder test tube that broke a while back, so I just kind of shoved the cap back in there. I've got.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool.
But this is I crammed the screw into the end so I could give it some electric charge when it was upside down.
I'll be honest with you. That's pretty interesting how that works.
I'll try to show it one more time. I pushed the cap back on a little bit better now, and so once again, just look between my fingers.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
That's
pretty cool.
Now it's almost all up towards the top, and I'll just knock it back down. So it goes right from the bottom right up to the top and just sticks there. And once again, I'll knock it down. I'll put it at a bit of an angle so it falls a bit slower.
See, my hypothesis is you should be putting that in Mark's what's it called? His machine that puts in samples.
I think you're talking about his big NMR magnet.
No, it's the whatchamacallit direct. It funnels energy down.
I'm not sure what machine you're talking about. I'm not familiar with.
And he has a little part of it that he puts samples in, and he talked about it overheating.
Oh, you're talking about in the waveguide of the.
That's right.
Alzapon experiment chamber. Yeah.
Because it isn't what's the energy going into his sample? A field or?
It's microwave energy. I think he was running that one somewhere between like 3 and 9 gigahertz in that range, right around there, maybe 9.2, 9.3 as high as.
I'd be curious to see what some of our monatomic elements and your sample does in there. I honestly think one of our samples is going to have some serious anti-gravity properties. So.
Yeah, I suppose I could send some of this stuff down that way. I haven't tried it with microwaves. The bismuth, I think, and probably the gold. Yeah, and it's that we need to all now find a place that we can all three of us send our specific samples to have them all compared and tested, or a couple of different sites all at once, right?
Well, just a few at a time, and just so we make sure that they're not getting lost. They're actually getting
exactly
used.
And that's why I'm saying if we each send it from different locations and not really label what it is and just say we want this tested and do like each one-to-one lab of one type and then like another to another lab, like where one does copper, one does gold, one but does bismuth or something, and then like you alternate which ones and then do it to a couple different labs, and we should get some pretty decent results out of that.
Can I show you a picture? If I click on this picture, do you see something? Or do you still see me?
Yeah, still just you right now. If it's to share, you gotta hit share screen and then either window or Chrome tab.
Okay, here we go. Now, can you see something now?
No. Screen what? I think you have to click one more time to hit share and then finalize it maybe with it.
Okay. That's all right.
No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Keep on plugging away though. Definitely we will get there. We will.
I wonder if I should use my OBS system to get these.
Yeah, actually. Can you try that? Because I need to start trying my Stream Deck and OBS and integrating it. So, yeah, definitely, please do. In the meantime, here's the hydrogen wave function that I think this is from the Sapphire project, and it's plasma hydrogen wave function. And if you look at the 400 or like the placement of the electrons in the bands and like where the energy density is, this explains higher dimensional physics at its finest. So I'm just gonna play and share a quick clip from Charlie C's latest Gravifire video, just to give the viewers.
I put up a video and it shows it down here next to my square.
Oh, is it actually up now? Oh, there we go. There we go. You got it.
Okay. Well, that's not the video I need you to show, but that's monatomic gold on the right and Ormus from Dead Sea Salt on the left.
Nice.
See how it's already oxidizing? Or
yeah, I do.
It's the grabbing the hydrogen in the water.
Okay, I see what you're saying with the pure clear jelly type. I've made that for sure a few times. Yeah, that stuff never lasts though, hey?
What do you mean?
It's always the pure white that will stay in form forever. Like this has existed for sealed now for like over a year.
Yeah, no, it only lasts for about a day or so before it. Well, half of it oxidizes. Half of it usually stays white, but it sort of mixes up.
Yeah, see, so I'm able to get the elements through the electrolysis. See how my screen now is all of a sudden going wavy that I have this up here? Once again, the monoatomic affects the camera area. And it's the plasmatic field interaction that causes this wave distortion of it.
Right on.
And I don't even have another light going on it right now. This is just my background light and just holding it up. So this is what Isaac Newton calls the pure white monoatomic. This solution is zinc, silver, copper, and a little bit of gold. That's all in this specific one. Where this one was straight gold, but then it did turn back into that purple, like you said, on one aspect.
That means it's colloidal. If it's purple, it's colloidal gold.
Yeah, it's
Purple and brown are representing colloidal gold.
Okay.
So here's another video of the actual white gold, and it's much fresher. No, not this video, but the new one. I even put music to it. Anyway, there you go.
That was cool.
I'm just trying to learn how to
Amazing,
put in
dude.
stuff.
It just looks friggin' amazing. It's
Absolutely,
magical looking.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to just show off the gravifier a little bit more and explain it, Jeremiah, or should I also? I've got a Charlie C video in the background that I can share a little bit too of, if you want to like explain to people just the basic like idea or like design of it, sort of thing, and then what you're figuring out or testing with it, I guess.
Unfortunately, I am not ready
No?
to post
Okay.
everything about exactly how it does what it does. I can maybe annotate a few things, but there are some things I can't talk about as far as the designs that we have going. So we have sort of like a group that researches this stuff, and I can't speak on behalf of that group of the members that are there working on their own projects or what kind of things that I've done differently, because I'm also working with other people outside that group. So.
Yeah, that is completely understandable. So, yeah, just maybe a brief description of what we see on the ground of what Charlie is working with and what essentially the parts are of the gravifier as what's I cannot pronounce the Russian name right now. That's savage for my fatherland. But anyways,
sorry, yeah, I believe is correct. I think so. I'm not sure. Yeah, so the Graviflyer is a device that is supposed to levitate, if you could get that thing off the ground there, by two rotating metallic plates. One of them has magnets on it. The other one optionally has magnets on it. The top one does not need them, but they can assist in its operation. So on the bottom plate, there is a approximately 10,000 volts negative charge. Center plate is connected to a Tesla resonator, roughly about 1 megahertz. The top rotating plate is rotating in the opposite direction from a top-down view, going clockwise on the top side with a positive charge of 10,000 volts. So between the top and bottom plate rotating in opposite directions, there are 20,000 volts of differential potential. The center plate has, it's also a metallic conductor, so the fields from the rotating charges in the top plate and the rotating charges in the bottom plate will try to connect with each other and cancel each other's fields out. But the AC on the center aluminum plate will disrupt the connection points of those electric charges in motion and cause their fields to take a long path around the outside of the center disk. Because their electric fields are now taking a longer path than otherwise necessary, when the center disk goes back to a state of neutrality at 2 times per every cycle, then what you end up with is a condition where the extra added energy from the positive side or the negative side of the cycle collapse back in on themselves, and you have a small time differential. That's the difference between the physical size of the field when it's outside the center plate being rejected by it versus when it's trying to connect through it. And this operation happens at 1 million times a second thereabouts. So what you end up with is a localized distortion in the stress energy tensor, also known as the magnetic torsion tensor, and this differential can exert quite a bit of force on the plates and both rotating plates and the center plate of this craft and lift it up into the air. That's without even mentioning the added efficacy of the ultrasonics to create a vertical component in the charged ionized cloud. But that's saying a lot already, but that's about all I can really disclose on the fine details.
Sounds cool. Who are we watching on this video?
You're watching Charlie. He has actually purchased the same Graviflyer that we see in some of Alexei's videos.
Yeah, Charlie. I love Charlie's work.
In his living room there. So that's the same one that Alexei had flying already. So we know that it can fly. It's just a matter of him being able to tune it. He's doing all kinds of his own things to it. Not quite the same configuration as Alexei. And he's also not on the ground. As we can see, he's on a what looks like a hardwood floor. And that could be... that could have a basement underneath it, so he could be far away from the earth potential already, and he's going to have to work a lot harder to get that thing off the ground because of the extra potential he's got to build up due to his present altitude. It should be really very close to the ground for launch, at least for tuning it.
Yeah, that's some really good points that you bring up, Jeremiah. And I've seen some comments of like some Austrian YouTube channel researchers of anti-gravity, and they constantly keep saying that we won't understand it or figure it out until we understand how the beetle flies, and the work of Grabenikov there. And I have been talking to Charlie a lot lately. We're going to have him on the show too, so maybe if we can all do I'll book a show just for that episode that we can share some different ideas on with it, because even just the ground alone that you were talking about, and then the wooden floor and all of that, that is absolutely huge. That you are like the base principles, if you're going to begin to understand how this technology works, that is like, if you're not grasping what you just described, you're already clueless, right? And
well, what's kind of funny about it is, right, as you go away from the ground, you have a different scalar electrostatic potential that follows equal potential lines along the surface geometry of the Earth, and it gets compressed near high points or spikes sticking out of the ground, flagpoles, mountains, houses, people, whatever's sticking out of the ground. Between two, there was actually I think it was a Russian experiment. There is a V shape or a valley, and so what the guy does is he strings some insulators into that valley, and then within a triangle in the valley, he puts this triangular mesh down into the valley to capture the space between the two edges, mountainsides. So as wind whips around that thing and it blows through the mesh, it grabs all of the positively charged ions that are falling down upwards from the ionosphere, according to Richard Feynman, at 700 megawatts continuous power. So 400,000, I think it's 400,000 amps. It continuously pumps out some absurd amount of ionic current continuously flowing down basically on the sun side of the Earth. And it takes all day to get down. So even when it's dark, you're on the dark side of the Earth, you're still experiencing this ion fall, or these charged particles falling towards the Earth. So anyways, the wind whipping around the mountain ranges will squeeze.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jeremiah, but poor Mike here, it's late in Toronto, so maybe if you guys want to just quickly discuss the battery, or can we do the water machine quickly there, Mike, before you fall asleep? Because I know you got to get going and go to bed.
Yeah.
But we got Jeremiah with the battery first.
Batteries here, or one of Mike's it's his design. So on the ends, I just I used heat shrink instead, so we can kind of see that magnesium strip and where it terminates. But it's just paper towel spacer. It works freaking great. Works better if there's some kind of acid on it, but otherwise it still works great. Just with plain
And
distilled
next
water.
step also, Jeremiah, is to start adding some monoatomics in that paper towel itself. That's a huge thing the Keshe Foundation in their plasma attack.
I got lots of this, and I don't really care if I waste it because it took me not very much work to make it, and I have plenty of it to screw with, and I won't really have to worry about losses. This other fine stuff that Esoteric made. So
the
Mike,
vortex going there.
Yes, sir. You've got several aspects going into this now, which are absolutely crucial, including the signal generation, the flow, the vortex, the copper.
See the vortex, it's imploding. Then I got the water bubbling, so it's adding the extra hydrogen to the system. There's the signal generator, 528 hertz, and then I got 432 hertz. And then I got the coils here that are pumping at that frequency. Under the blue tape here is the piezos. That's what's making the noise, basically. And it's resonating that sound inside the canister. There's the neodymium magnets going through the water tube and pump. Then it just, that's the water filter. And just keep circulating. So I spin it for 7 days and then I can drink it. So getting that vortex kind of hard to do sometimes to get it right.
Yeah, and it seems definitely to be the key. Like earlier, you were talking about Schauberger being the beginning of understanding it, and Dan Winters, imploder, has been big on the vortex 2 aspect of it. But a couple friends of mine, like one of my best friends growing up, his sister just came down with Crohn's, and just horrible the effects. And you're saying how much it prevented and helped you.
Very painful.
In that, but it's helping you with it. And also another friend now, Ted in Calgary, he wants to fund building one, so we got to sit down and do an episode of just the parts list on it, and
it's
we'll
very
start
easy to do.
replicating these.
Yep, it's not hard to make.
Fountain of life, right? It's the fountain of youth, essentially, just the health of something so simple as water, but it's crucial, it's key, it's everything.
Yep, so that's my water machine.
There as well, you got next to it.
Yeah, I got all my stuff in that room there. It's my little man cave.
The production cave.
Yeah. Yeah, and I also did the cells too here. Maybe I'll show that. They're not running right now. I let them dry out. I just want to see how long the magnesium's going to last for. So I was able to get 30.
Sure. It's all crucial experiments, right? It's part of the scientific discovery process.
Hold on a sec. Let me just put some water on this rag and let's activate them. Just bear with me here for a second. Maybe I'll do it live.
Absolutely. That's the best way.
I'm just putting water on it. See if I get it going. Boom, they're already on. Yeah, 35 LEDs lit up within a second. Just putting the wet towel on it. Boom, comes alive. That's it. These will run for probably just that little shot of water will make these things run for about 5 hours. And they're pretty bright too.
How much voltage do you get out of them?
This with the 4 cells, I'm getting just under 6 volts at about 200 milliamps.
So 1.5 per.
Yeah, well, about 1.5 volts each, approximately.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's so you just think, what do you think's going on there? I mean,
Well,
so the
it's
magnets themselves are just creating a battery?
well, no, it's a carbon graphite rod, and then you put one layer of paper towel around the graphite rod, and then around the paper towel you wrap around magnesium strip. So you get the activation when the water hits the magnesium. That's the reaction that creates the electron flow through the dielectric,
Right.
gets the carbon graphite rod, and then I put a piece of copper wire at the top and drill it in about 1/2 inch. So I got a 1/2 inch stick in the inside, 1/2 inch out, and that's your anode, and the cathode is the basically the other side of the magnesium strip. So
So my question is, what do you think the magnets are doing?
there is no magnets in there.
Oh, those aren't magnets.
No.
Okay.
Nope.
I get it.
It's just graphite rod, dielectric, and magnesium strip.
Okay, cool.
So
I get it.
even a simple D battery is just made of carbon center and a zinc sheet outline circumference. Yeah, outside
Right.
layer, and that reaction, the metal and the carbon.
Even aluminum too.
great.
You can get.
Yeah, right. There's different types, but it's just until you cut them open and look at it, you don't realize how simple some of these batteries are, just from the most basic.
You're talking about carbon composite batteries. So that carbon composite mixture that's in between the anode and the cathode, the zinc case, it is filled with an acid at just below the liquid point. So it's a saturated electrolyte paste. And that paste is reactive, so it will erode away the zinc case. You'll see an old battery where it's eaten all the way through, and you can actually see a plastic layer that you've got kind of the zinc is bubbling up, and the acid has completely finished it off. Of course, even when a battery is in that state of depletion and the zinc is gone, the metal is gone, that carbon rod now has some zinc in it, and it's got some other material in it, and it's still looking just fine. So you can pull it on out, take it in front of a torch, and burn off all the acid outside and everything else that's on there, and it'll stink and smoke, and wipe it off as best you can ahead of time. But either way, that carbon rod can be reused and heated all the way up to 2,000 degrees, and you've got a perfectly fine arc torch rod, or do whatever else you want to do with it. You can use it for like battery powered soldering. It's pretty cool. But the carbon doesn't care. It pretty much lasts forever. The metal, on the other hand, erodes away. The difference with Mike's cell that I got to point out, Bernie, is there is no need for an electrolyte. An electrolyte can assist the process, but it's not actually required. Pure distilled water and deionized.
Yeah, then it's dry. It's dry reaction.
Yeah. And I just put tap water on mine, and within a matter of seconds, it's lit up again, right?
Yeah, so there should be a need for an electrolyte to cause that kind of reaction between water and magnesium, because you just stick the magnesium.
The bismuth we made that first night, the silver bismuth, and it still stayed white. The first I harvested, and once again, can you see the distortion waves around the monoatomic plasma particle areas that it's captured?
Yeah, definitely.
And it's on all of them. It captures this plasma field, and that's what I kind of help theorize, that the plasma monoatomic state. That oops, sorry, wrong button. There we go.
Yeah, that stuff is what I think
nice.
is
You dried it out, eh? You dried it out.
Yeah, I dried it out.
You dried it out.
It's still,
so where do you think the oxychloride is coming from if it was through distilled water and bismuth on bismuth?
It wasn't through distilled water. It was through...
Oh, that was through the second one. The second one
that you did. Bernie.
Gotcha. That was the first, not the first one. It was the second that you did.
The chlorine-based salt, table salt.
Okay.
So it could easily combine. And the fact that there was no oxygen at all bubbling off the anode. I mean, think about it. You've got hydrogen coming off the cathode. It's flammable, so we test.
What I've actually caught,
got to be going somewhere,
Jeremiah,
right?
Just pause for 1 sec. What I've actually caught with some of my highest resolution and frames per second cameras that I've recorded these reactions with are these. And actually, I'll share the screen in a minute here on my other computer with a little video of it. But that's on the anode side. There's these oxygen bubbles. They're much bigger, and there's just one of them, and it comes up really fast, and it'll pause for one frame at the surface, and then it just shoots up out of the air, out of the frame extremely fast, faster than the human eye can see. And it's really intense and insane how it works, because it's like it's defying this just the osmosis dissolving like sort of theory that we have of it, but rather this buoyancy of through the air just going. I'll share it in a second to
Guys,
explain.
I'm gonna head out for the night. So
It was fun
Thank-
talking with you, Mike.
For sure. Thank you so much.
all right, guys, I'll talk to you guys soon.
See ya.
Much love,
Take
brother.
care.
Thank you always.
Bye. Bye.
Bye, brother.
Take it easy, Mike.
So real fast, I have some bismuth that I got from putting bismuth and mercury together and boiling it for a day. And then the bismuth actually turns into a green bismuth on the top of the mercury.
That's awesome.
So I'm not sure what kind of bismuth it is.
I believe
but
that's oxidized when it says blue-green. That's what all the ancient alchemy, what they associate the blue-green color, they say it's oxidized.
could be. But at the same time,
I haven't tested it myself, so
this
I
is
don't know.
this is garden green. Like in the ancient alchemist literature, it talks about
Green
the
lion.
green garden stage. And so this is exactly what Robert, let's see, Robert, what's his name? Robert E. Cox talks about, and in his book, The Elixir of Immortality. But I would be curious to find out what the green type of bismuth is. And I purified some stuff on the side, and I have it in a little jar, which I want to test that stuff too. So
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
yeah.
I've
I
never
mean,
seen
that
anything
means
like
that means we're testing the green garden material that in the ancient alchemy literature. That's pretty exciting. It's probably just some form of oxidized bismuth, but it could be technically a monatomic or diatomic like bismuth. Who knows? So
Yeah, why the green color is what's particularly interesting. Did it get lighter, like a lighter tone as it dried out, or no?
it actually, when you're boiling it in the mercury for several hours, it finally, like after half a day, it finally turns green. Well, yeah, finally comes to the top in a green powder, but you turn the fire off and it turns gray again.
Oh,
So then you turn on the fire again and the heat, and it takes about another hour or two to turn the gray stuff to green again. Isn't that interesting?
that is very interesting.
And I found a way to keep it green by annealing it in argon gas. And so I have that for you.
Clever.
Eventually.
That's clever. I mean, that is really interesting.
And remember what I told you about?
We're going to toss this in, and we're going to find out what it
Good.
exactly does tonight. That will be interesting. If it shuts off my microwave, I'm texting you. I don't care if you're awake or not. So
Yeah, you can text me. But I think annealing things in argon gas, which is an inert atmosphere, brings them back to a much more natural state that they can soak up energy better. So a monatomic state. So who knows? But anyway.
well, if they can soak up and store energy for any period of time, they should lose mass when they're excited with microwaves. And
Possibly, yeah.
I'll check for that. So I might very well try that.
Cool. Yeah, you should definitely don't be afraid to use the one of the two bottles that are of the one sample. Use some of those for the microwave experiment. The one bottle with a different sample, don't use that yet.
Yeah, I'll let you know what happens with the first ones. I mean, if it doesn't do anything with those ones, then
yeah,
well, we'll find out what we can do from there, because heating it doesn't seem to do much, and I've excited them or tried to excite them with laser stimulation in a variety of different wavelengths. Some fairly bright, but even those bright enough to heat it up slightly, they don't really cause it to lose any mass on the scale so far.
And do you remember what I said that I believe would be the best type of energy to use for these monatomic elements?
Oh, magnetic.
Electromagnetic or a field. The smaller the particle, the better. So
yeah. So what I did is I ran
field.
a small coil around one of these, a tiny little jar, and in a wide mouth jar, I just put some of that stuff inside and hit it with that EM field. They can only go up to 60 megahertz frequency generator. So that's sort of like my my lower cutoff, because past that I've got to go into the gigahertz range and talk about magnetrons that have modulation coils. So
Right.
I have this huge gap that starts at about 60 megs, and except for just something between the 400 and 450 megahertz range, then it's just empty until about 2 gig where it comes back in. So
Oh,
there's
wow.
that. But
That's cool.
otherwise, I can hit it with quite a lot of power beyond.
I have a question for you. You know that machine that it's a square machine, and it has one copper wire that goes in a circle and then goes back into the machine, and it's electromagnetic. It heats things up.
Yeah, it's called an induction heater.
Yeah. Do you have one of those?
I have like 6 of them, and I've got a bunch of homemade ones too. But yeah, this is what they look like.
Perfect. I was going to say we need to put a sample in that and charge it for a few hours on something low and see what happens.
These induction heaters are not going to run for a few hours. I have to water cool them. They tend to
Okay.
get yeah, none of them are really designed to operate continuously like that. The plastic
Okay.
heaters will overheat. They're not even made
I'm
for that.
listening in the background, and those are all amazing ideas right there. Jeremiah, can you show the induction heater again that you were just holding up?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should put some of your samples in
Right.
it and try heating
Yeah.
them.
No, right there.
Well, I mean, the
it's
thing is,
Michael,
though,
right? Esoteric Gold.
Yeah.
right down
Yeah.
to the oil. So
That what you just said, like. I
Yeah,
think
but
you're
also see if
bang
you
on
can
with it. Those are some key aspects of it.
see if you can weigh it while you're doing that.
And
that's
also,
easy enough to do.
Okay.
Jeremiah, another thing is do one where it's just like the sample, like maybe dropping down or suspended, put it in however you are going to, but then the second type, have it in like a sealed, like little glass test tube that's completely like pressurized as a glass test tube when you put it in and replicate the experiment of testing it the second time going through that induction coil.
Well, I'm going to keep them both sealed because if they do outgas, I don't want anything to be lost. So whatever happens,
Fair enough. Good call.
Or anything that might be, transmuting into a different form and coming out of that vial, I'm not going to let it escape. So
that's actually even better. You're
both.
bang on. You're doing it as an actual lab. So what I'm showing right here, that's copper in the full green state. And like that is as green as you can get. And that's when you just bring it out of the anode side. And I've got several other different types and states like that I'll show you guys some pictures. Sorry, Mike. Here we go. Ooh, that's some nice very blue.
It looks like it's turned a little bit gray again, so I might have to re-anneal it.
That's still nuts, though.
Yeah.
And that you got by mixing raw bismuth metal with mercury.
And this is the amount that turned off my microwave.
Nice.
So it's about
just a tiny little bit.
It's about half, or so you should use at least half, if not the full bottle of one of the two samples. And try it.
Well, because I've got there's almost double that in this little jar here, from what you're showing.
Don't use that first.
Right, not first, but I'm just saying, like if we come down to
yes, I do. I'll post it in a minute.
Work. There's almost double that amount. So
don't be afraid to use a whole bottle of the other stuff and just throw it in there.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to make right now. I'm just going to check to see if these have a metallized lid on them, because that's got to go if they do. No, they look like just a plain foam seal. So that just plain piece of foam, that should be just fine. Just like
this is what I anneal the stuff in is
nice.
This.
That's awesome. That's badass.
So the argon gas comes in one way, fills it up, and then goes out the other way. And you keep it on a low, just a small amount, because if you put too much argon gas, it takes away the heat, so it doesn't heat up as much. So it's a fine balance.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a nice ball flask.
Yeah, instead of $3,000, it's only $60 or $100.
That and a mantle, and you pretty much got it made.
Yeah. Right on. Cool.
Nice. Well, I think I'm going to get back to work on this small platform and see what I can get done tonight. I'm pretty surprised at how well the native driver I've been using for years actually worked on this, and I didn't have to redesign anything yet. So.
What time is it?
Hold on for like 5 or 10 more minutes, Jeremiah.
I'll hang on only because you asked.
Because I got some other pictures and videos and samples that I got to show you that are going to blow your minds. But I just need 5-10 minutes to because I haven't had a chance to go onto my social medias and post it and share it and get it going more. So I'm going to do that. And then I'll come back and show the samples that I want to. And then even if you guys have to go, I'm going to keep the stream and video going for another hour or two. And I'm going to play some references of like Dan Winter's works and talks on the subject, as well as Moray B. King's. And
I have, I mean, we can talk, or you can play this David Hudson video. It's the part where
no, I want your guys' wisdom in the meantime. I'll play the David Hudson afterwards. And actually, that's a key one. I think I will share a really good David Hudson monoatomic. It's about 45 minutes.
Well, he talks about the machines they used and the samples that they got from the government.
You have, actually, if you want to. And if we got everybody
it's
needs
okay. We can do it some other time too. Not a big deal. Let's see.
No, you're saying, but if it's supposed to need like a 5-minute bathroom break or something like that, we can play it and come back to the thing.
So we're gonna just take a break.
Yeah, let's take a 5 or 10 minute bathroom break and do what you gotta do. We'll have the video playing. I'll be watching it, and I'll be getting it shared and going on my Twitter, Facebook, and whatnot.
Okay, I'm just one last thing. Let's see. Share screen. Okay, so
Jeremiah has 2 channels, I believe. Join the Technicians and Exotic Propulsion. Jeremiah, when you're back.
I heard you from the other room. I'm just cleaning up the microwave right now. So
perfect. Do you want to post your channels in the private chat, and then I'll open them up?
I'm not worried about promoting them, really.
No, people are asking though for them.
Oh.
People that are watching, come on, they're doing similar research.
They're both crammed together words. It's Join the Technicians with no spaces on YouTube, and it's Exotic Propulsion with no spaces on YouTube.
Okay.
I'm gonna finish cleaning out the microwave because throw this copper in there.
Absolutely, and I have 2 microwaves sitting outside in my work lab that I also want to dedicate to this process. So, are you pulling up the video there, Mike?
Oh, no, because I have to download it before.
It's not on YouTube?
It is, but
yeah, you want to just post the link for me on in the private chat, and I'll open it up?
Okay. All right, let's do that. And then you'll have to throw it at 28 minutes and 25 seconds.
Okay, perfect.
Copy URL at current time. How about that? And put it in the chat.
Yes, please.
Well, it's actually not letting me put it in the chat.
No, in a private chat. Private chat. It's when you first came in, you commented in it. It's another option on the side.
No, that's what I'm in. Private chat.
It won't let you copy and paste the.
No. Let's try it one more time. Let's see. Copy URL. Let's try that. Yeah, it's not letting me do anything. It's all right.
All righty. Wow.
If you want, you can do it yourself. Just put in David Hudson white powder gold video, and he's in a blue shirt on YouTube. And start playing it at 28 minutes, and that'll be fun for people to hear and blow their minds.
Sorry, my computer's too slow that it's going to take me a minute to look that up. So playing
That's fine.
This.
If you want, we can just take a break.
I'm going to play Yeah, I'll play another one I've got loaded, and then we'll load that one up after on my
So
other computer.
you want me to
so I
just
don't-
come back in 5 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. Take a 5-10 minute
Okay.
break.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Just within his name's ominous. Just breathe. I'm just fucking with you. Yeah, come on. Yo. Back to you, Bernie.
That was freaking amazing. And
Oh, I hope that was all right.
everybody is absolutely loving it.
Okay, as long as they didn't mind it.
Oh my goodness, no.
I'm sorry, can you start over again, please?
I could if they want me to, but I don't want to be annoying because I know
Go
how.
backwards.
Yo, I won't go longer.
So good.
Dad on his hat, man. He's a scientist. What he's doing with those beakers. Don't break him, break him. Okay, I really gotta stop.
That was just so amazing. I think you've left everybody speechless.
Well, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. It's part of the show with frequency. I hope it gave the positive vibes that we were talking about earlier to you.
Hey,
You the
Bernie.
negative ones? Well, then that one. We just initiated an experiment, and now we're getting the results. This
Hey,
is good.
Bernie.
There's relevance.
It's what's needed in these days and times.
Hey, Bernie.
Yep, I agree.
Bernie, I'm gonna head out here. I'm gonna be leaving my wife's aunt's house, and
Yeah.
if I get back home and you guys are still on, I'll join back in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'll catch you guys in a while.
My sure, and we probably will still be. So
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, cheers.
Ooh, and I see Mr. Boyd has the levitator going there. This is acoustic levitation we are seeing.
Yeah, I got two pieces of
Look at that.
styrofoam.
Oh my
there.
goodness gracious! This is the moment we've been waiting for. See, it's right there. There it is.
Mr. Boyd, are you there?
Yeah, I'm eating my but I figured I'd set this up, the levitator, so you guys could see it. when
That's
I
cool.
talk.
It's-
And
Oh my gosh.
Can you levitate? One day you'll levitate meatballs in there. You think?
well, I
Meatballs
want
from
to teleport.
It's great.
It's styrofoam.
Well, that takes some time
Okay.
figuring out all those that coding.
Bernie, that's what I'm sending you right there.
That's amazing. I can't wait to try playing with some of the.
Yeah, well,
My-
I
my
sent
lovely
I sent
partner-
one to I sent one to Jeremiah Pop too.
Amazing. Jeremiah is, I believe, is watching and listening. Jeremiah, if you'd like to join, I can send you the link. Oh, there we go. He just asked me to email the link, so I will bring Jeremiah on as well.
He's definitely coming up soon. Slicing, dicing, cutting, doing. Yes, Bernie is doing it once again. His show captivating the lives of hopefully more and more people as the days go by. This is evident that we are on to something, but hopefully that something will go further. All right, then, back to you there, Bernie. And, of course, this is all brought to you by Duff Beer. You see, there's always a lot in your day, but you always have time for a Duff. All right, back to you there.
That's it. Actually, yeah, got a couple more minutes as I'm going to email the link to Jeremiah and Jeremy right now, and they will join us.
It's going to be good. gonna be good.
Mr. Boyd, are you finishing your dinner, or can you talk for a minute? Or
Well, I don't want to use this one because are you still you're not getting the noise anymore?
we are getting the noise again a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to mute off that one and put my. I'll mute off and then turn my other computer on.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mike. So, so much better without the reverb there. Wonderful. So we are going to take a 2-minute intermission as the video plays, and we will have the alien scientist and Jeremiah join the technicians, joining us as well for a round after.
It's there's definitely more in store. Yes, we've only cracked the tip of this iceberg. It's always good. Shit. Yes, we know that there's always going to be more in just a moment.
This is the bit, isn't it? That confuses me. It's like, did we choose to come here to get this sorted out, or is this just seems a little unfair, doesn't it? The way messing out.
And I know in my own life, the times that I've made major changes, it was like it became more painful not to change than to change. That was when I made big changes.
It's this whole ridiculous narrative of it's an unsafe world. There's not enough for you. It's scary. Everyone's out to get you, and clearly the old civilization was completely the opposite to that. It was about literally
cosmic resonance, I think they called that one, or
cosmic resonance. That's a better name.
Real science. You can actually produce free electricity, and this is part of what Tesla was doing. Is the differential between the top of the spire to the ground actually creates an electrical differential that you then connect to another wire that goes into the ground, your grounding, put that into the third phase in your circuit, and then you have a bell ringing circuit, and that actually produces plasma electricity out of the air. It's real technology. These things actually function producing electricity. It's crazy.
The movies are the truth and the news is the lies. They've completely flipped it.
When you look at everything with new eyes and you come across information like she was born into a very wealthy family with elite connections, it means something very different now to me than it would have even.
What is going on there? Whoop, boop, boop. There we go. And we got Esoteric go back. There's some major interference off Jeremiah's line. So the next episode of Science of Sound, we will be hosting with Ominous again next Saturday at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, and it will be the 4th episode. Jeremiah, hopefully you can join us. Esoteric Gold, feel free to join in. But it's a series going really well. Hopefully we will have Campbell and be on autodidactic for that one. But either way, I'm moving ahead. Or more likely Jeremy and be live on the Alien Scientist channel with that episode. But next, the 5th or the 6th episode of Science of Sound, we're booking Rex Bear from Leak Project, and he's going to do a big presentation on the 432 hertz and the Schumann resonance, and he's been following and researching that for literally over a decade, and probably one of the forefront knowledge bases of the resonance or Schumann frequency and 432. And also with Leak Project, they're launching an app and a 24/7 streaming service and eventual TV channel that they're giving me a couple of weekly segments with. And we're in negotiation to figure out to get both APEC and the Science of Sound onto both the Leak Project channel as well as their streaming service that they're launching, and then Alien Scientist channel as well, and just growing the knowledge base. Oh God, so I'm talking and both you guys take off on me now. Perfect. Also, something that JP, you met Austin there that one night, and we briefly went over Cydonia and the MetaMars NFT. We're going to be doing a couple more joint projects with him, and he's looking to invest into the actual anti-gravitic community, the space community, UFO community. So he's got an NFT for Jeremy for his Alien Scientist channel, and I'm sure he's given me the go-ahead that I can approve one for you as well, Jeremiah, to help you out and engage in the community with these NFTs and the MetaMars community. We will do more episodes on Cydonia and the different Richard Hoagland claims and others of the different runes across Mars and one side of it, which is quite fascinating. Also, what is The Code by, oh my God, Carl Monk. The Code by Carl Monk. It's actually from the 80s or 90s the book was written, but he connects all of the megaliths from the UK, France, and then with Cydonia, Mars, and the Martian pyramids that are around the face of Mars, and it's absolutely fascinating, and it's mathematical evidence of intelligent design that some sort of super civilization previously inhabited our solar system in both Earth and Mars at one point. And they are probably most likely the civilization that built most of the major pyramid complexes and megalithic complexes around our planet and on the ley lines. So Jeremiah's getting us an experiment ready right
You're going to want to take that lid off.
Take the lid off, he says. So maybe can we put it in a sealed full glass, or do you want it not pressurized or sealed at all?
Why? It could crack or explode if if the top is on. So at least loosen the top, but I would just take it off. Get the plastic out of there. It just needs to be glass and the material. So, Bernie.
Yes, sir.
Is there, when I use YouTube, there's a code, what's it called? The code that you get from YouTube to put into the OBS. Does StreamYard have one?
I do not know that, actually. That's a really good question that I need to learn. And
so actually, do you know?
I think so, actually. I think so. Give me a second.
StreamYard should have like something that you can copy and paste an address.
Give me about 2-3 minutes here, and I should find it.
Okay.
And yes, thank you for doing that, because then I'm going to try to hook up mine as well once.
Because OBS requires an address of your StreamYard location. But on my side, I can't find anything that gives it to me.
Yeah, I'm just going to go into the admin features here. Give me 2 seconds. Yeah, if you wanna. So, what can you, in the meantime, describe some of your experiments with dissolving metals into the mercury and the heating of mercuries and stuff like that, Esoteric?
You mean my alchemy experiment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let's see.
Sorry, I mute myself out every time.
Yeah, you guys know I'm ready to run whenever you are, so just let me know and I'll call Cam. Otherwise, I'm just gonna wait until you're ready.
It's gonna take
Jeremiah, JP. If you want to describe some stuff right now, by all means. I'm just.
Well, this is just attempted replication of Esoteric Gold's experiment. We're using one of the batches of M copper from him, and this is not the same batch that his microwave shut off with, but it should be pretty similar. And the vial will do a Quick close-up view, what we're actually working with here.
Yeah, it's going to take at least 4 minutes for it to do its thing. So you should, just get it going.
4 minutes, eh?
Well, I would do it for like 5 or 6, and it depending on circumstances, it should do it in between the 4 to 6 minutes.
I would imagine it's going to get pretty hot during that time, huh?
Yeah.
Well, let's just start it out at 30 seconds and see if anything happens at 30 seconds.
Well, yeah, eventually I would say do it to about 3 or 4 minutes. That would probably work. It doesn't get...
Just throw it back on the scale right after.
It gets hot, but it doesn't melt anything. Because I've done it a few times. But yeah, let's see. So do you know if you have an address for the StreamYard? Does it say? Because for YouTube, you got to have your own channel to get your address for it. So it would be your StreamYard address.
RTMP is RTMP. Custom.
Well, could you put it in the chat?
Is it a custom RTMP that it's looking for, or a how to find my stream key? Stream key, is that what it's called?
Let's see. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, it's a stream key. That's right. Stream key.
All right. Guess the instructions of it tell me to Google how to find my own stream key. So this good learning here. Now I'm going to have to look up how to do that. So give me a couple more minutes.
And just the fact that the microwave has nothing in it, I mean, it is cranking out dangerous levels of EMI right now because there's nothing in it to really absorb the EMI. So it's spitting it out the door. The inside current in this chamber, we're probably talking maybe 30, 40 amps flowing inside there right now in the air around that. So
what are you using to measure that?
It's one of these GQ EMF 390 meters. And you've got several different displays. I have this one set to volts per meter right now for sort of a log graph.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, so it's showing us 2.452 gigahertz. That's our magnetron spike right there at negative 80 decibels at this distance. I mean, I probably shouldn't even be standing here. I can actually feel it slightly. Just being already 3 feet away from the microwave door, which is, of course, supposed to protect us, but it doesn't.
How much does it usually put off when there's food in there?
Yeah, man, that's key. That's like actually why I haven't proceeded with that, man. Like any
Not
of these
near as much. Yeah, we're 2 minutes in, so we're 2 minutes in so far, and the magnetron is really having to work really hard at this point to keep slamming this against an almost infinite SWR. I mean, standing wave reflection inside this is all getting pumped back into the magnetron, so it's just thrashing it right now. We can do a comparative analysis. I'll stick a glass of water inside there and see how that responds, which will absorb most of the RF energy then.
Yeah, so mine turned off at about 4 minutes is when the microwave turned off.
So that's, at 1:30, we're in for 2.5 minutes. I set it to 4 minutes when I started.
Okay. And remember, the way this stuff works, supposedly, you may have to do it constant. Like if you have a few seconds where it stops, you need to get it going immediately. Does that make sense? Because it can lose that field energy quite fast.
Well, I'm just going to add another minute then.
Okay. Yeah. That I would do that.
I like that the lens is totally screwing up. And okay, well, the EMI detector just started spiking, and the lens was kind of freaking out. Did you guys see that?
Yeah, I can.
So I thought it was just my phone acting a fool, but no, it's actually showing that same thing on my meter. It started beeping as soon as the camera started having.
Do you have a radiation detector?
No, I don't have one right now, but I need to get one.
I have a really good one that supposedly these monatomic elements will radiate radiation when certain energies are introduced.
Exactly, and that's
Like
why
the
I
Ark of the
fuck around
Covenant.
with that shit. It's huge, exactly. But like, yeah, doing it once or twice like this, okay, Jeremiah. But yeah, don't be doing this on the regular without like wearing lead vests and different shit, or at least having a Geiger counter running too. Because serious, we don't need to be then running the Jeremiah Memorial Foundation channel after.
He'll be fine.
Yeah,
Exactly. Just a couple is okay, right? But it's like we don't want to be doing that on the regular.
I can see that it depends how close I get it. Like way back here, if I get it any closer than this, it starts to freak out. Like it won't detect accurately. But if I get it out of the field of lit, yeah, let's see. So we still have 35 seconds, 34, or a minute, 1 minute. 4 minutes and 30 seconds in at this point. And I would imagine the microwave.
It's like just like Esoteric, you called there saying 4 minutes. It was about at least 3.5 when it started to do that, right? Started really acting up there.
Okay, I just heard the magnetron overheat switch click, and that's the max ramp. So it's going to have to cool down at this point.
Oh, so it turned itself off?
Yeah, the magnetron overheated because there's nothing inside the microwave. That's a pretty normal thing for it to do when there's absolutely nothing.
Okay, all right.
Oh yeah, so maybe having a glass of water in there at the same time might keep the magnetron more stable or running longer, hey?
Yeah, for most microwaves, if there's nothing inside like that, they're going to overheat after some period of time. And the vial isn't too crazy hot. It did get warm enough to slightly melt a divot right there. We can see it into the middle of the plastic cup that it was sitting in. So, but yeah, the magnetron just shut itself off because of thermal overload. It's got a small heat switch inside of it and one on the inside of the chassis of the microwave, which if I feel around, it's not, the case isn't super hot. So it was probably the magnetron overheat switch that tripped. And now I'll have to wait probably a good 20, 30 minutes for it to finally reach thermal equilibrium and reset itself.
And that's the key thing. I forget which, it was one or two different recent Tesla Tech upload videos that was going in depth about how magnetic induction has an inverse potential or effect, inverse supply or strength of when heated, that the hotter it gets, the weaker the magnetic field and currents is in the material out of it.
I'm gonna tomorrow do the experiment again and record it. So
absolutely,
because my microwave is an older microwave, and so who knows, it might be slightly different.
Yeah. I was also thinking that TW of also later doing another experiment of submersing the vial in water too, or doing it while the monoatomic's still in the water. That's also.
But an electromagnetic field is really what I want to see, and the Mark's machine. So anyway, so I don't want to keep you guys any longer than you would otherwise be here.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to head out here. I've got this coil to finish putting together. I just threw the parts.
Sure, brother. And if you get a decent piece of your coil put together, and because I'll still be going here for another hour or two, I think, playing some David Hudson and some Dan Winter and stuff.
Cool.
And I'll go through the videos of some of my future or past experiments. So feel free to.
Jeremiah, is your lab inside your house part of it?
I have several different labs, but the one that we're in today is where I kind of hang out.
Your house? Cool. Right on. Well, thanks, man, for hanging out with us.
For sure, brother. Always a pleasure. And it's like, you never know. Like 16 beautiful souls watching right now just off of my channel. So that is amazing. And it's like, you never know that like in 5 or 10 years, these videos could be looked back on with millions of views and being the breakthrough technology, right? So it's always just learning and real science. And it's awesome. And bless you both for joining us and being a part of it. And feel like Mike, feel free to stay as long as you want. Quickly, just before you guys go, I'm just going to actually, I'll do the other camera here. Give me one moment, but to show you some of the monoatomic gold or diatomic or plasmatic gold that I've had turn purple, but also do like the nano straight crystal gold layers, and then a couple other quick things to show that might surprise you if you got another 5 minutes, please. Пожалуйста. And praying for peace. Praying for peace. Something that's not being mentioned. Russia pulled out a major part of its forces from around Kiev and the Cherniv region of Ukraine as a precondition or a negotiated condition with Ukraine towards their peace. So, you know, that's one step back of the brink of all-out nuclear war. So that's a really good thing. So, praying for peace everywhere. And yeah, 30 seconds here, boys. Oh yeah, I'll let you show a couple things, Mike, before you go.
No, this was awesome. This is just a label that I had fun producing. Then I realized it's too hard to make it for the average person, unless I had an actual facility. Oops.
That's pretty nice looking, man.
Yeah, it cost me a couple $100 to get a label made.
Damn.
And this is for this I can make quite easily. It's just Ormus. Anyone can make it. So. Oh,
no, those are nice, man. I can easily see showing up when you get a facility set up to do mass production.
Well, I make my money other ways. So it's not about making money. It's sort of about just becoming smarter with the science. Learning about what works and what doesn't.
I agree with you there. That's really why, I'm doing any of this is just to learn it. It's some of the most interesting stuff that I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of very interesting stuff, but some of the reactions and the amount of energy that's in them just don't make any sense.
Right. Yeah, he should play David Hudson's. It's only like a couple minutes, but it talks about the anti-gravity effects of what they produced in the lab. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a good review to watch it. I've tried to get more information on how the experiments were set up, but it's basically a dead end.
What do you mean by watching the videos?
Yeah, well, he doesn't go into the details of how the experiments were set up. Just talks about some amount of RF energy, but no specifics as to what frequency or how many watts were dissipated into it, or how they.
There's an episode, I think it was actually a recording. It wasn't a video, but it was a recording of one. He gave several seminars back in the 90s. And one of them, he talked about the energy, or he was interviewed. And he talked about, he called it flux flow, how these monatomic elements work. They transfer energy through, I don't know. Anyway, he was talking about a flux flow. And so if I can find that tape or recording of it, I only heard it once, and he did go into detail about
If you can, I'd love to see that. I mean, that'd be some of the most pertinent information for testing this stuff then so far.
He was talking about how
yeah, like Mike, and now you cannot leave now before you find that, brother, because like we need to show.
Oh no, I have no idea where it would be, but
just in the meantime, just to like try to look it up on YouTube, or did you have the one YouTube video to show?
No, it was on someone's site who had a bunch of his old recordings, and it was like it was just a small bit of his an interview with someone, and so I don't
think
know.
I remember actually seeing that one too. What you're describing.
You got to put on that video, man.
Well, I need you to find it, or we need to find it.
No, it's just at 25 minutes.
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so this was the silver bismuth. It has stayed pure white. This one specifically was a gold anode and a silver cathode. So it was monoatomic, mostly gold. It was the gold that was the substance loss off the anode side. And then, but if any reaction, it was the silver cathode. and this has been sealed, this one, for about a year and a half now, and it's remained pure white. But then this one right here, this is some monoatomic zinc, copper, silver, and it's turned more gray on the side here, or on the top half, and remained a little bit white on the bottom. And then this one was pure gold, gold on gold. And it made you can see on the bottle, there's like a very micro thin nano layer of pure gold that it's what's the electrolyzed or electrolyzed manner, gold plated aspect, right? That did it. But then the bottom, this stuff was white when I made it, just like this one here, but it did turn to the purple at the bottom and
Colloidal.
more brownish.
Turn back into colloidal gold.
Yeah. So can you describe what you mean by colloidal there? Because what my interpretation of colloidal was water, like colloidal silver. It was water with the silver or the gold particles still dissolved in it, is what I always thought colloidal, or referred colloidal
Yeah,
to.
colloidal just means more than 3 atoms of it.
Oh, okay, really? I did not know that.
Yeah.
So
Another way you could say it turns back into
like particle or higher, then, I guess.
What did you say, Jeremiah?
I would say another way you could put it is that it down converts into its metallic gold state.
Yes.
So it's a metallic gold. It's not monoatomic gold anymore.
Yeah, it can be any particle size above 3 atoms.
On the outside or on the inside of the glass, it's a gold sheet that is crystallized of pure solid element gold in the nano layer. So a single atom layer, but it's connected covalent bonds to like the other ones in a single nano sheet of it. So it still has that superconductive solid layer.
I've done an experiment, Bernie, where the whole inside of the jar turned gold.
Yeah, dude, I seen that video. It was nuts, dude. It's literally flaking off the side.
Yeah, it was a thick gold flake I still don't know how it does it.
Do you have a video of it you can share right now?
See, that's why I need you to get me a StreamYard link address.
Right? See, that's
otherwise I can't show anything.
I almost had it. I can get it for you. You can't take off yet. Right? You're trying to. You got to stay with me, Esoteric, for like another half hour here, so I can look that up and we can get the stream deck going before you go, so then I can do it as well, though. Like I'll hook mine up after you.
Well, we might have to research it, and then we can talk tomorrow.
I looked how it is. It's just going to take me another 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can watch some YouTube videos, and that'll tell me how. But I might have to open up my own StreamYard in order to get a tab.
We got Kevin. Kevin, do you want to join in too? Calistoga's with us. Perfect. No, there's like literally a 1.5 minute right here how to do it. Let's play that and get her done.
Of how to find your In order to find it, go over to your Creator Studio. The Technology Guru video. So a very short and sweet video today of how to find your YouTube live streaming keys. If you're using OBS or any type of streaming software, you're going to need to provide them with your stream key for YouTube if you want to stream on YouTube. So in order to find it, go over to your Creator Studio, click the icon in the upper right-hand corner, go to Creator Studio. And then once you're there, go to the live streaming option here that you're going to see in the menu on the left-hand side here. And then once you're under your live streaming settings, scroll all the way down to where you see encoder setup. Underneath server URL, you're probably going to need that URL as well, but your stream key will be right here. Go ahead and
that's for YouTube.
Copy it and then paste it into your streaming software of choice.
But gotcha, so you need it for StreamYard then.
Yeah, I've done YouTube. I have my own channel, Esoteric Gold, where I've done this many times. I just have never done it with StreamYard, and that's why we need to know how to connect the two.
See, that's what we're finding out here. So, okay. Can you stay with us for like another 20, 25 minutes, Mike, before
maybe
or
5 or
you
10,
gotta
but hey, just look on your thing. It should show this is your StreamYard channel, right?
Yes, sir.
You're the main guy. All right. So then you should look under the first few options should give you the ability to take the key and maybe StreamYard works a different way, but
Yeah, because it's a web browser thing.
Huh.
And I've never actually used the YouTube before. Or the YouTube.
Well, how do you connect
the
your
OBS
stream?
before.
How do you
Just the
connect your stream to
it's like a StreamYard button connecting thing. That's what I'm saying.
How do you connect StreamYard to YouTube?
Figure it out, but I got to get Kevin in. I got to email Kevin the link so he can get in here. Calistoga. His
Bernie?
Yes.
How do you connect your StreamYard to YouTube?
It's just like a permanent setup thing that is in the account, like at the beginning of it. Like,
okay, so it's an automatic kind of thing.
Yeah, it's automatic.
Okay.
Setup thing. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, can you stay with us long enough that we can try getting OBS set up tonight, or do you want to do that another night? Like, I'm going to be keeping this going for a little bit. We're going to have Calistoga come in for a bit. I want to play that David Hudson piece as well. I'm just saying it's going to take me like probably about 10-15 minutes to get that all going. So do you want to keep
I got 10-15 minutes in me.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Screen sharing in the broadcast studio. There is a toolbar at the bottom of the screen. Click share screen. That's for the host. Let's see. That's what StreamYard for the host. How does the host enable participants?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I gotta go. Like, I know how I can figure it out. I just have to go log in through another computer to access it all. I looked it up while we were already talking, sort of thing, a little bit. So if you guys just want to keep talking about some alchemy stuff in the
put on David Hudson's video, man.
Well, can you got to send me the link, because like my thing's so slow, it'll take me like it'll freeze the stream if I like try loading it up.
Oh, will it? Okay.
Yeah.
All
Everything I've been playing I already have preloaded.
I
So I can play a little bit more of the science of sound. Oh, Jeremiah, now that you're back, before you go, are you down for joining us again next Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern, or Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, for another Science of Sound with Ominous? Myself, Faraday, of course, will be a part, and I'm going to try to get Mr. Boyd again on that one.
If I get my large array set up,
and I would like to.
I got Boyd's gift. He sent over one of those little Chinese
nice
ultrasonic levitators, and I took a look at it and did some waveform analysis on it. Turns out that it uses the same 40.7 kilohertz transducers that I was playing with that one day. So it's just got them inside of plastic cases. They don't have that screen in the way, but otherwise, yeah, they're the same. They're the same thing, same tech. They're running them off 12 volts, and then just doing a full bridge inversion on the signal. So it's pretty straightforward, actually, and it works well for what it is. So I can show that off, but I'm building a large array, and I'm still.
Yeah, that would be sweet for episode 4, right? Because it's like I'm going to be doing it every second weekend. It's eventually going to be on Leak Project this weekend. I'm going to try to get it working where we co-stream starting on Jeremy on the Alien Scientist, as well as my own channel through the whole event and show too. But yeah, we'll have Ominous back with us as well. For one comment saying that Ominous must be getting tips from some Solomon Temple demons or something to be making those sounds. I can assure you he is not. He is. I've known him pretty much my entire adult life. Well, no, actually since junior high. So pretty much childhood life. More than 25 years, and he's just been practicing and performing and extremely talented his whole life. There's no pact with no devil. I'm actually almost a godfather to his daughter, and have been a part of his life for a very long time. And yeah, no, that's just practice makes perfection, as anything in life. And he's actually surprisingly quite a God-fearing, like spiritual, but a bit religious Christian as well. Like, so yeah, definitely not such out of any person. All right, stop that ramble. You got something going right now, Esoteric? You're sharing it.
Down and what the weight change should be, and then what higher.
Oh, okay. So, how you go back, stop share screen, and then click share screen again, Michael, and then instead of there'll be 3 tabs, and instead of doing an entire screen, and you don't go to window, you go to Chrome tab, and then it will let you just put the YouTube Chrome tab of that video, and it will do a full screen share that way. You're muted, Esoteric. Sorry, brother.
My browser, I do not believe, is Chrome. I should
Oh, sorry. Whatever browser it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, can I just play it from here and have it work?
You want to learn, so I'm teaching you the best way to do it, brother. So just
okay.
stop.
So, how do you want me to do it?
Stop share, and then again hit share.
Let's see. Okay. Hold on. Stop screen. Oh, share, right?
Yep.
And then what?
Say stop share first. You got to hit that the first
stop
time.
Screen.
There you go. Now do that a second time.
Okay.
Click on share screen.
All right.
And then go over. Should be a third option of your browser name there that says tab.
So click share screen, right?
Yeah.
And then it's Microsoft Edge tab.
Yeah, click on that. There you go.
Okay.
And then it should have an option there of the video that you had.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Right? See, yeah. I'm teaching you, right? We just got to do it once and then you learn.
Share. Okay. Did I share it?
Yes, sir. So then
hey, it worked. Cool.
Play and full screen and mute yourself and we'll be good to go.
So I'm in control of it. All right.
Yes, you're in control. So what you got to do is hit the full screen button on it and then the play button and then mute yourself and it will have the perfect effect. Good, sir.
All right. So we'll play just a few minutes of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I'll figure out that other thing in the meantime, the OBS stream link.
Like that. All right.
The weight change will be, and you put the standard in to check the machine.
It will,
and we put standard GA. No.
All right. So should I play it now?
Yeah, play it. And then, but when you're playing it, make sure to mute yourself out. Otherwise, it'll give that echoing effect. It'll still be like it'll still play, but yeah, you'll see. But you got to hit play, and now you're muted.
All right, folks. So this is the interesting part of David Hudson's lecture where he talks about monatomic elements and how they present anti-gravity properties.
I am listening closely at this part.
Enjoy.
So I'm going to...
When you release this TGA, they actually give you analytical standards that you can actually put in the machine and check the machine with these standards. And they tell you exactly at what time, what temperature and the compound will begin to break down and what the weight change should be. And then at what higher temperature it continues to break down and what the weight change will be. And you put the standard in to check the machine. And we put standards in, check the machine, and everything worked really beautiful. So then we actually used the empty pan. We ran it to see, and everything went, it's just nothing changed. It always just stayed constant temperature. So then we put, and this was actually an iridium sample, and this is actually the transparency I used last time I spoke. But this is an iridium sample. There was 10.55 milligrams, which is not a big sample. It's a relatively small amount of material on the boat. And we start heating it. Now down here at the bottom is the temperature. And it goes up to about, what, 850 degrees approximately. Okay, and here is percentages, 100%, 75%, 50%. Okay. And so when we start heating at basically ambient temperature here, we start heating it, and immediately the temperature, the weight of it drops slightly. So by the time we got to 150, 160 degrees, basically the hydrogen was gone from the sample. And then you say it was fairly constant, or to right here is about, what, 600 and
610.
something like that. And about this time you see some hiccups, but generally what happens is it just drops off down to here. Now this is going from 100% down to like 60, what? That's 75, 50. That's about 60 something percent, 55 to 60%, just in the first heating. Now people, I can't explain this weight change when it was occurring. This was a dramatic weight change under an inert gas. That's the weight it should be right there. Now we just stopped right there, everything went fine. But we continued, here it goes, just right out here. Well, then we decide, well, let's cool it down now from this temperature. All right, this is the cool down. All right, now, unfortunately, when you start to go backwards, wherever you're at when you start, that becomes 100%, because you're going this way now, okay? So really ignore what this reads over here. The important thing is, wherever we were when we stopped the other graph, that's where we start this graph cooling down. And we're cooling this direction, going this way. And look at this. Now, we're doing the cooling at 2 degrees per minute, which is very slow. When you're at 800 degrees, 2 degrees per minute, there's a lot of minutes. Between there and there is what?
610 to
340 to 350. You realize how long that is? Yeah, degrees centigrade. Yeah. Laboratory people always talk centigrade. I grew up with Fahrenheit, but all the laboratory people talk in centigrade. Anyway, you realize where that goes. If you project that all the way up here, and then it collapses, look at how far that goes. Now, everybody just said, well, there's something wrong with this machine. You know, something's gone wrong. There's just not reality here. And, you know, that does happen. You know, so we said, we got to check this. But just out of curiosity, once it settled down here, this is actually the same place it ended before. See, we started right there to cool, and actually right there is stable. Other than that one hiccup, which lasted about 4 or 5 minutes, it's basically stable. I said, well, tell you what, don't take it out. Let's just heat it again. And all the time we're under this inert gas, and it doesn't say what it was, what gas, but I'm sure it was helium. It was argon or helium, one of the two. So now let's just start right there and let's heat it again. So this is now the starting point, 100%, which is actually 50 some percent. Let's start again. We start heating and everything's fine for a while, and then these hiccups start again. And then look right here at this hiccup.
Oh, they're going down.
Yeah, now this is going down. Now, if you look at it, it's actually getting less and less and less and less and less weight, and then it goes right back to where it should be. And then less and less and less and less weight, and then it just collapses right back. Now, this is a strange, I mean, you got to understand this is data, and it has to be, say, what does this mean? Anyway, and then as we're getting hotter, it's just jumping all over the place. Now, these jumps right here, believe it or not, are taking probably at 1.2 degrees per minute, and we're actually going up about 40 degrees. So this was what, again, are not real. It can't be real, right? Look at this one right here. The field is not supposed to exist here because this machine has bifilar wound heating elements, and there's no magnetic field produced by the machine per se. The only magnetic field we're talking about is the Earth's magnetic field. So I said something just didn't make sense. Well, it really wasn't that after all, but I'll get to that in our presentation here. All right, let's go again. This is the fourth heating. And you can see by the time it gets up to around 200 degrees, it's starting to do this. Now 200 degrees, and look, it's weighing less than nothing. If the pan was in it, the pan is 0. And it weighs less than the pan weighs if it didn't have anything in it. Once again, and it's not there. You cannot see it in the pan. It's gone.
Did you hear what he said? You can't see it in the pan. It disappeared.
Yeah,
from
The
them.
pan sitting in its mass is partly gone. Now that's spooky. All right, cool it down. Now, once again, we started it, so it was way down here. So anyway, this is the cool down. And look at these peaks that are going on. But you see that every time we do it, we're moving this further and further toward ambient temperature, is the point. By annealing it, we're actually...
And then they turned off the machine and it came back.
Yeah, I see.
Anyway,
So got a resistive.
do we have any more on this now? There should be a fifth one.
And
the next one. All right, here's the fifth heating.
he's just doing a slow temperature.
Then we have a fifth.
Yeah.
Where his weight readings are coming from, not from electromagnetic,
This is the fifth cool down.
like that, but just literally from the
Anyway,
thermal of that sample.
This material is...
I think it builds up energy and then it grounds itself, or it
We
short
must have ran
circuits
this
and
to 80,
releases
90
its energy, and then it
We actually
starts
ran
building it up
before
again.
We finished, we actually devised a little finger we could
That could be
put
what's-
inside the machine, that when the material was gone,
Okay, listen
it
to
would
this
wipe
part.
through the pan and come back, just like a
This
windshield
is
wiper.
the disappearing
To
part he
ensure
explains.
that
I'll
maybe
go
it was
rewind
there
it.
and just vibrating at frequencies we couldn't see with our eyes. So he wiped through the pan and then brought it back and it was there. So it really left.
It hadn't moved.
It really was there, just not in these 3 dimensions. This is really important information, people, because the weight that we end up with here at the end versus the weight we started with is actually, reduces to like 56, 57% of the original starting weight.
Huh.
Now, just for the record, we take this material that weighs 56% of the metal, and we devised a way to take it back to metal. And when we take it back to metal, it weighs the 100%. And this is really perplexing for a trained chemist, because he has to have a mass balance in all of his chemistries. And a mass balance, that's one of the things they teach you in the very beginning of chemistry. Keep a mass balance. And if you start with 100, you have to have 100 all the way through. And anything you add, you have to add to it. But you don't get less. And when it went from 100 to 55, 56%, this just really upset his apple cart. He said, Dave, this is not the physics that we have been taught. Now, well,
Is it did you pause intentionally, or if you're talking, you're muted again, so just keep that in mind.
I totally forgot that I was muted.
Yep.
Did you guys want me to keep on playing interesting parts?
Oh,
or
absolutely. I remember this
Basically
video.
what we just heard
It's
there.
crucial. It's crucial. Please do. And then, just remember to unmute yourself to describe the part, but then remute yourself to get the echo cancellation when the video continues to play.
I mean, really, people
you're doing
need
really good. And I remember this video. There's so many crucial parts to it.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
if you don't mind, also, could you copy and paste the YouTube link for it into the private chat? So then afterwards, I'll also continue playing other parts of it, but share it with the live chat too.
Yeah, you guys should
That's a
listen
good
to
one.
the whole
That's
video.
far more technical than the other ones that we've seen.
Yeah, right. Like this one is huge, real science. Like
Yeah, this is the best one, I think, probably.
Long.
Yeah, this is his his best yet. David, let's see. Lawrence Gardner also has some great videos that talks about more of the historical significance and where the Bible talks about it and these ancient texts talk about it. And he talks about how the word worship used to be workship, where you worked for the pharaohs, making this stuff as
yes, exactly. Yes, I've brought this up a few times. I'm so glad you are as well. It's so huge.
So basically, if you understand the historical points of of this. That's why I want to do eventually an hour-long presentation to where people understand that the name for this alternative food source of has been throughout history, and it has many different names, and it's not that it didn't exist. It's people just don't understand it. So anyway, I'll keep on playing this.
I'm just a dirt farmer. I'm not a technical person. I'll try to understand this. All right. Now, there's a gentleman by the name of Hal Puthoff, and he did a paper, and this is in March 1st, 19...
Jeremy's going to love he's referencing Hal Puthoff here.
1989. It's Physical Review A, volume... All right. It's entitled Gravity as a Zero-Point Fluctuation Force. Now, this man is a theoretical physicist by training. And I understand we have a couple theoretical physicists in the audience right now. Believe it or not, whether you're teaching art or you're teaching feng shui, it doesn't make any difference. You have a formal training in physics, you can appreciate this man's training. All right, this man is a theoretical physicist. Well, I don't like theoretical people, basically, because they're theoretical. I like experimental, But this man, I have a great deal of respect for. I can't understand any of this mathematics. Can you? Now, maybe our physicists back here can. I can't. I mean, this is really complex for me because it looks like Chinese writing to me, which is totally foreign, But I have to show it to you because he did say something very profoundly important. It's a theory about gravity, and he says that gravity is not a field. Gravity can never be discovered out there in the universe someplace as a separate field because it doesn't exist as a field. Gravity is produced when the protons and neutrons and electrons of the atom interact with the vacuum energy. And everybody understands the vacuum is the vibrating material.
He's dead on right about that.
It's everywhere in the universe. In other galaxies, every piece of matter all over the universe is running on the vacuum and feeding their energy off the vacuum. And that's why protons and electrons and neutrons run forever, because they're continually taking energy from the vacuum. And I don't know what the number is, but I read it someplace that in the vacuum energy, in 1 cubic foot of the vacuum contains more, 1 cubic centimeter contains more frequencies on top of each other for the next slide. And just go to the next one. All right, and I apologize because when you put them on top of each other, you're kind of messing up the letters. But you can see the difference in it now.
There's so much information, and I don't know where to stop yet. It is late, so
yeah. So please post it in the private chat before you go, so I can keep playing it. I'll play sections of it throughout once you're gone, good sir.
The best way is to watch it from the beginning.
Okay, so Mike, just listen to me. Please just post it in the private chat, and I will then open it myself and play segments of it of the stream. And
so wait, how do I copy it?
Just in the web browser, like the www, like where you type in the email address, just click, select it, copy, paste into the private chat. And we have Kevin back with us. How you doing, Calistoga, brother?
Hey, I'm good. You hear me?
Nice to have you, Kevin. Yes, sir.
Oh, cool.
Or him, I should say.
Yeah, I'm good.
Jeremiah, JP, you remember Calistoga?
Yeah, I was going to mention in the chat there, be careful about breathing those fumes upside down.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm right side up.
Austin's definitely right on with a lot of this stuff, though, as far as...
Oh, I guess, sorry, Mike, if you're struggling, you're going to have to exit the full screen to get that there.
There we go. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, so that seems to be working. Yeah, how you doing tonight, man?
Kevin,
I'm good. So I've been doing making some of those air cells.
Yeah, they're easy, right?
Yeah. So my after a couple of days of doing experiments with those, they're just too high maintenance. For anything like for longevity, they just need too much maintenance. Like they need a constant supply of moisture. And you know, I was looking at how they draw current, and so I think there's different ways to go with that. But you know, the graphene and the magnesium, like, this is something I don't know, which I want to put out. So my friend Mike, who passed away about a year ago, you can see his stuff at let me see his website. PMMG4 Hybrid is his YouTube channel. And he worked for Bell Laboratories for like 30 years. And then he retired. And he happened to be from my hometown. I'm from Elkhart, Indiana. And I was following him on YouTube like since early 2000, and following his research. Then I finally got in touch with him and found out he was from where I was from. And I found out, you know, he was doing stuff with micro power for Bell Labs. Like, he told me that he was doing stuff for on microboards to power boards.
Damn.
So like, I thought about that. I was rolling that over in my mind as for what
I
kind
am
of.
so glad you brought that up. Okay, sorry to interject, Kevin, but if you have not watched the released due to the sunset clause, the Bell Labs Air Force and the Bell Labs Navy videos on transistors, analog circuit boards, I guess, or computers, like the where it's the electromagnetic pulse, but building those boards, as well as also the neon tubes, the plasma tubes or fluorescent tubes, as oh god, I can't even think of the words right now, but there's several of the videos from the 50s and 60s that were classified that are like the building blocks of this technology that basically explain so much of the hidden science. And please continue, because this is crucial stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, so Mike was really, I believe he was really an altruistic researcher. All his stuff, he was selling kits, and he sold, you know, like all the plans for all the stuff that he did. He was in the process of getting patents for his work, although I've looked it up and I haven't been able to find his patents. I'm in contact with his daughter, so I can continue to follow up with her. But as I was going, he was doing this research work, or this work for Bell, and then if you look at his videos on his site, he started to do some work with graphene cells, and he developed a very thin film, like flexible cellophane graphene cell that was producing about 6.8 volts, and it was about maybe a 3x3 square, and you know, like super thin, flexible. And he was building these into units that he sold as chargers, because the cells would basically, the cells are the same as the air cells. They have a lot of amperage, but the power drops off really quickly. When you apply a load to it, the power drops really quickly, and then it bounces back, almost like an elastic type of a power cell. So Mike, what he did was he created a pack of these cells, like 6 cells, and then he modified like a chip to draw power from the cells, you know, just for a split moment and transfer that power into a supercapacitor. And so he had this timer cell that was drawing power from the cells. And as soon as you, if you just draw power for just a moment from those cells, they come right back to full amperage. So that is the optimal way to utilize those type of cells. But that air cell, like I was saying, it's a good example to demonstrate that type of a energy cell. But
that's why I was using a Joule Thief on them, because a Joule Thief is going to be a pulsed power system already, and the one that I designed runs right around 2 to 3 kilohertz naturally, and that's
right.
a fairly low frequency, and it runs about 80% duty cycle.
Right.
20% of the time, it's disconnecting. 3,000 times a second, it's completely disconnecting, and it's off 20% of the time. So that gives the cells a bit of a chance to recover their potential before it starts back up on the next cycle, and it averages right around the same as you'd expect, like a dead nickel metal hydride.
You guys are on something extremely key. Also, Mike from Faraday and I have discussed in depth several times, and he uses the bell ringing circuit, and also the Keshe Foundation in their Magrav teaches that you need the part of the setup of it is with a bell ringing circuit, or a Joule Thief circuit, which is also, is it called a bell ringing circuit, the Joule Thief? But it's that Joule Thief.
Consider that, yeah. I mean, it's an astable oscillator circuit, so it's not that, it's like a single-sided Royer self-oscillator, so it's not too different from like the Slayer exciter Tesla coil and a variety of other base feedback transistorized switching systems. I wanted to mention to Esoteric Gold before you go, I stuck some of my M-state, whatever the hell it is, on the Tesla coil platter on the transmitting antenna inside of the Graviflyer, and it kicked off my Tesla coil and shut down my power supply, which was weird.
Wait, say that again. What?
That's crazy. Say that again, please, JP.
Yeah, so I was playing around with that M-state stuff in the test tube, in that cracked glass top test tube, and I just stuck it on the Graviflyer platform and brought it up to output, some like 35 watts or something on those lines, and so the powder started jumping around, and then the power supply indicated like the MOSFETs had shorted completely. I mean, I was at 4.9 amps at like 0.2 volts, so it acted like the MOSFETs were totally shorted out. It stopped oscillating, and I thought, well, there goes those MOSFETs. I guess it's time for another set. But I figured, what the heck, I'll give it like 2 minutes. It wasn't warm, by the way. Everything was cool. So I just let it sit for a couple of minutes and started it back up, and it worked perfectly fine. Tried it again, can't get the stuff to jump around like it was just doing, but it did seem to shut it down, and I haven't seen it glitch out like that. And it's an analog circuit. There's no digital circuitry at all. It's just a set of MOSFETs, and they are literally being driven on their gate side by feedback from the secondary. So
would you consider these
so there's like nothing
effects
digital to go wrong. What's that?
So would you consider this something exotic that happened?
I would say it's quite unusual.
Unusual.
You're muted again, by the way.
That's cool.
You're not muted.
Exotic if it starts setting off like one of the higher quality detectors, radiation detector. What the hell is it called?
There's something up with your mic. If you have a switch on your mic, check it.
Freaking wow. Total mental block.
So here, I have some feedback on this.
Okay, go.
Yes.
So I've been studying, this research for many years. And it seems like when there was actually some success, and I can't quote the name, but the saucers, the anti-gravitational machines that actually functioned were actually like living things. They were actually like alive, and anybody that came inside the craft had to actually understand that and had to feel that for the thing to function.
Are you talking about Otis T. Carr's crafts?
Yep. So here's the thing I was thinking about as
the craft themselves conscious.
So listen to me for a minute. So as we go into this research, anything like creatively that we do with our machines, you have to consider that you as a researcher may come across things that totally are anomalies, but are actually a response of your device. You know what I'm saying? It's like noticing that you're doing something different.
I feel you, brother. I feel
Yeah.
you. Like
So I mean, just your
I understand what you're
intention.
saying, but
It may
I
not
have a
even.
very
It
different
may not
perspective on
even
it.
have been the substance, putting the substance on there, but just the fact that you were reaching out in a different way. So
Well, you got to
that's
keep this
all.
in mind too, Kev. When I look at these devices, I am envisioning the fields that surround them. I'm looking at the geometry of the electromagnetic energy distribution and the power density, and considering those, and I colorize them in my head, and I imagine them as like say like glowing clouds, like glowing auras around these individual parts, and think about how many volts per meter, how many amps per meter, what kind of transmission energy we have from these antenna structures. So what it does is it takes out a lot of the guesswork, and it doesn't leave much wiggle room for the idea that the experimenter is affecting the experiment in very many ways, since I'm able to visualize what that little glass vial is doing and how it might be absorbing the radio energy based on not only what's going on visually inside of it, but on my understanding of the electrodynamics in that system. So there's not really a lot of room left over after all is said and done for me to personally influence it by my thought, because I'm going into it, ask myself only one question: what's going to happen? I don't go into it thinking I know what's going to happen. I don't know. I'm just going.
You have to be able to like astral travel with it, essentially, like as you're programming it. It's like
like
thing is what he's saying, and that's something that the Keshe Foundation also like goes into, and then it's like it's a conscious spiritual connection that like to be able to get yourself in that chi or meditative, whatever it is, out of body astral state alignment with yourself, to then be able to connect into these higher dimensional plasmoidal or higher crafts that have some sort of conscious connection into the navigation and space time.
It's
that's what you're saying, Kevin.
So there's some fourth dimensional thinking involved. So part of that, like the experience that we have with fourth dimensional thinking is love. Because love is something that we experience, but we have this, like, there's something about love which is like, it's hard to describe, and it can reach across, you don't know how far, and you can feel someone, that you love. So that's fourth dimensional thinking. So if you think about your experiments, if even just giving them a name, like naming your craft, and then if you make a new iteration, you give it a new name, and just
I usually give them numbers.
Yeah.
Because it's
So go a little more personal, like, because that has been, I think that has been, that to me, it resonates with something that is part of this tech that we don't understand, because the science that we've been all taught is flawed. So, and there is no science around paranormal. Duh. So
there's actually a surprising bit of science around the paranormal. There are many research papers, even though they're not well accepted by the scientific community at large.
That's what I just
bit of
mean,
data to analyze.
He's speaking on the general dogma.
No,
I agree with the notion of the
large.
general dogma, but I would say that instead of assuming that there's not too much scientifically in the literature about
the paranormal.
I know
would
there is.
encourage people to actually look into what literature is
You
available.
reminded me of another
surprised.
awesome video I want to share that goes into exactly that. And it has to do with the quantum aspects of ghosts and or just the paranormal spiritual like energy or soul, quantum soul or quantum spirit.
Yeah, the other thing to mention is there's a lot of papers that are Russian papers. I'm not sure what Russia had with the paranormal back in the day, but they did most of the research that's going to be available online if you take a look into it.
Yeah,
So
no, I started reading all that stuff about the research in Russia, you know, beginning back when I was in junior high school. So, but you know, it's there's tons of research in paranormal. I'm just saying that, you know, yeah, I'm sorry. It was a generalization.
No, I mean, I was just pointing out that, you know, a lot of people don't realize there's papers out there that they can go read and they can download for free online that talk about the paranormal phenomena and attempts at scientific instrumentation and measurement of that phenomena. Some, you know, attempt to quantify it or reproduce it in a reliable manner. And so that kind of stuff does exist out there. We've built several. They range from strange experiments involving pyramids and what they would call, geez, what do they call them? Geo something. What's the name of those? Are you still out there? Yeah. What's the name of those platonic shapes that communicate with the mind? You know that book I sent you?
Name of what now?
PDF. They're the paper cutouts. What's the name of that book? Psionics. Yeah, that would be it. Psionics, the study of the mind and the equipment put together.
That's cool. Can you paste that in the private as well, Jeremy?
No, I've got it on downloaded PDFs.
Oh, so. Okay.
There probably are links on like.
I would like to read that one. That's huge. I like the name too. It's psionics. Is that like inferring it's also like a sound wave of science within the brain or thought pattern?
Yeah, psionics is the study of psychic phenomena on matter, and psychotronics is the study of psychic phenomena involving technology. So you've got psionics and psychotronics, and those two are the keywords that you can take a look into and try to find more information about where the actual measurements come into play, what was scientifically done. I will say it's a disappointing road once you go down it. I mean, there's like she said, there's a lot of bad experimental design and a lot of poorly conducted or small focus group sizes. Not so different from what we're seeing right now coming out of government official research, about this planned. I'm not going to say anymore. Anyways, yeah. So yes, those are the two search terms, psionics and psychotronics, and take a look into those if you want to do the technology side. There are psychotronic circuits that use everything from piezoelectric transducers to caduceus coils and claim all manner of effects, from being able to distort one's perception of time to experiencing tones that don't exist, and the list goes on and on. So it's a deep rabbit hole, but it's worth looking into if you really want to try and connect this idea of the human experience with what we are doing in science now, and using some equipment to actually make measurements. You might want to unmute yourself, Bernie.
When I was like 10 years old, I had a book on pyramids and pyramid power. I made like pyramids out of old Tinker toys, so they were like completely open air. And I would take banana peels and put banana peels underneath the pyramid and next to the pyramid. And it, it blew my mind away, like I'd show people and they would be like, oh no, you did something. Cause I was into magic at the time. So everybody just thought I was like making stuff up. But like, even like you know, as long as you put the banana peel, like, you know, inside the pyramid and like a little bit elevated from the bottom. I mean, banana peels are great experiments because they change so quickly, and there's no environmental change. All there is a structure of a piece of wood making a pyramid shape, and that's enough to actually, you know, harness that energy.
Looks like we might have Curtis in the backstage. I mean, you did just post a link, so probably people are going to be pouring into the backstage. You might want to have to let them in.
Okay. 1 second. We'll get on that. Yeah. Also, just quickly, the pure red of this was made from copper, and I believe, and want to get that tested to see if it is actually mercury as the. Who's in the background? I don't see anyone in the background.
No. Well, let's see. Curtis said he joined the Discord.
Oh, the Discord. Yes, I posted the Discord link in.
Oh, well, never mind. I misunderstood that. Yeah, sorry.
Oh no, all good, all good.
Yeah,
I need to start using the Discord a lot more.
Before I dash out, just toss the StreamYard link in there. If anybody else has questions, I'm gonna get off the horn here pretty quickly. But if anyone that is still listening, of which there are 18 apparently,
absolutely,
I'll be quick to answer them and then get out of here. Apparently, my coil still works just fine. I guess that whatever was in that test tube just freaked it out and caused it to totally act like it was short-circuited. But it's back online again, and I didn't change a thing.
And Mike, I understand also Esoteric Cold if you got to get going. I've been reading in a bit while we've been talking in the background on the whole oh god, the thingy, the OBS and the getting into the StreamYard stuff. We'll just do that next time. But there's other aspects of it, but I'll get mine working so that we can get yours going on the next one, good sir. Oh, your mic, you're muted, Michael. There
Thanks,
you go.
guys. Thanks so much.
Much love, brother. Always
All
a
right.
pleasure, and thank you for
Later.
joining in, my friend.
Still quiet, Esoteric. No mic sound on your end.
Yeah, he just took off there. Mike is gone. So Jeremiah is still with us. Kevin, you're with us.
What's that?
JP's still with us. Kevin, you back with us, brother?
Yeah, if no one else has questions, I'm probably going to dash out of here and finish putting that test platform together and maybe see what information on the charged platters.
Most definitely. Yeah, so awesome to have you, JP. Appreciate it. If anybody has any last questions for JP, please post them. And I'm going to keep the stream going. I'm going to play some more of this David Hudson video because it is one of the most crucial for the information on the Ormus and the monoatomics in general. And it seems to be one of the most suppressed of informations in regards to this and David Hudson's work and patents. Kevin, did you have anything else to say here, brother, before I play some of the video? Or
no, it's like 3 a.m. I'm about ready to sign out for the night.
Fair
but I'm
enough.
glad I caught you all.
Yeah, blessings. Thank you for
to you
joining in, and I'll email you in advance on the next one that we're doing.
Yeah,
And,
give me a call, Bernie. Like, give me a call on an off day, and we'll have a chat.
Okay, for sure, I will do, brother. Thank you.
All right.
I'll
Peace,
talk to you
everybody. Keep experimenting. Love out.
Much love, brother.
All right.
Great words.
Later.
All right, later.
Yeah, so JP, before you go, feel free to pop back in later if you finish a coil or got anything else to show off, or comment on any revelations from this David Hudson video that we will be playing for the night.
Yeah, basically I'll just kind of give my rough outline. I'm going to use a carbon arc heater and just heat the stuff up inside of a closed vial if I can pressurize it, and I'll do my best to keep everything trapped or at least capture any vapors that come out so I can measure how much that is, how much vapor I'm getting if I do get some
that's actually huge. You're doing it like full scientific process here, as well as including crucial key parts that are described and tools that were used by the ancient alchemists in harvesting, collecting all of the possible particles and reactants of these experiments and
I would have to say, if we take a look back through history, there is one thing that there's no lack of, no matter what part of the world you live in, and that's carbon. You get it whenever you burn any kind of plant matter or biological matter. You're going to end up with the carbon that was in it. Just is that one thing that's stubborn and won't go away. It deposits itself and stays left over. So there was no lack of it in the ancient world, and we find it everything from the stones of Aswan and those pyramids there to we find it in some of the Mayan pyramids. We find a lot of carbon in very high quantities within certain stone structures of the ancient world. And there's been all kinds of myths and legends that maybe those stones were levitating. I'd be curious to see an analysis of the stones at Castle as well.
The compounds, the geopolymers, that fits in perfectly to this electrolysis, alchemy, monoatomic, cold fusion, nanoparticle stuff that we are all working on here.
Yeah, I think it's all related. And the more we look into this, the more things seem to tie together in a really nice and almost undeniable way. So that's been an interesting adventure to go down and see how they used to do it, and how we're trying to do it now. It's pretty ineffective because modern society is terrible at learning from nature, to say the least. We could use a few lessons.
Right, and like Faraday Mike mentioned earlier, like Schauberger's work, also Tesla, Walter Russell, and so many from a couple generations back, that when society was much more in touch with nature, that they understood the sciences of it.
Yeah, again, you go back to, if you want to understand how this tech works, you've got to first understand how the beetle flies. And it's absolutely true. The way the beetle flies is completely counterintuitive. It's not aerodynamic, but it is quite scientific. It's totally within the conventional framework. If we want to look at it that way, we may need to reconsider Maxwell's equations and correct the missing factors that are known as gauge factors, which are currently all set or gauged out as 0. But if we take a look into the scalar, magnetic, and electric potentials of all space and every volume of space, we can see that these small insects with cavitational microstructures or nanostructures on the bottom side of their wing electa, they exhibit interesting properties while they're flapping their wings because of the charges that are trapped within the wing electa, the cover material, wing covers as they call them, and then the wing themselves, which have an opposite charge. So you get these charges that are stretching apart and falling together, and it's just like a Van de Graaff generator. They generate their own electrostatic field, and that has an interaction with Earth's geomagnetic field as they move through those field lines. And we can take a look with the GPS-B experiment. I'm trying to remember who did that. Was it Nova or PBS Studios or something like that? There was an interesting experiment done in collaboration with one of the big educational studios. And the scientists from the university stuck tiny little GPS transceivers on top of these bees' heads, glued them on. And anyways, so they let them go and watch the bees' flight path and found that they would stay almost perfect distance from the ground and travel in remarkably straight lines at some like 20 to 30 miles an hour, which is clocking it. Okay, that's way faster than the wind was blowing. Anyways, these bees would travel in just dead on straight lines from the position that they left straight to the destination where they're going to collect their nectar. They might go laterally back and forth in that destination for a while. When they fly back in a dead on straight line straight to the hive. It's unbelievable. And the only way that they're able to maintain that kind of precision in crosswinds, in all kinds of conditions, is if they're operating by a mechanism outside of air currents, because there's no way, even with any kind of drone, if drone flyers in this audience will know, if there is a crosswind and it's strong, your drone's going to get blown around, and you can try to compensate with that joystick as fast as possible, but it doesn't really matter. You're never going to be able to keep it perfectly still, but these bees don't give a damn. I stuck some bees in a small plastic canister. I captured one at a time, tested them individually on the scale, and looked for anomalies. Seems that they produce a field underneath them that goes all the way down to the ground, which was interesting because when they're right over the top of the scale reads perfectly normal weight, full weight of the bee, even while it's in flight, not a bit more, not a bit less. But as soon as it gets off the scale and it gets down to the edge of the bottle, because I laid it on its side, it was a 1 liter soda bottle, and the scale has a fairly small platform. So when it got close to the cap or close to the edge, that's where I started to see a lot of different anomalies, where the weight would fluctuate, down and back to normal and down and maybe up a little bit and then back to normal. And it just fluctuate all over while they were flying around inside. So I was super surprised to see this happen. And I'm like, what the heck is going on here in this video? I'm talking to myself. I'm like, what the heck is going on here? This is really weird. So bee was pissed off. It was some kind of like massive soldier bee, dude. Super strong. It was there accompanying other fuzzy bees, but this particular one had a smooth bottom side, so it was heavy, it was big, and it was not happy about being inside of a jar. I just released it back out onto the flower pad, the flower bed that we have out on the patio, and it was perfectly fine there. It ended up taking some nectar and shooting off into the sky. So
nice. I love a happy ending.
Oh yeah, they contribute for a little bit. They get disrupted. About 30 minutes of bee time is lost in their work cycle, but other than that, it's I try to keep it pretty efficient to get them back to work as fast as possible, because they do a wonderful job of keeping us all alive, pollinating our crops, and making sure that plants sustain themselves and getting them.
Yes, they do.
So,
just
bees,
an example,
we would all die without the bees.
We would. Like my dad, he's got about 25 fruit trees in our backyard, like a little mini orchard. And before, literally, he'd have to spend probably about 2 to 3 hours a day for about the first month when they're blooming, May to June, going in with a paintbrush and pollinating the different trees from the flowers to each other, until finally 3 years ago now, we got some neighbors that moved in next door with the beehive, and now their honeybees do all the pollinating, and it saves my dad probably about 5 or 6 full days worth of work every year to pollinate our apple, plum, cherry, and other fruit trees.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Bees are totally awesome. If it's I'm not such a fan of wasps, hornets, yellow jackets, or any of the predatory insects. They don't seem to really do much for helping the life cycle of humans that I can see. But if I had to pick one particular species to really direct my hatred of everything, it would be the mosquito. It's the number one killer of human beings. It
Parasite.
Wars and
it's like
all kinds of diseases. I mean, it's just
a double parasite, because it carries parasites and it's a parasitic acting animal, preying animal, right?
It really is. So if I have to pick one thing to direct all my hatred towards and say, okay, humans, if you want war and you love war so much, stop fighting each other. You're all the frickin' same. Can we get over that part? And let's just go direct our hatred towards something that actually deserves it. The frickin' mosquito, which is still continuing to kill people daily.
But instead, we're releasing new genetically modified mosquitoes into the fucking wild. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, man, dude, don't even get me started. Yeah. There's been some messed up experiments, and I don't know how effective they've been or not been. I mean, the idea that these mosquitoes might be able to populate themselves. Hey, if they have some kind of natural ability to destroy particular virus strains or whatever, that's fine, but I'd be cautious about what we're really doing out there releasing species into nature when we can hardly understand what we're doing to our own oceans. I mean, it's kind of the arrogance of humanity. It's quite unbelievable. Nice chart, dude.
It really is. It's absolute insanity, my friend. And as Michael from Esoteric Gold there was talking about wanting to put together a couple presentations, I think the three of us should do one of a breakdown together of Isaac Newton's alchemy, along with what I have discerned and discovered from the chemical symbols, both the 4 elements, but actually it's the 5, because it's like you have your plasma, fire, gas, air, liquid, water, solid, earth, plus elements, which is actually plus the periodic table of elements applying to the 4 states of matter. And we know this because there is an actual alchemical symbol language, which is a pictographic force vectored language of physics into the solid states of matters of symbology and language for each element throughout history of the periodic table. And this language is one of the oldest, it is the oldest still used language throughout all of human civilization. From the Indus Valley, there's marks and runes where it's the exact same alchemical pictographic language carved into stones. From there, through Babylon, through Assyrian, through everywhere, through Egyptian, down to your Catholic priests today that still use this language. It is a higher dimensional one that we will decipher. And just to start it off, the sun being gold, being this most precious and perfect of metals, both to the alchemist, but both also to society in value and currency, but in technology, electronics, and its conductivity and everything else, as well as jewelry, and now possibly the monoatomic aspects of it too. But that symbol right there, it is the right-hand rule of your electron force. It is also your 1D dimensional disk and your one-dimensional, essentially, torus zero of an infinite and finite space all within one in the dot to the outer circumference. Or, yeah, that's the right word? Yes, it is. And that I've correlated these as the ancient alchemists had gold to the sun and silver to the moon, the 2 largest forces, whether electromagnetic or gravitational, that act upon our mass on Earth, is both the moon in its closest proximity. It moves the tides. It moves the female general's menstrual cycle, for fuck's sakes. It is that strong and relevant. And I'm going to also reproduce my experiments of producing monoatomic silver for long periods of time to show how it waxes and wanes with the cycle of the moon. And that I also predict that the electromagnetic properties of copper, silver, and gold are, as well as mercury, which we don't really use, but is quite often theorized and rumored in anti-gravitic and free energy to also have extreme effects, and which are the heavenly bodies that the ancient alchemists assigned to each of these, to go over and show how these 3 planets and metals, the 4 elements, and the 3 principles of alchemy are actually a higher dimensional science, universal science of the 4 states of matter: cold fusion, energy creation, thus like the Baghdad battery, providing evidence of electricity throughout all of the ancient world now. And then the super advanced cathedrals, the cathode and anode, that all are engraved with these exact same alchemical symbols throughout them, many of them megalithic, many of them on ley lines, and that many of them also have their domes, dipoles, and entire structure designed and built as these super capacitive atmospheric electrical generators, if not solar system or heavenly generators or energy machines that correspond with the heavenly bodies above. But yeah, so this right here I have on screen now is a pure silver maple, 99% maple coin on the anode side of a reaction, producing that cloud of pure silver off of it. And I will be doing a presentation put together on showing it through its cycles and how it waxes and wanes with the moon, and tie it back into how the planets and metals and forces affect as well. So, JP, you're still with us. Sorry, I took a glance and I thought you had left, but you were listening. What do you?
I
what do you
stuck
think
around just
that?
for a minute to listen to what you had to say about your chart. And
Yeah. So
meanwhile, working in the background.
I'd love to hear a brief little what you think of that.
I mean, the idea, okay, gravitationally speaking.
Okay, sorry. One last thing before I get to you to do that. So on the left, you see, so there's the sun, the center, right? Yeah, and the right-hand rule of the circle and the dot going in, and then to the left, it's a full circle and you have a cross below it. Or if you go to the right, it's a full circle and you have a cross above it. And then if you keep going to the second spot, then it's like a crescent moon above it or below it. I theorize that is calculating the heavenly bodies in a vector grid as they move around, and that's how the forces are then interacted upon each other in this heavenly science, and why astrology was so much.
It's a really interesting theory. I've actually never heard anybody reference those symbols in that way before, so I'll give you credit where it's due in terms of coming up with what I think is a pretty fascinating way to consider what the symbology might represent in the alchemical literatures. Because these symbols are so prolific through a lot of pseudoscientific work as well as more ancient scientific work by what at the time would have been legitimate scholars and also would have been known as philosophers. Because see, remember back in the day, electricians, electronics technicians, and electrical engineers were all known under the term philosopher. For to understand the invisible forces of nature that flowed through conductors was akin to magic, but it couldn't be called that because that was witchcraft, of course. So they were just philosophers, just try to understand that which is not seen, and that's the the electrical engineer of today. So if these symbols do have some kind of vector, some kind of vector analog that might be considered, I mean, we can take a look into it and see, because we could map the say the spin of an ion or the rotation of a net magnetic or electric field within a particular vector grid and determine what that geometry is and map it out in like a quaternion type of way where we have these 4 different dimensional points that we're going to compare to each other. So it's a possibility.
Right. So the 3 principles, the sulfur, the salt, and the mercury, I theorize the sulfur is actually the triangle going up on that. That would be your cathode reaction going up. So your, the positive or the negative would be going up, the gas going up, your hydrogen side going up. Your salt is actually your salt water reaction, your battery in that Baghdad battery. So this is your The sulfur is the cathode, and then the mercury would be the anode, and the mercury is the particle or the reaction going down. And the more of these electrolysis experiments you do, Jeremiah, you'll notice that there'll always be a line about somewhere about halfway down the reaction of exclusion zone that usually forms to be about an inch thick. And then there'll be one reaction on the top half and one reaction on the bottom half of it. And then when you include to the to that what I've just described and add in Walter Russell's oh my god, do I not have it on here? Here we go. The octave, but the vortex-based periodic table. I theorize that this same vectoring that I have down here with the planets metals will also correspond in the crystallization, formation, and reactions into this Walter Russell's periodic table on his octave scales, as well as then working into the pictographic understanding of each of these symbols and how they fit into the overall force equations and pictographic language of it.
No, it's an interesting theory. I mean, it's something that I'll consider going forward when I see those symbols used in reference, especially when we starting to get into like the esoteric gravitational research, which there is plenty of, a surprising amount of actually. We find that a lot of gravitational research scientists from back in the 40s to 60s were studying the occult as deeply as they were studying how to provide their country with great patriotism on their behalf the solution to gravity control and technological implementation. So that's one of the reasons why I'm familiar with these symbols and their meaning in the alchemical process of converting metals to other metals, or doing transmutations, or even storing localized energy for release later. Basically what we would call chemistry today, the more simple side of alchemy, basic chemistry through non-excited reactions.
Right, and so when I went, and we'll go through Isaac Newton's alchemy writings in it as well, because it's like I can't believe more people haven't read through it now that it's been public for several years, because Isaac Newton is basically the staple that all of our current physics and scientific principles are based off of. And there's over 1 million words in his alchemical writings, and one of which it's like how people were like, oh, the alchemist is saying it's live. Well, what that means is the current in the wire or the metal is live, and that when you have it with the live current, then it will start going into the 7 colored transmutational states, with the highest one being this pink crystalline state that they all describe. And then like the red mercurial state is one below that. And I found that when you keep the reactions live for over a day, when you're using heavier metals than the bismuth that dissolved on you on the anode side, and the reaction goes for 24 to 48 hours, that it will actually go from the blue to the green to the yellow to the red to the crystalline. And then if you disconnect it, there was something like the Alchemist, they're like, oh, it's all spiritual woo-woo, because they say if you kill it and it dies. Well, no, that's cutting the current to 1/2, and then it produces this yellow sulfuric reaction throughout it all. And I've done it several times with that. And then also that what's very fascinating is once you have these metals in the red or pink transmutational state, and you submerge that metal down into these monoatomic plasmoids, it will stay in that state indefinitely in this crystallized state, as opposed to it oxidizing and forming off, or just forming back to pure metal state, solid state, when taken out of the saltwater reaction, and that is it. When it's in these crystallized states, that is a very good contender for being a cold or a room temperature superconductive state, solid state of these metals for reactions and engineering purposes, especially in the anti-gravitic superconductive side of things.
No, I would have to say I'm very interested to experiment with some of the materials that we've managed to make. And, you know, I've got materials now from Esoteric. I've got the materials that I've made. I've got materials that you instructed me on how to make. And then I've got materials also from Dan. So, I mean, now I have 4 different sets of different monoatomics that, you know, some I poured my heart and soul into, and some you guys did. So the whole idea is we have this stuff to work with. We're going to give it a try. We're going to try to integrate this into some of the nanomaterials that I'm now working with, because I think that's really where it's going to shine, is when I can say get it to electrically insert itself into a carbon lattice, or, you know, get it into a semi-reactive state where it's extremely high electron transit properties, because it's, you know, a monoatomic and it doesn't have these bond structure restraints. It can grab onto an electron that's flying by it. It can slingshot the thing back out, and it can do that with virtually no loss, because it's going to, due to its electrical charge and energy conservation, as that electron comes in, it's got forward momentum, or it has some velocity already traveling through the space between the atoms as it flies from one, you know, valence band to the other, right? So it'll leap off the carbon, jump right onto the monoatomic metallic structure, and the atom will grab it, slingshot the electron off, and if it happens to gain energy as it falls in, it'll release a photon, and if it happens to lose energy as it falls back out, then it will be in a depletion state, so it will eventually react by absorbing a photon. And so this whole thing can sort of cascade back and forth and grab onto these photons and then release them when the energy builds up strong enough, sort of like a laser.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
And now that what you're just defining is huge, and there's more of that actual science explained by David Hudson in the video Esoteric gave us, and I'll play more of that when you eventually leave here. But can you see once again that small wave, as my hand's staying steady, that small wave interaction again next to the monoatomic jar here? This one's
video
really
frame rate is too low to really.
It's very faint on this one. Little tiny bitty. No, that was shitty. It was a little bit better earlier. Let's see if this one's doing it better. There we go. Starts pulsing a little bit.
Yeah, see, that's nice. It's a decent amount.
Little wavy stuff that starts happening around it.
It's not super obvious, but again, I would tell you as a
this one's not this is like very, very low.
See, as you move it up and down, or you change it, it seems to be like a polarization type of effect. But it's interesting that it highlights it. I would tell you to compare it to sort of translucent, where it's only mixed in by a small percentage with water, and it's kind of murky. But just to see if that same PWM on your LED lights are causing that kind of fluctuation, because they generally oscillate. They have a PWM around 1 kilohertz to 2 kilohertz for most of them.
Gotcha.
So it's whatever the light source is, if it's affecting the polarization of it due to your camera's angle and that material, or if it's just simply the camera having noise on it from the power transformer that's running your laptop or your phone right now.
Okay.
Could be. Just telling you the skeptical perspective.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
No, it's crucial for proving in science. And I think, like, I've gotten it in digital camera pictures from afar before, but it would only be if it was no LED light, and if I can get it in a analog picture to refract the light as well, that would be an ultimate proof of it.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. And another possibility is you could take 2 polarization filters and stick them on both sides of the container. And, as you turn one of them facing the camera and the other one staying in place, you might see that it repolarizes the light passing through it from the back to the front towards the camera. So what a lot of people do is they'll just take a white piece of paper, put it behind the jar. They'll stick one polarization filter in the X direction and one polarization filter in the Y direction, and they'll shine a light in and hit the piece of paper so it just lights up white in the back and shines through the jar as sort of a dispersed white light. And then the camera will be focused on that, and they'll turn the polarization filter on the camera side, from being 90 degrees down to 0, and then inverting negative, 360 down to, 180. And so you'll see it, you'll see the polarization of the material change as you rotate that one of the 2 filters. And it's just something that you might be able to tell if that material is acting differently than, say, the clear water above it, or if it's doing something optically strange.
Gotcha.
You can get those, I think, on Amazon or eBay, polarization filter, plastic.
I am writing that down right now.
I should pick up a couple panels for myself.
Indeed. And what we'll have to figure out is to find us either a couple people with the equipment that you, me, and Mike can each send some of our monoatomic stuff to, and we'll do it in a controlled way that we're each sending and not like we'll have it written down and recorded on video ahead of time what each of the samples are that each of us are sending in of each other's together into 2 or 3 different labs or people with these equipment, and then get the results back and reveal them together and see what we get out of it.
Cool. Looks like they are on Amazon. It's called a linear polarization sheet.
I love and hate Amazon simultaneously. Like most
totally feel you
corporate
there, man.
things in this world.
Amazon is the evil that is way too convenient, unfortunately, when you have a bigger goal.
Indeed, right? I love these.
Unfortunately.
Okay. I'm gonna play some David Hudson here.
And I'm head out of here, man, because I've got to get this thing wired up. So I'm gonna play this from YouTube in the background and get better audio and video than what I'm looking at right now.
Brother.
All right, man. You take
Feel
it
free
easy.
to come back anytime, brother. Much love, respect. Thank you, as always, for blessing us with your infinite wisdom and shared research, my friend.
If you get Boyd or any other fellow researchers on there, I might, drop by on the Sound of Science, especially now, that I'm going to be building the ultrasonic array for this silly little gravel flyer thing, right? Because I'll
100%.
I'll be honest, man. The only reason why I'm building this stupid thing, I hate this design. It's not. I have a solid state system I'm working with, and it's a totally different.
That's why you gotta show each of them, right? So you gotta compare them.
This thing is so popular. It's like I'm taking it on because the damn thing is so popularized right now, and we have so many people working on it that have just poured so much time and energy into it. It's like, okay, I should probably try to take on what they're working with instead of like these metamaterials and all the crazy stuff that I'm working with, and just try to meet somebody halfway.
Yeah.
What is the poor man's anti-gravity, right? What does that look like? What is the garage inventor's anti-gravity, right? So what does it call himself? He calls himself like Garage Sciences or something like that.
Yeah, it's garage science at its finest. That's what I am for sure. That's so any more of us.
I think it's
Longer
hilarious.
fringe. It's in your backyard.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, remember Borderland Sciences back in the day with Eric Dollard and backyard science, where he's doing all kinds of interesting stuff that he probably shouldn't be doing where he's at. Anyways, yeah, there's a lot of good you can do it yourself science out there, and some of it goes the very far way back, and some of it's super sophisticated using modern electronics and all manner of godforsaken semiconductors that are doing miraculous things to wires and fields.
Exactly, and it's as we come together, this community keeps growing, and the more we participate in it, and we do some joint experiments, the more we bring forward and add to the development and just evolution and revolution of these technologies and adoption of it, I guess I should say, and acceptance.
It's a big hurdle to jump when there aren't mathematics for it already, and academic mathematician types desperately need to calculate numbers in order to feel that any of this is valid. And I find that funny because all of the greatest scientists throughout history have basically said, I think, who ultimately said it best, Richard Feynman, it doesn't matter how beautiful your theory is. It doesn't matter how precise your math is. If it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And this was his annotation to the mathematicians of the time, saying, don't get your noses lost in the numbers. Think about practicality and do real experiments, because if you can't prove it in the lab and it doesn't work there, then you haven't got anything worthwhile, and it's just basically ego stroking.
All it is numbers then.
I know a lot of people would love to disagree, but the universe's language is not numbers, it's action. I refer to the term motion as a description of that action in three-dimensional space. But yes, the language of the universe is not math, it's motion.
It's just words, but yeah, and numbers.
But the physical movement
the numbers
of particles,
work, but they don't materialize
to itself, and what sets up the localized amount of energy density that exists at any given volume of space.
Tartaria once cleaned the repopulated. They had something. Yeah, I don't doubt it. There's something to it.
No, Tartarians definitely had it down. I mean, they had balloon energy collection. They understood ionospheric currents and their structures. I mean, if the Tartarians were anything, if not, they were nothing if not fantastic builders. Their concrete work, their stone work, their structural work, their understanding of ionospheric current, acoustic resonance, chamber resonance, and standing wave geometries. They had it down, man. The Tartarians
like
stood.
Oh man, Citadel cities and stuff. It's crazy.
I mean, if you wanted to get somebody on the science of sound, you should definitely pipe Andreas up, because his research into Tartaria is second to none. He's got it.
Actually, Aaron's been arranging.
Not Aaron.
That.
This is the beat, isn't it?
No, Aaron has been talking to Andreas about that.
No way, really?
And lining it up. Yeah. Aaron, if you're still on here, brother, what did happen to that? I think we scheduled a time. I think we missed it, or it's upcoming. But Aaron, if you are still here, maybe you're not, I will message him. But yeah, I'll see if I can get him on for Science of Sound. That is a good call. And then we'll have Rex come in and do a 432 hertz Schumann frequency presentation on either the 5th or the 6th one. And eventually, within a month or two, we will be having it set up where we're streaming to my channel, Jeremy's channel, Rex's channel, and a couple more for the Science of Sound series.
Yeah, I would tell you to put your best foot forward when your viewer count reaches maximum. When it's as high as it's ever been, that's when you really want to bring out your best guests and get onto those stories and do the interviews and stuff like that. So keep that in mind.
Exactly. I definitely know what you're saying.
You have a weird audience, Bernie. It's strange. You don't have very many viewers given you.
Oh, I'm so shadow banned. Like my first channel, what the fuck? It was up to 3,300 and 6 months, not a single reply from YouTube.
You gotta love it. But yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? So you have the small audience right now, and I'm sure that you're still getting scanned just as much as any of the big channels, but it's still nevertheless quite entertaining to see that there are only 14 people watching. And you talk about Jeremy's channel, he's also shadow banned, but he's too big. He's too big to totally shut the heck up, because people will literally search for his stuff, and he releases on other platforms to let them know that he's going to be streaming. So even if they don't get notifications like yours, I got 15 minutes after we've already been broadcasting live.
Right?
That's when it popped up on my YouTube to say, hey, Bernie's streaming, on Crypto Alchemist, right? They popped up 15 minutes late after it had already been going, and we've been talking live for 15. And that's not counting the time that we did before. So it took its sweet time to finally notify me that your stream is going. And, meanwhile, it's just basically sitting there. I had the page loaded up, same stream. It didn't even notify me. It's just hilarious.
Right?
Basically, YouTube doesn't give a damn. I think they're definitely messing with this on the algo side and giving it a bit too much power as far as making decisions and being able to cut off or regulate bandwidth and who gets notified when and how soon these things get sent out and all that stuff. So
I couldn't agree more. And one of the Rex is already, I've been talking to him in depth since I did that interview with him the other day about bringing on the Science of Sound onto his YouTube channel and onto their streaming service when they launch it later this year. But what the hell was I going to? Wow, I just had a total brain fart of what I was bringing up. The last Science of Sound that we did, the episode 3, it was on autodidactic for 2 days, and it got up to 5,000 views before it disappeared. So, but I think that was him deleting it because it was too much space stuff for his flat Earth community. But it's going to be a weekly or twice a month series, same time each time, and it's going to be brought onto a couple of bigger channels as well. So we will have a couple different special guests booked each time for it for a mainstream time audience slot sort of thing with it. And they can't shadow ban that. Oh, yes, what I was going to say. Our last 9-hour stream you and me did together with on and off, you jumped in with the Bismuth stuff. I've got screen grabs of that video not showing up for like a week from me trying to access it from a non-signed in browser, as well as my girlfriend trying to access it from her logged in YouTube account, and it did not show up anywhere. It was ridiculous, but it's still there, and it's slowly getting its views up. Now I remember what I was going to say. Part of the Leak Project integration is that they also have a team that's going to set up and get us accounts and streamed onto Odyssey, onto BitChute, onto Brighteon, onto Rumble, and a couple more as well, so that we might actually start getting some real views.
Wow, that would be something.
Indeed, and it's all in the works, so it's happening. Because I'm on air and I don't care.
Yeah, that's right. Damn right. Sing it, brother.
For sure. But we got to save that special feature for the Science of Sound.
Don't worry, levitation will happen live on the internet.
Damn straight. The revolution will be televised on the somewhat dark web. Somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. This little channel with 13 viewers. That's who's going to see it, and then eventually maybe you'll get all as much as 100, and they'll all know exactly who's up to what, and then Then the S storm starts.
No, I'm never letting a pedo accidentally creep onto my channel and get my channel deleted again. We will get to 1 million views in 10 years. I swear to God, the universe will it.
Dude, these people are evil, man. Give them a chance in, and they will take advantage and go full force.
Oh God, like what? Some disclosure with like when I first started working and doing experiments and streams with the Keshe Foundation about 8 years ago. There were actually being different members over in Europe of the Keshe Foundation were actually being actively targeted by like these freaking Dutch pedophiles that were like actively trying to kidnap their kids, where like they were posting the police reports and everything into the Keshe live streams. It was fucking crazy.
Wow, that's messed up.
Yeah. And he said it was like some red circle group. But anyways, won't get into that tonight. It's all documented on the Keshe channel. Much love, Jeremiah. I will let you get back to your coils. Feel free to join back in at any point. I'm going to play the David Hudson International Ormus Conference 2011.
Yeah, you might want to play a clip at some point in there, you know, from Star Trek, if you can do it without the copyright.
Oh God, I'll definitely get taken down. Disney don't fucks around. They sue you every time.
Blast it. I was gonna say, you know, play some clip with the antimatter drives and let people think about how real Star Trek might actually be, and maybe that stuff isn't quite so crazy. So.
Bang on, man. Like my girlfriend Amber, she loves this like the in-depth sci-fi where she'll actually like scientifically and like she'll ask me all the questions and like we'll figure it out discussing together how the different drives or technologies in these sci-fis could potentially or could not work. And the majority of the time it's like, is this soft disclosure? Because this seems like far too possible.
Oh yeah, you'll find some very interesting things when you start to get into like, you know, how the warp drive works and weird things like dilithium. They do exist. They're not exotic. They actually might happen. And they require stimulation of the right kind.
Right.
But like anything, you know, it's going to react to fields and it's going to do what it does as a molecular crystalline structure. So.
Orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements. Okay, that's what ORMUS stands for.
But just think about the two matter beams. You know, you got an antimatter beam and a matter beam. They're combining right inside the system, and this is somehow warping space. What? How? So, where is it producing this field that pushes from the back? Well, you've got a negative charge, right? So just think about it. You know, Star Trek was releasing. It is a soft disclosure, no doubt about it. The way the warp drive works is far more real than many would think.
I couldn't agree more, man. Like it's probably right above us being used active. Actually, I need to start freaking. I gotta get like a motorized unit for my and star map integration for my telescope because I over the years through my telescope have seen some. What looks like little ships freaking entering light speed or warp drive around Saturn and Jupiter from one moon to the like in between the moons. Just these little, it's like pew pew and disappears.
Oh yeah, dude!
I gotta record that. But yeah, all right, David Hudson, let you wrap your coils. Please come back in an hour when we're. Yeah, come back in an hour, brother. Give us an update. I love you. We'll see you soon. Or you don't even have to leave at all, actually.
Our family was involved in agriculture for years, and I was a cotton farmer.
Yeah, I'll watch this from YouTube. It'll be a lot more comfortable. Later.
I had built my business up in the 1960s and 70s. We were actually farming, extensive land holdings in Yuma Valley and in the Phoenix area. The total operation that the family farmed was about 7,000 acres, and it was primarily cotton. But I got involved in a farm down in what was called Agua Caliente, Arizona, which is actually in the Arizona desert out between Gila Bend and Yuma, right out in the middle of the desert. And it actually got its name from the Agua Caliente hot springs out next to my farm. They have a hot springs, an old resort, where in the 1920s and 30s, the railroad trains would have to stop to get steam water for the steam engines. And they actually had a resort there where the tourists would get off and go bathe themselves in the hot springs and rejuvenate their bodies, supposedly. Well, I had a 1,200-acre farm that I bought down there that had really serious problems with what we call towards the Gila River, really serious black alkali. And this looks like chocolate in the soil. And for you people back here on the eastern part of the United States, you have no idea what I'm talking about because you have the opposite problems. But we have, it's a chocolatey, crunchy material that's actually salt that builds up on the tops of our soils. And when you plant, like for example, cotton, the cotton will actually germinate and get up about 5-6 inches tall and just will go any further. And you put water on the soil and the water just beads up and stands on the soil as if there was actually oil in the soil. It will not go into the soil itself well and be retained in the soil. So at the time, years ago, there was a big copper mine down in Ajo, Arizona, just south of Agua Caliente, and they were giving away sulfuric acid. If you come down and pick it up, notes of 93%, 92 to 93% sulfuric acid. Okay, a little does a little good, a lot ought to do a lot. There was actually so much acidity, and of course sulfuric acid, when you say 93%, it's not really as corrosive as it is at like 50 or 60% because it doesn't have water. But you inject it in the soil, and then as you start irrigating that soil and the water would go across the ground, as it hit the ripper marks where the sulfuric acid went in the soil, you would see frothing and foaming and sudsing as the water was going across the field. And this was my first introduction to actually making soluble salts. Now what we were doing is taking black alkali and adding sulfuric acid and making sodium sulfate, which then now is considered a white alkali, which then is water soluble and will leach out of the soil root zone of the plant. And then you can irrigate it and wash it out. It's kind of like the analogy of putting soap on your hands to get the grease off. You can keep running water on there and it won't get the grease off, but if you put a little soap in there, now you can get the grease off. Well, that's what was happening when we put the sulfuric acid on our sodium ground. Then a few years later got involved. We actually had Jimmy Carter become our president, and he was just like the president we have today. He was really a fellow that thought you could just spend and spend and spend and spend money. Fortunately, his idea was tax and spend, and the current president says spend and tax. And so, but one of the problems we were facing was tremendous inflation was going on at that time. And we were looking at 8-10% inflation every year. The cost of everything every year was just going up dramatically. And people knowing this was going to happen were thinking this was going to happen in advance. So they were prior all the time. And I got involved in thinking that it was possible that I could go into gold mining. Now, this is just a whim. I never intended for this to have to make money. I figured I had Caterpillar bulldozers, I had earth movers, I had road graders, I had, front end loaders all on the farm anyway. And so I had the equipment. I could go up and start moving ore. And I think bleaching, where you actually take black plastic and lay out on a pad, and you put all this ore on top of the black plastic pad, and you put rainbow sprinklers up there just like you use on your lawn, and you run a cyanide water solution over the ore, and it dissolves out the gold, and it runs out on the plastic pad into a settling pond, and then you pump it back up and over and pump it back up and over, and it keeps just running the cycle. Bring the gold out in solution, you run that solution through activated charcoal, and then back out and over the heap leach again. And so you're taking the gold out onto the carbon in this cycle. Anyway, it's not important that you learn how to heap leach cyanide gold. It's just that that's what I was doing. And the concept of leaching a metal out of a dirt or a rock substance, and in Arizona, our dirt is actually broken down rock. We don't really have topsoil like they have around here in these soils. And so it was just seemed the same thing to me. It was really natural that I get involved in this. I just encountered some problems, though, when I started trying to recover the gold out of the activated carbon. When we tried to strip the gold out and fire the material and melt it into a metal, we had stuff that wasn't the gold. Now, the gold was there, but it was this other stuff that just refused to go away. It just followed with the gold all through the system. And I just became frustrated in the recoveries because it was actually, when this material caused a problem in the fire assay, it caused much of the gold to be lost. And I said, what in the heck is this? And I had heard about tellurium and things like this, the problem in gold mining. And I said, I got to find out what this problem material is. Well, one of the fellows that was doing fire assays for me handed me a book. And this book, I don't know if we can go, no. This book was actually published, let's go to the next page. Yeah, that's it. Back one page. This is the book that he handed me. The Analytical Chemistry of the Platinum Group Elements. Now, for you people who really want to get involved in understanding the chemistry of the platinum group elements, this is actually, the work was written by the Soviet Academy of Sciences. In the Soviet Union, they have the Vernadsky Institute for Precious Metal Research, which is a division of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. And in the Soviet Union, they fund government money to go to research the chemistry industry because it's a very important part of their income and source of money in the Soviet Union. And so they funded this research as a governmental funded research for 40, 50 years. And they're very proud of the research. And so they publish this in Russian. Well, not knowing how to read Russian, the Israeli program is in English. And so you can order this book from the Israeli Program for Scientific Translations. And the whole book, and this is a book about this thick, is nothing but the analytical chemistry of the platinum group elements. Now, let me tell you, anybody who wants to delve into that book, be prepared for a battle. In this book, you will find all sorts of information. There's actually 6 platinum group elements, and it comes at them from all aspects, including wet chemistry, including spectroscopy, including separation systems, including ion exchange resins, including solvent extraction, everything. And from the average person, you don't want to go there because it is a holy heck to wade through, really. You've got to really be a technical person. But I decided I've got to wade into this thing. It can't be that bad, so I want to solve the problem. Well, in the book, I got through to page, back where we were. No, yeah, right, that's it. Okay, in page 534, the Soviet journal has a procedure there for the analysis of lead alloys containing the platinum group elements. And it was really interesting what they were doing. They were actually taking the sample, placing it on a carbon electrode, striking an arc from another carbon electrode, and then burning the sample. Now, in the United States, they do a DC arc emission spec burn the same way, except they only burn for 15 to 20 seconds. And everybody here says everything's red that's going to read. Now, that's the standard thinking here in this country. If the Soviets say in the first 5 seconds, nothing reads but lead. And it's only when you get to 50 to 70 seconds that palladium will begin to read. The lowest temperature, the lowest vaporizing platinum metal. And as you continue to burn, then ruthenium, rhodium, and platinum begin to read.
And, you know, and this is the temperatures that they vaporize away. It's kind of like boiling water away from oil. And then, you know, they go off the sequence, but go 175 seconds when they're taking off, you know, rhodium, platinum, iridium, and osmium. And so if you go back now, the one before it. All right, so there, we had a fella in the Phoenix area. His name was Siegfried Brimmer. Now, Siegfried Brimmer, you could hardly understand his English. He had a very heavy German accent. And he had been trained as a spectroscopist in Germany. And this is his resume. And I bring this only so people can see, you know, from 1939 to 1945, he went to public school in West Germany. 1945 to 51, high school. 1951, 54, Dortmund, I don't know, it's all German, bunch of German words. Anyway, in West Germany, a certificate of practical and theoretical training, and then his work history, 1954 to 59, his production of quality control and technician at the Portman Norder, anyway, German. And he's got a certificate. And he was a petrochemist at the Steel Company of Canada Limited. In 1966-68, he was the supervising spectrochemist at W. Kramer and Company, smelters and refiners of metals, copper alloys. 68 to 70, a spectrochemist with Martin Marietta Metals Division. Anyway, you can see his credentials here. It's very immense. The guy has done a whole bunch of work, all with all big companies. And he had letters of recommendations, which I'm not letting you see all that because it's too long. But everybody wrote him great reviews when he left the company and all. He is really a good spectroscopist. So at the very end, when he retired as a chief spectrochemist, metals technology in California, he actually was building and designing spectrochemical equipment. And he's actually constructing equipment to do DC arc emission spec analysis. And he was given the machine that he had designed and built for the company to sell. They had an order for this huge big machine that had a 3.5 meter arc on the dispersion, which means the light is broken up to 3.5 meters inside. It's a huge instrument, people. To give you a perspective, most universities have 1 meter to 1.5 meters. He had a 3.5 meter instrument, huge big machine. And what this gives you is the ability to shoot the spectrum and to divide the lines way far apart. The bigger the arc, the greater you can separate the spectral lines to determine what you really have. And I went over to him with a Soviet text and I said, this is what I want you to run for me. And he said, oh, that's not necessary. He said, we Germans are the best. You know, we know metallurgy. This is not necessary. That's just Soviet, no good. You know? And anyway, if you've ever dealt with a German technical person, they're extremely arrogant and extremely matter of fact. Well, they are some of the best people. They really are. But you got to deal with them as people. Anyway, he said, you will have to buy all the standards. You will have to pay for modifying my machine to do the long burn times. You will have to pay for me to do this work. And then when I do it, you will have to pay for my time and everything. And then I will tell you what I get. And I says, fine, I'll pay for it. So it cost me like $3,500 for the very first run of material. But the sample I brought to him, it read these elements. And he was totally flabbergasted. And if you go to the forward, yeah, here it is. Anyway, this right here, the GW sample, June 21st, 1982. If you see, platinum is 0.05 to 0.3%, not ounces per ton, percent. Iridium is major. Now, by major, he goes only up to, I think, 3%. No, here's one that goes to 5%. Well, by major, he's saying it's over 5%. It's beyond what I'm calibrated to read. To read that accurately, I have to actually dilute the sample down and make it emit in a lower amount because it's beyond my capability to read the amount. The osmium, 0.35%. Rhodium is major. Ruthenium is major. Anyway, and of course, this is all the other, cadmium, cesium. He didn't, and iron, of course, is a high amount. Anyway, he just says, Dave, these elements cannot exist in the quantities that I'm reading them. Everybody knows that. Now, for perspective, I need to tell you that the best known mine in the world is in South Africa. And these people go a half mile underground and work underground at a half mile to get ore that has 1/3 of 1 ounce of all the platinum metals in it. 1/3 of 1 ounce per ton. And this sample right here was actually an acid dissolution amount. Now, he had an idea how I produced this. He just know I came to him with a sample. But he was reading numbers. And the amazing thing about this, people, is if you go to a spectroscopy, he'll say, well, maybe it was interference. Maybe it really wasn't these elements. When you do the long burn time, everything reads in the first 15 to 20 seconds. And then it goes quiet. Nothing is reading for 30 seconds, 40 seconds. And then when it starts to read palladium, nothing else is reading. And when palladium stops reading, then here comes the, I don't know which one's the next, rhodium or, anyway, they read in the sequence of their vaporization temperatures. And so you have to boil one completely off before the next one starts coming. And so when the next one is coming off, nothing else is coming off. There's no way to say there's any masking. There's no way to say there's interference. No, the reading. So he accused me. Well, he didn't accuse me. He asked me not to get in this lab. He said, get out, get out, get out. Go away. I didn't know what I'd done. I paid for everything. What's the big deal? Anyway, he wanted to check all this, be sure it was right. So it's about 4 weeks later before I heard from him again. And finally, his wife calls me up. And she says, I'll call you and tell you that he needs to meet with you. So I come back over. He says, well, I checked this and these elements really are here. And he says, this is unbelievable. And I says, yes, I know. Well, I took him many other samples too, the exact same material, prepared various different ways, and everyone read no platinum metals. And it's the very same material off the mountain, the very same material prepared different ways. Only when I prepare it the specific way I prepared this did it read. So people, it is not the long burn time. Like a lot of people thought when they read this before, they said you have to just burn, 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 burn until it gets so hot it'll come off. No, it has to be prepared correctly before it will read. I talked the first time I told you about this and people said, oh, it's that long burn time. No, it's not the long burn time. It is a specific preparation of the material that must be performed chemically first before you take it for analysis. Okay? And I know now the terminology that you'll hear here is you kill it. Now you have to take the living material and kill it first. Well, that's what I was doing. I was killing it, but I didn't know it at the time. I was just following procedures outlined in the Soviet Academy of Sciences. They said, this is the way you precipitate, then you go on the procedure. Well, I used that procedure to precipitate and I took it to Ziggy. But I was killing it and without knowing it at the time. I was actually taking it to a pin state where it wasn't in this high spin state. Anyway, let's go on. All right. Once we had done the spectroscopy, and I did this for like 6-7 months, did all sorts of analysis with Ziggy. Ziggy became very arrogant. He said, look at what I can do. I can prove that these elements exist. I'm going to be famous. And so he goes over to Germany and he talks to all his spectroscopical friends And there was actually articles written in magazines about him over in Germany that he had discovered that these naturally occurring platinum metals were in Arizona. But he never could find anything that would analyze anywhere close to what he had analyzed for me. He analyzed the best material he found with analyzing 10 to 12 ounces per ton. Okay, mine was like 2,900 ounces per ton. Okay, big difference. Anyway, he said, Dave, you know, I'm going to work. I'm going to take this. I'm going to promote with it. I'm going to raise money. He went up to the Las Vegas area and worked with some people up there in Nevada. And then after working with the people in Nevada, I heard information and moved. Just amazing how like spiderwebbed out the information after he started promoting with it. Unfortunately, Siegfried Brimmer has died and he isn't with us anymore, but it's part of my history, so I'm giving you. One of the problems we had, and I really can't be more specific, I want you to understand this, is the procedure according to the Soviet Academy of Sciences, the Vernadsky Institute for Precious Metal Research, that when you get the elements separated, you do a hydroxide precipitation, you drop it out of solution as a hydroxide, you filter it, water wash it, then you put this into a tube furnace. And a tube furnace is actually a quartz tube, glass tube, and it can be, you know, this size to this size, but the tube goes through a furnace that has a round opening in it. And you actually put the tube inside the furnace, then you take this little porcelain boat, or some people use metal boats, but porcelain fire clear. We were using high temperature porcelain boats. Put the powder that you just taken out of the solution, you put it in this boat, you take a little metal push and you push the boat into the center of the furnace where it's in the heating zone. You put a stopper in the end of the tube, and then you hook up a glass line and then a rubber hose that brings oxygen, argon, hydrogen, whatever gas you want. Well, according to the Soviet answers, you heat it under oxygen up to 800 degrees, and it forms an oxide. And then you put an inert gas in there, usually argon, to get all the oxygen out, and then you put hydrogen in. And then you hydroreduce it for 15 to 20 minutes, and then you cool it down under hydrogen if you want a hydrogen compound. But if you want all the hydrogen out, you cool it under an inert gas like argon. Take the cork out, reach in, pull a sample out, and you put it on a scale and weigh it. Okay, we did this. But when we hydroreduce it and then cool it under argon, we pull it out in the air, and we took this cool sample, which is now room temperature, and place it on a scale. And we have a little digital scale that weighs down to micrograms. And we put it on the scale. But the weight of the scale just the numbers are just running like this, like a slot machine. The weight is changing continually. And John says to me, Dave, when do I record the weight? Now? Now? And you know, this is just driving this PhD crazy. He said, Dave, this makes no sense. Well, if you actually take the sample and put it under a stereoscope, a microscope, you know, three-dimensional microscope, you actually can see that, and it's actually forming crystals and growing right here in front of your eyes. And what it is the element is so reactive that it reacts with the air. And so it's pulling oxygen and water and nitrogen out of the air and growing crystals right here before your eyes. And you can see them moving and turning and twisting and as they form. It's alive, you know. It's crazy. And I said, we have to get the real world. This is just like an approximation. This is not science. And yet we're following the procedure we're supposed to be following, right?
Did you see any pyramid-shaped crystals?
I've seen more octagon-shaped crystals than you can ever imagine. Anyway, there's every shape in there because there's all the elements were in there, and depending on the element we're working with is what the shape was. But it was very reactive, and it's actually hygroscopic. It picks up moisture and water crystallization, and it's continuous. It continues on and on and on and on for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The color is still changing. And so you really get frustrated. And I said, John, now this is after months of this. Every day we try weighing some of it. Now you can imagine the frustration. I've tried to do good, solid science. And I said, he said, Dave, there is an instrument. There's an instrument available commercially that was developed for the aerospace industry. It's called thermogravimetric analysis. And this machine actually is made out of a glass tube, a Pyrex tube, but inside the tube it has a heating element and actually has a coil, a bifilar wound coil, so that to feel that heat actually cancel each other. And it has a little balance scale inside the heating area where you can put a sample in there under a controlled atmosphere. You could oxidize it, hydroreduce it, put inert gas on it, whatever you want, and it never hits the atmosphere. Never sees air or never sees the outside atmosphere. And you can weigh it while you oxidize it, weigh it while you hydroreduce it, weigh it while you put the argon on it, and then weigh it as you cool it down. I said, what is when you hydroreduce it, right? How much does it cost? Well, they're about $350,000. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, can we lease them? And he says, yeah, you can actually go to Perkin-Elmer and they'll lease one to you by the month. And I said, well, let's lease one. I'll bring it in. So we brought this thermogravimetric analysis machine in, and John actually hired a master's chemist from England that had specialized in operating analytical equipment and instrumentation, because this machine was all computer controlled. So actually, when you start the program, it will actually all on computer, run the valves, run the gases, control the heat at whatever heating rate you program into it, turn on gases at what temperature you want it turned on. It'll go off when you tell it to go off. It's all computer controlled. But you needed somebody to understand computers. And most of us guys were not really computer literate. Like I still am, not computer literate. So this lady came in, I can't remember her name right. I think it was Jan something, but I can't remember her last name. Anyway, she came in to run the TGA. Now, when you lease this TGA, they actually give you analytical standards that you can actually put in the machine and check the machine with these standards. And they tell you exactly at what time, what temperature and the compound begin to break down and what the weight change should be. And then at what higher temperature it continues to break down and what the weight change will be. And you put the standard in to check the machine. And we put standards in, checked the machine, and everything worked really beautiful. So then we actually used the empty pan. We ran it to see, and everything went, it's just nothing changed. It always just stayed constant temperature. So then we put, and this was actually an iridium sample, and this is actually the transparency I used last time I spoke. But this is an iridium sample. There was 10.55 milligrams, which is not a big sample. It's a relatively small amount of material on the boat, and we start heating it. Now down here at the bottom is the temperature, and it goes up to about what, 850 degrees approximately. Okay, and here is percentages: 100%, 75%, 50%. Okay, and so when we start heating at basically ambient temperature here, we start heating it, and immediately the temperature, the weight of it drops slightly. So by the time we got to 150, 160 degrees, basically the hydrogen was gone from the sample. And you say it was fairly constant, or to right here is about, what, 600 and something like that. And about this time, you see some hiccups. Generally, what happened is it just drops off down to here. Now, this is going from 100% down to like 60, what? That's 75, 50. That's about 60 something percent, 55 to 60%, just in the first heating. Now, people, I can't explain this weight change when it was occurring. This was a dramatic weight change under an inert gas. That's the weight it should be right there. Now, if we just stopped right there, everything would have been fine. But we continued, here it goes, just right out here. Well, then we decide, well, let's cool it down now from this temperature. All right, this is the cool down. All right. Now, unfortunately, when you start to go backwards, wherever you're at when you start, that becomes 100% because you're going this way now, okay? So really ignore what this reads over here. The important thing is wherever we were when we stopped the other graph, that's where we started this graph cooling down. And we're cooling this direction, going this way. And look at this. Now, we're doing the cooling at 2 degrees per minute, which is very slow. When you're at 800 degrees, 2 degrees per minute, there's a lot of minutes. Between there and there is what?
610 to
340 to 350. You realize how long that is? Yeah, degrees centigrade, yeah. Laboratory people always talk in centigrade. I grew up with Fahrenheit, but all the laboratory people talk in centigrade. Anyway, you realize where that goes. If you project that all the way up here, and then it collapses, look at how far that goes. Now, everybody just said, well, there's something wrong with this machine. You know, something's gone wrong. There's just not reality here. And, you know, that does happen. You know, so we said, we got to check this. But just out of curiosity, once it settled down here, this is actually the same place it ended before. See, we started right there to cool, and actually right there is stable. Other than that one hiccup, which lasted about 4 or 5 minutes, it's basically stable. I said, well, tell you what, don't take it out. Let's just heat it again. And all the time we're under this inert gas, and it doesn't say what it was, what gas, but I'm sure it was helium. It was argon or helium, one of the two. So now let's just start right there and let's heat it again. So this is now the starting point, 100%, which is actually 50-some%. Let's start, and then these hiccups start again. And then look right here at this hiccup.
Oh, they're going down.
Yeah, now this is going down. Now, if you look at it, it's actually getting less and less and less and less and less weight, and then it goes right back to where it should be. And then less and less and less and less weight, and then it just collapses right back. Now, this is a strange, I mean, you got to understand this is data, and it has to be, say, what does this mean? Anyway, and then as we're getting hotter, it's just jumping all over the place. Now, these jumps right here, believe it or not, are taking probably at 1.2 degrees per minute, and we're actually going up about 40 degrees. So this was what, 40 degrees, 1.2 degrees per minute. How many minutes is that? Anyway, these little hiccups are a long time. Even though it looks like a little hiccup, it was actually down there for a long time before it came back to the level again. And this seems to be kind of a standard level in here that it would always drop back to, but it actually would do these things. And I said, all right, I cool it down again. Let's just do this again. Well, the next slide, this is the second cooling. Now, when we started, it happened to be right there. Well, actually, it was actually on a less than the baseline point. So this is actually the baseline right here. Okay, but there's where we started. So it actually went way, 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 way up to there and then collapsed back down. Now that's 150%, which is actually about what we started with. These weights here are not real. It can't be real, right? But that's what it was reading. But look at how far they're doing it. It's actually down to almost 200 degrees before it quits doing it. And the poor girl running this thing is just saying, this can't be. This just can't be. I said, well, tell you what, let's just keep going. Well, you imagine we killed like half a day already, you know, let's go again, just heat it again. So let's go to the next slide. All right, this is the third heating. You start off heating and everything is going along fairly stable, and then they start. And then look at this one right here. It weighs less than nothing. It doesn't weigh nothing. It weighs less than nothing. And let me tell you something, people. This is a Pyrex glass. You can see right through it. It's clear like a window. But when there is less than nothing, we look in the pan, there's nothing in the pan. Well, there's a reason for it. And what it is if you understand about superconductivity and flux fields, it's actually a flux field that we're talking about here. And it's building a field. And then when it collapses instantaneously, and then start building again. And it collapsed instantly, and then start building again. But it actually is flux that is interacting with the field. However, the magnetic field is not supposed to exist here because this machine has bifilar wound heating elements, and there's no magnetic field produced by the machine per se. The only magnetic field we're talking about is the Earth's magnetic field. So I said something just didn't make sense. Well, it really wasn't that after all, but I'll get to that in our presentation here. All right, let's go again. This is the fourth heating. And you can see, but it gets up to around 200 degrees, it's starting to do this. Now, 200 degrees, and look, it's weighing less than nothing. If the pan was in it, the pan is 0. And it weighs less than the pan weighs if it didn't have anything in it. Once again, and it's not there. You cannot see it in the pan. It's gone. And its weighable mass is gone. And the pan it's sitting in's mass is partly gone. Now that's spooky. All right, cool it down. Now, once again, we started it, so it was way down here. So anyway, this is the cool down. And look at these peaks that are going on. But you see that every time we do it, we're moving this further and further toward ambient temperature, is the point. By annealing it, we're actually coming closer and closer and closer to room temperature. Anyway, let's go. Do we have any more in this now? There should be a fifth one.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next one. All right, here's the fifth heating. And then we have a fifth cool down. And this is the fifth cool down. Anyway, this material was just mind-boggling. We must have ran this 80 or 90 times. We actually ran it, and before we finished, we actually devised a little finger we could put on inside. It would wipe through the pan and come back, just like a windshield wiper, to ensure that maybe it was there and just vibrating at frequencies we couldn't see with our eyes. So we wiped through the pan and then brought it back and it was there. So it really left.
It hadn't moved.
It really was there, just not in these 3 dimensions. This is really important information, people, because the weight that we end up with here at the end versus the weight we started with is actually, reduces to like 56, 57% of the original starting weight. Now, just for the record, we take this material that weighs 56% of the metal, and we devised a way to take it back to metal. And when we take it back to metal, it weighs the 100%. And this is really perplexing for a trained chemist because he has to have a mass balance in all his chemistries. And a mass balance, that's one of the things they teach you in the very beginning of chemistry. Keep a mass balance. And if you start with 100, you have to have 100 all the way through. And anything you add, you have to add to it. But you don't get less. And when it went from 100 to 55, 56%, this just really upset his apple cart. He said, Dave, this is not the physics that we have been taught. Now, well, I'm just a dirt farmer. I'm not a technical person. I'm trying to understand this. I'm just watching it all. And, I'm watching their response and they're just blowing their minds, At the time, I didn't understand the importance of this 56%. I eventually learned what it meant when I filed my patents later, which let's go to the next slide. All right. Now, there's a gentleman by the name of Hal Puthoff, and he did a paper, and this is in March 1st, what? Can you read that, Barry? 1989. It's Physical Review A, volume
30, number 5, I think.
All right. It's entitled Gravity as a Zero-Point Fluctuation Force. Now, this man is a theoretical physicist by training. And I understand we have a couple theoretical physicists in the audience right now. Believe it or not, whether you're teaching art or you're teaching feng shui, it doesn't make any difference. You have a formal training in physics, you know, you can appreciate this man's training. All right. This man is a theoretical physicist. Well, I don't like theoretical people, basically, because they're theoretical. I like experimental, you know. But this man, I have a great deal of respect for. I can't understand any of this mathematics. Our physicist back here can. I can't. I mean, this is really complex for me because it looks like Chinese writing to me, which is totally foreign, you know. But I have to show it to you because he did say something very profoundly important. It's a theory about gravity, and he says that gravity is not a field. Gravity can never be discovered out there in the universe someplace as a separate field because it doesn't exist as a field. Gravity is produced when the protons and neutrons and electrons of the atom interact with the vacuum energy. And everybody understands the vacuum is the vibrating material. It's everywhere in the universe. In other galaxies, every piece of matter all over the universe is running on the vacuum and feeding their energy off the vacuum. And that's why protons and electrons and neutrons run forever, because they're continually taking energy from the vacuum. And I don't know what the number is, but I read it someplace that in the vacuum energy, in 1 cubic foot of the vacuum contains more, 1 cubic centimeter contains more energy than what? No, somebody said it was all the nuclear bombs all exploded at once won't equal the energy that is in 1 cubic centimeter of the vacuum. Yeah.
And if you assume that it lasted 8 billion years or something like that, it's more energy than the sun has produced or ever will produce before it goes nova.
Okay. In other words, a lot. And for the newbies, this is a lot. Okay. And it's just science. Basically, everybody knows that there is such thing as the vacuum. It's vibrating so subtly that we don't experience it in our macro three-dimensional existence. But in the world of the atom, it literally is running on it. It's the stuff that continually feeds the atom. That means it runs for billions and billions and billions of years and never runs down. Okay? He said that if you calculate using all this wonderful mathematics that I don't understand, and I wish I could read this all to you, but what he's saying is that when you calculate mathematically, when the energy comes from the vacuum and creates what we call gravity, matter interacting with other matter in 3 dimensions gives us a certain quantity of gravity. But in this part right here in this paper, and you can find this, or you can actually read it on this video screen up here, he says, but matter, when it's interacting in 2 dimensions, which I said my stuff theorized to be resonating 2 dimensions, not 3 dimensions, that you have to correct it by a 5/9 correction factor. 5/9. So matter that's interacting only in this direction, like a superconductor, doesn't weigh what matter interacting in 3 dimensions is like. So you must correct with a 5/9 correction factor. My material loses 4/9 weight and weighs 5/9 of the beginning weight of the metal. So where did the 4/9 go? It's still there. It's just not in these 3 dimensions. Now this is heavy, people. It's very heavy, but it also is telling us what gravity is. And remember, when you control gravity, you control space-time. When you know what gravity is, your time. Now, if you could shrink yourself down to the size of an atom and literally walk inside the atom and be in there with the electrons buzzing around outside and the neutron, the proton right here beside you, you'll be in the world of the quanta. And in that world, there is no time as we understand it. It's only when you come up in the macro world, in our three-dimensional world out here, that time is invented by mankind to describe change. Water runs downstream at miles per hour or feet per second. You get old in years. Everything happens in time. But way down there in the world of the quanta, there is no time. And something I want to emphasize is a superconductor is billions and billions of atoms resonating in 2 dimensions as a harmonic unit. Literally, all these billion atoms are acting like one single atom. They're all in total harmony with each other and resonating in unison in 2 dimensions. So a pure superconductor should really weigh 5/9 of its beginning weight. And nobody has been able to weigh a type 1 superconductor when it's superconducting, because anything comes in contact with it, it warms it. And when it's got to be 4 degrees Kelvin, anything introduced into it warms it up. So it's a real problem to weigh at that temperature. But that's the theory that he has of gravity. The very fact that it...
How warm was your superconductor?
Well, at room temperature, the gold is at room temperature. Iridium is at 200 degrees. 200 degrees temperature, it's actually flux flowing. Now that's important information, people. Really profound information. See, yttrium, barium, copper oxide. Copper is one of these elements too, people. But when they build yttrium, barium, copper oxide, which is the type 2 superconductor, what they've done is created a yttrium, barium oxide that is like an egg basket, so they can hold a single monatomic copper in that egg basket. Now, if you try to produce monatomic copper, it'll never stay monatomic. It keeps going back to diatomic or larger cluster because it's too small. But if you can create a matrix where that atom stays in that matrix, you literally can get a superconductor, because that atom resonates with another copper atom, resonates with another copper atom, and causes what they call type 2 superconductivity. I don't know what we call our stuff. It's just another form of matter. But science will name it eventually, I'm sure. Anyway, let's go to the next slide. That's an important paper, by the way, people. He's written a lot of good papers, but one of them is entitled Everything for Nothing. You know, but this paper on gravity is really profound, because he does theorize what gravity is, and we have proven with our testing what gravity is. That's what's important. All right. This is my patent application. Okay. I'm not going to show you all the many pages of it. I just want to show you this, the title page. We filed a patent on this material. And it was on all the platinum group elements. We're saying that they, in their monatomic state, if they're in, they go to this light alert, virtually white on most of the materials, and they resonance connect in 2 dimensions. And in this form, they are not visible by X-ray diffraction, X-ray fluorescence, emission spectroscopy, atomic absorption, or even neutron activation. It is identifiable by DC art, but it is identifiable by induction coupling, which is one of the new technologies. It's just not receiving energy. But when you understand that a superconductor literally has around it a Meissner field, and it doesn't allow any external magnetic field to enter the sample. None, not 99.999, but 100.000, no interference can enter the sample, and therefore it runs perpetually. A superconductor, when it started, literally runs forever and ever and ever. It's billions and billions of atoms acting like one single atom, running forever. I've told somebody this in private discussions, but when I filed my US and worldwide patents on this material, I described it as the orange state, but I said that is the atom. Now, a many atom system of the orange material, I called S-orms. And I said it's like a superconductor. Resonates to, and let me file worldwide. Then like 5-6 months later, I find out through a communication to my patent attorney that they just found out that if it involves superconductivity, the Department of Defense has to approve it before you can file outside the US. But the patent office made a mistake and they let me file anyway. So now the Department of Defense wants to talk to me. And let me tell you, you don't want to get involved with these people. You got to have 50-man secretarial staff just to answer the paperwork. I mean, it's unbelievable. Anyway, they sent an investigator out to talk to me and my attorney, and I wasn't a public company. I wasn't a company. It wasn't even a company per se. I was a private individual, and there was nothing they could do to me. They couldn't control me. They couldn't make me do anything. They couldn't threaten me. I was a private individual. So what they did is they went back to the patent office. They said, look, and I was issued in probably 30% of the countries around the world. They just issued it, no problem. But in this country, and then in Canada, and I think England, and anyway, several other countries, they're bigger countries, they depend on the US to issue before they'll issue. And so they're waiting for the US to say, okay, we're gonna let you have it. They said, Dave, before we let you issue, you take gold. Now they specified gold, not iridium, not platinum. They said gold. We want you to take it to a laboratory totally not associated with you and have that laboratory make the white powder of gold. I'm just a dirt farmer. I don't know who to take it to. And I said, how about Argonne National Laboratories? Are they okay? Do they qualify as a credible laboratory, your own national laboratories? And they said, well, I guess. What can they say? So anyway, I took this to Argonne National Laboratories. I met with Roger Popel. Yeah, Roger Popel, head of ceramics and superconductivity at Argonne National Laboratory back in Chicago, just outside of Chicago. Boy, that's a cold place back there. Anyway, he said, great, Dave. I think this is really exciting. He thought it was neat. And I told him about some of the phenomena we observed. He said, Dave, this is really exciting. But he submitted it for approval because it has to be approved by his Department of Appropriations that pays for everything. And they said, Dave, we don't want to do this because Argonne National Laboratories was set up to do only work that can't be done by private industry. And so they said, you really ought to take it to I said, I know of a private company. Who do I go? It's somebody totally independent of me that's willing to do this. And so he said, look, Dave, I know some people that used to work with me here at Argonne that are back in Massachusetts that are willing, that I'll call and talk to, and they'll do this for you. And he said, I know a guy, he worked with me here at Argonne. His name is Stephen Daniluk. And so this right here, he said, I'm very sorry to inform you that the careful review of my proposal for the work on ORMs, Argonne management has decided that Argonne's capability in this area is not sufficiently unique to for Argonne to undertake the proposed work. I think my enthusiasm for this project work blinded me to the simple fact that they are
correct in their judgment.
In particular, the University of Illinois Chicago has all the
Instrumentation.
and integrity you require. I suggest you contact Professor Stephen Daniluk, University of Chicago. Well, Stephen Daniluk, when we contacted him, he gave me his address, his phone number. I called him and he was working on another project right then. But he says, I have an associate, a Michael McNallen, that I work with that will do it for you. So Stephen wasn't able to do it, but then Michael McNallen said he'd do it. He'd sign an affidavit and send to the patent office. So if you go to the next page. All right, this is Michael McNallen. This is his resume, which I only provide to you for you to see that he has a degree, high temperature chemistry of materials, including injection, re-refining of liquid metals, solution and corrosion of metals and alloys, high temperature corrosion in halogens containing environment. for Material Sciences, Center for Advanced Materials in the Pennsylvania State University, visiting professor, University of Illinois at Chicago, associate professor of metallurgy. Anyway, those are all screenings. The education, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, PhD in metallurgy. So only reason I can give you this paperwork is this is the guy we went to confirm that yellow gold could be made into white powder gold and to report that to the patent office. Okay? A lot of you people said that other people hadn't provided credentials. I'm giving you credentials for my work. It's not my work, it's their work. Anyway, this is his affidavit, which is not all of it, but it's the relevant part. I couldn't get it all on 2 pages, so the notary and all is over here for you to see. But anyway, what it boiled down to is he took the yellow metal, he bought the gold, he actually made it into the white powder, using procedures that I provide to him over the phone, and he's confirming that it analyzed to be exactly what I said it would analyze to be, silicon aluminum. And he says, I have no explanation for this because it began with gold. I used not reagent grade, he used electronic grade chemicals, which is even purer yet. And he says, I have a white material here, and it analyzed exactly the way Mr. Hudson said it would analyze, and therefore I cannot say that he is not correct in what he's representing. Signed it and notarized it and sent it to the patent office. Well, then the patent office decided they wanted me to do something else for them. I know this is the Department of Defense, and what they're trying to learn is everything about it. Okay, now they dictate to me that I must take gold, white powder, and back to yellow metal. Now, people, I don't know, most of you probably wouldn't be aware of this, but in this United States, right now today, I bet you there's 6,000 miners or people in the mining system, the industry, that give their right arm to know how to convert the white powder gold to yellow metal. Believe me, there are people out there, and these are some wacky people, some of them. Anyway, just for the record, I want to show this to you too, people, because this is another instrumental analysis. This was actually performed for me, Mark Scudder of the Laura Scudder potato chips family. His mom started Laura Scudder potato chips, but his family was literally Allied Signal in Long Beach, California. You all know Signal Oil, Allied Signal? Anyway, big money, very wealthy people. Anyway, they have connections with Allied Signal. When Allied Signal actually merged and went together with, who was it? Anyway, I don't remember now. Anyway, we had them do this. It's called differential thermal analysis, DTA. And what this first line is a heating of the pan up to temperature, which is just simple heating a pan up to temperature and monitoring the temperature and seeing the heat that goes into it. When you put our material into the pan and heat it, this is the way it looks. So what happens, it starts out, reasonably the same, but right here, it really, you have to keep heating and keep heating and keep heating, and it's not getting any hotter. And then finally it starts climbing up, and then finally it comes back, and from here on it's normal. So what I did is I put these two transparencies on top of each other for the next slide. All right, and I apologize because when you put them on top of each other, you're kind of messing up the letters, but you can see the difference in it now. It actually comes back together here, but it's really apart here, and then it comes back. Well, what does this mean? What this means is it's indicative of a phase change in the material. It's not the same material here as it is here. It is changing phase at this point. It is going to a different phase of material. Okay, that's the only significance of this, but I want to show it to you. There's physical phase change. That's the relevance of that. Just for your information, this is our first heating of the iridium. This is when the differential thermal analysis says that the phase change occurs. At 400 degrees, you can see that the phase change starts, and the phase change finishes by, 750, nearly 800 degrees. And you can see right here, at the same temperature, you see the hiccup start, That's when the phase change starts, and when the phase change is completed, it's down here. So this is indicative of a phase change occurring in the material that causes it to go from here down to here. That's all that's important about that. But for a technical person who understands the instrumentation, that's profoundly important. But for the average person, it really is an awestruck material. All right, now politics. I was going along pretty good and working with OCM Laboratories, and we filed our patents, and OCM made the material we sent to Giener Incorporated for fuel cell testing. And this company came from Oregon, Washington down and wanted to do some soil analysis at John Sickafoos' laboratory. So he started working for them also. He came and said, Dave, they've got the same stuff in their ore that you have. And he says, you guys really ought to get together because they have a public company. They're backed by a public money. Anyway, it's called Legal and General Assurance. And everybody in England knows who Legal and General Assurance is. We don't necessarily know them here, but they're a huge multi-billion-dollar company, an insurance company. Anyway, a fellow by the name of Clayton Stokes got chummy in a bar with this fellow, Peter Simon, who's the investment chairman for Legal and General's investments. And he got chummy with him, but it really was a guy promoting, trying to get in a position to get money from Legal and General. Now, I'm telling you this because this is my opinion, okay? He got Peter Simon to invest many, many, many millions of dollars with Clayton Stokes and allowed him to invest and get into like 12 different mining property states. One of them happened to be with Joe Champion up in Oregon. That was what they were working on when they came down to work with John Sickafoos. John says, you ought to get together with them. So I met with them. We entered into a partnership at their insistence where we would work together and they could share this knowledge that I and John had developed for analyzing their ore also. But they never could share the information about me or any of my work or any of what I was doing, and never could release any of it without my written consent. Only way I'd work with them. So we started working together. Before long, and it didn't take just a few years, they were literally lost all their other investments. However, Clayton Stokes owned an island in Majorca, and he came from South Africa with nothing. He bought an island in Majorca. He drove a Bentley Turbo R, you know, which I don't know if y'all know the Turbo R. It's a really like $300,000 machine. He asked me and my wife to come over to England. He drove us around his big motor car, you know, driving 80, 90 mile an hour down the road, takes you to all these ritzy places and clubs where he's in, you know, and, you know, putting on the airs with us. My wife, she's a very private person. She did not like this at all. She was nice, but afterwards she says, Dave, I just don't like this. It's just not what I want to do. Anyway, they lost all their other investments. Peter Simon was really in hot water with Legal and General Assurance. They had dumped so many millions into this Clayton Stokes and it all was gone, all in Clayton's pocket and nothing working as far as a business. They said, we've got to save our company. And the only way you can do that, Dave, we have to be able to talk about what we have done with you. And I said, well, fellas, I will not allow an investigation or an evaluation. And they want to do an evaluation of my work. And I said, I will not allow an evaluation of my work to be performed by some university professor. Somebody just read about this in a book. If you want to evaluate me and my work, years of work here, it has to be by somebody who's literally had rolled up their sleeves and had hands-on experience in this area. Not somebody's read, but somebody's actually done it. Somebody's actually refined rhodium and iridium and platinum and palladium and gold. You know, somebody had done it. This was being written for Legal and General. This is an evaluator that's paid for by Legal and General to evaluate what they're involved in. And they wanted to release it publicly so their stock price would be great and they would show to have made a good investment. I looked at this and said, guys, I'm not comfortable releasing this to public. have made a fortune here, people. But it wouldn't have been fair to the general public because it isn't telling the truth. I know it's the truth, but the people wouldn't have understood the truth. They wouldn't understand it correctly. I probably, with 45% of the shares, could have walked away with probably $200-300 million. Okay? And I said, no, we're not going to release it. Legal and General, particularly Peter Simon, they eventually fired him. He no longer is the head of investments at Legal and General Assurance. Legal and General shut off all money to Clayton Stokes. And poor Clayton Stokes, I think, is back in South Africa now, doing what he was doing before. We have done thermogravimetric analysis on all of the elements. All of them require at least 200 to 250 degrees centigrade before they will flux flow. And this is really critical, people. You need to understand that when I say in my patent application, it's like a resonating material, resonating in 2 dimensions, like a superconductor, I don't really claim it is a superconductor. If you could take the copper out, of yttrium barium copper oxide and set it here on the table, take another copper out, set it on the table, take another copper out, set it on the table, and it did not go back to metallic state, they would literally be like this material. They're resonating in 2 dimensions, but they're not really flux flowing. You understand that a single atom cannot flux flow. It only can resonance connect with another atom. It's only when the flux flow occurs that it really is superconducting. My material, when it loses weight and becomes a white powder, is like a superconductor. It is resonance coupling with the other atoms next to it, but it's resonating in 2 dimensions only, not 3, but only 2, but it is not flux flowing. When the flux flow starts is when you start getting these spikes like this. That's flux flow. Okay, that's when literally light is flying inside the superconductor. So the initial formation of the Ormus material, it is not a material resonating in 3 dimensions, only resonating in 2 dimensions. It weighs 5/9 of the true metal weight, and it is not really a superconductor, but it can superconduct. And I really want that to be clear, people, because people say I claim it as a superconductor. I'm not really claiming it's a superconductor. I'm claiming it is a superconductor-like coupling, but it's not really a superconductor until the flux flow occurs. The one thing that is really profound about this material that is exactly like a superconductor is a single atom cannot be seen by any analytical instrumentation, even neutron activation. And a neutron activation is sending a high energy neutron into the sample. A neutron doesn't have a charge, but a neutron does have a spin on the neutron. And a superconductor is so sensitive to magnetic fields that the spin on the neutron is different. You cannot analyze a superconductor when it is superconducting because the energy can't get to the atoms themselves when it's superconducting. Our material, each atom is like a superconductor, is invisible to all instrumentation that does analysis that I know of today when it's in this white state. Okay, this is really a key piece of information I want you people to profoundly understand. When the flux flow occurs, then it is superconducting. Okay, then it truly forms a Miser field around the whole system, and then it literally starts weighing too much or too little. But when it's resonance coupling, it just loses weight. It loses 4/9 of its weight when it's resonating in 2 dimensions. It's only when the flux flow commences, after everything is arranged, after everything is annealed and in proper position, then it can superconduct. Depending on the element, what this is important about this material is not the element. What is important about this material is the resonance frequencies that come off of it. And that's what you're after. What's important to you is the resonance frequency. All of these elements are basically transition elements. And this is a periodic table, but this periodic table I found actually has the electron configuration here. You know, gold is element 79. It's a 5d10, which means its electron orbital, the 5d orbital is totally filled, but it's a 6s1. 6s1. Over here is the elements that in this row right here that normally we find has all S1s. Hydrogen, lithium, sodium, potassium, cesium, rubidium, strontium. These are the elements that have S1 orbital configurations. They're highly reactive elements. Gold, we all think, is noble. It doesn't react. But when you understand that gold is an S1, it cannot exist as an S1. And yet gold metal is supposed to be an S1. But it can't exist in a single atom as S1. It wants to be S2, or it wants to be S0, but it doesn't want to be S1. If it's S1, it wants to react with something, and it will find a partner. Even if it has to steal it from somebody near him, it will find a partner. Now, when it finds itself, when gold finds another gold atom, it locks onto it and says, now I have the orbital 2. So now I have Orus, gold 1, plus Oride, gold -1, and we now are a diatom that we call gold 0, or gold metal. But gold metal is Orus Oride. It's not really Aurum. Okay? There's no such thing as Aurum. Gold metal is Orus Oride. It's not Aurum. Okay? Everything is fine. 2 atoms, 3 atoms, 5 atoms, 50 atoms, 1,000 atoms, doesn't make any difference. It's all Aurum. It reduces to gold 3, gold 1, gold 0. But when you have one atom, it doesn't work this way. One atom, this naked little single atom, it's gold 3, gold 1, and then gold -1. Because it can't be gold 0. It has to have an extra electron, or it has to not have that extra electron. So it gives it up. So it can't be gold 0. A single atom cannot be gold 0. So in the published literature, there actually are people written papers about how you produce gold oride, gold -1. What you do is what Barry Cotter calls a sodium burn. You take metallic sodium, you pull it up out of the oil where they keep it so it won't oxidize, put it off, you put it in a zirconium or you put it in porcelain crucible, and you heat it till it melts. Then with the molten sodium, you put metallic gold in there, and it literally dissolves and goes into the melt. Now, the gold-gold bonds become sodium-gold bonds in the melt. Then the sodium gold can be taken out and hydrolyzed with water, and it becomes the hydroxide. Now you can acidify it, and you now have sodium gold chloride. If you strongly acidify it, you become hydrogen gold chloride. If you reduce it, it becomes gold 3, gold 1, gold -1.
Does it look different?
Well, you know that the single atom of gold is green as a chloride. Now that is conspicuously different than all the metallurgists in all the world think that gold chloride is kind of an orangey red color. Monatomic gold is forest green. And you reduce it to oride. Now, an oride is just like bromide, iodide, chloride. It's a halogen. It's oride. It's a halogen. Can you imagine melting a halogen in your furnace? You're going to put chlorine in and melt it to a glob and make jewelry out of it? Ain't going to happen. As soon as you start warming it, it's gone. You try to put monatomic gold in there and heat it in the furnace, and it goes right out the furnace. It's not there. And people in the electronics industry are following this very closely now, and they're aware of this, that gold, because of electronic configuration, cannot be gold 0 unless it has gold-gold bonds. And when it's a monatomic material, it doesn't want to form a bond once you reduce it. Once you anneal it and it goes white, it will not react with anything at all.
The white powder of pure gold will not dissolve in aqua regia, which dissolves metallic gold, but it won't dissolve the white powder gold. It won't dissolve in nitric, sulfuric, perchloric, any acids. It won't dissolve in bases. It won't dissolve in caustic. It will dissolve, however, in a sodium fusion. So if you want to take monatomic white powder gold back to yellow gold, it has to go through a sodium fusion, acidification, then a reaggregation, a precipitation of the sulfide, drying of the sulfide, and then reduction of the sulfide to the metal. But it can't just, it has to be physically brought together, glued together, and then reduced to the metal. React with nitrogen you breathe, comes in and forms a resonance coupling with the white powder. It just resonates. Pretty soon the white powder starts pulling back and starts developing a feeling there's going to be a bond, and then electron annihilation occurs. When that annihilation occurs, it's received by the smaller atom, which is the nitrogen. And nitrogen, which is breathing every breath of air, has more nitrogen than you have oxygen, and the nitrogen becomes radioactive carbon-14 while you're breathing. There's annihilate to produce gamma level radiation at exactly the frequency that's required to create transmutation of a proton to a neutron. Okay, this happen. It can happen naturally too. Every now and then, radiation just hits it and it transmutes back. In our bodies, these elements in the Orm state, when you receive radiation damage, it's possible that the Orm state can react with nitrogen you breathe, comes in and forms a resonance coupling with the white powder. It just resonates. Pretty soon the white powder starts pulling back and starts developing a feeling there's going to be a bond, and then electron annihilation occurs. When that annihilation occurs, it's received by the smaller atom, which is the nitrogen. And nitrogen, which is breathing every breath of air, has more nitrogen than you have oxygen, and the nitrogen becomes radioactive carbon-14 while you're breathing. Now we finally waded through all this science because some of you people want to see, references and supporting evidence and all. That's what I gave you. Here's the supporting evidence. Okay. I was approached by a gentleman's representative who is so wealthy that I didn't even know anyone with that kind of money existed. I mean, makes Gates look like a pauper. I mean, this is heavy duty money. And I haven't even heard of the guy. Anyway, he's on the other side of the world. And they handed me, $300,000 to pay all your obligations, pay your EPA, get rid of them. We want to work with you over in the other part of the world. He says, we will give you all the money you need to do the work. We'll build another plant over here in the other part of the world, all brand new. We'll put it into operation, and you make the ore, you pulverize it, ship it overseas to us, and then we'll do the refining and processing over here. Their specialization, the people we were working with were all medical people, okay? And their goal, their object was to create a cure for HIV in Africa at no charge. Now, this is really a philanthropic gentleman that really was the head of the whole thing. And very seldom do you find this kind of money controlled by one single man. Over here, it's always a big, huge corporation or something, but this was one man that directed everything. And, I decided, this is going to be really interesting to do. I got to have dinner with him whenever I was over there. I sat at a big round, 30-foot round table with the heads of state from China, the heads of state from Thailand, and the heads of state from Japan, the heads of state from Korea. We're all there at his round table as I was eating dinner with him, and my interpreters were there. Anyway, in our work, they literally did perform the separations and did the medical settings in that they own. And the one hospital they built in Beijing as a gift to the Chinese government for the Olympics. It was a gift. They gave them a brand new hospital, totally equipped with instrumentation and everything. But they brought me over there and I worked with these people and we administered these materials as pure elements to various patients with all sorts of diseases and illnesses to see the effects. And while we were administering it to them, we were monitoring the DNA, We're monitoring their conditions, and we begin to give low doses. We're giving placebos. We're giving double-blind studies to them. We were just doing everything, you know, to see what would happen, what the effects would be. It was used on plant tissue, gardens, hydroponics applications, you know, everything. These people are doing just profound things. I needed to have the knowledge and understanding, but I promised I would not use their name and not divulge information. So I can't tell you due to the relationship I have with these people, and that's why you haven't seen me for 12 years. Okay, I apologize for it, but it was necessary to get this work done and to witness it. What we decided, and this is important, I think, for my thinking, is that this really should not be thought of as medicine. Okay, our thinking today on a medicine to cure the problem. We should not think of this as a medicine. Now, this is my opinion I'm giving you right now. You should think of this as a transmutating material for mankind, because the effect on your body is a holistic effect. It's not just a disease effect. When it is given to patients, basically it stimulates the immune system dramatically, but it also speeds up the cancer, because the cancer is part of the living body. Like it or not, it's a healthy cell that's gone crazy, but it actually speeds up its activity also. If you take the patient off before he is cured of the cancer runs rampant through his body at a much faster rate than it was running before you got a hold of him. So our conclusion after doing all the work, it's great for HIV. It really stimulates the immune system. If he doesn't have anything else wrong with him, it's great for HIV. But it really should not be thought of as a medicine or a cure. It really is about literally filling your body with the spirit, not a medicine. Okay. We know that in the Western world, science the Meister field around our bodies. The Meister field is not an electrical field. It's the way people describe it because they don't have any other term, any other way to talk about it. But the aura, or the field around our bodies that exists around our bodies right now, is a non-polar field. It doesn't have a North Pole, it doesn't have a South Pole, it just exists around our bodies. In the eastern part of the world, they have known this for 1,000 years, and they call it the chi. Okay, and they have their medicines that they don't describe as, you know, the polysaccharides or, you know, whatever. They actually talk about it as the vibrational frequency of the chi. And when you have a disease where the chi is affected in your body, you need this material because it contains the chi you need for your body. Or prana, you know, I don't want to get into semantics here, but they literally don't think about it as a medicine in the traditional China. Here, scientists don't even consider that there's a field there. And when you die, they can't tell you why you die. They just tell you what stops when you die. Okay. Well, they said, Dave, what you have is the chi. These resonance oscillators are producing a magnetic field around them that we call the chi. So for them, they just totally did this, you know, from the get-go. What we have found is when you put this in a tube furnace and the last annealing, you get the snow white powder and they pull it out of the tube furnace and it cools the ambient temperature, put your hand on there about 2 or 3 inches from the tube and it floats. It responds to the magnetic field around your body, which nobody else has ever been able to analyze the field, and yet it floats and responds to your hand. But if you stop and pick up a magnet and put it up there with a magnet, nothing happens. But you put the magnet down, put your hand back up there, and it floats. So it is producing the same field as your body has around it. Or the life force is what we're talking about here. Or what they call in the East, the chi. It's the life force. All right.
And the food you eat, the water you drink, the air you breathe, it's everywhere. And you normally, with a good balanced diet, you will get plenty of this into your body for a good, healthy, normal life. All right? It's part of the living system. However, understanding how it works, there are some people who've written some information that I think is really important to understand. And much of it, many of you actually have read already. All right? And I referenced some of these. I just want to go through them with you just real quickly here so you can see what they're saying and understand how this system, mini atom system, literally acting like one atom in connection with the vacuum, is working in our lives and how it relates to our bodies and our living systems. The holographic universe, I think most of you are familiar with this textbook. All right? Right? Yeah. Good. All right, let's look at the next page. I just give you that as a reference. All right, so most people understand how a hologram is produced. You have a single frequency light, just like a superconductor. All right, single frequency light goes through a beam splitter, then hits the object, and then comes back with the beam back together, and where they intersect, they create a hologram image right here on film. The hologram image, let's go to the next page. The hologram image is here on the left that they show you what it looks like for an apple. Well, that doesn't resemble an apple at all, does it? But in fact, when you run the single frequency light back through that negative, you get the apple. Okay? And the apple, you can walk around the apple, and it is a three-dimensional apple. And that's just amazing to me that that negative produces that apple. Coded in that negative, all of the information about that apple is in that film right there. Not only is it in that film, but let's go to the next slide. If you take a little piece of the film and shine the same laser frequency through a little piece of the film, you get this apple again. So the information is not in the whole film necessarily, it's in any piece of the film. All the information is there also. Now, you know, that's just kind of mind-boggling when you think about it. You know, it just doesn't make sense. And it's not just the information on the image in front, like a picture. You can walk around the apple, and the backside of the apple is there too. You walk around the 3 dimensions, and it's all there in that squiggly plate there. What they're trying to do is explain how the superconductivity can be explained, and they're talking about that the light can carry the information that encoded in the light, in fact, is the information about this subject. Now, we're talking about apples here. It also can be anything that contains the information. And it doesn't have to look like what it contains. Anyway, this is very interesting, you know, I think, to understand how a 2-dimensional being would see the occurrence of a 3-dimensional activity. That a 2-dimensional being only sees in witness walk through his 2-dimensional world. You know, you see the foot come in, the foot go out, and it disappears. Another foot comes in, goes out, and disappears. Foot comes in, goes out, and it disappears. It's not really gone. It's just not in your 2-dimensional world. Well, when you live in a 3-dimensional world and something disappears from your 3-dimensional world, it's still there. You just can't see it in your 3-dimensional world because it's out there in a 4th dimension. Understand? It's still there. It's just not there in your 3-dimensional existence. Just like the foot is still there, but in another dimension, not in your 2-dimensional world. Now in our 3-dimensional world, the foot goes through it, but as it goes out, you don't see it. Well, it doesn't mean it's not there. It's just not in your 3-dimensional world. Here, talking 0 equals minus 1 and plus 1. People have asked me, where is the 0 point? And I tell you, if you get a chart, you can find a chart that has all electromagnetic spectrum on it, everything beginning with radio waves and tire waves all the way down to microwaves and gamma radiation, a whole chart. Where are you going to find 0? It is between plus 1 electron volt and minus 1 electron volt. There is no half electron volt. Mathematically, you can calculate it and come up with a half electron volt, but there's no real half an electron volt. there's one electron, or there's a minus electron, but there's nothing in between. Halfway in between is the 0 point. Now, this is a tiny, tiny, tiny little area between a regular electron and a minus electron, which is what's called a positron. You can actually find them and determine what the energies are. The 0 point is between those. But when you understand that a superconductor, in fact, is literally in between those two. The superconductor is a macro system that literally is flux flowing and living in the world of the quanta. And literally it has entered a condition that is really not a plus electron or a negative electron. It literally is in the 0 point. And yet it's huge, but it's literally within the 0 point. The position of the superconductor is within the 0 point, a pure type 1 superconductor or a single element superconductor like I'm talking about. It talks about in the Papyrus of Ani all these properties and characteristics that will come to be possessed by the people when they die and come before God. It's talking about being perfected, walking there with the angels or the light beings, and it says, what then is it? It goes on, does some more describing. It says, what then is it? Next page. Describe some more, what then is it? 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 You say, God, these guys are totally preoccupied with this what then is it, aren't they? Nobody who read that previous to my bringing it to their attention ever questioned this. It was just what they said. I said, but somebody Savani. It's what then is it? Anyway, just want you to be aware of this. When you go to the complete works of Josephus, next page, and it gives you the definition of the what then is it. The word mana literally means what is it? That's what the word mana means. What is it? So this mysterious white substance that were being given to the Hebrews when they're out on the desert, just coincidentally we're calling it the very same thing that they were calling it in Egypt 3500 BC. It's what is it? Or what then is it? I just love this hieroglyph because this is the whole story. This is the whole story in a nutshell. It's a jackal Anubis, which is the black jackal, which symbolically represented the digestive system. Because, a dog goes and gets something, he goes out and digs a hole and buries it and lets it rot and ferment, and then he comes back, digs it up and chews on and eats it. So Anubis represents the digestive system. Here is the king offers the jackal, Anubis, the digestive system, the white bread. Okay, the white nourishment, the white bread. Okay, that tells you the whole story right there. That is the Egyptian rite of passage, coming with the white bread to offer it to the digestive system. To me, that one hieroglyph says everything. Remember that the Hebrews in the first temple, they had the Ark of the Covenant. They carried it on poles, and in it they had the 10 Commandments and the pot of the manna, or the what then is it. This is a listing of all the things that were supposedly taken from the first temple of Jerusalem. And right up there, I've colored the cones. I don't know if you notice here, it has all of the things they took, and it shows what they are. And you can see the Torahs and the tables up here, the offertory tables, the pots, everything. But here in these elongated cones, it says this one is silver, the white powder of silver, but all these others are the white powder of gold. And they're actually depicted as a long, elongated, triangle-shaped cone. Anyway, these are the things that were taken from the first temple, and there was white powder of gold taken. what is it? All right. And this is it was at the bottom here, and this says code 138 on the left bears a superscription white bread, but was made of silver. So this is unique in that up here that says it was white bread, but it was actually silver. In Exodus, we learned that goldsmiths, not bakers, made the showbread. So it wasn't bakers that made the showbread, and it really wasn't called showbread in the first temple. It was called the bread of the presence, not showbread. When they built the second temple and the third temple, that they started making showbread, not the bread of the presence of God. Anyway, this is Revelations. You know what's supposed to happen when we will live for 1,000 years. We'll be like angels. We will literally know the thoughts of others. We will know the future. All these miraculous things that occur. There are no diseases, no illnesses. This is the end times. But to him that overcomes, the white stone of purest kind, upon which shall be written a new name. You will be another new being. That's a prophecy, you know, from what, nearly 2,000 years ago. All right. It's referred to as the manna, food of the gods, food of the spirit, bread of the presence, semen of the Father in heaven, the golden tear from the eye of Horus, or that which issues the mouth of the Creator. The Egyptian people were very literal people. They were trying to describe this material so that you would understand what it looked like. The white powder is so insoluble, if it's taken into your body, it will literally not dissolve in the hydrochloric acid of the stomach. You have to take the white powder and literally hydrolyze it so it looks like a white snotty material. Okay, it's a hydroxide. That white snotty material then will instantly dissolve in hydrochloric acid when it goes to the stomach and be assimilated in through the digestive system, go into the body and move all throughout your body. Okay, and so it was referred to by the Egyptians as the semen of the Father in heaven. And in the Egyptian rite of passage, you literally took into your body the semen of the Father in heaven. You were born again as a son of God, not a son of man, and you now were thought of as a god, not a regular man. And the Pharaoh was considered a god, and they looked upon him as a god, but he had gone through the Egyptian rite of passage. All right. You see a tear from the eye of Horus. You see it depicted in the corner. There's a golden tear hanging in that eye with the eyelash on it, and the golden tear hanging over in the corner. That which issues the mouth of Creator, the spittle. It talks about it being the semen of the Father in heaven. These are all ways of describing to you what it looks like. This hydrated oxide of gold looks like semen. Okay. And they were not able, they were crude. They were just let you understand what it literally looks like. The whole idea of someone claiming to be born again as a son of God, you know, in the Melchizedek priesthood, in the Melchizedek priest, once a week would bring them on and set it in the offering bowls on the golden table behind the veil of Holy of Holies. And once a week, they come and anything that wasn't gone, they make it, and they set more out for the next week. And this is what they did in the first temple. The Melchizedek priests supposedly could read people's minds. They could see the future. They knew all things. Anyway, my objective right here, and I want this to be very clear, I didn't speak for 12 years. But what I've seen in all our medical work is that this material, when we analyze using thermogravimetric analysis on the iridium, platinum, palladium, gold, and silver, what we find is all of them superconduct, but most of them are 200, 300, 400 degrees centigrade. Gold is the only one that superconducts at room temperature. Gold will literally superconduct at body temperature. Gold is always referred to, no other metal, gold is referred to, other than this one issue where it said silver. And it's possible silver might work also. It works. Gold will be absorbed by the body. It is not a heavy metal. It will be taken in the body, and it literally will flux, flow, not resonant couple now like your body function. It will flux, flow within your body, and you literally will develop an aura that is maybe 50 times what you have right now. Okay, that's what literally is said will be coming and will change people to their original state of being as they were meant to be, as they were created to be, and all of the DNA will function, and you will physically not be recognized by people who knew you before you took this. You have to fast so there's nothing else in your digestive system. You have to take only the semen of the Father in heaven, or the bread of the presence of God, or whatever you want to call it, in your body in mega amounts. We're talking about at least a gram and a half of white hydrated with water at one time, taking it to get enough of it throughout the body that it looks like it will be literally capable of literally a superconductivity in your body. Okay, not resonance coupling. And that's why I wanted you to understand, people, when it goes to the 4/9 loss, it's a orange state. It is now resonance coupled in 2 dimensions. When you see those jumps of the flux flow, that's when it's superconducting. It literally, in your aqueous phase of your body, it does not chemically react with anything, but it literally in the water is freely will turn and adjust its spacing in your body until it literally is a perpetual resonating system that then begins to superconduct. And when it begins to superconduct, you truly will become a light being, and you will appear to glow when you walk in the room. You will be one with the Godhead, as he said. All knowledge, all past, and all future is there in the vacuum. And when you have this superconduct body, you literally are one with the Godhead. You are one with the vacuum, and you don't have to read a book. You don't have to study anything. You have all knowledge and all understanding. You literally can read the minds of other people without talking. You don't have to eat again. All you need is a very minute amount of water, and you literally can exist without aging for 800 to 1,000 years. If you don't eat anything else, which you don't need to eat, because literally the energy fields around you are inducing energy into the superconducting body. So all the energy you need is around you. You don't have to eat. Only a very small amount of water is required to maintain yourself. About every 6 months, you'll need just a small amount of additional gold added to sustain it at this condition. But you don't have to go through the whole thing again. This is why the gods came here to earth, according to Sitchin, to get gold. It was very important to their society and their life. It was their food. They needed the gold. And they created the Adama to do the mining for them. And they kept Adama in Ed-In. And then they created a mate for him so he could procreate. And then eventually they gave him the secret of how to make the food of the gods. The god leader was very furious that man was given this information because it was knowledge that only they were supposed to possess. And the knowledge of how to make the white powder of gold, which is the food of the gods, owned by certain people in ancient times. And those people did live for a very long times. As recorded in the Bible before the flood, people lived 800, 900, 1,000 years. And they could ascend and look face to face at God and the Creator and all their ancestors and all the people gone before them and know all understanding of all things and return back in their physical bodies because they have a whole light body. Everything within that miser field now that comes on when it begins to flux flow is now literally timeless. Okay? All right. You used the word white powder. Okay? Nothing works but pure gold. And I was never interested in gold. All these years of research, I was working on rhodium, iridium, platinum. But in doing the medical research for the last 12 years, I can tell you that gold is the only one that seems to be correct. And now coming back and doing the studies on the TGA of gold, it literally flux flows at the initial temperatures. It starts going crazy. And so All right, we're going to have questions and answers here shortly. I haven't talked to the public for 12 years, but in 8 months, last time I spoke, I literally was allowing people to become Science of the Spirit members for $500. People are saying, Dave, I want to give you 50, I want to give you $100. And I said, I just can't take your money. You need to get something in exchange. So what I decided is I would give them Science of Spirit memberships for financial contributions. Okay. In 8 months' time, I raised $2.5 million. I haven't told people the total before. But literally, you know, I had expended this money on the plant and equipment and all the chemical tanks, glass line fodder reactors, heaters, muffle furnace. You literally climb out and walk into the furnace, you know, all 3-phase, all commercial quality. And when it came time to turn on the power, the inspector said, I won't turn on your power. I don't think you're really doing agriculture work here. I said, well, I'm not selling a product. I'm not in business. I'm just a farmer that is interested in this. They wouldn't turn on the 3-phase power. So I went over and turned the power on from my well, took an underground power line brought over, and brought the well. I had to put bigger transformers on with the power I had. So now my irrigation well sets with no wires just going round and round and round and round. Anyway, I have literally rebuilt a plant overseas. We are ready to go into production, but the doctors are afraid to give a 1.5 gram amounts to people right now, because in the purity we produce it, it's about 99 to 98.5 to 99% purity. But under standard analysis, it analyzed to be silicon aluminum. And a doctor who gives 1.5 grams of something analyzed to be silicon aluminum is giving a lethal amount of aluminum to the patient. So doctors are hesitant to give this to people, because even in the other side of the world, the same standards apply as we have over here in the US. Okay, that much aluminum in single dose is considered lethal. You can't give that amount to a patient. What I can see has to be done, and what everyone here should want to be done and understand needs to be done, and why I'm doing this videotape, and I want it to go out to everybody who wants videotapes. I want it to go out, okay? Because I want them to understand that I'm trying to raise some money now, and I don't want the people overseas that I'm working with to be the ones that fund it. I want this to be something that is available to every analytical laboratory in the world. It needs to be sanctioned by the Bureau of Standards, Weights and Measures, and it needs to be a monoatomic rhodium, monoatomic silver, monoatomic platinum, monoatomic palladium, monoatomic iridium, monoatomic rhodium, monoatomic osmium, monoatomic ruthenium standards that are certified by the U.S. Bureau of Standards, Weights and Measures. And any analytical laboratory then that has something they might suspect may be monoatomic precious metals will have a standard they put on the machine. They tell the computer, when you see this, it's gold. When you see this, it's iridium. When you see this, and the standards have already been made for rhodium for the catalytic converter industry. It just became available about 4 or 5 years ago, but the instrumentation they have to use is mass spectrometry. So they have to shoot the atom through a magnetic field and see how it deflects, and then they take the unknown and shoot it through the field and see if it deflects exactly the same. Because rhodium is unique and only has one isotope, it's rhodium 103. So there's no radioactive isotopes and no multiple isotopes like iridium has. But I'm not happy with that standard, even though it's sanctioned by the Bureau of Standard Weights and Measures, and you can actually acquire this mononuclidic, they call it mononuclidic rhodium standard, by contacting the Bureau of Standards, and you can get a copy, a little bottle, it says on it, mononuclidic rhodium. And there's actually published technology on how you do the analysis for mononuclidic rhodium, and any standard methods also. If you dehydrate the hydroxide with carbon monoxide, you kill the atom. It isn't white now, it's jet black. You heat it up under under carbon monoxide, you dehydrate it under carbon monoxide, you cool it under carbon monoxide, and then you shut the carbon monoxide off when it's cooled. Take the sample out and it looks like carbon soot out of a fireplace. That material is dead, and it analyzes. Okay, if you have a standard that's prepared the same way, it'll be a very simple process for somebody to do analysis in any commercial laboratory in the world. Doctors who are doing blood analysis, doctors doing tissue analysis, doctors doing cancer analysis can literally take tissue samples, send them to laboratories and say, analyze this tissue, but use mononucleotic standards when you do it. And they can get these standards. They're certified by the Department of Weights and Measures, and they will be a standard that anybody will accept in a court of law. That's what we have to protect the doctors. That's what we have to protect the hospitals. But I don't want my partners to have a right to it. I want this to be available to all people in all countries, you know, through the standards of science. This is going to the world as science. It's not going to come to the world as a philosophy. It's not going to come to the world as a religion. It's going to come to the world as science. And these standards have to be acceptable to science.
The standards have to come to science. Whoops, wrong one. Thought it had switched there. What David Hudson is saying is absolutely crucial, and I believe this recording was 2011 that the presentation and video were made that we're currently watching that I've paused. And what he has just described, it's over a decade now, 11 years, since he was talking about that project, and it's essentially what Jeremiah and Esoteric Gold, Michael, all need to, I don't know if it's even the project has been finished or started or anything of the sort. So essentially what I'm trying to get at is the testing and the standards that we're looking for to verify our thesis and our materials might not even exist yet. And one crucial correction or alteration I'm going to make in my theory and my predictions over David Hudson's is that the monoatomic single atom, as stated by Sir Isaac Newton in his alchemy writings, as well as other alchemists, ancient alchemist descriptions, is that any metal element can be broken down into its most basic, they say, Isaac Newton said mercurial, I believe it's Old English for molecular or molecule, and they describe it as the white broken, that it is this pure white element, or that is the monoatomic plasma single atom element, states that this is metal elements in a physical four-dimensional plasma and monoatomic single atom higher dimensional state, and why it would essentially be quantum matter. As you can see the little wavy lines that sometimes occur, I believe that also being plasma field interactions. The light's not too good to demonstrate that effect right now. What I am sharing here, so this is all a silver maple on different stages over a month's time of on the anode reaction side of the electrolysis. So that's pure 99.999% silver ounce that is going down, breaking down into these monoatomic white single silver state right here. But that, as you see, it wanes and waxes or decreases and increases the amount of these particles, which I then correlated to the cycle of the moon's waxing, waning, and full moon. And during the full moon, the tub would almost be completely filled with this white monoatomic silver that the ancient alchemists say the moon is silver. So this is just absolutely fascinating, and I'm going to be reattempting to also reprove this experiment again, and thus reproduce it again and get more scientific evidence and data points towards the heavenly bodies being tied to physical effects of metals, and the ancients being much more advanced in their overall knowledge of how our, well, plane, existence, planet, universe, solar system, construct, whatever you want to call it, works. So once again, this one is in this jar I've had sealed for about 3 months now. It is, oh yeah, now you can see the little bit of the waviness coming around this jar. And it's a little pinky because I used Himalayan pink salt to make it, but overall it is that white monoatomic. And in here was zinc, probably about 90% zinc, and then 15% copper and 5% silver, as it was mostly the zinc on the anode side breaking down, but some of the copper and silver cathodes also partakes in it. This one's been sealed for about 3 or 4 years now, and it was, I believe, around 60% monoatomic copper. I specifically put in 5% monoatomic gold that was made specifically from gold, 24 karat gold anode, 24 karat gold cathode, and the gold anode breaking down into the white monoatomic that was added into this, probably about 5 or 10% monoatomic silver that was made from silicon silver, and the silver anode breaking down into it, and then the copper making up the rest of it, or if I already said copper, then zinc, but the majority copper and zinc, but specifically actual also pure monoatomic copper, zinc, silver, and gold, made from gold on gold, silver on silver, and that it will stay indefinitely in the white monoatomic plasma or quantum state form if it is made properly with good intent and processed properly, rinsed, cleaned, and stored. And where David Hudson atomic gold being blue or teal or turquoise, I've gotten gold to do that, but I've gotten all metals to go into this blue-green, and this is what I theorize from reading Isaac Newton's and other alchemists writing. They describe this blue-green teal state as the oxidized state, and thus it would be diatomic because it is the metal, single metal atom then bonding with an oxygen atom, and thus it is no longer it's now solidified its quantum entanglement to another solid particle, as opposed to being that single atom, the higher dimensional unentangled quantum matter that the monoatomic plasma state is. And that I've turned bismuth, silver, gold, copper, iron, aluminum, and zinc all into, and possibly more, probably more, all into all 7 states, including the blue, the yellow that they call sulfur, the red that the ancients call. So here's some the bluey green, that's iron one in the oxidized, and the yellow possibly being the sulfur state that all the ancient alchemists describe as, the red being the mercurial state that I will show you an example of right now. So this right here, that's the bottom there below the blue-green oxidized particles. There's a layer of pure red particles, and this I made strictly from copper on copper in both the blue, the red, the yellow, nothing else added, distilled water, and that the ancient alchemists call the red the mercury state, and it could be a mercury oxide or mercury hydroxide compound, but it would be that where did this mercury come from? It is, as would be the yellow sulfide, and a couple of the other colored states, and then also always this pink crystalline state. So there's a silver dollar, there a silver maple on the right side of this jar with both the copper coil, copper wire, as well as the silver maple also turning to these pinkish, reddish, crystalline state that they describe being the 7th transmutational state of metal elements. And in these different transmutational states is where Isaac Newton, as well as the other ancient alchemists, state and describe the other full breakdown into the pure white monoatomic basic forms, but it's in this crystalline pink red transmutational state that you can physically transmute through cold fusion, through the electrolysis of when you're producing the atomic hydrogen, that it will then bond to these crystalline or crystal transmutational stated metals, and through the right resonant frequency being broadcast in, then be able to physically, through the addition of the atomic hydrogen bonding with the crystalline state of the other metal on the anode side, transmutate into your higher metal. For instance, if you had tungsten in this pink transmutational crystalline state, put in the right resonant frequency, in the right reaction in this electrolysis called fusion, the hydrogen off of the cathode side, then bonding onto the anode side and fusing with the tungsten crystalline state metal, and then solidifying back as a solid state gold with the atomic hydrogen through this cold fusion resonance transmutation, merging with the freaking proton, neutron, or whatever the heck the nucleus of that tungsten atom, and then plus the hydrogen atom nucleus atomic weight combining with the tungsten in that crystalline, solidifying as gold, which tungsten is 1 atomic mass below gold, and so forth and so forth up the chain. And yeah, that paper that still I must write one day. So back to the David Hudson presentation. I'm also setting up a couple of other more intense experiments that I will be having alongside the videos here, as I think there's still at least a half hour of this Hudson video, and this this is the David Hudson video that I have been missing and looking for, and there's so much information he drops in here that if even half of these claims are true, and they all fully support my own thesis and research, as well as the Keshe and all the other Ormus researchers out there, it's huge. And after this video finishes, very, very occult, esoteric, controversial information that's coming up next in the remaining portion of this. But I will have a live electrolysis experiment to go on while I then play the Dan Winters presentation after this one. Boom.
So right now there's one little piece left in this. These people produce and tell you they have Orm news, and you say, but how much and what elements? Well, all you got to do is take some to a commercial laboratory. They'll take the mononucleotic standards and they give you a report signed by them with their letterhead saying this is what analyzed to be there. Then
David
the mystery of all
Hudson,
this
if you're
is
out
not
there,
a negative positive,
me,
but a positive
Jeremiah,
positive.
Esoteric Gold, we
So
need to be a
simple
part
to do once you understand the material and know how to do it. I just told him a whole bunch of information he's been wanting to hear for a long time. Anyway, just so you know, anybody who cares, anybody who wants to get involved, you can send it to the Science of Spirit Foundation, P.O. Box 25709, Tempe, Arizona 85285, and full membership's $500. We accept $10 contributions, $20 contributions, but if you want a membership, it takes $5.
Is that for a year or just once?
It's a membership and it lasts forever. Now, people who
501c3.
no.
No? Okay.
They said we will not allow people to treat this as a charitable write-off. They argued with me about this. They said, we don't understand what you're doing. We can't give you that sanctioning. I tried to get it, but they won't give it to me. Yes, it's private. And everybody who contributed that money initially is still on the computers. When this material is available, they will be given first notification that it is available, and they'll have first rights to get in line for it. Okay, so I want people to understand that. The people haven't been forgotten that came in initially, but I need just a little bit more money. It probably take the neighborhood of probably $8,000 to $10,000 to get all this done. So it's not a major thing we need. You know, it's no big deal. They pay me to fly across the ocean. You know, it's not a question of money. It's a question of who funds the money. Right? That's why I decided I'm going to talk to the people again, the public, and let them know about this. So if anybody's interested, this is what we want to do. I mean, and this is solely to make standards that will help everybody, whether it's anybody had any question marks about any materials, this will end the mystery and take all the question marks out of it. All right, anybody that has any questions now, I'm going to quit talking. I'm going to let you guys ask questions. So your hand went up awful fast. All right.
I have a question for you. It's been a long time I wanted to ask you this question. You had said before you do not take these materials.
That's correct.
Do you take them now?
No.
Now, will you take them?
Oh, yeah.
You will?
Yeah.
When?
Well, you have to understand the experimenter cannot become part of the experiment. I have to stay just like everybody else in the room, or I'm not going to be believable. They're going to say, you're not like me. I got to remain like you. I got to understand everything you understand, and I got to be able to communicate with you, and you get to see what happens. The very first people are not going to take it by themselves. For my protection, their protection, everybody's protection involved, we have to see to it that proper medical staff is with them as they go through the transition. I believe in a matter of days that you physically are going to change. All the DNA begins to function, and you physically are not going to be the person you were. People who knew you are not going to recognize you. Just like when Christ came back, people didn't recognize who he was. And he had to prove he was him by showing his hands to them, the hold in his hands. But it appears to me right now that the science says you're going to physically change when the flux flow starts. You're going to change. And you will literally stop aging. You will telepathically know the thoughts of others that are in the room with you. You're going to be like an angel. You will have an aura that is huge around you. You will literally be able to take a sick child in a hospital, hold him in your arms for 2 or 3 minutes and place him down, and he will be cured. So even though I can't call it a medicine, because I don't want FDA and AMA and all these people get involved in this, it is going to be capable of being used as a medical or a healing properties. But initially, I don't want people to think they can do this. Eventually, people will literally be able to disappear and reappear in space-time, where they constantly think where they want to go, they can disappear and reappear. All our doctors have walked up to this point in dosages. We've been getting greater and greater amounts, and literally everybody hesitated and said, Dave, we really need to fall back a few steps and think about this, because this is going to be a profound phenomenon when it occurs, if it occurs. And if it occurs, we're in more trouble than we are if it doesn't occur. And the way they stop us, and the way we can stop dead in our tracks, is people just file suit against you, and you can. They will bring 35 experts that says, no, it's gold with silicon aluminum impurity. Some people are ready. Some people are not ready. Some people will be ready very soon. Some people say, well, I'll stand back and let somebody else do it first, and I'll decide if I want to do it. But it's literally a voluntary thing. But if it works the way all the ancient texts say it'll work, and if it works the way all the science says it's going to work, it does literally look like the stuff. And I think that that gold is more valuable as the white powder than it is as yellow metal. I think when the flux flow occurs, everything changes. So to even talk about a physical impairment or something, I don't think is even going to be a factor. Because in 3 to 5 days, you're not. It is making people like angels, but there are good angels and there are bad angels. The devil is an angel. Now, when you take this stuff, you see the angel and you converse with the angels. And you're going to find a lot of good angels, a lot of bad angels are going to try influencing you. But you will know who they are without opening your mouth. You will know. There'll be... I don't think so unless you haven't taken the material. That's right. But see, it's not for me to make that decision. And so I am going to create some devils. I'm going to create some devils. Because I have to let people have it. And there will be some good people and some bad people. And therefore, there will be a confrontation between the good and the horrendous confrontation in times, right? You know what it says? And so, you know, I'm just telling you, if you got a bunch of devils around you, you better be a good angel to know who they are, and they can't affect your thoughts. If they start projecting the thoughts into the ordinary people around you, they can sway their thinking, where they can't sway the angels' thinking. Those who have eyes to see will see, and those who have ears to hear will hear. And this is not meant for everybody. I start talking to some people about it, and their eyes just glaze over, and they say, I really got to get someplace. And I said, fine, go, get out of here, you know. But a lot of people say, wow, tell me more, you know. And you see they're just drawn to it. There never is anything neutral. You either come to it or you walk away. Let me just say that when people don't need to eat food, when people only need a minimum amount of water to survive, is a small amount of gold every 6 months to survive, that they can biolocate anywhere they want to go. They don't need automobiles, cars, anything like this. Your world is going to dramatically change. Society as you know it is not going to be the same. The values you have now are going to change. I mean, and so it's like the end of an era and the beginning of a new type of life.
And that's what the prophecy projects here. This is the end of the old era and the beginning of a new era. See, we can't make, when the powder disappears, it always reappears back in the pan. It has to have a consciousness that tells it where to go. And nobody is inside of it to tell it where to go. If you think where you want to be, I believe you go to that, you reappear at that place. You know, the stories you hear about the alchemist can multiply material, but unfortunately, there's no here. Even though some of this seems really magical, it really is science, and I don't think it multiplies. Although, if you have a material that can produce gamma level radiation, you can take lead and make it into gold. It literally can be made into gold using gamma radiation. There will be a tremendous amount of heat during the process, and so you have to protect it during the heating process so that this heat doesn't damage something. Yeah, the interaction when you can force it to have gamma radiation released from it, and therefore it will transmute the lead into gold. But probably for a while. And I've made gold before that in 24 hours was now platinum, not gold. You know, it changes in a because this isotope is very fast. It makes a transition. Well, right now I don't know of anyone else that controls this and knows the knowledge that we have at this time. And I have control over this project, how it'll be run and how it'll be distributed. Well, then you're in trouble. All right. My son does work for me. He was the president of the Baptist Student Union. He gets upset with me over what I'm doing here because he is a born-again Christian, but he would respect my wishes. He would handle this as I want it handled. So, and he works with me every day. He helped me do all these transfers of my transparencies onto this, what did Geckler call it, a PowerPoint? I'm still living in transparency age. I thought that was pretty high-tech when I learned that during the, now I'm finding out they got it on some little memory chip. Well, why did they call it the semen of the Father in heaven? Have you ever looked at semen? It's not dry. It's not a white powder. Now, oh, yeah, the cone is literally the hieroglyphic symbol for gold in the white powder form. It's a cone like this. If you read well, even the temples, even they made the pyramids. They tried to make them look like that, but it was falling down. It wouldn't stand, so they had to make them like this. But the first ones, they tried to go more like that, and the material they were making now wouldn't withstand the height with only a little bit of width. Well, we've worked a little bit already, okay? But you have to get enough in you to totally fill the body to see the quantum superconductivity. All we have now is resonance connections. And you literally become very healthy, but you don't transform. I'm talking about gold and only gold that will allow you to transform. And that's a heavy-duty decision to make to do it. As long as it's resonant connecting, it is naturally going on right now in your body. It's not something that needs me to help you do that. It was working right now. Yeah, up here?
I want to know if you've done any guesstimations on what the financial cost would be to get that quantum field just full.
Once you have done this, and once people can see it work, there'll be absolutely no problem at all in getting financial support with no strings attached, I guarantee you. Once it's been demonstrated, nobody will hesitate. But you got to be prepared for a war. The AA is everybody going to say, we got to stop this. It can't happen. And I'm telling you, yeah, but I'm telling you, it can't be stopped.
I'm just trying to get a sense of the cost of one dose. Yeah, any job of this.
All right. How much is the cost of an ounce of gold?
How much is a gram and a half? There's 31 grams an ounce. Huh? 1/28 of 1,500. Can you afford that?
1/10 is 100 ounces. So it's in the SS, you know that.
Yeah.
The ounces, yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's a problem. You know, that is not an expense as far as the gold. Actually, the physical labor to convert that to pure monoatomic and the administration of that to people is actually more cost than the gold itself. So it's not gold we need to worry about. It's the technology and getting it to the people and monitoring so it's done without any damage, any injury to the patient initially. You know, and then once we see how it works and everything's rosy and working nice, then you can back up your controls on it. But the initial occurrence has to be carefully monitored, I think, just for all our protections. Huh? He said, Geckler said 3 more questions from this side.
You can take questions. A lot of people have been talking about, things coming in price and everything. And one of the people was in David Wilcox, and a lot of people talked about it. And I was just wondering, considering that everyone here has come here in the name of healing and furthering healing sciences, and given the whole mystique behind the whole May 21st thing, is somehow are we all?
It certainly seems like it. When you have your garment of glory on and you are like an angel, you literally can look upon the face of your Creator without dying. You can literally know Him and any aspects of Him, whether it's Christ or, Buddha or whoever you want. I mean, they're going to be there. And all your ancestors and your family and the people who have died, gone on, they're going to be there. All things understand, all things are books. So all decisions you make will have the perspective of knowing what it's going to do, what it's going to mean in the future, because you already know what the future holds. So it's not going to be the same. Well, right now there's really an awful lot of very important people who involved in this. That's why I want to show you credentials right here. This is just some of the people. There's a whole lot more involved in this, and there's an awful lot of people with this going on and have physically been involved in working with us. And I'm not giving you all their names out of respect for them, but it is coming, and it's going to come as science, and it's something that people will demand once they see it work, and nobody can stop it. Nobody can stop it once people know what it is, how it was made, and it'll eventually get there. If I'm gone, it'll complete it. So I plant the tree. The Ormus material is the golden tree of life, which I didn't know when we filed a patent that was actually the name for the golden tree of life. It's a descendant of the Davidic bloodline that all the Holy Blood, Holy Grail books talk about. I'm a Geese descendant. A latter-day David will plant the golden tree of life. I don't know if that's me or not. It just makes me feel eerie that it actually is the case. But whatever. It's about the project. It's about getting out to the general public. It's about it being there so that people who have ears to hear will hear, and people who have eyes to see will see and understand to prepare, because it's coming. This is about the work, and this is about the project, and it's not financial gain to myself. It's not recognition for myself. It's nice to have somebody give you the finance or the recognition, but it really isn't. I know what I've done, and I will sacrifice it. I know what I walked by and said, not for me. I don't need those millions of dollars. Just walk on by. It's the project. And I do understand that. And so I have been just, if I need help, I raise my hand like I'm doing now. And if I don't, I could call the other people and say, develop standard. I won't ask questions, but I just don't want to bring them into this. I want it to be totally independent standards, because it isn't just for us. It's for people in medicine. It's for people in ORMUs. It's for people that need to prove something if they're litigating. It's reality. And to me, if it's the facts are the facts are the facts, then by God, let's get the facts. This is just, I'm.
All right. Oops, sorry. Almost had that. Okay, I am going to play a little bit of the stream I did with Leak Project last week while I look up the David Hudson video that I am looking for. And gosh darn, come on. Are you freaking kidding me? What the bloody heck? YouTube, not us. It's our video, and then won't even load for me. My own video on Leak Project. My goodness. What is the world coming to? Come on. Freaking kidding me here. All right. Well, maybe not. Maybe something else. There we go.
40% off non-bundled opportunity. The bundled options are 65% off. I have personally seen gains in hours. It would take some people months, even longer, to experience otherwise. Trade Genius Academy is the ultimate in proprietary trading algorithm calls sent to you via email and text message when the best time to buy and sell based on these trading calls. Whether you're into cryptos or stocks, it's all about options. Check them out, Trade Genius Academy. And look at some of these attaboys. People love Bob, rightfully so. Bob, the founder of Trade Genius Academy, he was an executive for 2 Fortune 500 companies in the financial services industry for 25 years. He's the man. Trade Genius Academy is awesome. Check him out, TradeGeniusAcademy.com. Get off the sidelines. Be glad you did.
And been emailing back and forth with him. He's a pretty busy guy, but he has said that he wants to come on your show. So we will have him scheduled for you sooner than later, hopefully.
John has also
and just an amazing, amazing group of guys and community coming out of that. Well, thank you. Breakfast sandwich.
Perfect.
Mother-in-law
Does it have Alchemy?
Person.
Yeah, man. Yeah, John is an absolute legend. I remember the Hutchinson effect 10 years ago. People were showing. I interviewed John back with Godlike Productions 10 years ago.
Right? Like I remember like just coming out of high school and seeing like the back in the troll doll days when they were trending and he had one of them levitating or something like that, or melting. Yeah, it's great. But research not classified, but gone into NDAs in companies and stuff like that, where they're actually now building these drones without propellers and stuff like that off of his science. Just it's not in the public sphere, so it's quite fascinating, all the different things. And then another thing with my alchemy, so the monoatomic metals that I first showed you and we first talked about. There's Jeremiah. He has 2 YouTube channels, Join the Technician and Exotic Propulsion. But we did a stream on my channel, Crypto Alchemist, last week, and he was able to finally replicate, and he made a live monoatomic bismuth out of just bismuth anode, bismuth cathode, salt water, and 5 volts of electricity. And sure enough, it makes this same white monoatomic plasma state elements. And this is what I also theorize is quantum matter, because monoatomic single atom, it's not quantum entangled yet. It's plasma. It's a 4-dimensional state of matter. It's that higher elevated state. So this is that nanotechnology that's superconductive, that can pull out more energy from the space vacuum. And it's something that the ancients in all the legends speak of. And when they had the monoatomic gold, apparently it turned them into the demigods and stuff like that. And I have not gone that far myself with this stuff in actually consuming it. People can look up David Hudson. I believe he owns the original stuff called ORMUS, orbitally rearranged electron molecule, I believe, for something close to that, the acronym is. But they were actually eating that monoatomic stuff. But I don't recommend that, because that, like, 9 out of 9 times you hear the story, the people usually end up going crazy or overbearing and whatnot. Let's see how you have to like align with like the
that's synchronicity,
because your body.
We just played where David Hudson speaks on that, and that's where I learned about it.
Similar to like there were these practices for handling the Ark of the Covenant back in the day, and now we're finding out it's probably because it had radiation and electric stuff like that, why they would do these certain things to protect themselves, right? So that's why it's like, if you're taking the most powerful substance of pure plasma gold into yourself and no idea what you're doing or preparing yourself, you're probably going to overbear the system, right? And that's.
Hi, my name is Joel Littman. I'm a forensic accountant, which might sound boring to you.
That's why it's so dangerous. But I have now been drinking the colloidal waters of it for 6-7 years now. So I definitely haven't died. I haven't gotten the heavy metal poisoning. But the key thing is that you have to have it monoatomic. If it oxidizes and turns into a diatomic particle, that is how you start getting the heavy metal accumulation and instant poisoning from it, because now you're taking in this solid state of it. And the oxidization is this teal, bluish green color for these silvers and golds. And you hear of the demigods that were blue or green when they were consuming this. And it's like, did they have a different way, or who knows? But you don't want to turn blue when you take it, because that's what will kill you.
Are you actually still doing a lot of different experiments in the lab?
Yeah, like in my backyard lab and stuff. I'm trying to figure out how to get funding, but also to get like an actual research lab, because this is cold fusion, right? So to do experiments with higher voltage, I would then be risking actual higher nuclear reactions, possible particle decays, radiation, stuff like that, where I don't want to be doing it in my backyard, in my basement. So, but I've still been doing similar things. One really fascinating thing I discovered this winter, minus 25 degrees Celsius in Canada. So my salt water and anode cathode things were completely frozen solid outside. I plugged it in and instantly started bubbling up this hydrogen off of the cathode side still and melting the water with only 5 volts. So for hydrogen fuel technology, that's a huge thing to prove that even in minus conditions, just a small amount of electricity, you're still able to turn that pure, just salt water into hydrogen fuel right before the reaction of injecting that hydrogen into the fuel injector, into the combustion engine. Thus, you only have to have water and a small amount of electricity, even in freezing temperatures, to produce that, as opposed to Bob Lazar, who claims that he has to have a particle accelerator, complex things to absorb the hydrogen, to then put the hydrogen back out, to then run it in the car. And it's like, well, you don't need these $1 million operations to get this stuff. Literally, you just need 5 volts and some salt water and a couple of metals, and you are producing this. Some people say it's H4, so hydrogen 4. It's also been called Brown's gas or HHO. There's also speculation that it is HHO, like water just in the mist or plasmoid HHO form. But whatever the compound is, it's that this gas can easily be made simply with a small amount of electricity right before it goes into the engine of a vehicle. And combined with gasoline, you're going to cut in half the amount of petroleum product you need and cut down your costs substantially in these insanely high prices these days in the economic warfare that's going on. But it's that, and just for saving the environment, half the fuel or half the oil would need to be drilled out, and you'd just be taking a little bit of water. You know, it's crazy that they say that hydrogen is the future of fuel, but the amount that they've let the science come out and be is in the Stone Age compared to what the actual fringe science community or free energy science community has been known and developed the space technology of this for decades.
Fascinating. So you think you're uncovering some cutting edge technologies. I mean, this sounds like it could be a game changer.
100%. This is nanotech at its finest. This is plasma technology at its finest, and quantum technology. It is the brink of bridging the gap into the multiverse and the higher dimensional electrical engineering of things. And now that the UFOs, the UAP, have been disclosed and acknowledged, anti-gravity is real. Thus, our physics understanding the old system is now faced with that sort of much bigger and grander that we've been saying is real this whole time. It's there. And over unity, you're getting that energy, that free energy, or that mass amount of energy that's needed to then be converted into the anti-gravitic technology or propulsion or engines. They're one and the same sort of figuring out and development. So it's that now these over unities, these free energies, these multi-dimensional energy, really it is. So it's that you're taking energy out of your environment, like your sound, your EMF radiation, your radio, your gamma, your heat, everything, and that you're turning that into usable, workable electricity. And that you're also making your electrical circuits and loads and machinery more efficient, because the more you get into it, you find out that we have the most inefficient, wasteful electrical development engine systems and whatnot possible. Like an LED, the difference between an incandescent light and an LED light, and that you take it, it's like a 99.9% difference if you actually have the LED running like properly and not shantily made or whatnot, where it's not putting out any heat. It's essentially UV band electricity, as opposed to the infrared band electricity, where you have that heat, that resistance, and that excessive, massive amount of energy loss, because you're not just putting out UV light, you're putting out infrared light, which is literally millions of times more energy than the small amount of cold electricity. And that's what Tesla was really working on, with an equipment that ran off of this cold electricity instead of infrared, hot, heavy, wasteful, resistant load energy.
This is all so new to me. This is incredible. And then what are you going to do to get this actually, you know, in the public sector? How do we make this happen? How do we change the world with energy? Because you know what, dude, energy rule the world. Think about it. Think about how much money people spend, for energy, how much time and money they spend for energy. And if we went back to these ancient civilizations that seem to have this connection, I was actually thinking about this yesterday. It's weird that we're doing this interview today. Talk about matrixing.
Synchronicity.
I was thinking about roads that were magnetized roads and craft that they would have magnets underneath them, so you would have very minimal energy to use. They could go extremely far. You wouldn't need
push
gas.
It will go for miles, essentially, right? It's the maglev.
What if the ancients did that, dude? Yeah. What if that's what the ancients were doing? Something similar.
I don't doubt that at all. And there's actually so much real hidden science that has gone that over history. Coral Castle with Ed Leeds-Scallon down in Florida there.
I just went there, and let me tell you something. The people that took over that place are corporate America, and in my opinion, they ruined it. You go into that place, and they're like, okay, well, we're giving another tour, so you have to stay here and watch this presentation on a TV while they finish this tour. And if you go try and wander, and if you have a GoPro or something like that, they're like, you got it. I mean, dude, they interrogated us.
Just shut it down, suppress it. Exactly.
They destroyed it, in my opinion. It's so sad to see what corporate America did, because tell you what, the guy that built that, he wouldn't want this. There is no way he would let
rolling
anybody
over
in there.
His grave for sure.
I'll bet he's pissed.
I bet he's haunting.
Anyway, go on. I'm sorry.
I bet you whoever actually owns that, he's like creeping on them at night as a ghost.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Right? But luckily, he left behind lots of different info and a book. I believe it's Magnetic Current, and there was a second one, something about a girl or his sweet girl or something. But he wrote an entire book on magnetic current, not electric current, but magnetic current. And magnetic current is something that is not taken into consideration in our electrical engineering technology and understanding today. And magnetism is twice as strong as electricity in the electromagnetic field. So literally 2/3 of the energy of electricity we don't even understand or incorporate in our engines, in our designs, in our grid, anything of the sort. And it just goes to show how little we actually know, yet we think we know. So there's a channel, Vinny St. Vincent on YouTube, that's recreated Ed Leeds-Scallon's flywheel from Coral Castle, and has been doing really crazy experiments. I've highlighted it on my channel and on APEC a few times too. I highly recommend checking that out. I can send you links for the next one, because we have a short one today, but we have another one coming up on the 8th with Paul Cook there. And yeah, he couldn't make it today, sadly, but he's got amazing work out of the UK. He's discovered several pyramids in England and massive megalithic work and structures throughout England that nobody talks about. And then also been down to, oh my goodness, why can't I think of it now? That one island that the oracles were on.
Elephant Island?
Sorry?
Elephant Island?
Oh, no, in
Easter Island.
The Mediterranean that, oh, why can't I think of it? They have the secret organization, Knights of Malta.
Malta, yeah.
Yeah, so he's been down to Malta and lived there and gone through the cave systems and the star forts there, the star city that it is, and shows how much more ancient it like ever possibly could be. And great work. So I'll make sure to bring more info and stuff that we've talked about for that show. Couple more things now that we are getting to the ancient alternative history. Did you have that Machu Picchu picture, and were you able to see the face yet? Oh, no. Sorry, I didn't know if you looked it up or not before.
I can do that. Here, Machu Picchu in reverse, upside down.
Or just maybe mountain face or face of Machu Picchu.
Face of Machu Picchu. Okay, let's try that. Because what you're saying is there's an actual face.
Yeah, the mountain that is next to Machu Picchu, you rotate it 90 degrees, and it is a perfect Mayan or like Aztecian face. Looking straight at you. Often, you know who built Machu Picchu? I bet it was that guy.
This?
Yeah, there you go. That's on a bad day. There's better pictures, like when the sun's hitting the angle, right?
Oh, I see it. I see it now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You got a big nose, man.
Right?
What do they say about some the big nose?
They're up there. They're fun. You know, they're in Colombia, there in Peru. They're up high in the elevation.
Breathe it in. Breathe in that elevation. It does look like a face. It looks like a caricature almost of, like with a big nose.
Yeah.
And a small chin. Could be.
Right. So
could be natural.
Like I said, that picture was like on a cloudy day, so the shadows don't really do it justice. There's others that really accentuate details of it. But last video we did. There, yeah, that one might be edited, though.
I'm yelling. I'm so excited, and I was muted. This one's off the charts right here.
Yeah.
Look at that. That does look way better. That looks like an eye, a nose, a mouth, a chin, and then
exactly
that looks way better.
And there's several that actually, like, when the sun is right on the angles, that like there's many that are that defined of it. So I bring that up because the last time we did one, we went over the Medicine Hat Badlands in Alberta that were right by me that have all of those geoglyphs, and there's like the 5 Aztec Mayan indigenous faces from space on that. And they look pretty identical to the Machu Picchu one. And it's of the same era, and it's the same amount of terraforming that's required to make something like that, that it would be of that ancient and old of a society. But it's also probably the same one that was able to make the Grand Canyon Pyramid complex and carve that out. And, just the massive amounts of earth moving, like it's mountain moving, and it's not just stripping one mountain down like we do now over 20 years, mining it for a certain resource. This is building entire massive super how we would even describe it, like mega cities, like many mountains, ranges of right, like when we went over the Grand Canyon complex last time, and how there's all the different pyramid peaks and the different what are they called? Not palaces.
Just the names, like the names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's that class 1 civilization, or like, you know, a class above us in regards to technology that we were in either the Atlantean or Lemurian times of before the Younger Dryas events that happened. And what I find fascinating is how much it connects and seems like to Mars and the Cydonia and the face of Mars and the pyramid complexes that are around the face of Mars in that Cydonia region. If you've ever seen Richard, yeah, you've interviewed Richard Hoagland before and seen all of that, right? Exactly. And it's that this would have been the exact same civilization, and it doesn't look like it was aliens. It looks like it was us, and that something happened, and that we dumbed ourselves down. That we were a higher, more advanced, like 4th or 5th dimensional beings in civilization, and we were in some sort of destructive war or something. And in astronomy, you learned that 1/2 of Mars is completely covered by craters, and the other half is what you have of Cydonia and these ruins of pyramids and faces and what looks like a leftover ruined civilization, and that they claim there once was water on Mars and atmosphere. And why is only 1/2 of Mars covered with those craters? And then why is it the asteroid belt that's in between Mars and Jupiter, when we run all of these simulations on how our solar system was formed, nothing makes sense with the asteroid belt because it should have been something. And then you have Sedna and these other little mini planets that are moon-sized in the asteroid belt. I theorize that that would have been Tiamat, the 4th planet of our solar system, and Mars would have been a moon of it. And when it blew up, our homeworld blew up for whatever we have evolved down from or used to be, that was this past solar system wide civilization, that we lost our memory of that when this destructive thing happened. But it also would have killed, blown apart and cratered 1/2 of the planet, and left the other half with all of these ruins and dead societies and leftover planet or pyramids and faces that look somewhat like us.
Yeah, man. And if you take Cairo, the native tongue is El Cairo in Egypt, and that means Camp of Mars.
Yeah, I've seen you. Go over that several times. For my own personal experience, ever since being a little child, I've had these reoccurring dreams. It's not the same dream, but it's like a sequence of like a life of a past experience that I dream. And it's of Mars and like being like chased by like spaceships, like running through like a city on Mars. And like, what was crazy is that there was like a giant tornado thingy that came out and was like chasing me one time, like Wind Devil thing, like that one movie, something of Mars, that came out in like the late 90s, early 2000s or whatever it was. And then the face of Mars and this tornado thing came out. Like I had a dream of that as a child, a decade before that movie ever came out, sort of thing, where it's like, just from what I've experienced, it's like I've had a past life from who knows whenever ago, maybe a future life, maybe who knows, but it's like experience. And then I've done University of Astronomy, and this is what they teach, that the modeling doesn't work with the asteroid belt, that half of Mars is covered by craters and the other half isn't. And then you look into like Richard Hoagland's work and like the true stuff and these alignments, and it just, the more it adds up.
Phobos is an arc and it's an Anunnaki art actually. And somebody wanted me to ask you a question in the chat, and I don't know anything about this. Have you heard anything about monoatomic niobium and how it might be able to help
Neodymium?
regrow tooth enamel?
Okay.
What does it take?
I saw that there was a video on that once. I meant to go back and watch it for my own trying to, hey, can I regrow my teeth with a certain type of monoatomic? But I have not actually watched it or looked into it. But judging by like certain health effects that are claimed by like colloidal silver, monoatomics, and stuff like that, it is quite possible. But I myself personally don't know anything about it. And as always, there's a greater, if you don't know what you're doing when you start experimenting with this stuff, there's a much greater chance of doing harm to yourself than there is of doing beneficial stuff, unless you know what you're doing or getting your materials from a source that has. The Keshe Foundation is a good one for that, or also Ormus group research groups on Facebook. I also recommend two different groups that have been doing about 10 years of health trials of people's testimonials and stuff like that people can check out on certain things.
Cool. Okay, right on, man. I appreciate that. And we've got about 25 minutes. So I just want to give you an open platform because you have so much information to share. What would you like to talk about?
So my new YouTube channel is Crypto Alchemist, much smaller. Just when I was starting to like gain exposure, start trending, just got shut down. So please, if you go looking for my work or want to support, please subscribe to Crypto Alchemist on YouTube. I have also started Project Moongold, is a crypto YouTube channel that I partner with Josh and Joji. They're a couple Canadian guys around my age that are very good into the daily technical analysis of crypto. Crypto's going up again right now. I personally believe it's going to head back into a bull market. What's been lots of in the news, it's been talked about, Putin now declares that the West has to pay for their
Richie, you there, brother?
Yes, mate.
Rich, how you doing, brother?
I'm good, dude. How are you, man?
Doing all right, my friend. Doing all right. Glad to catch you. Good to have you on, brother.
Yeah, it's good to be here, mate. It's good to be here. Oh, look, you can see my whiteboard. It's on the wrong side.
Yeah.
So I'd have to be left-handed to do it on this.
Now
I haven't
actually
got it for any specific reason. I found it next to the bin, and I was like, mate, that would make a sweet whiteboard.
That's dope. You will find a purpose for it.
And I got a chalk pen as well. I found a chalk pen as well. It's like I found this chalk pen, and I thought, man, that's so cool. It'd be so cool if I had a whiteboard. And then I found this.
That's perfect, brother. I'll show you my my big one. It's giant paperboard. I was just getting it set up, but it's like, the universe provides, and you'll come up with multiple purposes for it, I'm sure.
Mate, I think if your reasons are pure and your intentions pure, I think the universe gives you a little helping hand. All you've got to do is be aware. You just got to keep your eye out, and see things as they are. Like I saw this, and it was like, oh wow, look at that! I've been looking for a whiteboard, and boom, literally within like a day or two, there's a whiteboard sat there. So
right, you manifested it.
It's timelines, isn't it? I think more so at the moment, more so than actually manifesting it. Like I think that the manifestation comes as you shift into the timeline that's where that's more likely, or where it's certain to happen.
I feel what you're saying. That resonates with me, brother. I got you full screen. I'm just gonna mute out a second while I have a bong hoot and smoke my Mary Jane and cough my lungs out. So please do continue, because I love our higher dimensional quantum conscious talks, brother.
Dude, what I wanted to talk to you about was what I've been thinking about recently. I did a few years ago. I did I went to a website called Jovian Archives and did a thing called the Human Design Chart, where you put in your time, date, place of birth, and everything, and then it gives you this human design chart that's got 9 chakras, not 7, 9 chakras, and the gateways between all of the chakras and everything, and then you get given your sort of tells you what your human design is. So my human design is a split definition generator, and I think it's 70% of us on Earth are generators. And when I heard the explanation of what a generator was, it really, really resonated with me, because I've nearly been killed 4 times. I mean, literally been right on death's door 4 times. Nothing seems to be able to stop me. It doesn't matter how depressed I get. It doesn't matter how much in the past it hasn't happened. Like, I cured my depression in 2016. I cured it. Not medication, not therapy, not any of that bullshit psychology crap that they try and basically they just try and prolong what's going on with you. That's all they're trying to do. They're trying to make as much money as they possibly can. They're not trying to fix you. So
I couldn't agree more. I had a similar experience 3.5 years ago of getting out of that depression rock bottom cycle by stopping taking the medication of the prescribed opiates of Oxycontin that they were prescribing me and had fucked me up on. And surprise, surprise, after that, it was much easier to kill the downward negative spiral feedback loop and be alive, happy myself, and connected with my spiritual conscious self again, and that higher dimensional old soul, multiple existence, universal consciousness connect back.
yeah, I don't know if you've heard the videos that I've put up recently. The Fourth Way. I'm reading a lecture, or a series of lectures given by this couple. I'm not sure if they're brother or sister or husband and wife, but they have the same surname, Rebecca and Theodore Nottingham, I think they're called. And they're talking about Gurdjieff's Fourth Way, and they include excerpts from books by 2 of Gurdjieff's sort of top students, who went on to teach the way themselves. And what I'm finding as I'm reading it, because I've not read it before, I'm reading it for the first time as I'm recording it, and it's like what they're describing, what's being described in the Fourth Way is all stuff that we've all kind of done, or that we're doing. It's the path that we seem to have found ourselves on, where we've recognized certain things. We've recognized and accepted certain things about ourselves and about the world that we live in, about our, so much of it, man. My journey up to November last year, where I had that really massive, huge spiritual experience. It's like everything leading up to that has been described in the book. It's like, wow, I've done that, and I recognized the multiplicity of I's that there are. That there's lots of different versions of me, and there's never one version of me that's in control. It's until you're sort of consciously aware of yourself, you're operating mechanically.
it's different eyes respond or react depending on the stimulus coming in. So if you get into a confrontation or something, it's a different eye that steps forward to take care of the confrontation.
To add in, it's the emotional state, right? Your emotional different selves. And that we each have a demon and an angel self within us, and then everything else in between, triggered on those emotional vibrational levels of frequency that we are on. And then that's how low or how high our consciousness is then able to connect with our higher dimensional conscious selves, or devolve down into the most basic animalistic fight or flight, good or bad sort of situation.
Yeah, which is
and you nailed it right on the head there, brother.
That's the mechanical acquired personality. Basically, it's the ego that kind of, the animalistic, lower vibration, lower fear, anger, aggression, all of those things, jealousy, all of that. I think you'd get quite a lot from what's being said, dude. I'll send you the PDF. Everybody should look into it, really. Just to expand their knowledge. Maybe they won't, you won't agree with it, but I really do feel like most people reading it, especially anybody that's here now, most people reading it, it will resonate. Even if you don't have to be religious. This isn't about religion. This is esoteric Christianity. That's what it's called. That's what they called it back then, was esoteric Christianity.
And it's higher dimensional consciousness, self-awareness with your own spiritual, immortal, conscious soul self that is a higher dimensional energy being and existence beyond this third dimensional physical incarnate on our current plane.
Yes, you've got your different states of consciousness. So your first state, second state, and third state, and fourth state. I think there's 4 states of consciousness. So in the third state of consciousness, you are in connection with your higher self. You are there's a connection between your soul, and your higher self, kind of thing. And the way they talk about it is like, it makes so much sense about consciousness and about being asleep, until you kind of realize certain things and recognize certain things within yourself, until you're able to recognize those things within yourself and have, they call it an observing eye, be able to detach yourself. Getting grabbled.
That's just consciousness, and I love how you've described that, or how they've described it, and you've interpreted it, because that fully resonates with my entire experience and interpretation, where the 2-dimensional human consciousness, right? It's act, react, violent love, like exists, whatever, right? And then the third dimension, which we are, the third dimensional consciousness on this third planet from the sun or whatnot. It's the free will, and that's you connecting with your higher self to then make that conscious choice, to think about it, the long-term implications. Is there a karmatic scar? Like, it's going into your higher self. How will it affect other people? You're taking in the empathy, the thoughts of how it affects others. That's your third higher dimensional consciousness. And then the fourth, the even more elevated, that's when you're tapping into like the universal consciousness, or your astral, projecting your own consciousness through the universe, because it's conscious over time, right? Quantum mechanics, science of time travel, essentially. That's 4 dimensions. So 4th dimensional consciousness is consciousness existing throughout space-time, or like and as you keep going higher up, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 10 or infinity, or whatever the first creator energy consciousness is. It's that we're only experiencing a lower dimensional fractal of time and time space in this conscious physical soul cycle right now, but that we also simultaneously, as does all of time space, exist in a higher dimension in the multiverse, that it exists eternally, that like you can go back and forth as what a god would be, right? An omniscient being, but that the human soul consciousness is also that at least a fifth dimensional conscious spiritual being or existence, because that would be all of our incarnations, all of our memories throughout all of it, your entire soul memory, soul consciousness, all in one. And then above that would probably be all of the human conscious together, the Gaia, the overall, all ancestors, everything, right? The one united human conscious, which would be well, obviously it would have to be one even higher than us, so that would probably be a sixth dimension, and then above that would be whatever these demigods were, or they could be sixes or fives as well, that maybe we were in past ages of the 24,000 year Kali Yuga cycle of the golden ages and the declines and whatnot. But then there's obviously an even higher dimensional conscious being, sort of whatever creator it is. It's up to religious scholars to do, or what that might be, but that essentially created or impacted us, or that we are fractals or images of the creator of, sort of, but just on a lower dimensional experience. But it all folds up and packs up into these higher ones. And that YOLO's the biggest lie ever, that the parasites in the system is trying to manipulate people into subconsciously, ignorantly giving up their third dimensional consciousness and their free will, and thus their spirit and their soul right now, and putting them down into that fear, action, reaction, two-dimensional life consciousness, and never acting in the regular third state, and then able to move up into their fourths and fifths and connecting with their eternal.
Yeah, and this all links. This all links into to legalese and how they've trapped us. They've trapped us through perception, like, and through language, where everything here in this realm is running under maritime law at the moment, and it's all contracts. Everybody's under contracts, and everybody is either fiction. Well, we're all basically fictional corporate entities at the moment. The birth certificate that you have is of a corporate fiction, a fictional corporate entity, and that whole the fact that you've got your certificate of live birth, and then you've got your birth certificate. So the birth certificate being where they've registered you, obviously, to the state. So it's all linked. Words like human, I've been learning recently, words like human, when you say things like, I am a human, if you say that in a court of law,
you're bang on. The Bar Association, the maritime law run through Rome, London, and Washington, and not too about it. It was seen as a conspiracy, but no, it's actually the underlying laws of the land. Like, you can get yourself $100,000 in debt to go to university to learn this exact same system and work for it, but at the end of the day, you're still just another number in the machine.
Well, as soon as you go to university, as soon as you open a bank account, as soon as you take a loan, as soon as you sign a mortgage, particularly when you sign a mortgage, you're signing over your full powers of attorney to the state. When you've done, once you've done that, you've signed over your full powers of attorney, and then from that moment on, you have no say, and that's why you will never win any argument against the state. because you're not recognized in law. You're not a person. No, you are a person, and that's the point. Person is a legal fiction. A person doesn't have any rights, really. You're a corporate entity, so you're not living. So this, I'm learning now. I'm trying to find out how to claim back my powers of attorney, control all of my own documents as Postmaster General of my own documents, using my thumbprint and various other, stamp and thumbprint on the official documents, and then so long as you don't cause any loss or harm, from what I can gather, if you do everything legally, and legal just means written, it's everything written is legal. So if you do everything legally, correctly, you are the highest authority in any court in any land, because you have maintained
Your
your
own
corrupt.
sovereign between you and your creator, you and God. You're your own sovereign. There's no sovereign over top of you. You're exactly on point with that.
And so the people, the minions that enforce what they think are laws, they're completely ignorant to this fact that they are actually corporate fictions. The reality of it is that if a policeman approaches you on the street and speaks to you, if you can get him to agree that you're a living, whatever you are, man or woman, if you can get him to agree that you are a living man or woman, he from that moment on has absolutely no right to even speak to you. It's impossible for him to speak to you because he is PC or whatever, he's an officer of the law. As an officer of the law, he's a corporate fiction. Dead things can't speak to living things. In law, that's law. Dead things can't speak to living things. So if you can, but he'll be completely ignorant to that. You'll say, right, you say, you can't speak to me anymore. I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. I don't understand anything you're saying. You're dead and I'm alive. So the conversation will end there. It won't end there. They'll get all belligerent and shitty. Their egos will come out. They'll arrest you. You'll get taken to court. And when you go into court, if you act correctly and if you stay in honor, legally and lawfully, the judge will just say, this matter's concluded. Thank you very much. See you later. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as you've caused no loss or injury.
Exactly. And just one alteration I'll say to that is that as long as when they're first pulling you over or interrogating for whatever reason, as long as you're not breaking any of the overall written laws in their terms, and instead of saying like they don't exist, just that it's like you're a separate entity in their system, you to them in their system, because you're not breaking in violation of their laws. Thus, and then it hopefully that will get you not arrested under the same ways, but exactly as what you explained with the judge and what you just said.
It's a minefield. I am not. I'm not somebody that can give legal advice. I'm certainly not qualified, and I'm not knowledgeable enough to give legal advice to anyone.
Zero legal advice, or 100%, and it's like you're over in the Canary Islands, I'm in Canada, and where everybody might be residing, it's like obviously there's different national laws between the nation states, but it's the aspect of the Bar Association, Naval Sea Law, and being your own sovereign representative yourself.
Yeah. It's. I
and
mean,
I'm just showing some of these. Sorry, continue, Richie. I'll just quickly state these are zinc crystals. Oh God, we're having the time gap. Sorry about that. So these are just zinc crystals I created, or that for not ice cream. They have pure atomic zinc with a little bit of silver. And I did a video on them a couple weeks back when I first harvested them. I ran them under hot water. They didn't dissolve, so they're not salt crystals. They're not ice. They didn't melt, but they did eventually all oxidize into pure white powder and turn back into the monoatomic zinc silver that they originally were. And these are supposedly some of these sorts of quasi-quantum crystal matter that UFOs and alien ships supposedly work off of. But yes, I will let you continue now, Richie, as I head back inside.
No worries. Yeah, postal mechanics. I think postal mechanics is something that work across the earth because of international post. So because international post is so important and it carries the words of kings and queens, and always carried the words of kings and queens. So it was always the royal post. It started off as the royal post, and it means that actually post offices are courts of law, and the post office is apparently the highest court in the land. It's higher than the Court of Appeal or anything. Technically, the post office is the highest court in the land. So if you've got your postal mechanics in order and you become Postmaster General of all your own documents, that's your crown. Or you are wearing your crown. You're in charge of your. So you can.
No shit. I kind of knew some of that, but what you're stating, that makes a shit ton of sense right there. And I just got a thought off of that, connecting in that the second highest law of the land is actually, well, at least in Canada, the railway police and the railway land system. So you probably need to get that one after your postmaster if you want to do like the freight business aspects and become your own sovereign entity under that aspect of actually the economic side of it.
What I'm looking into it now is republics, like true republics. I'm listening to a guy called Mark Christopher, who is talking about what a true republic is and what it enables you to do. Things like you can. It only takes 3 people, I think, to assign a coroner, and pretty much most of us are qualified to be coroners because we're able to determine if somebody is alive or dead. So it's like they've got all their, if there's a job going for a coroner, they've got their wish list of what they want, they expect people, the experience they expect them to have and everything. But at the end of the day, lawfully, really, to be a coroner, you just have to be able to tell if somebody's alive or dead. The other thing I wanted to you're on mute, mate. If you're, just in case you are responding, you are on mute.
For sure, I mute myself out letting you talk, but I'm listening, my friend.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, right? That is what I started talking about, was about being a generator. So there's 70% of people on Earth are supposed to be generators, and what that is that we're generating life force energy. Well, that is chi, that's prana. So I wonder if the free energy that is harnessed from the ether and from the various different means, essentially is coming from us anyway. I mean, that we're told in the Matrix and everything that we're the batteries running their system. And
so that's another major synchronicity, bringing that up, and that the next video I was going to share is Dan Winter's certain presentation, because he hugely goes into that sort of research topics and preaches about the plasma flame in the mind, and that if you can create that plasma flame in your mind and then manifest it, you can literally manifest fire from your mind by getting your consciousness all the way up to that fourth plasma dimension and that he connects in lots of different indigenous cultures from one group that's actually supposedly right in Alberta next to me, all the way to Tibetan monks and different ones, but how they all have these initiation ceremonies, but also quests slash trials of their when they're manlyhoods, especially anyone for the but what to coming of a man to be a shaman, one of the tests is to produce the flame from the mind and spark fire out of it, and that's 100%. The bigger your aura, the more energy around, higher dimensional energy around you that you're carrying, no doubt.
Yeah, there's that monk, I don't know if he's Tibetan or what, but there was a monk that I saw do it where he screws up some paper and puts it on the ground, and then it does this, and you can see he's putting all this energy into it, and the paper just bursts into flame. It starts to brown. Bursts into flame. There's an American guy that does it, and he does it with he puts the paper in his hand, and it curls up, turns brown, and catches fire in his hand. Does it with plastic, melts plastic, basically increasing the temperature just in the palm of his hand to such a state that it burns paper and melts plastic. So we're electromagnetic beings, aren't we? We're
Exactly.
all electromagnetic. So therefore, this whole 70% of us are generators. Maybe every single one of us that's real, every single one of us that's found the path, and we're looking and we're going, whoa, this is all bullshit what they're telling us. There's something else going on here, and I want to find out what it is. All of us are all doing that because we're real, and we've got these memories from lifetimes and eons past where things were different. So we know it's all wrong now. We know that something bad's happened, and we're the ones that are creating all the energy. So maybe there might be a way to harness individual energy. I think it's something that
you're absolutely onto a huge parts of that for sure, and how and why so many of like the yogis, the monks, and the masters supposedly have lived for hundreds of years and can live off of just like absorbing energy from their environments or from some of these structured waters and stuff like that. And one of the main Keshi claims for their health aspects of the working plasma units is that it will create a plasma field that reduces people's need for physical food consumption by up to 90%, and that they're absorbing plasma energy out of the fields of the coils once you coat them in your own nano plasma state amino acid particles that it produces.
I've had a strong feeling for a couple of years that that we're all going to live a lot longer than our predecessors. Basically, I'm going to be 140.
I feel you too, right? It's like half of the souls aren't going to make it because they're just not destined to.
They're not ready to.
They're not ready to transcend or ascend into the past their journey, this soul cycle, and that they'll return for the next one, and then the old souls that are been through that probably many times before. But those of us that do keep physically alive into through and survive this transformation through the ages into this new age of Aquarius, into this new grand cycle, into the new bond, whatever you want to perceive it as. It's that we are in the switching into a new age, and that if you do survive, if we are going into one of these new golden ages, the legends of the past state that we evolve into living for hundreds, if not thousands of years and whatnot. And I fully have, like, everything you just said, I've also personally experienced myself in my own thoughts and consciousness too. So resonate with all of that, brother.
I love that. I'm so I didn't think I was the only one that would be feeling something like that, you know? It's like, it kind of makes sense. When you look at everything, that's what it all seems to be pointing towards. There's, I mean, at the end of the day, we know nothing, do we? None of us. We know nothing. We know only what we've been allowed to know up to this point. And we've not been allowed to know everything, because if we did, I don't think we'd be able to fracture our minds or something. If we really
Just gonna quickly show off and state I got a couple of microwaves out here for future experiments with what Jeremiah was trying earlier in the stream, and what we're talking about, but even a bit more advanced, but riskier than what he was doing at home earlier tonight in the stream, where when you pump them up and put certain metal or monoatomic metal element together,
you can use the transformers or something, can't you, from a microwave to power a laser?
Yeah, that's one of them doesn't work now. It's going to take a part to get the transformers and the parts out. 100, you're bang on, Richie, right? So, and then I've got several motors, coils, back here somewhere. Oh no, tucked away. Still got to dig out the spring cleaning, but several different motors and generators, alternators have been taken apart that I will be using for different experiments. But we'll be doing specific episodes with Faraday Research and myself, and probably APEC in just salvaging electronics and then backyard experiments out of them, and then being able to build yourselves free energy generators from it, as I have seen so many working legitimate ones out of Asia, of just intelligent civilians taking apart like electromagnetic motored scooters, fans, washing machines, and then turning them into wind generators, hydro water power generators, solar generators. But you know, it's enough to power certain appliances, but it's each one you build, you're cutting down permanently off of your own expense bill. You're also cutting your carbon footprint. You're also recycling, and you're lowering the inefficient and wasteful needs and being green. So it's like, it's just a no-brainer, basically.
I've got an opinion that climate change isn't real, so carbon footprint doesn't matter in that sense. But I do have
pollution.
I still
think, or natural like land destruction for the mining of the resources and stuff. I agree with you, and I think it's actually not human caused global warming, but actually solar system wide global solar wide warming. As we go through the galactic plane now, we're getting more of this galactic high particle radiation through us, as well as I've been like an amateur astronomer since 6 years old, part of like the astronomy or club growing up, throughout having my own telescope, but also in the observatories. And it's like I remember as a kid, the moon had ice caps and Mars had ice caps. They're both now gone. When I first was in university taking the astronomy classes, their pictures appeared of a cloud above a volcano on Mars that the teacher, I got into an argument, I got kicked out of class because the teacher said that was impossible. Now, just a couple weeks ago, Never a Straight Answer finally admitted that there's many active volcanoes on Mars. So it's that there's these giant shifts throughout the entire plane of luminaries that something more is happening. And Nassim Haramein predicts and gives evidence that our sun is actually now a white pulsar star, no longer a yellow, whatever it was, type of star, and that for the last 11.5 year solar magnetic cycles, instead of the north and south magnetic poles of the sun flipping as they're supposed to do and observed for all of recorded history of this last era. Instead, the sun has instead pulsed and then again pulsed even more on the second time and not reversed its magnetic poles in over 2 cycles. 2023, the end of the next cycle, will be the absolute proof to observe, to see if our sun is actually in a completely new age of a sun, type of star of sun, and thus fully confirming both the prophecies and legends of the Hopi and other indigenous throughout all of history, really.
And it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, that all started in 2020. So the millennium.
2012, right? So 2012 was actually, because it was 2001 was the first one. 11 years after that's 2012, the exact same time as the Mayan Baktun long count, and like even all of the best scientific equipment that is giving any sort of results, because obviously the academic community and the institutions and the corporate interests are so corrupt that who knows what, but the real data coming out does show that we are also crossing the galactic plane, and that there's these heavy, denser gamma ray radiation particle beams, whatever it is, coming through us, and it's actual denser energy as we cross the physical galactic plane of the disk that is the Milky Way galaxy, and that we were on one side before, and now we're going through the main layer and going out onto the other side, so that literally every single ancient prophecy aligns to this time, stating that we're in a new era, as well as the heavenly the constellations, the zodiacs, that were actually also confirming that it is the precession of into the age of Aquarius, the Mayan Baktun, everything how much more evidence does humanity need to prove to itself and accept that we are now going into a new age, and even our star is physically in a new age, and it did not at all operate the way our scientific academic institutions predicted or claimed, and rather I guess unabruptly, very non exciting or eventful, has just switched from one form of star into another that before was theorized takes millions of years and catastrophic to the entire planet and solar system wide ecosystem, but it could just literally be the flick of rotation of time, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, obviously, you and I have got two slightly different conceptualizations, perceptions of what our universe and what the galaxy and such is.
Yes, sir.
And
So, Richie, please continue with this. I'm listening. I got to turn my cell phone off and go. I'll join you back on my
yeah, no worries.
computer on the inside. But I'm glad you're bringing this up because I actually have a few ideas with you that I'd like to discuss with you specifically on this, because I also we're multidimensional and both dimensions and planes exist, and that I would like to continue bridging the gap in learning your experiences and research and info on that, and connecting them, as well as putting forward a few theories that I have dimensional, the full conscious dimension, and that you go sideways on it to like travel through or bridge in. But anywho, I'm going to shut up, let you talk on it, and I'll see you in a second on the inside.
Basically, I was just going to say that my perception of this entire gut-up, I perceive it as a realm that we're in, that the limitations of this realm are essentially down to me, because nobody around me can give me a truthful or informed answer about what the parameters of this realm are. No academics, no academic institution, no scientist, nothing. Nobody can tell us what the parameters of this realm are, because all the parameters that they've given us have all been disproven. And the only things that remain are still only theories that still have to be proven. I wonder if, because the Hopi Indians and is it the Dagons? What are they called in Africa? The tribe in Africa that talk about the Pleiades. All these different ancient civilizations that actually might not be so ancient if they really did. Well, I mean, they really did. They lied about history. So these ancient philosophies and these ancient beliefs might actually have only been 1,000 years ago instead of 5,000 years ago. And what if because they tie in so perfectly with the movements of the stars and everything, what if their understanding of what the stars were, because they had no telescopes, they had no computers, they had none of the technology that we have now that gives us all these wacky numbers and great distances and all of this stuff that they tell us is measuring things. And they say that they can measure all these things at all these distances, and yet they can't maintain a decent internet connection here on Earth. So I find it very, very questionable that they're able to get any of this data from millions of miles away when they can't keep it together on Earth. But what if everything that we see outside of this realm, esoteric teachings tell us as above, so below. It's an Aleister Crowley thing, which they've associated with the devil, which is a good way to scare good people away from it. As above, so below. What if everything above is an absolute representation or reflection of consciousness in its full state? So the movements, like when you're born, all the stars are in a very specific place, very in relation to the point where you are when you're born, when you come into existence as a physical being on this realm. When, like, I forget who it is that goes by when you're conceived, not by when you're actually birthed. They say you're born when the egg's fertilized, basically when they first detect a heartbeat, that's your birth. That's when you're alive. So all the stars are in very, very specific locations, and it's all incredibly unique to you. There's nobody else that is in that space, in that time, that, you know, with all the stars in the positions that they are in relation to you when you're born. You're the only one. You are the only one that, even if you're a twin, the twin comes out either before or after you. So everything's shifted ever so slightly. Even if it's, you know, it's a micromillimeter, it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it's obviously small things make big differences, don't they? We're told that with the butterfly effect. So what if all of it, the reason the sun has changed, the reason there's all these energies that they tell us are coming from the galaxies, where we're passing through the plane of the galaxy, that's all a good way to get us to visualize it. But what if that's all it is? Like, it's a visualization of what's happening with our consciousness that's backed up by, you know, what we actually see, what we're able to see with our own eyes and with magnification through lenses, nothing digital, natural magnification. Because digital's fantastic, but there's always anomalies with digital. So yeah, I'm gonna have to keep talking now because he's not back yet. I can't see the chat room, guys, so I don't know what anybody's saying. But let me see if I can bring it up on my old computer here. Now I'm on a PC, what can handle doing things like this. It's quite nice.
I'm back, and that was absolutely beautiful, Richie. And I've been holding off the story I wanted to share now that I'm back in, of similar experience myself and my mom being a medium and like an energy healer, and also she's got like the birthday book of astrology or whatnot, and she made me look it up a few years back, and just how precise it is for the time, like of the day, of the month, of the year, and the accurate description of what I was and what I had already experienced and done in my life up until that point, and like literally the changes and the like turmoil and whatnot that was currently at my life, and like what I felt I need to be like moving forward on my path. All of that just completely written in these pages of a book that's older than I am, that predetermined my destiny, right?
Yeah.
And it's that there's so many different dimensions to our multiverse and our experience, and what we are all a shared existence in this plane of third dimensional consciousness on this land, and that one dimension of time, the disk, a 1D dimension of the flat disk, that is a full one dimension of measurement of unit of any dimension out there, whether it's a measurement of a mathematical amount, a sum of something, or a single conscious perspective of you being the center, or it being electromagnet or electric field grid, and the center point and the force, the same. It's, sorry, I'm freezing up in my words as I'm trying to describe this. I have it written out much better, but it's that the 1D is a single perspective. It's a single unit of any sort of, whether it's a conscious perspective, an electrical potential, or any a 0, a 1, anything that there's also, it's a full dimension, and that there's also of a moment of time, right? Like a page in a book, that everything in that perspective of that moment is on that disk. All that info of that experience of that one moment of that is on that 1D disk, or of that thought in that moment, right? Or that it's like, then there's the 8-dimensional hyper infinity loop of time that is actually one straight plane of this one. You're existing yourself as a disk above it as it's going on, and you're stamping each moment going through, right? And that from that 1D perspective of your own consciousness, looking forward and looking back, it will always be that flat, like straight on, that single perspective, right? And that it's a whole, though. It's the whole perspective. And then the next way up is dimension, which is polarized, right? The good and the bad. You can't have destruction without creation, light without the dark. The 2D, and it's two polarized opposites, and that is magnetism. So you have your electromagnetic disk, your 1D disk plane of geometric existence, and that to take it into the 2D, you now have magnetism instead of electric grid. Now it's magnetic, and it's two polarized options with a rod in between, but your perspective is either the exact opposite, but it's still from that same initial point of that perspective. And then once you get 3 perspectives into a situation, now you're getting a closed 3rd-dimensional volume, right? You have 3 sides within it. You are now have the volume within that. You have that mass of it. And that is the spherical, the 3rd dimension of it. And then when we get into the 4th, now we're the full cube, and you're essentially, you're taking up a 4th. So from that triangle, you're going up into the full tetrahedron. Yeah, tetrahedron, right? And yeah, what I have down here, but it's a 4th point of reference now, and now you're above that full volume and experiencing it throughout all of time. So the cube within the tetrahedron, or the plasma, where you're now folding back into these higher dimensions, and it keeps going up. So 5th would be essentially the ether, which is like the mist of nothingness, the silence, but it's the connection between the 4-dimensional plasma and the 6-dimensional crystalline state. And that's how you can also have all these beings and these esoteric alien talks and whatnot, of light beings, of crystalline beings and whatnot. And it's theorized that it would be so a 4th-D planet that we probably destroyed, which is now the asteroid belt. The moon would have been like the biggest, or the Mars would have been the biggest moon around it. There's like Sedna, all these other like micro things that are in this asteroid belt. They're all blown off, but it's that we used to be from that, and something happened, and that's when we lost our 4-dimensional consciousness and existence of living in a body that exists through space-time consciousness. And that if what I theorize and think is that if you're up in between the 2 planes, because whatever the heavenly bodies are up in the permanent, like I have a 12-inch diameter, and then like 4 or 5 foot long, with telescope with 2 multiplying optical lenses on top of each other. So it's fully analog, no digital. When I was 6 years old, I've used it and taken different pictures throughout my entire life, and looked at so many different things up there. And it's that there are these different planes up there, and that the 6 Saturn, it's that, if going back to how I was talking about the dimensional consciousness, or being of the human spirit of the third, the fourth, the fifth, and then the sixth would probably be the overall or the next up. So then Saturn would then be this sixth crystalline planet system or plane system of existence, and it has all of both Jupiter and Saturn each have their own mini solar systems of these planes all around them too, right? These big ass moons and stuff. And it's that dimensional life forms existing on one, fourth dimensional on the other, fifth on the next, and then on the actual so Jupiter fifth, that would be your etherical or plasma physical being, conscious sort of alien or life existence, and then six would be crystalline. So Saturn would be this hexagonal crystal being, like alien, what dimensional, whatever it is.
As you're describing that, right? I've got this image in my mind that in some way, what Earth is, if things exist like that in the other, like these other realms, the other fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional beings on these other.
So when the moon and the sun align and they color things in the ancient stone circles on the ley line, that could be portals to like physically take these etherical, these crystalline beings, whatever higher dimensional, maybe even ourselves, but kind of like Stargate. But it's probably be able to go one to the other through these planes.
What if the purpose, right, is the evolution of Earth and its star or sun into a state where fourth or fifth dimensional beings are able to exist here because of the vibrations that's the like.
Well, it's that we evolve up to a state that we're able to exist with them here. So thinking that a crystalline or a light being, essentially the Earth is also, it's everything. So just as there's the 1D flat plane of time, the 2D polarized, the 3D spherical, there's then the honeycomb, and then the hollow, the honeycomb, and the crystal. So the fourth dimensional plasma would most likely be a hollow Earth existence, so that there would be plasmoid being consciousnesses that could essentially be eternal or immortal, and as well as these crystalline, and that's what all we can find below us is like layers of these different plasmas, crystals, and whatnot, and then essentially it's full as these higher dimensions fold in on themselves, that they could simultaneously exist on another flat like higher plane of us, that they're on the parallel planes existing simultaneously in our realm, but that we physically can't interact with each other unless we're ourselves consciously and spiritually and physically existing on that higher realm ourselves, right? So yeah,
so I think this
multiverse of everything.
I think this whole journey for all of us, I think this whole journey as mankind has been to evolve into a state where we are balanced enough for that to take place, where we won't react and respond emotionally in anger and fear, and because we're balanced. So everything that happens here, we're in control of, because we're maintaining this equilibrium. I think that we're the avatars. If you go back to the cartoon from the 90s, the Legend of Aang, the last Avatar, the last Airbender.
Oh yeah! Oh my God! Yes, there is so much esoteric occult knowledge in that. Have you seen the Nickelodeon cartoon series? I think there's 3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 books. There were 3 series. That's what.
Oh my God! I need to read the book.
Got it on my hard drive, dude. I watch it.
I'm so stoked you said this, because
and the next one as well, The Legend of Karina, his granddaughter, because it continues. They continue it with his granddaughter. And so what Aang's being taught it's all about balance. And so being the master of the 4 elements, I think how that translates to us is the 4 elements to us. It's not earth, wind, fire, and air, earth, wind, fire, and water. It's emotional, physical, mental, and spiritual. So once you find emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual balance, and you're connected to your story, to your ancestors, to the story, your previous lifeline, your previous incarnations, whatever, and you're connected to your higher self, then you're a fully activated avatar that is there to be the balance between the spiritual and the physical, and therefore, I guess, like a 5th dimensional being. I think all of these cartoons that they showed us, they all had extremely important key esoteric knowledge. The 4th way that I'm reading at the moment is interesting because they say that esoteric does not mean hidden. Esoteric means inner, which is that makes a lot of sense. It's it's the inner teachings within something like Christianity, esoteric Christianity, the inner teachings within Christianity. So, and the whole secret side of it and the secret society side of it was just something that basically happened naturally as a result of ego, as a result of people, unbalanced people, seeking to gain some feeling of importance and power over other people because they know something that the other people don't know. Like, but then knowledge in the wrong hands is dangerous, isn't it? If the inept are given, you don't hand a child a loaded shotgun. Basically, and we are pretty much children. Even walking around as 40, 50, 60-year-old men, we're still children because of our ignorance to how things actually work. We can say we've got a good idea and we feel really strongly and we think that we know, but really we don't. Really, we're just going by our best guess according to what we've experienced so far. What I like about the 4th way is that they teach that the only way that you can do it, it's not by reading, it's not by listening, it's not by being near somebody that is doing it. It's you have to do the work. You have to actually do the work yourself. And then in doing the work, things will happen that will help validate the work to you, which will then bring you on to the next step, where you reach 2nd state of consciousness and then 3rd state of consciousness, where you're basically in an there's a permanent awareness of the observing eye that the observing eye will always be there to sort of monitor what you're doing. What's this? This is the alchemical symbols. It's funny how Mercury's done like a devil, isn't it?
Sorry, was just setting something back up there. Man, like I've just major synchronicities right here in metaphysical, intellectual discussions needing to happen because we are on so many of the same pages with this. And the ancient Buddhist proverb, I believe it's something like the soul is destined to, or failed to repeat itself until it chooses to see the light. And that my own personal experience, it's all self-initiation. And like your old souls, like yourself, myself, probably everybody watching this, is a natural adept at certain aspects of what
That's
is
because of
the core of
previous
your own individual soul, and that or spirit, and that it's trusting, connecting with your higher conscious self, your intuition, your like overall uh, balance within your body, your mind, your spirit, and your emotion, just like you were stating, Richie. And that when you're connected and in all four of those aspects of your existence, then you are a fully four-dimensional existing human spiritual soul thing. And that I theorize and have felt this and pondered it throughout my life, and it's been that there's most likely humans alive today that have are still alive from a past a golden age or era and whatnot, that are just hiding within the highest levels of the initiated societies, and that like the overall probable like Freemason community is probably just as many good people as there are bad people, just as there's the balance of good and light, the duality, exactly.
Man,
And
it's a
that
law. It has to be.
half of the souls, or hopefully less than half, and that as we evolve and consciously elevate as a species in consciousness, that we're able to increase the number of souls choosing their free will to evolve up and do good over choosing to fall for the bad and fail and have to repeat and cause harm on all of us and more struggle, instead of achieving the evolution of living heaven. But that that there's when I did join the Freemasons for about a year, I was a member. I only went through the first degree of initiation. I never went through the second or third to become a full member. It was half. I was a third of where I was battling the 10-year prescription OxyContin opiate just battle that was caused through the pharmaceutical prescriptions, but that I've now been off of for 3.5 years. And you got to go through hell to experience and appreciate heaven and build off of it. But
12 years clean from dihydrocodeine and
tramadol. You know it too, brother. Fucking rights, man. Over a decade. You would have been one of the first then back then. Some of the hardest prescription opiates when they first came out, before there was any knowledge on that shit. Congratulations to you.
No, they knew their shit, man.
They knew. I'm saying the public, like just of the overall epidemic that has now devolved with all the way to the and constant overdose, like destruction of Western society, especially. Like I've lost over 100 souls personally known over the last 6-7 years to it. And that's one of the things that sobered me up, to be like, I was not going to be a statistic in this journey. I know my destiny is so much more to overcome it. But anywho, back to my experiences through the Masonry, that I had access and was reading and read well above, all the way up to about the 30th or maybe the 23rd or 4th. Yeah, it wasn't the 30s, somewhere in the mid 20s, of degrees of initiations of the ancient rite of Freemasonry, as well as there was several alchemical degrees within those the teen degrees in it. But that's I read the first degree of initiation before I actually then went through the physical initiation experience myself into the lodge afterwards, and it was just like, wow, it's happened word for word like I read it was. Like this, what I was just like so disappointed of it, sort of thing, like, wow, now I've read like all like 20 of what I'm going to go through, and from what I just experienced, like it'll probably be something like that. But then also took apart the extremely into like hidden and infiltrated Zionism that is put into all of those rites and the initiations, and then their overall practices. But just the group of people that were part of my lodge, like all like great soul, like good hearted people of all sorts of different political opinions, but all smart, you know, like just I'm really good, I would say, character of judgment just through experiences of, you know, looking someone in the eye and from reading their aura, their body language, and then hearing their first words, having a pretty good idea if the person has lived no life, 30 lives, taken a life, going to try to take your life, or, you know, make you a new life sort of thing, right? That there was a couple higher ups that were like coming in from like the regional areas that I could sense, like they gave me the feeling that probably could have killed someone, or you know, not saying that like that was
just
them
no,
or anything
like
like that, but just like a shady person and a higher up that was holding something. But then there was also my Grand Master that was, he was a 32nd degree wall. He was my Grand Master. He was also my sponsor into the lodge. And during my time there, went over to England and was actually turned into a 33rd. And that my
the honorary 33rd is honorary. It's not something that you take. You can't go and take a 33rd degree.
Exactly, it was given to him, and there's a huge event that he went to over in the UK and stuff.
Grand Lodge.
But it's that I got to know him quite well. I not leading up to it, like as I knew him and like talked to him and through my experiences, and like for one, but also like discuss like my alchemy stuff, research and whatnot. One thing I was trying to get at though is from listening to Benjamin Fulford, if you ever have heard of Fulford, right? And he often talks about the P2 Lodge in Rome and how it controls like the occult, not just through Freemasons, also Rosicrucian, Skull and Bones, Theo Society, all of them, right? But
because technically they're all just different factions of Freemasonry, like the Rosicrucian.
Well, no, they're all complete separate ones. Or the Rosicrucians actually are much higher up than the Freemasons, and that the
isn't Rosicrucian
kind of shift of the experiences, like the average Freemason was like just ignorant to most of it and just there to have a drink or whatnot and have a boys' night out sort of thing, right? But then like talking with my Grand Master that was a 32 at that time, and then what was given the 33rd while I was attending there, he was like, no, like there's no such thing as the P2. Like I would know, like I've never heard of it, nothing like that. Like when I first saw it, and like when he came back from getting his 33rd and going to England and through all of it, like he was shook and he was like, man, I asked about it when I was over there, and like you're right, it does exist. Like, and so it's like there's several different societies within societies within societies.
Yeah.
And
they're all friends, man.
But
because they were compromised.
Exactly, right? But it's what you're going to do with your own intent and consciousness when you get into it. And then I was given, and I didn't take advantage of it at the time because I was too fucked up, but I kind of want to go back to it as long as another thing that freaked me out. Well, first, I was also offered to be a part of their grand research lodge in regards to like my alchemy work, experiment, stuff like that. But I was also, even just as a first degree, not even a third degree, granted access. I never took advantage of it, but this is one of the main reasons, is just to get the main library of their books and start reading all of the books of it and going through all of that, because that is unaltered, insane esoteric knowledge, and that there's probably huge hidden sciences and histories and whatnot that are in all of that. And from what I gathered, it's like
they're going to give you access.
1 out of 10,000 members might actually read these or take advantage of it, but it's all there, right? So it's about your own self-initiation into what you're adept at.
And the thing is, dude, if you took advantage of that invitation and went and used the library, that would be noticed. There would be certain higher ups. They look out for the ones that go and look for that library, and there are certain books that if you look in certain areas, they want to fucking know about it. And if you're looking in those areas, then they're probably going to take you out and fast track you through certain degrees, or up to a certain degree, or
absolutely, and take you into secret orders that probably aren't even part of the masonry, but operate within its structure and part within its its underground network community assets, but then connects to all these other dark tunneled castles that are actually probably some satanicist, but there probably are also some like white-hatted esoteric good ones. Like my Grand Master that was, I still to this day have all the respect in the world for him, and like from my soul can tell that like he is a good soul, like that, like nice family, wife, like kids, everything, right? And most of them are good family people. You meet the family, stuff like that. But then there's the couple that come in from like the different regionals and whatnot, and it's like,
their auras are slightly
dark.
They got slightly darker auras, basically.
Exactly. And if you can read that, you can see right through it. And right there, you're existing as a physical, higher dimensional conscious being, if you can actually train yourself to read and see. And it's something I recommend all people work on with themselves.
And this is the going to the being able to take the position of the observing eye, the you that's watching yourself, and be able to recognize in yourself where the shadows are, because none of us are all light. We've all got dark. We've all got our shadow, and you can't run away from it. And the thing is, just because it's a shadow doesn't mean it's bad.
We all have our own inner demon, and it's your conscious to whether you're going to let it out or not, whether you're going to feed it or not, right? And that there's also independent shadow entities, demons, and angels that exist on these higher planes that can come in, and that, for instance, like a lot of what is modernly called mental illnesses and psychology, but in fact it's why 100 years ago it was a spiritual thing, and why there'd be exorcisms and everything was interpreted, and still in indigenous tribal, just spiritual communities that haven't lost that knowledge or touch.
That explains why there were so many huge mental asylums built or converted, because we don't think they built them.
And so if these were psychic sort of people, beings, right, and they're in these ancient energy portal places, that's how they were imprisoned through all of it, right? And taking that consciousness that they used to be collective and just putting it all into one, lowering them all into these cages.
And just say to everybody else that has so traumatized by the reset and whatever, they are blank slates again, ready to be indoctrinated with the new. They're fully accepting, like the people that we've seen in the last 2 years that have just accepted the things that have been, even when they've contradicted themselves, the next day they just go along with it and forget that. But you said the complete opposite yesterday.
It's 100% cognitive dissonance, ignorance, and like a necessity of surviving in a physical, conscious, two-dimensional construct of that polarizational existence of that plane of sight of forward, backwards, right, white or black. There's no gray color, any sort of dimensions in between. It's that their existence is on that one road of that matrix, surviving the matrix, being another.
Yeah, their entire focus has been brought into that point. We're getting grabbled, man. Their entire focus brought into that point, so they're focused, only on the three-dimensional plane, and unable to perceive what's going on a sort of multi-dimensional level.
Sorry, I'd actually say that's the two-dimensional plane on the emotional, like that they have us in, the fear, the anger, or like the hate, the jealousy, whatever the emotional response, right, where it's good or bad, act, react sort of thing, right? And then the three-dimensional is when you're using your free will, so you're consciously, you're empathizing, thinking of your future, your past, and then making that conscious choice, right? So it's that the parasites, the powers that be, whatever it is, it's the system, the current system, it triggers the polarization and that divide, and then into a two-dimensional conscious mindset, and then that corresponds into their set pre-programming of the
mechanical response,
distance, and the mechanical response, exactly, and never questioning it, never getting up into what should be your third dimensional free will consciousness, that when we wake up every morning, when we're resetting ourselves after going to sleep, coming back, start of your conscious existence of your day, each day back in your body in this realm, it's that we should be waking up in that 3D minimum, if not your higher elevated four-dimensional. Once you're in a routine, you're getting going, you're stoked to be alive, you're stoked with what you're doing each day, you're living off of it, you're remembering everything, you're connected to yourself, then you're waking up in that fourth. Or when you're in that downward, depressed, despair, or anger, or fear, you're in that 2D, you're waking up in the 2, and you're not even starting to think about yourself or questioning anything, right? Yet alone trying to get into your 4th or 5th higher spiritual conscious selves and existence and whatnot. It's that they just try to get you into that 2, so that you'll forever just be sheep in their flock, a ant in their farm, a cog in the machine, right? And
possession, they're possession, like in possession, under their control, and that all then links into the whole legal aspect, the whole what we're talking about legally. I think there's because we keep getting told all the time everything is connected. So it is. It's connected physically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally. Everything is connected. So, definitely being able to observe what you're saying, being able to observe yourself and detach from emotionally detached, be able to say, "Whoa, look at that, man. That's made me feel really angry. Why is that? Why has that made me feel angry? Why do I now want to smack this person in the face? Or that's made me feel really happy. Wow, why has that made me feel really happy?" Instead of getting lost in the emotion itself, being able to analyze what it is that's making you happy or making you sad or angry or depressed or whatever. That was part of what my curing my depression.
But
Much, man.
not just that, polarized and divided, Richie, right? It's the divide and conquer. They want us it's a higher dimensional parasite of some sort, right? Whether it's a fifth, sixth, seventh dimensional entity being sort of thing that is harvesting off of this negative energy coming out of humanity, right? It's getting us to convince ourselves to pick up the gun and use it on ourselves, right?
Yeah.
And that's why it's divide and polarize, so that then you're not in the third thinking about others, thinking about anything else. You're polarized and divided and want to just fight the other. It's the magnetism. It's the exact opposite. It's that 2D emotional react, act, response, action.
I don't think that these parasites or whatever they are, I don't think they come from higher dimensions
or lower or anything.
I think they're all a creation of our own. We've created
people
them.
Feeding the demons within themselves, whatever the demons and the angels are. But that's what I'm saying. Those demons and angels are essentially, there could be plasma, etherical, whatever they are, light for the angels, who knows, right? But it's that whether it's alien, whatever these things are, it's of a different dimension coming out of the multiverse, and they're not physically existing on our own. They're not able to physically impact our own. It's that we have to trick us into choosing our own free will to divide, destroy, and kill ourselves. And until we evolve as a conscious, connected, higher conscious, fourth dimensional species and stop killing ourselves and build and be united, only then will we be let off this 3D plane and reconnected into the higher dimensional planes of existence again. And that what it must be the switching of the ages too. It could be that as the sun now is expanding, these white pulsars, they're supposed to be much bigger and whatnot, right? It could be that the Earth plane is expanding and being maybe pushed into the because there's the electric universe theory people and whatnot and all sorts of ones, but some Russian guys books too, but of how Venus maybe only a couple thousand years ago flew around, Saturn came out of the sun, all sorts of different theories and whatnot. But it could be that our Earth, as we go into this new age or age of the star, it's like for instance Thor, and how there's like Earth and then the other different realms, and it could be just a bunch of different Earth timelines all coming together at once as these age times traverse into a different one, essentially. Like there was talk about during the Philadelphia experiment, different things. Michelle Gibson goes into a lot. So does Campbell with autodidactic, but of multiple timelines, the Mandela effect, butterfly effect. But it could be that there's like 3 different planes of and timelines of human existence of this same parallel time and age connecting right now, or crashing upon each other, and being why there is all of these crazy different Tartaria coming out, the flat Earth conscious connected community percentage, the anti-gravitic UFO community, the esoteric community.
Things like teaching that I've come across, this the fourth way. I've been like
the fourth way could be our ancestors. It could be the spiritual human self. So especially in Eastern esoteric community cultures, and how connected they are to their spiritual ancestral sides, but then their metaphysical science aspects too, of the chi, the prana, the mana, tapping into it, and how important their ancestors and like how they act consciously, and they think about their honor and disappointing their ancestors, letting their ancestors down, not just their living family, but the past families and whatnot. And that also connects into a bit of what you were talking on earlier and what is going to be in this Dan Winters video that I was going to play here soon. One more thing I got to say, and then I'll let you. Or actually, no, you go first. You go first.
No, I was just going to say what about honoring the ancestors. It's like, because really, somewhere back there, the soul that's with you now was back then. You know, we've been. I'm not sure how it works with the soul and the spirit, right? The spirit is the spirit, always ours, and once you reach a certain point, you're able to hold a soul. You're able to be a vessel for a soul that's always been.
Sorry, let me interject one little thing. The way I envision is the body is the third dimensional part of the human, the spirit is the fourth dimensional, the in-between consciousness, and the soul is the fifth eternal dimensional conscious and being, so that your fifth dimensional higher soul is forever existing and alive and in that forever time of the overall torus of the like full 0 and 10th geometric dimension of space-time that is all everything in one, right? And so also that 8-dimensional infinity loop of time that is also still that flat plane of it, that your disk on it as you're going through around, that's on the third plane of it where your spirit or your body is and your spirit is, but then your soul is in it all, throughout it all, as with the Akashic record, and the ancestral Gaia and all spiritual memory, right? That it all exists simultaneously throughout the multiverse and universe at all times within every atom in the denser aspects of it as it's folding in on itself and unfolding on itself, right? And that so theoretically and practically anything and everything that could ever exist does exist at some place and somewhere at all times, right? And that thus it explains also how people can experience multiple lives, how you can connect into like the universal consciousness, but also what they call Christ consciousness, or the higher dimensional soul conscious self, and your past higher dimensional, right? And that it's just the different geometrical dimensions of planes of existence within it all and within your own full self, right? And that's one of the biggest misconceptions, but most important realizations of every conscious being's existence with your spirit and with your soul, is that your soul is eternal and energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transformed from one form to another. So your spirit, your conscious that's engaged within your physical 3D biology and third plane that we're in, that spirit is in a fourth or fifth dimensional conscious being right around you that's within that body, like a plasma. So the spirit must be a plasma being consciousness that resides within, and then your soul is a fifth dimensional etherical or dimensional being that exists within the Akashic, within the ancestors, the ley lines, the energy, the Gaia, the forever time. And that once you accept that your existence is immortal and that we are just a fractal of the overall creator created in the image of your own perspective, but that one disc that is your perspective, no matter where it is at any moment in the multiverse, on any plane anywhere, it's that is a full dimensional of existence, and your existence is just as powerful, eternal, and immortal as any other conscious existence throughout the multiverse, universe, and all of existence. And thus, our souls are equal to that of all else. And, like,
I think that's why that makes us here. I think that's why we as mankind, as I want to stop using the word human being, because that's a fictional, a corporate fiction as well. That's language, legalese. Human being is legalese. So mankind. Oh no! Don't do that. No, I just had a brain fart.
That's okay. While you think of it, back to the airbender, the last bender, and the elements, the four elements. It's the four states of matter and their physical states. So you have Earth, solid. It's as solid as it gets, but Earth is that 3D solid state. Water is that 2D liquid state. Air is that 1D gaseous state. And fire is actually that fourth dimensional plasma state. So the four states of element matter. And when it says plus the elements, it is actually the periodic table of elements and how all elements exist in the four different physical states of solid, liquid, gas, and plasma. And consciousness is essentially a plasma, but the body is your solid, the spirit, or your emotion, I guess, is the polarized, right? So your emotional would be like water. You want it to be like water, as they say. So emotional would be your second degree state, air would be your spiritual state, and fire would be your soul or conscious state.
I was trying to decide. My difficulty was between fire and water. Is water can be emotional, but water could be like fire could be emotional as well, isn't it? Because
so water is it's sound, right? And sound really drives emotion. And it's be like, do you be a wave or do you be a ripple, and do you manifest into a full particle or being from it? I guess, yeah, fire. So when you're inflamed, when you're on fire, when you're in that plasma, then your emotional is a fourth dimensional emotional, is I guess what it would be essentially. Or that once you're able to connect it all or take it through space time.
Can you see how, like, what I see Earth as is like, and everything that's happening here, I see as been an intentional thing to basically for us to evolve to a state where we are in balance and in control of our emotions, of our bodies, of our physical, of the four elements of existence in this realm, within this realm, because they're it only counts in this realm. We don't, truthfully, we don't really know what's outside.
Ooh, see the three, but once you're in the fourth carries on to the higher realms.
Yeah. But because of the language we use, we say higher realm, and we think, well, it's, the higher realm, what, like something above us. But what if the higher realm is either below us or within us?
You have the higher realm, it's within us. That's your soul. That's your 5D soul being or existence that's going in. So it's within you, that higher realm, that higher dimensional, that higher weight, right? When you feel something like your intuition, your gut is telling you it's weighing heavy on you, it's heavy on your conscience, heavy weight on your shoulders, because you know that you're taking that strike because in your free will, because you've thought about it, so you've consciously chosen to do it, and that you're feeling that physical strike that is going into the higher realm, that it will carry on to your next lives, that is on your soul, that is eternal and exists forever on multiple planes.
But it's something that will keep that weight, that tether is something that will stop you from being able to reach a state of consciousness where you're aware of what you're doing, and the fact that you're tethering yourself. You're not allowing yourself to expand and grow and evolve as a consciousness.
Absolutely. And it gets down to the ego and the clarity and the emotion, right? First is emotion, then is your ego, or first is clarity, then there's ego, and then there's time. But ego essentially is emotion, or one of the emotions, or a dimension of all of the emotions together, I guess.
I see ego as a natural byproduct of self-awareness. So without awareness of the higher realms and the higher emotional states, the fact that there's a lot more to this realm than what we can see, finding humility in that. If you're not educated in that, if you're not made aware of it, then it's just your ego. Your ego is just, and then that's a vicious circle, a self-fulfilling prophecy within egos. We're all until you're aware, until you're spiritually, mentally, and emotionally aware of yourself, and until you know yourself, you are just basically a robot responding mechanically to various stimuli coming into your experience. If that makes sense. You're muted, buddy. You're on the mute. Can't hear a word you're saying there. Still can't hear a word you're saying.
Thank you. That is yet more absolute synchronicities of literally what I have just been looking up and opening up for Dan Winter's talk. And play on a few-minute interlude while I go to the bathroom and take a smoke break. But I think you're going to be. Richie? Have you seen much of Dan Winter's work?
The name rings a bell, but I don't think it's something that I've watched recently.
Prepare to be blown away, my friend. I hope this resonates with you, but I suspect it shall.
I'm certain it will, mate. I'm sure it will.
Darn tootin'. Okay, this is not the specific video I was intending to play that I've been talking about non-stop here, but this should be pretty on bang to describe exactly what we've just been discussing. And ascension, central pedal plasma vortex. We'll just give this a listen. If it's not this, I'll put on another one, but 5 or 10 minute smoke break right now. Oh, come on. Don't fail me now, YouTube. Oops, is this the right one? Oh, wrong one. God damn it. Sorry, experiencing technical difficulties. One moment, please.
This is the big.
Can you read that, or is it backwards? I'm just gonna. I've got this. I'm watching on the phone, dude. I'm just gonna make coffee.
Sounds good, brother.
Hello, I'm Dan Winter, back with you, fractalfield.com, fractalu.com. It's first thing in January 2021, and we're covered with beautiful snow here in South France. And we're doing this amazing new film series with our wonderful filmmaking partner, Ari, from Netherlands and Belgium.
My name is Ari. I'm a teacher of Qigong.
Inertia, which is centripetal there, causes the kind of compression that sorts waves can emerge into phase. And that is quintessentially related to the process of perception itself. For example, the young kids we're teaching to see without their eyes, they get that harmonic cascade in their brain waves. It's kind of it looks like a caduceus. And then they're very clear. They say, it's like I'm looking through.
No, dude, what happened? I'm just watching on my phone as I make coffee.
Our YouTube channel, Fractal Field, it has over 1 million views, and so we're pretty global. And we've been teaching the physics of consciousness for 30 years. So sounds that you hear, which are actually infrasound, which are also contributing to that compression event, that successful black hole event that enables successful death, because it enables your memory to get in voltage, which is actually higher compression of that array. And that actually brings up the conversation for this evening, which is, imagine a world within which at every electrical engineering university, like mine, University of Detroit, the physics of what it is to have and build a soul were taught to electrical engineers. Imagine if that were common scientific knowledge. That means that governments and universities would no longer engage in soulless behavior because they would know what it is. And religion wars would be unnecessary because everyone would agree if all this was based on the principles of physics. Well, it turns out that actually now we can know. For example, there are many ways in which the coherence of the aura is measurable. For example, medicine knows that you can measure whether you have an immune system if your heart harmonic inclusive. Well, it turns out that the perfection of harmonic inclusiveness in heart rate variability, which is the fractal heart is a healthy heart, that compression of the most possible harmonics that you invite into your heart, remember, perfect compassion is perfect compression, is a measure of immune health because it's a measure of compression success. Well, that's an example of what feeds the aura. And the aura is gas discharges, etc. So suddenly, if not only is that how you get an immune system to build that coherent charged bubble you call a soul. For example, when you have a coherent bubble of charge around your aura, you're able to lucid dream. The Egyptians called it the Ba from the Ka. Gurdjieff called it the Kesjan body. Spiritualists call it the rainbow light body. Electrical engineers now have a term for it. It's a coherent longitudinal array which makes your aura plasma projective. And then when you take that plasma, that charge of your aura, and you're enabled to project it, you begin to be able to do things like lucid dream, which predicts whether you'll take memory through death, predicts whether you can astral travel, remote view. You know, it brings up the question, it's so common. You see these very advanced scientists now admitting that many of them have had near-death experiences and even remember taking their eyeballs outside their head. Now, this is the first real physics of consciousness that explains how your eyeballs, how your vision can leave your body, because now we know what the physics of consciousness actually is. Your consciousness normally is the synaptic array, the spark gaps, the Indra's net inside your head, which is an array. And yes, you the plasma vortex tornado inside that array, and when it becomes coherent, that plasma vortex tornado can move coherently outside your head. Practical example. So, you know, the hundreds of kids now who are being trained to see without their eyes, and there's many of those programs. Ours is just one at flameinmind.com, where we measure the brain waves of kids who are blindfolded and they're seeing very clearly without their eyes when they go into trance or bliss state. And they all report the same thing. They say, a vortex tunnel appears inside my head when they go into this relaxed trance bliss. And then they look through that vortex tunnel like it's an eyeball, and then an eye forms in the tornado. Well, that's an example of a plasma vortex creating the physics, and it's called phase conjugate perception. It creates the physics of vision. So that kind of plasma centripetal implosion is actually a big key to the physics of what vision is itself, and a big key to what you take with you when you die, that plasma vortex. So this evening's lecture is entitled The Answer to 16 Questions for a reason. Suppose you understood what the reality of a plasma vortex centripetal, suddenly you could understand, and then there's a list of 16 questions which are the answer to the mysteries of the universe. And for that, I'm going to share a slideshow about that. This is the answer to 16 questions. Let me see if I get my slideshow up here correctly. So hopefully you are seeing. If you knew what a plasma vortex was, then you can know what is the physics of, and then there's a list of 16 questions which are the answer to all the major problems of the universe. So suddenly the answer to all of the great questions of science and history come down to one simple understanding. What is a plasma vortex and what makes it centripetal? So first of all, let's try to get very clear about defining our terms here. What is plasma? Plasma is the name for a cloud of charge. Normally in electrical engineering, if there's a cloud of charge or plasma, it involves heat to keep the charge circulating. In very rare circumstances, a charge circulation can occur without heat when it's centripetal or negentropic, which is called cold plasma. Cold atmospheric plasma is one of the most popular subjects in all of medicine right now because it heals so many things. We think the cold atmospheric plasma of Therify.net is the best example because we've discovered the best geometry that enables plasma vortex to be stable without heat, which is called phase conjugate negentropy. A practical example, when Victor Schauberger was watching his water vortex with piezoelectrically doped rock powder spontaneously get colder, called implosion, and the moment it started generating electricity from gravity, which later we're going to see is a key to the Hannibal-Nazi Bell vortex, which was a gravity maker. So that's an example of implosion, a centripetal force. So plasma, which is simply a cloud of charge, you would need then to ask, if you were a real scientist, well, what is charge? And we want to be clear here. The universe is comprised of a single contiguous compressible media named charge. It's a little more accurate than the term ether. And the compressibility plus minus compression rarefaction of that compressible media is named plus and minus charge. And that behaves like a superfluid. Literally, in electrical engineering, when we say voltage and amperage, we don't mean that electric charge is like a fluid, pressure being voltage. Tesla's term was tension, and amperage being amount or rate of flow. We mean that electricity is a fluid. And once we understand that, you begin to be able to think in more disciplined unified field terms. So thinking of the unified field of compressible charge enables you to be more unified field in your thinking, and also enables you in just a moment to make the jump to see how gravity is created from charge when it becomes centripetal. Because when charge implodes, there is acceleration of charge toward the center of fractal symmetry, and the name for that acceleration of charge toward that center is the gravity. So suddenly that is a unified field once you understand how fractal phase conjugation causes the charge implosion acceleration to center, named the gravity. Another problem that solves is now you know exactly what mass charge, and it stores the inertia we name mass, and the charge rotates and it creates a period of rotation named time. So space-time is not bent when charge accelerates. What happens is when it accelerates, the rate of spin increases, and that is named time. It's not bending space-time. It wasn't a helpful terminology. What's important to know is that time is merely a name for the rate or period of charge rotation. Suddenly, then we begin to understand, for example, time reversal, which is a name for when spin patterns return to a state of increased order, which is why in physics, although time reversal has been measured, it was only a measurement of negentropy, which is a return to order, which is why you can't time reverse toward disorder. You can only time reverse toward order in the measurements of the physics of time reversal from phase conjugate optics, et cetera, et cetera. So we're beginning to have a way to think with discipline about the unified field in terms of simply rotating charge. So then what causes that charge to get centripetal is when that pine cone shape adds and multiplies recursively and lets
cryptocurrency, where fortunes can be made overnight. And 2021 is the hottest year on record. Bitcoin set a new all-time high. Ethereum achieved
the spin move towards center. So bottom right here, you have the top-down view of not only DNA and every living protein, but I wrote the new equation that proved this is exactly the top-down view of hydrogen, that hydrogen's electron shell radii are exactly golden ratio multiples of Planck, the musical key signature of the universe. So this is what hydrogen looks like. And when the waves rotate around this golden mean spiral, which defines the fractality of hydrogen, they add and multiply recursively and constructively, not just the wavelength, but the phase velocity. And so when the velocity is heterodyne constructively, that turns compression of charge when that symmetry is fractal or golden ratio or conjugate. That allows the recursive heterodyning to be constructive, because golden ratio defines the solution to recursion constructive heterodyning. So the adding and multiplying of phase velocities produces acceleration of charge towards center from that specific geometry of compression of charge. When that kind of compression produces acceleration to center because of fractal recursion conjugation, that acceleration of charge towards center is named the gravity. That is the origin of centripetal forces in all centripetal and negentropic forces. So it's true that many physicists have already agreed that fractality is the cause of gravity, but we're the first ones to actually publish the equations that prove how it is that fractality causes gravity. And these are some of our equations in the literature. So what we did, and we're not going to do technical physics here, but remember, we're leading up to the physics of ascension here. So we're going somewhere spiritual and we're starting with physics. But what we did was we published the Navier-Stokes generalized wave equations, which proved that when waves converge in golden mean ratio, they produce the maximum constructive wave interference. We did that first by showing that that's true of waves in a line, and then we solved the problem in a way that gravity science has not solved the problem of gravity, which is physics can't accurately model gravitational relations between
Richie, how you liking some of this stuff?
We solved that problem in an interesting way. It turns out that if you take that line of golden ratio wave nodes and you stellate that line around the axes of the dodecaecosa, this our star mother kit, that you produce the 3D solution, the only possible 3D fractal, the infinite stellation of dodecaecosa.
I was muted, Dan. You didn't hear me, man. I'm loving it.
The geometry of fullerenes and carbon and DNA.
I have a feeling, and the feeling is mutual. Welcome
then
back.
we had a set of wave equations.
I feel like you're also loving it.
We
That's
had
why you're back.
solved the problem of maximum constructive wave interference. And once we proved that and we published it, these are the publications. You can see all the physics at fractalfield.com/vacuum energy. And these are the publications. And the second one, we explain in detail why that is the cause of gravity, because that creates the compression, the geometry of compression that turns compression into acceleration and therefore implosion. Now, for those who would like pictures more than equations, this is another view of what that looks like, that down the throat of that perfected, what's called phase conjugate fractal vortex, that series of golden ratio wave interference, which both add and multiply recursively constructively. You solve the problem of recursion, solve the problem of embedding. Perfect embedding is perfect entanglement. That's called phase conjugation or charge implosion. And that produces acceleration of charge from compression of charge. See the down the throat of a vortex in golden ratio, and they begin to implode. Now, the key component here is what enables that implosion of charge to penetrate through the center point of that vortex, literally the 0 point, which we now know is Planck length and time, 1.61 times 10 to the minus 33 centimeters, which is the throat of the toothpaste tube, as it were. And at that threshold point, the inertia that arrived from the left in a transverse up and down wave goes down that perfected caduceus, golden ratio vortex. And the inertia is translated from up and down motion on the left to compressional wave called longitudinal or scalar on the right, where the direction of compression, the direction of the wave compression, is parallel to the direction of propagation, unlike the transverse, where the wave goes up and down, perpendicular to the direction of propagation, which makes the wave more penetrating. Then, if those longitudinal waves then cross again at a distance, they will go through almost anything like a Faraday cage, and they will create exonet at a distance, because when the longitudinal wave crosses again at a distance, it sets up those vortex again, where the longitudinal inertia is interchanged with the transverse. And you can then resynthesize heat at a distance, for example, solving the problem of heat containment, the holy grail of fusion research, but also the physics of all action at a distance, solving the problem that Einstein called spooky, and enabling us to understand how things like stargates and portals work, which we will get to a bit later. The point being that the nodes in that array can be a place where the inertia is exchanged like a perfectly distributed, think of it as DNA radio or the collective unconscious or the communion of saints. So to get into that array, you have to do the compression well so that you can get to the high voltage that enables that perfected distribution. So basically, at the center of every black hole is phase conjugation to Planck by golden ratio. And the equation for that here, which many of you have seen my work at fractalfield.com, is named the origin of biologic negentropy, which is the name of the equation and the name of my book at fractalfield.com. And basically it's simple: Planck length or time times integer exponents of golden ratio, called phase conjugation or fractal, produces a series of wavelengths and frequencies, which include all of the geometry that allows nature to emerge from chaos, called self-organization or origin of negentropy. For example, 3 exact radii of hydrogen, wavelength of ADP, the most important molecule in the body, 1.91 angstroms. The exact only 2 frequencies of color that enable photosynthesis. Photosynthesis is negentropic because it's phase conjugate fractal. It produces the definition of sacred dimensions, which is embeddability in the longitudinal. The British foot is exact golden ratio times Planck. It produces the Schumann harmonics, the brainwave harmonics, the heart rate variability harmonics, the LF, Mayer wave, 0.1 hertz. It produces the Venus year, Earth year, galactic year, and precessional year, all predicted by my equation named origin of biologic negentropy. So that is a geometry of perfect implosion that is the way out of chaos, and proves that your physics teacher was wrong when she said, he said, the universe is condemned to entropy. That is a lie. There is a way out of chaos. For example, how the Schumann harmonics make the Earth grid negentropic, named the Gaia principle. So now you understand how a plasma vortex can get centripetal, because it can implode through Planck, accelerate through the speed of light at the Planck threshold. And we should mention that the dominant velocity faster than light in the thousands of measurements made by the famous professor Raymond Chow proved that the dominant measurement of speeds faster than light are between 1.5 and 1.7 times c, the speed of light, pointing directly to 1.618 golden ratio as the dominant measured velocity faster than the speed of light that's been measured, which is the smoking gun which proves my theory of gravity, that gravity is caused by implosion through the speed of light at the Planck threshold by phase conjugate golden ratio. That is the cause of gravity, because that's the hole at the bottom of the vortex that allows the charge to escape. You know, Einstein said, well, if we understood infinite non-destructive compression, well, it is literally infinite, and the compression is non-destructive because it implodes through the speed of light at the center. And that creates the array, for example, why Jodie Foster could lucid dream in the movie Contact by using a dodecahedron. Okay, so now you know what implosion is. Here's the 16 questions we answered. Now that you know what implosion, what centripetal force in a plasma vortex is, you also understand that if you were watching a shaman steer a tornado and you saw the bioplasmic streamers leave the belly of the shaman and embed in the vortex of the tornado, and the shaman becomes the centripetal force of the tornado and steers it, and this tornado falls in this love with the shaman because the shaman feels its pain better than it feels its own pain, And the shaman calls that eating the hucha, or eating the anger, or feeling the pain. And so, because feeling the pain of the tornado is to feel whatever is making the tornado bleed charge due to broken fractality. A metal trailer park, for example, is painful for a tornado because it can't implode capacitance through it. And so the tornado will go out of its way to destroy metal buildings because they are painful to its plasma body, versus sacred stone structures, which feel like part of the body of the tornado. The tornado will never destroy because it feels like part of the body. And that living plasma body is the new physics we're beginning.
All right. So did you guys catch all of that? Because, well, that's more insanely
That's a lot to take in.
Crammed in higher dimensional physics all in one than I even mumble together in word sandwiches. Kevin, Bane Bear, great to have you back. Richie, 007, if you've not met Calistoga. Bear, what's your first name again? I forgot.
Bane Bear? My first name is Jay. Everybody calls me Jay.
Jay. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, I don't...
Yeah. I mean, it's not one of those things where I use the personification of the anonymity of the internet, but I use the personification of the anonymity of the internet to not use my name. Like I don't have Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat.
Brother and friend, good to know you, Jay. But Bane of the Bear Clan, because we are of the Bears, fellow Bears. Kevin, you joined back in. You were.
I'm 007, not Bond Bear.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen you. Okay. Yeah, I love the bear names. The bear names are a fun moniker to play with. Hello?
It's definitely. Did it come from Owen though? Is it? Did you an Owen Benjamin?
Yeah, I'm a follower of the whole bear clan. I haven't caught up on all the streams this week yet, though.
Yes, actually, I'll play one of those before I end this epic stream. But I've been emailing back with Ben, and I got a reply to him and his manager, someone, both of them scheduling a collab together very soon, because Odin's Alchemy, Ben's work, phenomenal alchemy as well.
There's not a plane going over me until there's a plane going over me. Anyways, see, my lighting's not working in here. I got to find another room. Anyways,
there you go. It's just the angle. Don't face it at the sun, and you're good to go. Face from the sun, and perfect lighting. Gotcha. Richie, did that not connect a shit ton of dots though between the plasma, the talking, and just Dan? Yeah, Winters? It's so much to take in, but like he's probably higher Mensa than Einstein or freaking wheelchair. R.I.P. No disrespect, but didn't like all of Hawkins' stuff. Anywho, Dan Winters, it's unbelievable. His physics, his mathematics, both the technology, the esoteric, the metaphysics, as well as the sacred geometry, and then the real physics, EM, and just everything all at once. It's just multi-dimensional to the extreme that you got to watch it 10 times.
Yeah. I don't know. I agree with some of his theories. I just don't agree with all of them. I mean, the whole, like,
with anything and everything, always use your own discernment and experience, what resonates with you and what doesn't, right? Of course, right? And it's that it's to take in what you do feel and just ignore the rest and let it splash off of you like water.
No, well, can I share some theories on the whole frequency thing? I think that the whole interdimensional, like you say, it is interior, it is internal, it is within. But part of that mechanism, I think, is like as far as your the frequency of your spirit or your soul or your chi, your mantra, being able to levitate or not. You know, I think that has to do with like a level of laughter or a level of guilt. Like look at the whole what was it? A Christmas
That's
Carol.
huge. Thank you for bringing that in. 100%. That it is whether your soul, your consciousness, as light as a feather or as heavy as a brick or rock that sinks back down, whether you ascend to heaven at the judgment or you fall back down to repeat it again. And I was actually having a very similar parallel ponderance in my mind earlier during the stream tonight on specifically that sort of topic, and now I just had a complete brain fart on what I was going to say. But of the flow, oh yeah, of once you master your whole within yourself, that you're balanced within your body, mind, spirit, and emotion, and that you have your light, you're at stillness with the water, with peace with the universe, that from that point you will then be able to light up and float. And there's actually several ancient Tibetan and different monk and yogi stories of these monks levitating from thought and stuff. And what you just brought up is 100% key and crucial. And it's one of the most basic spiritual sciences and laws of that. If you're first lying to yourself in denial to your own consciousness and being, you will never be able to connect to your own higher self, yet alone the universe or others, right? That you're not going to be able to be telekinetic with your girlfriend if you're afraid of her finding out that you're a piece of shit lying to her and cheating on her, sort of thing, right? You know, like
I agree.
That once you're at whole and at peace and being able to astral harvest or astral project and travel or have the what type of the dreams, the oh my god, why
lucid dreaming.
Lucid dreams.
Yes, exactly.
Very true. But at the same time, like think of it this way,
that you have to be whole first within your mind, body, soul, and piece of like not being a piece of shit, like you've lived a good holy life, that then you are that light. And that when the esoteric yogi teachings and whatnot and theorizing of monks past demigod things, that any human could essentially ascend to that light body, where your body is light because you are of ascended soul of heavenly energy and proportion. And
you've made room. You've made room in your being.
Strike.
What you're saying about light is like the whole thing about ascension. Light is connected to ascension, and I was listening to the Alchemist talk about it the other day, and she was saying, well, what if light isn't light, physical, you know, this like light that you get, daylight? What if light literally means light? So you accept and you become lighter. You allow the light in and you become lighter.
I think there's a trifecta to it. Like this camera right here is on a tripod, you know, it has to have 3 legs. I think it is a tie-in. I think it's a tie-in between frequency, light, and how much you're actually, the vibration of how much you're actually able to laugh. Because in my opinion, it's been one of those things where, like Charles Dickens had that Christmas Carol. You know, do you remember when they made the Muppet version? You know, where Marley, our hearts are painted black. And then when he asked them, the guy played Michael Caine. I love Michael Caine, by the way.
Oh, yes.
That's one thing that's on my bucket list. That's on my bucket list. I will never get to do is I want to meet Michael Caine before he dies. But that's one thing I would love to do. But in Christmas Carol, that stood out to me as a child because I had to watch it with my little brother because I was older than him. But he said, we forge these chains in life with our actions and our thoughts and our deeds. He says, you have a chain similar, only longer and heavier because he lived longer and he'd done more bad juju, bad karma, all that stuff. I do think that laughter ties into the frequency. Honestly, this is going to sound stupid crazy when I say this, but I want to see if there's a base level vibration where you can tie in a high speed, repetitive laughter at just the right tone that could cause levitation. Like, look at the friend that always has the machine gun laugh. The, you know, imagine turning that frequency up, putting it like thousands of times faster, and pointing it out a speaker and somehow causing a force.
I
think
saw
laughter, vibration, and frequency tie in together. And if you don't have the laughter, vibration, and frequency, the gears interchanging, working together, when you do go to ascend, some's going to hit a ceiling and some's not going to work right because either the light's not there, the laughter's not there, or the vibration's just not right.
You are
Everybody's
bang
got
on to here. Let me add to that. And so the trifecta, as you're saying, mind, body, and spirit, and having your
mind, body, and soul,
body
basically.
resonating at the right frequency, like you're healthy, you're taking care of it, you're not full of toxins, so your physical
I'm full of toxins this morning.
interact with then vibrating at the same spiritual resonant frequency, and then your emotional resonant frequency. So the laughter, the happiness, the joy, that's your emotional higher frequency. And then the spiritual is your conscious, whether you're lighthearted or you're heavy-hearted, same resonant frequency. And having all three of those, that volume resonating together to ascend to the full degree.
Well, how about that's another thing. Think about that. Hospitals truly do want to keep us sick. They don't want to. They don't want to make us well. If they did, over the loudspeakers throughout the hospitals, you'd be playing things like children's
for myself,
soft
Rich,
music.
you've overcome opiate addiction and usage, as well as I saw several others in the live chat also mentioning overcoming that. And that's why it's been pushed and become such an epidemic, is it's a downer. The opiates bring your consciousness down, your emotion down. That it's
a low vibration frequency. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Instead of the amphetamine, the like your coffee, your stimulant, your
guilty
cocaine, but then there's the meth.
Okay, none of that.
Stream of it, but then it's since it's artificial, the spiritual alchemy talk, and you're not using the natural spirit of the plant to connect into the spiritual realm. Instead, you're using this artificial created bridge and demon that then shatters, and people lose themselves, becoming zombies within their own shell of a body because their consciousness has lost to the addiction side and fled, where they've now given up all morals, all remorse of any people, like robbing from their families. They don't care who they harm because their soul's not physically present, their conscious isn't, and it's this addiction demon that has come in and taken over them.
They're possessed.
It could be even to the level of a higher dimensional conscious being or entity that of whether it's a demon, a spirit, whatever, that there's actually something comes in and does the hijack of the physical. Just as in, for instance, I was going to bring up earlier, but didn't yet, the schizophrenia and how it was treated with exorcisms and a spiritual thing, and that it was seen as other consciousnesses interacting and occupying conscious, like space, discussion, influence on the human conscious spirit soul that's in that actual body, and that when that conscious, if they're weak to it, give into it, that then there's the actual physical hijack of different entities coming in or influencing what they're doing, as well as
I agree.
The extreme case where people claim that they go insane and that they were possessed and literally have lived a perfectly good life their 30, 40, their entire life, never sinned once, that yet then murder 5 people and can't remember any of it, sort of thing. Like, is that actually a hijack, a body jack from a different
dimension? Owen talks about this too. Yeah, it's like it's a hollowing out. You take a ticket, and then you take a ticket, and then you take a ticket, and you take a ticket, and slowly but surely it hollows you out from the inside out. That's why it's called that's why it's called booze and spirits. That's why it's called under the influence.
Alchemists were the first to create the spirits of alcohol, and each grain had a different spirit of how it would cause that bridge to use. And alcohol is a dissociative, so it's what makes you go sideways. And I've actually had several, this so this is the most intense experience of my life. Whether people want to believe it or not, fucking, I get hair on my standing up every time I think and tell of it. But they're a good friend of mine, and she is diagnosed high schizophrenic, but she's also full indigenous First Nations. Oh my goodness, in Sioux. And her family is of the tribal shaman standing tradition with but when we did ketamine together, which is a very stronger psychedelic, and it can also be dissociative, psychedelic dissociative with ketamine, which is one of the strongest ever. And the psychedelic is your consciousness going into the spiritual realm, and when you're at peace, the Trinity, your mind, body, soul, and you're able to astral project it or lucid dream it, you're not having the twist of going through the spirit of that plant, psychedelic or spirit, alcohol or whatnot. It's your pure, but the plants, the drugs, that's a bridge that you can use, but it will always be shifted by the spirit of it. And that's why the rye spirit made you a little more angry.
Well,
the tequila or the Tanqueray, what's that?
Gin and tonic.
Man, anyways, each different grain spirit gave you a different type of reaction, and that's the dissociative. So back to the schizophrenic and the high dissociative with this. She said her ketamine was her absolute favorite because it gave her full control of her consciousness in the moment, and there was no longer voices trying to influence her, and several other things that I can't fully think of now. But the main thing was she loved it, and it turned her sideways. But also the halfway through, there was a flip, and her eyes instantly fully. I get, is it dilated when they open pure black the whole way? And this deep dark voice came out, and it was, "Do you want to make a deal, human?" And I was like, tripped right out. I'm like, am I taught? I looked at, so we were having an extremely in-depth esoteric conversation where I was semi accessing like spirit consciousness through her by asking questions, and then spirit consciousness was like talking through her with like her own self, adding some into it. But like it was clear that seemed that I was experiencing answers straight out of the universe or creator or whatnot with what I was asking. And we got into talking about how Native people have quantum blood, and in this quantum blood is what then gives them the capability to connect to dreamland automatically always, and thus they're what we kind of experience as lucid dreaming or active lucid dreaming. They click into it in consciousness, out of consciousness, and are simultaneously living in two-dimensional realms sort of thing through this.
I have an answer for that though, with the special blood thing.
And okay, sorry, hold those thoughts. I got 30 more seconds. I got off topic. I completely forgot about that side of things. That was the good side. The flip, when her eyes dilated, it was the dark, deep voice, and it asked me, "Do you want to make a deal?" And after having that intellectual conversation, I was like, "Am I talking to a demon?" And all of a sudden, so her eyes completely dark. She picks up her cell phone and just entered in straight numbers and like was saying the numbers off digit by digit as she was entering it into her phone, and handed it over to me. And literally it was social security numbers of a baby that was just born, and said, "Do you want to make a deal for its soul?" And I was like, "No, I'm okay." And then took it back, entered another number, brought it up, and then like I was like, "No, I have no qualms with you," and it disappeared. And then went back to her, and then more of the universal consciousness connection, but that will stay with me my entire life. Yeah, disassociatives using the spirit through, and that is soul alchemy, as well as how they use the oils, which are actually the amino acids and the different drug chemical compounds within these plants, and it being a bridge of our consciousness to the spiritual realm. But the disassociatives take you sideways. They cross you over. They bridge you into that spiritual realm or plane or consciousness that is perpendicular to our own, but that these other conscious dimensional angels, demons, Shirik records, our own soul spirits, the ancestors must all exist on it. And then you shift back to our regular and the physical, and that the amphetamine and then the downers, it's whether those drugs physically in the moment shift your consciousness up to the fourth active higher state level, like the joy, like the love, like the in harmony trinity frequency, but that if you're not actually in harmony with yourself, you're cheating yourself, getting your consciousness up to that using the drugs like the cocaine or all the time, or the methamphetamines and stuff, that then you're going to shatter that dementia, because your consciousness is now actively in the spiritual dimension and realm, and no longer in ours.
I've got a kind of a personal experience that validates what you just said. As far as in November last year, the 5th of November last year, or no, actually it was the 2nd of November last year, it began. And I didn't sleep for 90 hours. And for those, 4 days or whatever it was, I was getting clarity about things. And
Yes.
I'll call it downloads.
So
right?
I'm going to let you continue this. I just have to interject, and thank you for bringing this up. But the longer you're awake, the more closer to God or universe you are in clarity. But after 3 days, the shadows start turning into physicals, and the voices start talking to you. And as you go to the 4th and 5th, the hijack possibility is more and more susceptible you are to yourself of either having an emotional freak out and collapse and break down, or actually you're letting your demon take over and you destroying your entire life physically and breaking down and whatnot.
So dude, I've reached these states before, but using help. Under the influence of methamphetamines, amphetamines, cocaine, acid, psilocybin, various, all different, I smoked a little bit of crack once, but it wasn't something I did. I did it twice, but they were really spaced between each other the 2 times, and I never did it again afterwards. And I tried ketamine, and I've reached these states of consciousness, I guess, before, and realizations and clarity, but it's all been at the end of a massive session. And then once I've gone to sleep, when I've woken up again, I've been reset, completely reset. I forget everything that I learned. All the clarity's gone. It all shit, and then you've got the depression. You've got the real low energy, and it brings you down. And that makes
I
sense.
know exactly what you're talking about. I haven't ever done crack, but I actually have unintentionally and unknowingly done crystal meth twice, being pure crystal meth, being told it was cocaine and it was not. And then once
I've got a question. I've got a question.
Or Never the Crack, but I know exactly what you're talking about, and I've done that over because of the festivals, vending, all of that. I've been there over probably 100 times, I'd say, through the drugs, and then now I've gotten to a point where I can do it with just a small amount of amphetamine to get you through the first night into second day sort of thing. But then you can pace yourself almost like a drone worker bee and go zombie along connected to it. As long as you're in like a homeostasis within your body, replenishing, like having water, eating a little bit of food every so often. And then
Which
you can
is
go into
difficult.
a meditative, like almost like hyper sleep sort of thing for like 15 minutes, even like standing sort of thing, or just like zoning out, and like it'll help reset. And I'm able to continue on for about another 2 to 3 days, where I get to 4 to 5 days that I've been awake sort of thing. And then I'm able to start writing down and connecting, making sense of the experiences and being able to pull information back from it. And then each time that I'm also doing it now, where I haven't needed or used the drugs for the longest and parts of it, more important parts of it, and keep doing it. And essentially it's like the fasting and whatnot of the different faith religions and practices of old, but I believe it's one and the same, and that the 7 days of creation thing, it's actually you stay awake for 7 days and like you'll meet your creator and see everything else in between, but you might also like die at the click of a simple switch sort of thing that you're risking by staying that way. But
the thing is, right, the thing about this experience last November, it was on the third day, I think, when I had an experience where this has happened before. This exact thing has happened before, except what was said was different, and how I reacted was different. How I all of it was different, but it happened before. But it was after I'd been awake for 3 days. I hadn't eaten for 3 days. I hadn't drunk any water or anything for 3 days, because I'd taken something thinking it was something, and it wasn't. It was something else, and it just I was on a bed. I couldn't move for 3 days, and basically it was where I walked past the mirror, and as I was walking past the mirror, something took over me, and I just kind of stopped, turned, looked at myself in the mirror, and in that moment, this shift of perception where my ego, what I think to be me, popped just slightly outside of my body or something, where I was and something like, basically it was like my higher self was speaking to me, or I was in the
absolutely,
presence
you
of.
were connected to an out-of-body experience of yourself, your consciousness, and the universal all at once. 100%.
So the first time it happened, I felt ultimate shame. I burst into tears. I felt like I was stood there in front of, just been caught by my parents, doing something really bad. And I was full of apology and everything. And what the response I got was basically, all right, are you done now? You've apologized. Are you done now? Are you are you just gonna get on with it? You know what you've got to do, so get on with it. And the thing is, because of what I'd taken, that then had side effects afterwards, and my mood went down, and then that whole
the body
experience
was out of harmony, and it crashed it into the deep despair after that extreme high, right? It's the roller coaster from up to down and losing that.
And that whole experience just faded into the background, right?
And the shame, right? And you feel that shame and guilt because it was a bender that got you to that point where you then experienced it, right?
Yes,
100%.
exactly.
That was one of the first several times I experienced this and went through that. That's how it went to, right? And then it's once you're able to get there from not being bender, like the drug
This is what
bender,
I'm
and
saying. This
through
is, dude.
the through self-sacrifice, but experience commitments and your own like oneness and unity and higher resonance state, right? And that if you just use a smaller amount, even of like a psychedelic, like a little mushroom or like a quarter of a tab of acid or something, like on your day 3, and then it keeps you from like the day 2 to the day, or like, yeah, you do it at the end of 48 hours into the 72, or from like the 72 into the 4 days or 5 days, right, where the psychedelic will then keep you awake for that extra day that you've been zombieing on for a day or 2 already, and got the connection with the universal consciousness, that then you'll have a full guilt-free spiritual experience on the other side of Gaia, but with no guilt and memory of bringing it back, because you're thinking about it consciously as you're experiencing in that moment of it. And that because it's not guilt-free, you're not hiding anything from yourself, you're happy about it when you're waking up, and you took care of your body, it's not crashing, you then are able to remember it once you do wake up again, and you retain it and start going back over and over again. And I've actually had 5 times now, and I love that you say the mirror. Those mirrors are portals, especially when you've been awake for days and there's shadows. And I haven't fucked around with it too much, but for the 4 times I've had a reoccurring breakthrough of like full understanding, bliss of everything. But I also consciously time traveled to these 3 places that it happened at before, as well as like the new place each time. And it's that I remember it from the very first experienced time, but it's like the things that I saw for the future and experienced the first time, and like I was went insane breakdown from it the first time, but like the 3rd and 4th time now that it's happened, I'm actually writing down like beyond pages, like half books of discernible information that I'm bringing back from it. And it's awesome, and I'm
Dude,
so
my whole
had
point.
same experiences. I'm going to shut up now, and please continue.
My whole point is that when this happened in November, other than fast, like all I've been doing was fasting, and that wasn't intentional. That was circumstantial. So, basically since lockdowns, I've been fasting. So, it was it wasn't something that I was expecting or planned for or anything. It's just literally, actually, one night I couldn't sleep, and then I got a phone call. Something happened. I felt different. I woke up feeling different. And then I got a phone call at like 4 o'clock in the morning from a friend that I hadn't spoken to for a year, almost a year to the day. And a conversation that we had, it was a 3-hour conversation. At the end of the 3 hours, 7 o'clock in the morning, I was so energized, so unbelievably, like I'd made all these connections, and me and him are like, north and south. Like we, up until this point, we didn't butt heads, but he never
You were
agreed
on
with
the
anything I
polarized
said.
plane, right? You were on
But
that
we were
polarized
able.
plane
We were
together.
still friends. We were.
Yeah.
It was like it wasn't arguing.
It was
It was banter. It was like, yeah, come on, all right, listen.
just on
When
the
you
opposite sides of it, right? It's the 2 energies combining. Yeah.
and
For sure,
those two energies combining,
opposing the challenge, the force of one has to beat the other, sort of thing, right?
and we're both crystalline beings, right? We're both crystalline beings. So what happens when you hit 2 bits of quartz together? It creates piezoelectricity, doesn't it? So that's where that energy was. And the thing is, the weirdest thing is that I could sense it.
Yes.
I could see in my mind's eye this energy field that we'd created that was now feeding me. And with that energy field came this inner standing, this clarity, and it just went on. And like the next day, I was like, wow, I've been awake for 48 hours, and I feel like I don't want to sleep, man. I want to talk to people. I want to do it, you know. And every single thing I thought about, I had instant clarity. I might not be able to explain it fully because we don't have the language to, because they've intentionally manufactured our language so that we tie ourselves, we hog tie ourselves in our everyday speak. So I couldn't articulate everything that I felt, but I had this real clarity. And the thing is, by the time, let's say, right, I was like 85 hours in, 80 hours in, I hadn't slept for 80 hours, and I felt like I was buzzing. I felt like I was on something. I was in this euphoric state, and I suddenly got guilty. I suddenly started feeling really guilty. I was walking Alfie, and suddenly I was like, oh man. Because what happened was I suddenly went back to a time when I was in a similar state, but I was, you know, I'd done 4 pills and 2 grams of cocaine, and I was,
The
you know, off my
ego
head.
is extremely susceptible to an emotional flip or challenge when in that state of being up
Mm.
for a few days, especially, right? And that it's like a small emotional trigger can flip and instantly cause a
But the
horrible
voice,
moment or experience, or a very positive one too, or a complete breakdown of
so
it. Um,
what I saw that
your
as, right, dude,
it's
what
your
I saw
sorry,
that,
Richie, one sec. The homeostasis, right? You're as long as you're in homeostasis of like happy thoughts, happy emotion, happy frequency that you're riding on, your body's happy, and like your soul's happy, sort of thing. In that, your emotions happy and your conscious is happy in that continued state and heightened awareness and connectedness after the few days, right? And that it can all collapse instantly, and just the smallest amount of negative energy will tip that balance and take you out of that homeostasis, pop your bubble in a second, and that you're so vulnerable because your ego is flipped or sideways in that moment, because your ego is now active in the spiritual conscious
but the
dimension.
beautiful thing, the most beautiful thing about it was because this voice suddenly said to me, dude, you got here naturally. You didn't, this wasn't drugs. You've got nothing to feel guilty about. This is being granted to you, right? This is what the voice was saying in my head. Not a voice, the thought, this
That's
very strong
I
thought.
believe that's Gaia. That's the Gaia conscious spirit
Or my
talking
higher
to you.
self, or perhaps my higher self,
Yeah, or
or
your
my
higher self, 100%. Yeah, no, that's actually probably even more probable. Is the higher self connected part of the first time you made it without, while you're in
yeah,
harmony, and you didn't cheat
and
through
that
the
made me ecstatic,
drugs
man.
and whatnot.
That
You got there
and it
through your own conscious. Yes, yes.
so it just continued. And the thing is, the most beautiful thing about it is that I've woken up every day since feeling the same. I reached this point and I've stayed there. I'm not
You
in
have the
constant
mass, you
communication.
have that
Like I'm
density of mass inertia of your conscious connection to your higher self, that it keeps it going, and you remember it. And since you remember it, you wake up in the 4D, not just that 3D, or how they try to get us in the fear low into the 2D. You're waking up in that
yes.
4D, and ever since, absolutely right. And
And so
it's
I'm spending a lot of the
and that
time as observational eye. I'm not even. I'm letting. I'm letting letting myself get on with it, but I'm watching myself as I'm doing it, and it's like a detachment,
you're
not a
acting
disassociation, but a
as if
detachment.
you're thir- yeah, you're living your subconscious third eye as well as your conscious everyday egos simultaneously. So it's like your spirit, soul, ego consciousness with your body, soul conscious or physical ego consciousness.
Do you know what? I want to hear from Calistoga Refried, man. This
Yes,
guy,
sir. Yes,
he been
sir. Kevin,
sat
please
there
do.
so quiet, so patient. So, mate, I'm going on mute.
Kevin, it's now your next
Put the
20
pressure on.
minutes. Or do you need to do the doobie first? You gotta unmute
Roll the
Kevin.
doobie, sir. I
Kevin,
do
you're
apologize,
muted.
man.
Maybe he's been talking the whole time and he's just been muted. Kevin, unmute.
He's on mute. You're on mute, bro.
Calistoga, you're muted, brother. You gotta unmute. Unmute.
mute.
Kevin, unmute.
Can't hear you.
We haven't been
there
able to
you
hear you at
go.
all, Kevin.
Yeah, I felt like I was on Craig's News Live. I'm muted.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, I've been sitting here because I've got something to say. So in the 80s, maybe like late 80s, I was in Tahoe. I had a friend who, he'd been a good friend of mine for years. We lived together, and I had some mushrooms, and they were Amazonians. And he's like, oh, I've taken him so many times, I've never felt him, you know? I'm like, what do you mean, you know, like, oh, I've taken like, you know, over an eighth and not felt anything. And I'm like, well, brother, you know, like I got him, you know, like, you're welcome, you know, like, so he started eating some, he'd probably eaten, getting on probably over 5 ounces or 5 grams, maybe 6.
That's a hero dose.
That's a heavy dose. You're gonna probably
So,
have a body and a
so I
negative
stayed,
with that.
I stayed baseline, and there were a couple other people there hanging out, and we were in my room. And so now I've read a lot of stuff already about parapsychology, and you know, I'm like already a student at that point. He's sitting in the corner of the room and he starts contorting, like his body started rolling backwards and his arms and legs were doing like these pretzel things, like weird, right? Like I'd never seen his body or anybody move like that, right? So we put him over onto, I had a mattress on the floor. So we put him over on the mattress on the floor. And then he started to sort of, it was like he was throwing up, but at the same time, he was also like farting. And it was like noxious. Like there was 3
Expelling
people.
like bad energy or demon.
3 people in the room, and including myself, started to, you know, head for the door. And as I saw him spitting this stuff out, it was like jello. Okay, if it had any color, it was mostly clear, but if any color it had, it was blue. And it went onto the comforter on my bed. And before I left, I could see the comforter like changing color from the moisture of the stuff. So I physically saw this stuff, and it was making the top of the comforter damp. But I was like, just looking at this, was like split second looking at this stuff, and it was stinking so bad I ran out of the room. Okay, like so, but I come back just a couple minutes later to check on him. Smell was completely gone. The stuff on my comforter was completely gone. Wasn't there anymore. Okay. So
like straight ectoplasm sort
straight
of
up
thing.
ectoplasm. Like I already knew, I already read about it. I was like, what the heck?
Like a djinn or a demon or just negative energy sort of thing, but like the Ghostbuster stories or like ghost stories.
Slimer.
So then he goes into this like channeling stuff where he's doing that stuff you were talking about, Bernie, like he's saying stuff that he really shouldn't know. You know, he's telling me stuff about me that he doesn't really know about me, so he starts being this like medium channel. And then, you know, then he kind of went into just kind of like, you know, he was fine. He wasn't really cognitive to other people for a while. And then after a while crashed out. The next day he didn't remember, like he didn't remember all those details. Like he remembered having a good time and he felt really good. And after that, he could take smaller doses and feel the effect.
Yeah, and no, that's super crazy cool story, and just like reinforces like my own experiences and others and suspicions and stuff like that. That's freaking amazing. And yeah, so one time when I think I was still in high school, and probably like 5th to 10th time I ever took psilocybin magic mushrooms, and they were like these dark ones. They weren't like gold, purple, blue, fluffy, anything like that. They were like suits, like almost black, but like it was black from purple, blue, like toxicity. They just seemed dark. And I took somewhere between like 8 grams to like 14, like a half ounce or something. And that was my first actually it's probably like my 4th or 5th time doing mushrooms and psychedelics in general, and that was my very first out of body experience, above my just out of body experience, whether psychedelics, drugs, meditating, anything of the sort, but especially through the psychedelics. And I just remember like floating above myself in my bedroom, like up in the corner, just like so afraid that my dad might wake up and then like knock and open my door, and then like see me while I was like all left up, and like I was just like stuck in this bad position for like the first couple hours, right? It's like, oh my God, I'm in this for like the next 5 or 6 hours, like there's no getting out, right? And then from like the evolving from that to starting to be comfortable with it in like the 3rd or 4th hour of it, and then the quickly transitioning into this giant Bob Marley poster I had on the wall, the face coming out. Bob Marley starts talking to me and all sorts of stuff. And then I fell asleep, and then I woke up and my cat was licking my face. And I swear to God, I had like a half-hour conversation with my cat that I barely remember, but I like remember the experience for the rest of my life of it, like meowing, staring at me, opening its eyes nonstop. And it had never, one and only time it ever did that in its entire life, and sadly puts down 2 weeks ago now. And she was at 20. She lived a very good life, but that was the one time.
That's crazy, man.
Nitrous and acid. Yeah, nitrous oxide will actually kick in the effects of LSD like almost immediately. So if you drop and then you just take a little bit of nitrous, you won't come down from the balloon. You'll just keep getting higher and higher and higher and higher.
So I did in
pretty
2015.
Synergism. Ooh.
In 2015, I did 2.5 tabs of I don't know what acid. Well, there was one tab that was different to the other 1.5 tabs. So one tab, I don't know what it was, and then the other two, the 1.5 tabs, I'd taken them before, but I'd taken so much they weren't having an effect on me anymore.
They'd kind of worn off. So one was like you'd taken a bit much, you were immune to it, might have been more of the psychedelic or more of the body one, and then the new tab was the exact opposite, where it had more of the crazy body psychedelic or the mind.
I don't know.
The opposite sort of
All
type,
all
right?
I know is the conversation that I was having with the guy that I did it with. We were in a hostel in or not a hostel. We'd got a room in Spain. We were in Fuengirola in Spain, and yeah, we were talking about David Icke and stuff. And so I get David Icke up on the computer, or on my phone or something. Yeah, on my phone. And it was on the computer because he had his laptop. So I get David Icke up, and then as we're watching David Icke, I start hearing this chittering outside, and in my mind's eye, I can see all these sort of creatures outside peering in, and they're all chittering. And when I looked, they were got like there's nothing. There was absolutely nothing there. So, and then I turn back and I'm watching David Icke and nothing. That's all right.
You can
And
only
then,
see them through the side of your eye and hear
yeah,
them through your mind's eye.
yeah. And then at some point, everything went lit. Like I actually, in a moment, I went from being sat there on my bed to suddenly I was in what I perceived to be at the time a level of hell. I wasn't scared about the fact that I was in hell. I started to admonish myself and have a go at myself, and I got really upset with myself because I felt like I wasn't going to get out in time, that I was still going to be my conscious, because I was fully aware that my consciousness was in hell. My body was still sat on the bed, and for all I know, was sat there going, I don't know what my body was doing, because I know at one point I sat there and I tried to wave my hand to see where I was, and it was like, that what hand? There is no hand. And I can't feel me waving a hand. What the fuck? And that's when I realized I was out of my body. I was completely out. My consciousness was outside of my body.
Right? So
And I thought,
you're
so my
existing as your
consciousness,
spirit in that point out of body, and it's the full
and
out.
your spirit isn't under the influence, only your body is. Your
Right?
body is under the influence, but your
And
spirit is fully conscious.
that
You know what's going
you're in
on.
harmony if you meditate doing that, but you can also be left as a vegetable or a dementia or a zombie or a demon come in. These are all the risks, right? Or just insane where you're half left in the other realm and half left in the new one. Or if you knew you were in hell, you're okay with it, but you're either facing your inner demon or you're like, it's time to get back, Richie. So like you can sense something else might come in and take the vegetable robot that's left over.
I didn't.
Right?
I wasn't worrying about something coming and taking the physical body. What I was worried about was I knew that at 10 o'clock the next morning, the owner of the room had my passport, and he was coming round to give me my passport back and check the room before we left. Right? I knew that was going to happen, and I had no fucking idea what time it was, how long I was there, how long I was going to be there. And I had all these images because I knew that if he knocked on the door and there was no answer, he'd just let himself in. Because as far as he was concerned, we had to leave. So he'd open the door to say, you have to leave now. If we were still asleep, he'd wake us up, right? But if he opened the door and I'm sat there off my fucking barnet, I don't know how my avatar is going to react. And I'm thinking, oh shit, he's going to call the police. The police are going to come and think that I'm a fucking drug crazed nut. They're going to zap me. Then they're going to fucking stick me with something. They're going to send me off to a mental asylum, and I'm going to be locked up for the next month. Right. And that's what was going through my consciousness. I was thinking, and I was having a go at myself. I was going, you prick.
You weren't in harmony with your whole situation, yourself, your life. You've had one of your higher dimensional just selves, whether it's good, bad, future, past, but being like, hey, you need to get something back on straight. And then you're like, so you have that feeling, the emotion, the ego knowing, hey, I know I'm more than this, but I have the urgency that I need to be doing something. And then consciously back in the real dimension, you're like, okay, I know I have this coming, this coming, this coming, and I need to do something fast. And like it just triggers that negative and the spiral. 100%.
I mean, I think the ego is something that's left. Well, I think that's the whole thing about ego death. It's not ego death. It's a disconnect from the ego. So I think it's your spirit. Your
you have
spirit
to
is held by your
experience the
soul.
disconnect enough times that you can then
Recognize
simultaneously
it.
exist of both together then, and experiencing both because more and more, and then consciously training to exist multidimensionally with each of them, and then bringing them in harmony to be then united in this higher dimensional existent conscious being.
So I think, honestly, I think that this is something that we, through one of the things that's stopping us from being able to achieve these states is our diet. And that doesn't just mean the food that we're eating, it's the information that we're taking in as well. It's everything that we digest. So
And
we
the
digest
karma as well
information.
too, right? Like, are you is the energy good of the flesh or coming in, or the plant life coming in? Like, are you appreciative of it? Was it grown possible, right? As well as also the toxins, the GMOs, the chloride, fluoride, everything. But it's the physical body harmony, the spiritual conscious harmony of no weight, being light, being at peace, no strikes against, as well as the emotional ego harmony and stillness, and being water, being neutral with the flow, and then being able to connect into the flow force of the universal river of flow of energy and consciousness and whatnot.
Yeah. That's a gorgeous dog, man.
Yeah, Kevin, it's now your next 15 minutes of straight talking. Your story next.
Well, let's see. Yeah, I was thinking about, you guys were talking about the energy, and I thought of a story from Palenque. I was at Palenque in '92, and I was there with a friend of mine, and she and I were sitting on what's like the pyramid of the sun. And she was like, well, where do you want to go now? Where do we go next? So I was like scanning around, and it's all like, it's a golf course, it's like all these ruins, and everything's all like prim and proper and mowed, and all around the edges is the jungle. And every time I kept like looking around with my eyes like a divining rod, my eyes kept going to this spot on the edge of the grass that was like banana trees, but then I'd look around and there's all these different temples and pyramids, and then my eyes would just want to go back there. So I'm like, yeah, I'm weird, I want to go over to that banana patch, She's like, okay, cool. So we walked over there, and when we got there, as soon as we got close, you could see there's like a path there going into the jungle, and it's like these stones that are all like foot worn from hundreds of years of walking. And we follow this path for a little while, and we come to a little temple like in the jungle, and find out later this is the temple of the moon that we went to. So we're sitting there and we're like just meditate a little bit, sit down and check it out and be like, wow, it's weird, like I found this, like I was drawn to come over here, and there's this like little temple here, cool, and then I'm going with it. I'm like, you know what, I feel like that there's a village over here. Like if we keep going up this path, we're gonna find this village. She's like, oh, cool. So we start going up this path, and it's in the jungle, and it's not flat, it's like all hilly. And she, after a little while, she's like, man, I'm just like not into like hiking this whole thing. I'm gonna go back and wait at this little temple. I'm like, okay, cool. So she goes, and I'm walking, and then I'm like, all of a sudden in my mind, I'm like, it's a long ways. Where you think you're gonna go to, it's not as close. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I turn around, and they start heading back, and just as I'm going back a little ways, I hear my friend yell my name, like scared, like yell my name, So I run and I come up over this hill and I see there's these 3 dudes, and one of them is sitting on the temple and the other 2 have a hold of her. And the one on the temple has a bottle of booze in his hand. And I'm like, hey, you know, like real loud. And it got their attention, and she broke away from the 2 dudes and started running up the path. And so now I'm coming down the hill to where they're at. And the 2 dudes are like blocking the path. And the other dude is sitting on the temple. And like in my mind, immediately I was like, my fear was just like, oh shit, there's 3 of them, you know, one of me. Like, what do I do, you know? And like at the time I thought of this passage from the Bible, which is about putting on the full armor of love, you know? And I'm like, oh yeah, like, yeah, just, so I just start breathing, you know, and I'm like, I got to where I was like maybe 10 feet away from them, and they're all looking at me, and I raised my hand up and I said, in Lak'ech. And in Lak'ech means, it's Mayan greeting. It means I'm another yourself. And the guy sitting on the temple raised his bottle up and he said something in Spanish, which I didn't understand, but he was trying to imitate my tone of voice. And like, just as his words left his mouth, like all the hair on the side of my body facing the temple stood up, and he slid. This temple was like, the base of it was like perfectly flat, you know, and he was sitting with his legs locked over the edge of it. So his ass was way up on this block and it was perfectly level, right? And all of a sudden he just slid off of that thing, and he slid off so hard that he went over the path where his 2 buddies were. And the path was like a level spot on a hill. The hill was going down from the temple there. So it was like going downhill there, and it was completely green there, except there was one rock, like a pointed rock, almost like a pyramid, sticking up out of the green, and his forehead went right onto that tip, that rock. I mean, like, I don't know, maybe it killed him. I don't know what it did, but as soon as he hit it, he turned into like a sheet. His body just went so limp that he just like went down that hill, just like sliding down the hill. And his 2 buddies, like in one motion, just jumped off the path down the hill, chasing their friend. And I didn't even break my stride. Like I didn't even stop, right? And I just went past where they were and ran to my friend, and we got out of there. So that happened.
Right? Like
that's intense,
like a higher
man.
dimensional,
That's intense.
good karma, harvesting off of like the ancient, like spiritual energy consciousness soul that was around there, like pulling that in, toning it, and then like it's like the karma spirit of the land was like the indigenous people here that you were encountering were like pieces of shit. It gave you that energy sort of moment thing where then it's like it shook that guy to the soul and took him out, and then like created the whole events where it took all of them just out of the equation. And like that's the ultimate Bruce Lee style of deflecting the energy without even all their negative energy or attention or whatnot.
Well,
without a sweat, but that was like higher dimensional help from like the spiritual realm sort of thing.
The thing is, if the guy's intentions, like, do you think that the guy that was there on top, Do you think that there was something dark in his intention?
Oh yeah, he was the leader of the three
It
of them.
sounded like it was they all had this like dark intention with the lady that was there or something you're
Right.
saying, right?
Yeah.
And
Right.
that, like, they
But
also could have
I
also
look.
like mugged you or were going to do something bad to her or God knows what, and then just like you're able to connect to the higher self, have that good karma, have like the land, the intention, whatnot, come in and like essentially took its voice through you and like just knocked them completely off of your plane of or
But
path
here's the
of
thing.
existence.
Here's a twist, though. The twist is that the way that I see it now is that we all had agreed in advance to be there and to go through that. And my good karma was their good karma, like them being there, because I thought about that for years after that, and I'm like, wow,
They played a role in your story.
but those three guys' lives changed.
Right.
That was like
one of them might have ended. One of
it
them
was a
might have
turning.
ended.
Well, maybe or maybe not, because I think I kind of think he didn't die.
Yeah.
I don't think he had to die. He might have cracked his skull right there by the third eye, which
Yeah.
is actually something that, was a real thing, So he might have
Yeah.
just gotten psychic surgery from the priestess of the temple there.
Yeah. I mean, it's I want, for me, I've got this as I'm walking around now. I've got a kind of a force field barrier. It's like I feel it's always been there, but now it's stronger because I'm aware of
It's
it.
your
Right?
aura. You're strengthening your electromagnetic shield, your plasma bubble, and it's
So
your spiritual alignment with the body, soul, and conscious.
So anything that comes at me with bad intent, or anything
Deflected
that's
off.
sent to me, it isn't just deflected off. It goes straight back in the path that it took, got to its back to its origin. So whoever it was that intended it will go back, and it will, whatever they intended on me will happen to them. Basically, it's not a
Sorry, weak witch sorcerer, and your negative dark magic intent. Your spell went straight back into you because the universe, from the extra good karma, now cast and broke down, put your negative energy back into you.
It's because
So-
you've got
Sorry,
that
go on, man.
spiritual shield.
Yeah, here, I want to interject something. It's like
Yeah.
we're being like we're all affected by dogma, and this whole Christian dogma is like deep in everything. And I think one of the things that helps me is the Popol Vuh.
Yeah.
Because if you read the Popol Vuh, yeah, and it's like they turned over their perspective of the underworld by getting to know it, and
Yeah.
by love, by actually giving love.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so the thing is that it's like when you're in the battle, when you're all seeing the dark and the light as fighting each other, then you're like at that front line.
Mm.
But when you're seeing the whole as like
When you're observing,
a biological organism, then you're looking at the whole of it like the Tai Chi, instead of being on that edge of it,
Yeah.
and seeing that contrast and always fighting for the
and
hold the
there,
line.
and you have your trinity there between the two opposing sides, and your ability to observe that.
To rise up to the higher point to see the whole.
Yeah. And
Right.
so that's what I'm reading through these lectures of the fourth way.
Yes,
That
Kevin.
is
Thank you.
exactly
That was
what I'm
huge.
reading.
Huge what you just said. It's that you have to experience what we're saying right now, that what we're talking about is if you have not had outer body experiences, if you haven't gone through these things yourself, you have no idea what the fuck we're talking about, probably thinking we're making it up. It's all bullshit. It's that until you have that experience of these, experiencing the good, the bad, and out of body of it, and like knowing, hey, you've experienced your higher self out of body, and that your higher self will usually, your first time you do it, it'll be kind of a negative experience for you because you're a bit shook and like you're not necessarily accomplishing everything your spiritual journey is supposed to be or something, because you're too caught up in the material, or you have a regret that day, or you're freaked out because you're in an uncomfortable situation, or you used a drug together, whatever it is. It's that even though it wasn't a good time, like you're freaked out, like it whatever it was, and that you have to change your course, but it's that after you've had that experience of that, and then you can be at rest that, hey, my soul is good, my intention is good. Or if you're a really evil fuck, I don't know what you would experience, but you'd be at peace with like the experience of being in hell and being the negative whatever. I don't know. But it's that you build off of that, and each new experience then gives you that ability to evolve into the next higher conscious experience, and being on and on and on. And that as you graduate each one, it deflects, the lower ones no longer affect you, sort of thing. If I'm going in, and sorry, Kevin, but please.
Can I read you something, right? This is a paragraph out of these lectures that I'm reading. It is very clear that all of this wrong work in your psychology must be eliminated before you can function at a higher level of consciousness. Self-observation is the first step in beginning to purify your inner self. In getting rid of all the mess and uncleanliness of negative emotions, when you observe a negative I, you are already less under its power. Observing I is not identified and so cannot be captivated. It uses the force of intentionality, which would otherwise be engaged in the mechanical negative emotion. Repeatedly observing the same negative emotions weakens them and makes separation from them progressively easier. Students are also asked to observe their false personality in action. This includes attitudes, opinions, preferences, mannerisms, repetitive phrases, postures, body language, facial expressions, and a whole multitude of changing eyes. This stimulus response multitude is called imaginary I and has the illusion of unity. The formation of it comes from ideas you have about who you are. These illusionary ideas form pictures of yourself based on imagination, vanity, and self-love. Imaginary I believes that it is the pictures and the imagination you have about yourself, but honest self-observation will show you that you are not as you suppose yourself to be. All of the multitude of eyes springing from the automatic responses which are dictated by your individual acquired personality. Self-observation will show you that you are not your false personality. I'll stop there because I could keep reading. All right. That's from page 148.
That is some deep, awesome esoteric.
Dude, I'm reading this book at the moment. I've got a playlist on my channel. I'm reading this book it's lectures. I'm reading them at the moment on my channel, and I've got up to it said the fourth lecture, and then it went back to the second lecture. So now I'm not reading what lecture it is. I'm just reading the title of it, and I've got to basically. We've just talked about. Yeah, this is all about self-observation that we're talking about. Inner considering, fear and vanity, vying for attention. It's about what they're talking about is when you become conscious, when you reach this state of consciousness, that's when you've reached a point of humility that allows room for your soul. So until that point, until your ego has found humility, there's not any room for a higher state of consciousness for you to, hear the whispers coming from your higher self. I'm really enjoying this thing though. If you can look it up. It's Fourth Way Esoteric Christianity, and all I did was look up Fourth Way Esoteric Christianity by Gurdjieff PDF, and there it was. It's not the actual teachings. It's a like an analysis by this Rebecca and Theodore Nottingham, who have basically read what Nicole and Uspensky, I think he's called, who were like the two top students of Gurdjieff, but Gurdjieff's teachings were never really written down. It was and then so because of all of that, it gained this label of being secretive and esoteric, becoming a secretive thing, not an inner thing. Got sucked up into egos, like I was saying earlier, about people love secrets. People love to keep secrets, and there was a time when we all would have loved to be part of a secret society, man. Oh, wow, part of a secret society, that'd be cool. And that's all functions of the ego, isn't it? That's the ego wanting to know secrets, things that other people don't know, because of the perceived power that you get from knowing something that somebody else doesn't. Like if you're stood at a chasm, and there's a rope bridge across the chasm, but at the middle of that rope bridge, it's been weakened to a point that anybody putting any weight there, the rope bridge is going to break. And you standing at the entrance to that rope bridge, knowing that, then anybody that walks up to that rope bridge, you have the power over life and death for those people that walk up to, for the first person that walks up to that rope bridge, you have the power over life and death as whether you tell them that the rope bridge is going to break when they walk on it or not. And with great power comes great responsibility. So,
yeah, when secret societies can exist.
Say that again. Was that a question? Sorry.
Yeah, when can't secret societies exist?
When can they not exist?
Right, in civilization.
When there's transparency.
Honesty, right.
Honesty, yeah.
When people live by a moral code of being truthful.
Right.
Then there's no hidden method to become enlightened or to be loving,
But that's how they flipped it on its head, like the World Economic Forum and that, saying that we'll have no privacy, you'll have no privacy, everything will be available to everybody. People are worried about that because a lot of people have got guilty consciences because they've got things that they don't want everybody to know. They think things about people that they don't want those people to know. There's all kinds of things that we keep secret, isn't there? The idea of absolute transparency, where I'm able to read your thoughts, so I know what you're thinking as you're sat there when you're talking to me, that's quite scary for some people, isn't it? It's terrifying for some people. For me, I'm an open book. I don't I let people know what I think and how I feel. I don't keep anything hidden, really. Even the most embarrassing moments in my life, I've been honest about. Even the darkest moments of my life, I've told everybody about. You know, I've not, and that's purposeful, because I know that coming onto YouTube puts me into an arena where suddenly people, you know, might start digging up
I
shit.
love what you just said, Richie. Sorry to interject quickly. And like that first fear and thought that experience that I had, that I was like 13 or 14, like taking a shower, had a hard on, was like one of like the first times I ever whacked off. And I'm like, God, why doing this and like holding me accountability stuff. And then I was like, yeah, okay. And then, oh, let's not think about that. Oh, yeah, that girl, right? And then it's like, okay, just made peace with myself with that. And then it's like, the if you're at peace with your own conscious control and domain, and then into those higher levels of possible psychedelic effects or telekinesis and whatnot, it's that the human mind theoretically should have the potential, as also other maybe aliens, entities, beings, gods, demigods, spirits, anything could have that as well. Or just psychic humans, people that have trained on it their whole times.
Mm. What I love, you sort of coined it earlier, self-initiation. What I love is how that we've all, you know, we've all wandered into the same room with very similar intentions, with the same drive behind us, and no, mind fart. Why does that happen? Why does that happen? I'll tell you why it
Oh, but
happened.
you're bang on. It is the intention that is key, right? And we all have that good intention. We are all people that have self-initiated and all share the exact same higher dimensional experiences, out of body
We've
experiences
all got,
on our
yeah,
own journeys
at
in
different
parallel.
times,
And now
in different ways, you know, but we've all shared similar
the
stories.
law of attraction, it's forward. But yeah, it's that
Yeah.
you have to have self-initiated yourself prior to trying to understand these sort of topics and discussions, especially without dogma. It is that the dogma disappears instantly once you've actually experienced it a few times yourself and had a chance to reflect on it, make sense of it, make peace with certain universal truths of your higher dimensional soul self. And from there, yeah, the universe is the limit. And with the law of attraction, the manifestation of thought, you create and you can physically bring that energy that you've created of an idea into the physical reality and earth, and that we have to make heaven on earth for the new era.
Hey, dude, listen, if I can manifest a chalk pen and a whiteboard within like 2 to 3 days of thinking about it, you know, then really the only thing that's holding us back is our perception of what we can do. If we had full perception and were able to accept the magnitude of what we could do, the amount of power that we have in this realm, which is kind of signified by it's made more evident to me by the amount of effort that is put into harnessing our power, which I see as our perception, because it's through our perception that that everything else is triggered. You know, how we perceive the world really dictates how we act, how we behave in the world. So the fact that they've put so much time, so much attention to detail, so much money, so much energy, so many resources into fully harnessing our perception, so that essentially, really, most people have no free will, because everything they do is a mechanical response based on a perception that's been given to them by somebody else. So
you are the truth right now. I love it, brother. Absolutely love it.
that's right. Yes, Sarah's here, man. Good girl. Thank you, darling. I'm doing me and Sarah are doing a video in a little bit. We're making a video together. She's Sarah's just starting her YouTube channel, so she's got some really exciting stuff to come. She's a sleep, she was a sleep technician. You know, somebody that actually studies the brain waves and everything of people as they sleep, trying to diagnose conditions and whatever, or trying to understand
Amazing.
better.
Rod, do you want to come on right now? If you share your email, or Richie, do you have her email? I can send you the StreamYard link if you wish to come on. That's freaking fascinating, and the exact field and science to connect into our discussion, and the science of it, especially into the lucid dreaming aspects of it. And then what I really want to do is to record myself in the different states of sleep, as well as my girlfriend in her REM cycles and states, but she does insane amounts of active lucid dreaming on a nightly basis, opposed to myself, where I only get one really big vivid one maybe once a month or once every 3 months, and then barely any memorable, yet alone lucid dreams in between that time. And then compare that to when fasting on the sleep and staying awake through will without the aid of amphetamines or any drugs, and see how the mind operates throughout that, and then combine another time of seeing how the mind operates on psilocybin mushroom or ketamine or acid, and etc., because I believe each part of the brain that those activate are bridges into these other dimensional spiritual realms.
Hey, Bernie, I did research with the light and sound entrainment devices years ago, and they are really a good tool for learning lucid dreaming, because you will get very familiar with your different states. Like you'll be able to be in theta, but be aware that you're on the machine.
Consciously aware that you're there.
Right. And so you learn, basically it's kind of like riding bike, you know, and then after a while you'll be in a dream, and then all of a sudden you'll be like, oh, I'm in a dream. Just like when you're on the machine, you'll forget that you're in the machine. You'll be like in a deep dream, and then all of a sudden your conscious eyes will realize there's the lights going on, and you'll be like sort of observing that you're there, and that. So the same thing happens, is like I'm saying, you'll get that same kind of flip inside of your dream, where all of a sudden you're in the dream. You can start to control, feeling that you are more consciously selecting your path, and also like go in and out of a dream, go back in.
I could do that when I was a child. I didn't do it often, but a couple of times I managed to do that, where I woke up having a really good dream, and I was really like, oh man, why did I wake up? And I went to the toilet, came back, and went back into the dream when I went back to sleep. I've only managed to do that.
Yeah, well, I
think
think part of what the device does is it actually synchronizes the hemispheres of your brain, which is probably something that occurs more readily in a young mind, which hasn't had like all this dichotomy taught from the left and the right brain, so that there's that constant, sort of imbalance going on between the hemispheres. So this actually, like I said, it's like riding the bike. It sort of like trains you in a state that you're not familiar with. And on that, I was actually demonstrating at a Montessori school, and my system had two devices so that two could go at once. And so I was having kids go, and one kid was a hyperactive kid. Like he was just like, obviously physically you could tell he had state issues.
Yeah.
And when he went on the device, you know, during the theta state, he went into theta, but as it started to come back out into the beta, he started to twitch around, and he started to say, when is it going to start? When is it going to start? So he basically had blacked out. He didn't recall and the kid next to him started telling about his dream and everything, and he was getting like distraught from it. So I was like, it's okay, let's do this again. And so I had him go again, and then when he was in theta, I turned down the lights and turned the machine off, and then I you know, verbally brought him up, like, because I'd studied hypnosis. So I just you know, paced him up, and it was a trip. Okay, and this is before they actually use these things for hyperactive kids, because now there's research, but this was like in the 80s. And this kid like sat up, he took the glasses off, and he kept his eyes closed, and he started talking in a different voice, right? Because he normally talked up like this because he was hyper, right? But all of a sudden he was talking like in his like calm voice, and he was describing it. I'm gonna cry. He was describing his dream, you know. And then he opened his eyes and he sat up, and the teachers' mouths were like dropping open because they'd never seen this kid before. You know, and now
that is so next level and amazing.
Now it's routinely used instead of like Adderall and amphetamines, because these kids, what I grokked after that experience was, wow, this kid doesn't know. He only knows beta state. And what I thought is there might have been it might have been from PTSD. And so he was not, something happened as he was going to sleep, or as he was waking up. And so now the only way he could deal with that is just to go out and to stay up and never be in that relaxed state from the PTSD, but he didn't know why he did it. So then once somebody's familiar with it, it's like that riding bike theory. It's like they get familiar with it, they have safe experiences while being in those states. Now they can go in and out of the states normally. And I think that synchronizing of the brain is an important factor, and it comes in meditation. You can get that from meditation. But this, you know, I don't frown on technology that isn't, you know, does no harm. And I'm telling you, if you're sitting in front of a TV going, no, I'm not going to put that thing on my head, you know, you didn't get it, because the TV are flashing frequencies. It's why people go into altered states when they watch the television, and when they
puts you into
right,
a delta state or whatever it is.
It's the hertz, because the hertz, what you do is it's like it's a factor of a number.
What is it? 6 hertz.
Right. Well,
6 hertz
is theta. Like you're going into theta at between 6 and 5 hertz here in theta. Yeah. So it could be 50 hertz, or it could be 500 hertz, or it could be, you know, it just has to be a factor. It doesn't have to be, you know, it's subliminal. That's why they call it subliminal. But yep, try it out if you have any, like, you know, you want to learn, if you're in college or.
So what you were saying, what you were saying about the tones, though, about helping, using tone to help you, you can use it to, like, basically you can use it for training.
Right.
In lucid dreaming, you can use it like it's that. So the tones are markers for you, aren't there? It's like you hear the tone.
It's actually more of like that, you know, the waking up inside that state. It'll happen like you're in the
Inception.
state, and all of a sudden your awareness, another part of your awareness, it
Right.
doesn't necessarily stop what's going on there. You just go, oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
it's
that,
kind of
but
like
no,
this.
yeah,
Did you ever eat an edible and you forgot you ate it? And then all of a
yes.
sudden you went, oh shit. I ate
Yes.
this.
And I'm smoking a joint and I'm going, whoa, man, this shit I'm smoking's
Yeah.
really
So
heavy.
it's
Forgetting
basically
completely the brownie that I'd had an hour before. Yeah. Yeah.
right. It's just the learning process. You learn that that conscious shift inside of a conscious inside. You're already shifted, and then you
But
shift
what
again.
but what I mean is the tone is a tool for
Right.
so it's like a what it is, it's like the bell, it's like a bell rings and that part of your consciousness steps into the dream. You stop experiencing it, it's almost like your observing eye can step into your dream and be and be aware, or because then from that state, you if you can achieve that state, then you have control,
Yes,
then you have
absolutely, Rich.
lucidity.
You're bang on. It's that you're simultaneously existing in your subconscious dream and your conscious, present conscious dimension, state, and memory simultaneously. So you're having the out of body in your dream and of your conscious memory, the out of body conscious, not just subconscious dream, but conscious experience of it, and then memory of it, and then but being able to then physically alter the dream state, reality, and environment and experience just like the real world.
Like
So
being given, it's
I
like
mean,
being given the freedom, knowing, having the awareness that you're in a dream. It gives you the awareness that you are then able to manipulate that dream if you choose. Like, I want to. Oh, cool! I'm in a dream. That means I can have a Ferrari, man. And boom, and there's a Ferrari kind of thing.
But my theory is that if you become conscious in that dream and manipulate it, you were supposed to become conscious in that dream and manipulate it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and if you don't, it's because you're not ready for it yet, or you weren't supposed to. But I did. I mean, I remember. The thing is, that the most frustrating thing for me is the only times I remember lucid dreaming, there was always a ceiling to what I could do, and so that meant quite literally when I was flying, I couldn't get above a certain height, which was around ceiling height. I couldn't get higher than that. Fully aware that I was in a dream and I was able to fly, but not able. There was always something that would obstruct me from going higher than ceiling height. I would either be in a room or in a forest or whatever. Or a lot of the time it'd be when I'd realize it was a dream when there was a motorbike. When there was a motorbike or a car, I'd realize it was a dream, and I'd be like, "Yes, I can drive it," and I'd get on it, but I wouldn't ever be able to get it out of second gear. Like it just, I could. That's it. I could only. It'd be a nice Kawasaki or a GSXR 1100, and be like, "Yeah, I could do 220 miles an hour on that thing, but I can't get it out of second gear."
Next time, pull back on the handlebars and go up.
Yeah, man. That's the thing. I guess it's not a fully. It's never been a fully lucid dream because I've never been able to. I've always limited myself within the dimension that I'm perceiving myself. So that would have been on Earth, in a physical realm with, basically on Earth, but with a motorbike. And so I'd limit myself by saying, yeah, roads don't go straight up on Earth. And I'd automatically limit myself. So it isn't a fully lucid dream. Because a fully lucid dream, I'd be able to do that. Inception, I'd be able to fold buildings in on themselves, wouldn't I? I'm looking at Mr. Tesla. I presume that's Mr. Tesla back there on his wall. And I see Einstein. I only think it's Tesla though because of the
I kind
tower.
of have a theory that large dose of mushrooms that
You got it.
kind of had something to do with your art blowing up.
I love your art, man. I think you're really I could never I could achieve like I'd be happy with what I did when I was using pastel or pencil, but as soon as I got the paintbrush out, I couldn't ever do what I wanted with the paint.
It's a different layering structure, is why. It's completely a different base and type and form of shadowing and density and structure between paint and the path crayon or sketch.
Marbling is a pretty crazy medium. I marbled on fabric for a couple years, and one of the coolest experiences I had was after working all night on some liquid, and came back the next day, and the blacks, you clean up your tray before you finish, but the black sort of is heavy, so it collects around the edges up by the side of the tray. And during the night, all the black had kind of like floated out through whatever effects. And I saw something like on the surface, I could see like faces. So I picked it up, and I think there was 8 faces, and we're all like, because it was all the black ink, they looked like charcoal sketches.
Yeah.
They were all like imps and fairies, and it was so crazy, man.
That's so cool.
Every
Man.
single face had like all this like crazy detail in it.
Is marbling, is that when you lay an oil paint?
Yeah, you put carrageenan in water and it makes like a gelatin kind of thing, and then you just take water-based paint and float it on the surface,
and then lay a piece of paper on top of it.
Yeah, I was I was doing shirts, so I had a frame that would stretch the shirt out flat,
right,
and just lay the shirt down, and
you can dip shoes and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
like
you
that,
can do any two-dimensional surface,
Yeah.
So as it goes into the water, it folds it onto the surface.
Onto the surface of it, and then you pull it out.
Yeah.
You pull it out quick. You have to. There's a bit of timing, isn't it? You pull it out quickly, and I've seen it done with shoes, man.
You have to treat the fabric so that the paint sticks.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
Do you know what? I really enjoyed textiles when I was in school, man. One of my favorite things was just tie dyeing. I loved tie dyeing.
Oh yeah.
I loved CDT as well, actually.
What's going on in the chat?
I don't know. I can't see the chat, and I'm just, you know what? I'm going to make a coffee. I'm parched, and
yeah, I started having like recurring dreams when I was a real small kid. Like I had this recurring nightmare, and I would be in my bed, and I get woke up. It's the middle of the night. Something's going on. We go out, my mom and dad and my sister and I and the next door neighbors, and we go over to where my dad's shop is. He is like a small business owner. So we go over to where his shop is, and it's all dark, no lights are on. And we go inside the shop, and we told us like keep our heads down. And then I look up out the window, and there's a river there, but there's not a river at this place, but there was in the dream. And down the river is like a Viking ship is coming down with like I remember it had like a dragon looking head on the front and equal arm cross on the sail. And I look and my dad's there, and there's these like warrior looking guys, and one of them chops my dad's head off.
It's like a convergence of timelines.
Yeah.
Like where you are now has gone back in time to Viking times. Like, and it's like, that's crazy.
And then, you know, I'd wake up and I'd be terrified. And it got to the point where I kept having this dream. And my mom found me. I was upstairs and they slept downstairs. And I'm sitting at the top of the stairs and I won't go to bed. And she asked me why. And I'm like, so I tell her. So she's like, well, you know, before you, what are happy? You got to think some happy thoughts, you know, what makes you happy. And at the time I was just all into watching kids shows on TV. So, you know, it's like Bugs Bunny. The ones I chose are Bugs Bunny, Roadrunner, and Gilligan's Island, right? And so I would say that like a mantra. And then I was talking to my partner yesterday, and I'm like, whoa, Bugs Bunny. Okay, he's the one, and he's like always mocking society, you know, totally screwing with the man. And then Roadrunner is that whole contorted thing about, you know, the coyote is always causing his own suffering, you know. And then Gilligan's Island is all about these people that are like, you know, stranded on this island trying to make this low tech out of all these like coconut, you know, shells and shit. I'm like, wow, that was kind of weird.
Trying to replicate modern convenience with low tech, with what they had, wasn't it?
But that actually worked, you know. I was able to you know, get through nights, and eventually that recurring nightmare faded. But you know, I've been doing mantra now for like, you know, so
that
many years.
fully sounds like a past trauma, like a trauma from a past life, like that. Why you keep getting brought back to it's like you lost your father or like yourself or something in
My
the
father,
timeline frame.
my father in
experience.
this life, I love him and God rest his soul, but he was not the person that I was supposed to emulate in my life.
Right.
He was not. That was not my path. So
Yeah.
on one level, like in a way, it was preparing my life path for separating myself from my father.
Yeah.
In life, because he
Yeah.
wanted me to be one thing, and I came here to be something else.
Yeah. I got the same thing with my dad, man. I got the same thing with my father. My mum and dad both wanted something completely different. And Bernie, you were talking about, you know, Freemasonry. I don't know if you've been there when I've talked about my connection to Freemasonry and
I have not yet, actually.
Well, so my family founded one of the biggest lodge outside of London at the time, Hewenden Lodge. My family was one of the founding members of that lodge, and we've been Freemasons as far back as my great, however many greats it is, back to Henry Avery, who was king of the pirates, who did the biggest job in history, disappeared with 400 million, the equivalent of 400 million in gold, all around the same time as America was being created, basically. So it's all linked into, because there's this story about how the money has never been found. He's hidden. It's this, you know, it's where all the secret buried treasure stories come from. It's from my fucking grandfather, great grandfather, and his massive heist, right? But I don't think he buried the money. I think what he did was he invested it, or it was he either invested it or it was stolen off him by those people who were found in America, because he was hired by the pirates. Were all hired by royalty, man. It was a great big scam to get control of commerce, basically, and also control the direction that America went in. Once they'd colonized it, they had to maintain control of where the direction it went in. And that's, you know, hence the revolution, and then the Civil War. That was just them consolidating and getting, basically. It's like with education, right? There was a time when they needed us to think for ourselves. There was a time when they needed us to be proactive, critical, independent thinkers, and they used to encourage it in the teaching. And I think they still do to a degree with those that are taught in different schools to us. You know, the leaders, the private education that the leaders all go through. They're definitely taught something different to us. And I've noticed since I went to a private school back in the 80s, and we were taught to think independently and critically in that private school in the 80s. And then when I went into secondary school, came out of private school and went into secondary school in the 90s, 1989, I started secondary school, normal state school, and the difference between the two educations was massive. Like, you weren't taught to think critically, you weren't taught to think for yourself. You were just basically told to repeat what you were told, what they told you, and if you didn't repeat it properly, you failed. So I can't remember the point that I was trying to make. There must have been some point to it. It was obviously quite profound.
Huge points, and I literally parallel that same experience of myself in elementary going to private school. It was French immersion into high school, where I still graduated with honors amongst all the sciences, but like all of the kids were just taught to regurgitate, repeat the whatever was written in the book, not to think at all, or critically think, or independently think, or question anything,
or creatively.
It was just to regurgitate, remember the answer that was written in the book, to indoctrinate, right? And
Hey,
not
Bernie.
whatsoever.
Hey, Bernie, can you play something? Can you play?
100%. Kevin,
play a video.
My first video from my, I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah,
Dude,
absolutely.
Did you get Sarah's email? I emailed you Sarah's email.
Oh, okay. I
So
will go give me a couple minutes and I'll do that. I'll get that ready right now.
I'm gonna make a coffee.
Yeah, and the thing is this
yeah,
video,
let's take a 5-10
this
minute
video
break.
totally pertains. The very first part is like, it's like a really groovy kind of like mashup of music, but at the very end, exactly what she's saying is just, it's a girl from the USSR. So yeah, I want you to play
This girl from the USSR.
It's the very first video that I ever uploaded. It's my first video on
Okay.
YouTube.
I'm gonna put this on my phone
YouTube and you
so
haven't
I can still watch it.
On it. There's no music copyright. Kevin, like there's no issue of possible music copyright on YouTube because you had it on your channel. No strike.
No strike.
There won't be right copyright. The thing with those copyright strikes, they're not strikes. They're just, this person is going to monetize your video and you can't. That's all it is. It's not a strike. I've never got a strike.
I've gotten two different types actually. There's exactly what you're talking about, Richie, and I've gotten a couple of those, and yeah, that's not bad at all. Then it's just you don't gain ad revenue off of it.
Yeah,
the original gets the monetization, right?
And the way there's
other strikes I've gotten where it was like I think it was like a CNN or a BBC clip I played.
Oh, and
it
they
was
bar
like a
it
against my channel, and I had to take the video down, or they took the video down. And it's like if you get 3 in a row of those, like you get suspended or something.
Oh, quite. I've never received a strike for that. They've just blocked the video in certain. They've just said you can't show this, basically, and they've blocked the video. I've only ever got strikes for saying that Hunter Biden's laptop existed in 2020 before the elections, and of course COVID, medical misinformation.
Sorry, Kevin, can you post that in the private chat? I can't select it from the
hold on.
Sorry.
I'm watching on my phone so that
Isn't
I
it
can,
crazy
so I don't
how
miss
that
it.
was
I'm gonna make
a
coffee.
Russian disinfo to now once again proven legitimate? Like,
oh yes,
and
mate.
the former president's lawyer had it, and the FBI had it for a full year before that, and then
Dude,
oh, it was actually Russian disinfo. Oh wait, no,
dude,
it's real.
Dude, if you go and check
Anyway.
my channel in December of 2019, me and Roxanne and my friends, we were telling people what was coming. It was going to last at least 2 years. It was all about vaccines and digital ID.
Anywho, okay,
All of it, telling them
let's
all of this
let's
in
not get me a new
2019.
strike though. So we will talk about this another time.
Oh yeah,
on
crap. Yeah,
another channel, or
Yeah,
not
yeah.
channel, another server when I get my Rockfin/Odyssey/
Rumble.
going.
Rumble.
as well. Yes,
Get
we will do
Rumble,
that, yeah.
dude.
So
Right, I'm gonna
Kevin,
make
do you see
coffee.
on the far right? There's options where, or you're on your phone. So it would be at the bottom the.
Extend it, man.
Option. Oh yeah, you got it. You figured it out. Perfect. I'll play it right now. We will take a little smoke coffee break. I'm sure Kevin will be right back, but unos momentos. His video is loading. Sharing. Okay. Oh no, that's not the right one. That's the Hudson again. Oops.
Am I paranoid?
Secrets of Divine. No.
Am I paranoid?
Oh, that's what it's called?
Yeah.
Why is it not showing? Oh, there we go.
Marijuana, the dried leaves and flowers of the Indian hempweed, is form cigarette. Should you ever be confronted with the temptation of taking that first puff of a marijuana cigarette, don't do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
So I guess what you're telling us is that last we're pulled over by Satan, the devil.
Yeah, last Wednesday night. I was on my way home, and it was Lucifer himself.
Did he ticket you for speeding or something?
No, nothing like that. He just flashed me with his lights. I thought it was a police car or something. And then he walked up to the vehicle and knocked on the roof and made me roll my window down.
Well, I guess, what did he say to you?
He said to me that I should give up my godly ways and that my reward would be here on earth. And these were his exact words. He said, "The power I'll give shall far exceed that of all kings and emperors."
It's out 20,000 years of shout, with a beatbox rhythm and a shipyard ride, with a hot that seas on the river Clyde. Southern Texas, denied, kill up Swinging tactical popular prime. Reminded I dance in the Ku Klux Klan. Love and peace, and here comes the bell. Guilt-free sex, just bad as hell. Touch me, touch me, touch me, touch me. With this killer virus, who needs war? Imminent ties to eschaton. I said, shag, 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 step more.
I think I am. Therefore, I am. I think. I'm more than that. I know I am. At least, I think I must be.
There you go, man. Keep as cool as you can. Face piles of trials with smiles. It riles them to believe that you perceive the web they weave. And keep on thinking free.
I'm from Russia, and I left there in '86, and I was basically raised in an environment of fear. Things were just like every day. Everybody went to school and to work, and there were good things and bad things, and it didn't look all that horrible on the surface, but at the same time, you couldn't tell a joke, you couldn't express a different opinion in your history class. I was kicked out of school because I wasn't as pro-government as they wanted me to be, in my history classes, and I basically told my teacher that I'm not going to go to her classes because it's nothing but propaganda.
Nice. That was very dope, Kevin. And that was on Calistoga, Kevin's, I believe you said, first upload. That is a dope video, my friend. I like the message. And while this break continues and keeping it on topic, Secrets of Divine. No, not that one. We're going to be playing another Dan Winters talk here. Which one shall we do? Charge, Implosion, and Lost Art of Alchemy. No, we'll do that one last. Where the heck is the one on? There was one on specifically about lucid dreaming and oh, here we go. Farragate's ports implosion from lucid dreaming. There we go. It's Dan Winters on his official YouTube channel. It was streamed 1 week ago, his third most recent video. And it's specifically the physics as well as the conscious evolution of expanding lucid dreaming and plasma existence. I will stop trying to describe it myself, and we will just hear the good Dan Winters words. Come on. There we go.
Okay. All right. Well, Sheila, would you like to just introduce you to the?
I start my video in France, in Paris. So he tell, this is the boy I told you. And they tell me, go to a black room. And inside the black room, there is a big mantis. And they look at me with a big eye.
Clarity of who they are on a vibrational level. And so that tuning fork is rung so that they can.
The theme that we chose, it's nice to, people here have fabulous talents. They have been chosen for a reason. And I honor all of that. And my talent is a fairly narrow segment here. I have focused for most of my life on kind of the electrical engineering physics of these stellar phenomena, advanced consciousness, ET technology, advanced technology. And so tonight's conversation, I was hoping to pursue just for even a half hour, a little while, a particular part of that, which was, you know, I've done a series now, we've done 3 with Elena Denon, like 50,000 views each into that. It's amazing. Elena has a wonderful audience. And that's a question I was hoping to chat with you all about later. You know, Elena says most of the bad guys are out of here now. I'm very interested in your opinion. but the theme of what I've been sharing with Elena's help, and I really appreciate her. So the first one I did with Elena was about the physics of UFO and extraterrestrial propulsion. And we talked in detail about the physics of the warp versus impulse power.
Portals and stargates.
Yes.
You suggest this topic, and I went yes because cut. So that as well, and well, I have so many things to say, but it's not this. Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. So the subject here is physics of stargates and portals. Starts with the physics of lucid dreaming, remote viewing. So our question is, what's happening at the surface of the liquid, the liquefaction point? What's happening there? And we wish to use the more than metaphor of the physics of what happens when you enter a lucid dream. That's our serious conversation here. And again, taking a closer look at the liquids, in the next slide, we're going to see here that surrounding the liquid here in the movie Stargate, there's an alphabet called Ophanim-Enochian used to make this movie Stargate. Rick Hassan, my coordinator when I set up the media lab that became Gaia TV, helped produce the movie Stargate. And these letters that surround the Stargate are actually the Ophanim-Enochian. This is the Ophanim-Enochian sigil of truth. And later we're going to learn the symmetry of those letters of Ophanim-Enochian are a hypercube, the arrangement of those letters in the tablet of Nalvaj. And the symmetry of the arrangement of those letters is a hypercube, kind of a tetracube makes a dodeca. And that actually is not just the tablet of Nalvaj and the Ophanim-Enochian letters and angel alphabets, because angel alphabet is actually the plasma donut symmetry operations to make interstellar plasma bodies named angels. That's what angel alphabets are. This is all at goldenmean.info/Ophanim.
So point being, for example, if you read down the letters of that tablet, Zafkiel, Zadkiel, Kunael, Raphael, Haniel, Mikael, Gabriel, that actually the names of angels are simply the sequence of plasma toroid hypercubic symmetry operations to assemble plasma domains into implosive and therefore self-aware interstellar plasma. Angel bodies are big plasma bodies, you know, whether it's starts with the Nomen Elemental, and then you have the Undies, and you have, you know, so these are very intelligent plasma bodies, and they're assembled by this hypercubic plasma domain symmetry operations, literally donut tilting to make physics of alphabets. Kozyrev proved that telepathy, military quality telepathy, was possible. You first had to find the dodecacosa nodes, also the only place you can build a pyramid or a labyrinth or a stargate. There was an inadvertent pause in the slides here. I'm sorry. Distribution, longitudinal EMF being gravity waves. And it's that array that you need to inhabit when you lucid dream and when you go through a stargate. And this is the Star Mother kit, the dodecacosa, the 3D fractal. Here is the dodeca geometry of the masses in the universe. This is the movie, the Nature New Scientist magazine, showing the geometry of masses in the universe's dodeca and fractal. And so now we're back to where we were here. So this is the billiard, you see billiard balls here, right? The balls in a row?
Yes.
Okay, so the idea is that if you drop one ball at one end, when the balls are all touching each other, a billion billiard balls down the row, one ball is going to bounce off almost immediately. Whereas if you bounce two will bounce off at the other end, a billion billiard balls down the row. That's called a distribution efficiency. Now, if those billiard balls were not touching each other, and there was a millimeter between them, then when you drop one billiard ball here, a billion billiard balls down the row, it would take forever for the one to bounce off the other end. So it's the stillness that locks them together, which enables that charge distribution. Now notice that the masses of the universe arranged in a dodecahedron essentially don't move. They're relatively fixed in their nodal positions. What they're doing is they're inhabiting the array. They're enabling that distribution. Well, actually, what's happening as you squirt that inertia down that array, and now this is where we need just a hint of the advanced science. I guess we're going to do this. You see that makes stargates in the phase conjugation, which makes lucid dreaming in the phase conjugation, which enables bliss. And we're going to show you the reports of triggering lucid dreaming with phase conjugate plasma, verify.net. What's happening is, in the phase conjugation also, which is the mirror which enabled Nostradamus, and the phase conjugate mirror that John Dee and Kelly used, which was from the
Well, that was beyond intense. I'm just gonna step out and finish my smoke break and let you guys discuss for a few.
Hey, Richie.
Am I?
Yeah. I asked.
Yeah, I was just responding to that because I was just thinking, like, I've nearly died, like really seriously, nearly died 4 times, but I've not once brought an NDE out of it. I can't say that I met God or I went over my past lives, or it's like each time. Yeah, that's not how it's just I nearly died. The reality is I nearly died, and for some reason I didn't. So I'd like to hear yours.
Okay, so I've had NDEs, but I actually died, and so I'll tell this story. And in whoever wants to take it, however they want to take it, that's fine. I know I died, and there are factors that
for how long?
Completely unexplainable.
For how long?
DMT was involved, but this wasn't a standard NDE. So I was in Oakland for a Grateful Dead show in 1992. And yeah, I'd been on tour for a while and had been going through, you know, I'd been on my path and had gone through some rough stages, you know, where I'd kind of like fallen down, picked myself up, you know, and was doing everything I could to like, you know, do my work, you know, to be light, to be you know, like a good tribal member, you know, loving and so I'm going through these steps and then I'm inside this show and I run into a friend of mine in the hallway and his name's Sunlight and he's an older hippie who I had known for years, had a long relationship with, you know, very trusted brother. And he said, "Hey, you want to smoke some DMT?" I was like, "No, okay." So followed him and we went inside the Coliseum and we went up into the bleachers and we went directly opposite the stage. So if the stage is a clock and it's a round arena, we were directly at 6 o'clock. And then the stage is directly at 12 o'clock. And we go to the last row of bleachers. And behind the last row of seats, there's a little wall. And we sat up onto this wall. And there was a pole directly between him and I, which was dead center, 6 o'clock. So he had some Toad 5-MeO DMT with the bufotine. So it's stronger and I already had some experience with it. And just disclaimer, this is like 92, long time ago. And so I prepared myself, sat down, put my arm around the pole to hold, you know, onto, you know, just to be not very smart, but anyhow. He says, you know, take 3 if you can. And 5-MeO bufotine is strong. So I did my prayer and I'm taking my 3rd hit in and I'm looking down at the stage. And so now the band turns into, the stage turns into basically a stage with 4 pillars on the stage of different colors. And then the 4 pillars roll into each other to make like an equal arm cross. And then that starts to turn in a circle. And as it turns, the arms subdivide and start making almost like a roulette wheel, but there's not any numbers. It's all just geometric patterns all around the wheel. And it's like in a black background and all the colors are like neon and just like undulating. And the picture's making me, I'm leaning in to see it because it's so intense. And then as I'm leaning forward, I lose my balance and I start losing my balance and I try to stop myself, but I start to slide on what's like a white plastic slide. And, you know, I'm struggling to try to stop myself and I'm going down. And then like the voice, which I always get like a voice when I'm, you know, with the DMT, and the voice is like, well, you know, you leaned too far, looking too close, and you fell. You know, just the whole logic thing came to me, you know, and I was like, oh yeah. So then I just kind of like relaxed. And when I looked back down, now down at the bottom the wheel was gone, and there's a huge head of a snapping turtle, and it's made out of the same like neon colors. It's sort of like almost like a cartoon, and it's opening and closing its mouth, and I'm sliding towards it, and and then I just let go, and it opens my mouth, my mouth, and I go in its mouth, and then in the next instant it spits me out, and I'm in the goo, right? Like, just going back to this last video, I was sort of like in this plasma goo, and I couldn't really move. I was like suspended in it, like if you're in a bowl of jello. And at the same time that I'm stuck in it, there's all these geometric like shapes like swimming past me in this stuff, like totally uninhibited, just zoom, zoom, zoom past me. And then I think, will I ever get out of this? And just as I think, oh, you're muted. I can't hear you, Richie.
Oh yeah, no, I was just saying, you're just making me. It's reminding me of a Futurama episode, either Futurama or Rick and Morty or something, where they go into this, in this jelly or something. But yeah.
Well, they owe me royalties because it happened to me first. So anyhow, so as I'm thinking, will I ever get out of this? Just as I think that, I can feel my foot coming out. And as my foot comes out, it like regains gravity. And so it starts just to pull my leg, and my other foot come out, and I start to fall out quicker and quicker till I fall out. And then when I fall out, I fall like free fall. And I free fall and then slam, right? And now I'm looking at my body from above, and my body is all twisted the wrong kind of ways. Like, it looks like my spine's broke, and my arms and legs are going the wrong ways, and I'm just sort of like with my mouth open, probably looking at what I'm seeing. And the voice, which this voice is always like answering questions, Now the voice goes, is that it? Or is that all? Right? And I was like, holy shit, that's not right. It doesn't ask me shit, it tells me shit, And I go, no. And I go, get up, to myself, get up. And then nothing. My body's like motionless, right? And so then again, I go, it was like I didn't have a body where I was at just then, but it was like I reached down with an ethereal arm and grabbed myself by the scruff of the neck, and I go, get up. And then I'm like in this body, and my head flipped backwards, and my body's like super heavy, like I can't hardly even move my body, but my head is looking up, and I see a little light. And my friend Sunlight, before I had gone on the journey, he's like, if you have any problems, go for the light. So I was like, go to pick up my arm, and it's just like lead. And then as I'm lifting it up, it's getting lighter. And so I get my arm up, and as I get my arm up, my body lifts up, and pretty soon I'm like standing, and then pretty soon I'm going up towards this light. And it's further away than it looked at first, because I'm like, it's like I'm flying. At first I get the sense I'm flying towards this light because I'm moving really fast towards it. But then I start to feel something, like I feel something all around my body, like I feel something touching me, right? And so I look down at my body, and my body is all like in this tunnel of hands. And I totally had this like Indiana Jones snake moment, where I got the total EBGBs because I was totally in these hands, like I looked back up, and then
like Labyrinth, in Labyrinth, where she's coming out, where she falls into the oubliette.
Right. And but then I look back up, and then here's this light, and it's just a light bulb with like a cord on it. And so like I just go to grab this cord, and I like, after I wrote that down in my journal, I was like, what the hell, was I going to shut the light off?
Yeah.
But when I reached up to grab the cord, I felt something solid. And so then I reached up with my other hand, and there's something solid. And so I pull myself up. I pull my body up. And as I pull myself up over this like edge, there's like blinding light. And then I pull myself up again, open my eyes, and there's it looks like a cake, but it's like a cake made out of lights, like something you'd see like on The Price is Right or something, right? But then when I closed my, or when I looked at it again, that it was a face, like it was a cake, but when you looked at it a different way, it was like a smiling face, because there was just two candles, and the candles it was just like this perfect sort of like one of those pictures that has the two things you see. And then I closed my eyes again, and I opened them again, and now it was grass, and green grass, and there was a blue snake, and the blue snake was going back and forth in the grass. Then I closed my eyes again and adjusted and looked, and it was a bunch of people, all the hippies, and it was the hallway. And so the hallway at the Grateful Dead shows is totally filled with hippies dancing. So there's all these hippies down there, and then there was 5 cops, and the 5 cops were running this way and that way, because I had come up into a sitting position, and now I'm on a light fixture now, and I am 30 feet from the hallway floor, which is also 30 feet from the upper mezzanine where the upper deck is. And there's like an indirect light that shines on the wall like a decoration, and it's not very big. It's big enough for me to sit on. And now I'm exactly at 3 o'clock in the theater. I'm no longer at 6 o'clock position. I'm at 3 o'clock position. And when I sat up on that position, my legs went into lotus, and I couldn't do that. Like, I wasn't really capable of that. And like I talked earlier about my friend who did that contortion situation, and it was like that. It was like my legs just like pegged into that position. And then I was like rocking, going like this. So that's why the police were going, or the security guys in uniform were going this way to catch me, and then they were going this way to catch me. And my hands were like making all these patterns, right? Like mudra. I didn't know anything about that either, but my hands were like doing this as I was going. And then I looked down at somebody in the crowd, and when I saw their face, they were like, oh, there was this fear look on their face, because obviously I'm in a kind of a precarious situation. But when I looked at them, their face was there on their face, but it was like my vision went through their face like a CGI film and went down into their heart chakra, and I could see their heart chakra. And there was this voice, which was like a child's voice, and it was saying, I love you. you know? And so I looked at somebody else and it was like the same thing, you know, through the face, down the heart chakra. It was like, I love you. So I just said, I went to say something because I went to answer that. I went to say thank you, right? Hold on. And so when I tried to talk, my voice like got stuck in my throat. Like I couldn't make any sound. And just like at that moment, a friend of mine who's a singer, like appears, like also sitting in lotus position, like floating next to me, right? Like a astrally projected singing coach. And she goes, just push from here, push it through that, you know? And so I just did what she said. And so I want to say thank you. And I start throat singing. I'm going, thank you. Right. Like serious, like I can't do it. And I haven't done it since. But so when I start answering
There's
the
a spiritual portal energy that comes out of all of the different types of throat singing and speech and language. 1000%.
So listen, so when I did that, people started melting. Now, I wasn't hallucinating. People started going down on the floor, like not hurting themselves, but just like collapsing onto the floor. And I had a friend at that at the 3 o'clock position. I had a friend that was dancing right there, and he looked up and he saw me and he recognized me, and he turned over to his girlfriend, April. And he was like, he said he totally physically grabbed her. And he said he was about to say, hey, that's Kevin. And then he said, and then we were down on the floor. We were like totally in a cuddle pile. And he's like, dude, I don't know how I got on the floor. And so I kept doing this, kept singing, throat singing. Finally, the cops, those 5 cops, they stopped running back and forth, and they were standing in position, and they're all looking up at me, like sort of like little kids, like just looking up at me. And the 6th cop, who was like the man of action in the day, who had left the scene to get the ladder, he comes trotting back with this ladder. And by then, I think pretty much everybody in the hallway was like chilled the F. And so were the other guys were there. And he just walks past them and puts a ladder up. And he puts up the ladder. And he goes up the ladder and he puts his hand up to me and he's like, hey, would you like to come down? And it was right then that pretty much the whole part of it was over. I was just there and I was perfectly able to respond to him. And I was like, yes, I would love to come down with you. And he helped me down the ladder. And they took me over to Rock Med for a minute. And then afterwards, I just journaled. I had been journaling all my experiences like that for a couple of years by then. And but then I confirmed everything, like with my friend at point A, like he saw me fall down that like hole. He saw my body like I saw my body at point A. And then where I ended up arriving at point B was 90 degrees. And here's the kicker too. So I was at 6 o'clock and I ended up at 3 o'clock. So I did the 90-degree counterclockwise. Went from 6 to 3. And anyhow, there's no way my physical body was capable of making that trip, even if I hadn't injured myself. And I didn't have any injuries at all from the fall. But like I already had a back injury from something else. And I had all that. I was perfectly intact with all my previous injuries. but I had no injuries from the fall, you know, that really totally screwed up my body. And my body, I know how I got to there. And it's like in music I've listened to, you know, like I actually came through light, through that light bulb, through the light, you know. That was my point of entry, the way I kind of figure it, because I was just on a spectral beam. And then my body, you know, I'm not sure how, you know, we don't really know how that works, how you get matter. I mean, they're working on it in the science lab somewhere. They're getting like molecules through a laser beam. But that was like the full, you know, I'd read about that kind of an experience in books by Terence McKenna, you know, and I'd had contact experiences where I was around others that were on different types of, you know, hallucinogens. So I had that sort of like fuzzy kind of contact, or, you know, even a little more than that. But sort of what we experienced there, also there's another level to this. So I told you all that, but also while this was happening, I had this other vision. And in this other vision, I was seeing the earth, or this plane, and it was all screwed up. Like, it was all materially screwed up, like things were broken, but people were like just in huddled masses, you know, and they were all basically like trying to protect each other from what it was they were afraid of, by getting in groups and sort of like holding each other, or, you know, some alone or whatever. And like I was there, and I was like in that same position. I was sitting in lotus position, and I was saying mantra. And when I said mantra, it was like I was a beam of light, and my light was going up into the sky, and in the sky it was all dark. There was no like sunlight, but the sky was illuminating everything, because there was like this pattern, there was like this woven pattern of light, you know, like a fractal, or you know, it wasn't just like a grid, but there was this like pattern of light in the sky, which my beam went into. And as I said my mantra, someone would like, it was like people could hear, and there were others, there was like all these others, like I could see all these other points of light going up into that fabric, and hear others chanting. And when somebody in one of those feared masses would look up, it was like their eyes would like travel like up the light, and when they saw the sky, their eyes would like died in this. And it's hard to talk about.
Man, that's super intense experience, and
So,
what
yeah,
I find
this is
so
like hard.
fascinating.
It's pretty intense, because I felt
What you're
like I've
describing,
had
like,
visions.
so
I've had
many
lots of visions.
remote viewers.
I've had visions that I knew were prophetic, that they were from the future, and that one I felt was from the future. So
see, it's funny you say that.
When you say visions, how do they come? Those specific visions come to you, if you don't mind. Like,
well, like I said, when that thing was going on, that was in a complete multitask function, because while that was happening, while I was seeing that vision, I was there in that room with those people doing that. And I also knew, I knew in that moment that everybody there had agreed to come and do that right then. Like,
and all simultaneously experienced it together.
So then it took me quite some time to realize I had actually died. Like I wrote down the experience and everything, but I was just trying to make it into this like this cosmic thing where I dematerialized. But then after actually telling it for a long time, I went, holy fuck. I totally fucked up my physical body at point A. Like I did it. And that's what that wasn't it wasn't NDE. I really physically died there. And then I physically saw my body from up above, and I didn't pull it back right in that space because, you know, NDEs are like when people come back into their body where it's at. That didn't happen. I wasn't.
Did
and
you
there's no way that
experience your future death? Is that what you're?
Well, so here's a weird thing too. Is now this goes back because years earlier on tour, I had been in an automobile accident and I was in a concussion for 8 hours. I hit a horse on my way up to Canyon de Chelly. And that whole thing was like bilocational. I was driving, we had left Tempe, Arizona, and the next shows were in Denver. So we had like 2 days off. So we decided to go to Canyon de Chelly and check out the cliff dwellings. So I was driving, it was a 2-car convoy. And I was in my friend's VW bus driving in the lead. And my buddy, Charlie, was in like a truck with a cap, a little Chevy S10 or something with a cap. And there was 10 people total and everybody was sleeping. Like he had his camper full of people and people in my vehicle. And I'm a seasoned driver by this point, you know, and I'm driving. All of a sudden my head nods. I bob my head and I was like, oh, when I bob my head, you know, I'm Bob Marley. I'm like, I gotta get down, you know, like, so I got my senses. I wasn't going out. This is back in the day before GPS or anything. So I grabbed the atlas and I start looking for a mile marker. And we were on Highway 666. It was called that. You know, they changed it, but it was 666. We're going up towards Gallup, where we're going to get gas, and then we're going to go up further north to Canyon de Chelly. So I see a mile marker, and I'm at least like 45 minutes or an hour from Gallup. So I reach over to wake up my buddy, John, and right when he wakes up, I look back and there's a horse, a white horse, and it's like almost on the center line. So I swerve and I come so close to this horse that I see its hair, the mane hair, like hit my rearview mirror on the side of the bus. And I get this like huge rush, adrenaline rush of that close call. Then all of a sudden his black brother is like right in the middle of the road. And the side of the road is like, looks steep, or I don't know. I just basically could only brace myself for the impact. I hit the second horse. I didn't have my seatbelt on and I went to go out the windshield. The windshield shatters. I can remember seeing the windshield shattering and seeing like the horse's eye on the other side of the windshield from me, I swear. And then I wake up and I'm in the shower. What actually happened was I bounced off the windshield. The windshield fell out after I bounced off of it. It was just like it fell out of the frame. And I downshifted and drove the car to the side of the road and set the emergency brake and fell over the wheel. And the first thing I thought of when I woke up in the shower was that I had been abducted by aliens. That's what I was thinking when I first came out of my concussion. And then, you know, I was fine. I recovered from that. But then the reason I told that story now is that I thought that was weird. Oh wait. No, I didn't tell you the punchline. When I woke up the next day, we were in Gallup, and they told me this accident happened. Like I remembered the accident happening, but then they tell me where the accident happened. And it happened on the other side of Gallup, like on this other highway, right? So I'm like, no, it didn't. I was over here when I went to wake John up. And so I started asking people, I said, hey, you remember stopping at Gallup for gas? No. And so not the other driver couldn't remember stopping for gas, and none of the sleepers remembered that stop. That doesn't make any sense, because they would have had to get up to pee. They would have gotten gas because we were going up into the desert, right? So it was like all of a sudden we went from point A to point B, and this accident happened. And right after I hit these horses, or hit this horse, everybody gets out of the car, and two Indians just like walk up out of the desert, and this is like midnight. And they walk up and they look at the horse and they look at the car, and they're like, hey, can you still drive this car? And they're like, yeah, I think so. And they said, you better leave, because it's like a government brand on the horse. So if the cops come, they're going to charge you for killing this animal. And so anyhow, that was the punchline of that one. But I was thinking that somehow related. Well, then I realized also, here's something for anybody who thinks they may have made a mistake in their life somewhere. You didn't. You can't. Because you've got this, like, we've all got this something that we're doing here that we're absolutely free to do.
I say the same thing.
And to do that, you've got to be where you are going to be.
Yeah.
And the whole ideology is
supposed to be.
The only mistake in the future. You got to learn from it and apply it to the next. And sorry to stop you for a sec there, Kevin, but we should let
I'm fine,
the lovely Sarah say her first words.
No, I was really enjoying. Hi. How you guys doing? Thanks for having me on.
Sarah's a treehouse goonie. So yeah, she's.
I am a goonie.
I'm going to shut up. Go on, you speak.
The joke is that I've always been a goonie, because I actually lived in Astoria, Oregon. I worked there actually, where the Goonies was filmed, Kindergarten Cop.
Nice.
And yeah. So wait, and your name is Kevin, I'm sorry, right?
Yeah, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. Nice to meet you. And I was listening to you talk earlier. I was like, I wish I could have been on a little bit, because I wanted to ask you. So what you were doing before with, you're talking about, you actually did hookups with, you did EEG monitoring, and was it bioneural feedback that you guys were doing?
No, that was not. No, I did the light and sound entrainment devices. And
okay.
Like in the early stages when basically the binaural beats were on tapes.
Yeah.
The lights and I was doing that pretty early. Like I have a little flyer from a thing we had a place in Indianapolis called Indianapolis Psychic Research Center, and we had like dreamscapes, which was like, come in and take a trip on.
It's. Have you heard of the bioneural feedback? Because it's very similar to what they're doing now.
Like,
and this is okay.
My buddy, one of my best friends, his dad has made the binaural feedback instruments since the 70s. He used to make yo-yos.
Really?
Yeah, he used to make the yo-yos.
Yeah.
And then he went from yo-yos to binaural. Really cool dad, I would think.
Is there a documentary about that? Because I think I saw that.
I don't know. There might be. I'll ask him.
That is really cool. Yeah, so I'm hoping to with some be able to use actually like tuning forks, sound bowls, experiment more with that. Even people's frequencies, like Richie's voice was. We actually humored the idea of monitoring his effects and to see if we could do some experiments with that. So I'm hoping to get this internship, because I'm not working in a sleep lab anymore, but and we did 10-20 hookups, and so I don't know if you guys did the extended. There's a difference too with the, in the hospital, the EEG, where they're monitoring like brain activity in general. Yeah. And they do the day-long seizure studies doing that. But yeah, I had the experience to be more on the neurological side because the first doctor I worked for was a neurologist, where a lot of times with sleep, they're pulmonologists focusing on the oxygen. But yeah, I got to be involved more in that side of it.
It would be really cool to get people around like a pipe organ and do some experiments in that kind of a situation, and see.
Yes. Like even inside of a church to see.
Right, exactly. I meant that.
Yeah.
Have the
Yeah.
Oh, heck yes. In many of those ancient cathedrals with the absolutely epic organs still around. Oh, Ben, thank you for joining us, brother. It's a pleasure. 11 hours, 22 minutes, and 44 seconds. That's a synchronicity that was meant to be.
I slept through a bit.
Welcome.
Hail, guys. How you doing, Bernie?
Hello.
Pleasure to officially meet you, my friend.
Yeah, I've been watching you for a while. It's been a pleasure watching somebody else do some work.
Vice versa, my friend. I thank you.
You betcha. You guys been killing it all night. I would have came on last night, but we just had a litter of puppies that we were just putting out, and oddly, they just all caught parvo, which is super strange. Yeah, just horrible.
Yeah.
And it's really weird because
right now, because that is extremely serious. Can wipe out entire litters sometimes. I've had losses in the past.
Yeah, I got one of them's passed, and most of them have made it already. There's still 3 that we're working on. There was 9 of them. It worked its way through them. One of them ended up passing. It's very odd because I live super isolated. There's literally no dogs or anything around me. I live clear out in the mountains, and the area I live in was classically known as a grow area because I live in Humboldt. And the authorities have come down, even though they legalized cannabis. The authorities have went crazy with it because they're trying to drive out all the small people, so their big buddy grows can take over everything. So basically, they wiped out this area. All the growers are gone. So nobody lives here but me. So I have no idea where this could have even possibly come from. I go
interesting.
Yeah. Crazy. And then I looked it up, and since the pandemic, there's been a giant spike in parvo cases, up to 120% in some reportings of reported parvo cases to vets. And that doesn't even make sense because again, they tell you that that's passed from dog to dog, especially
and
through
all
the
the
fecal matter.
isolation and whatnot.
If everybody's isolated, how's this spiking? Yeah.
How's the spraying operations been?
Oh, they've been horrible lately up here.
Yep.
Since the lockdown stuff ended and the mask stuff ended, then the spraying just kicked up like 15 notches. That was immediate.
Yeah. I'm up in Oregon, and I kind of monitor it. I watch this channel, and we're getting hit about the same right now.
Yeah. Well, and did you see the report that they just put out that said Lake Tahoe is supposedly at 3% of their normal snowpack for this time of the year already? So they're already getting ready to just light us on fire again.
Oh yeah, and they've been emptying our reservoirs.
Yeah.
There's somebody that can prove that they're literally letting the water out. They're not, and there's no reason for it. This isn't for irrigation.
Dan Whittington's, Dan Whittington, or man.
Oh, the guy from Reading is who you're talking about. The
Geoengineer Watch.
Wigington?
Something like that. Really good. The site is Geoengineering Watch or Geoengineer Watch.
Okay.
Something, but very good he's been covering it for over a couple decades now, but very also shadow band, underground. There's several pretty big channels with pretty good coverage of it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, 100%. And I'm lucky up in like central Canada, more isolated from that, where you guys down in the States and off of the West Coast, especially like just continent wide, these particle cloud, whatever they're making, but it definitely has to do with weather modification, HARP, and all sorts of stuff. But like,
well, and
it's
it,
just
yeah, and
insane
they're
how
creating
they
the
empty the
storms.
water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy for those that are unaware of it. Geoengineering is absolutely real and on just insane proportions.
So yesterday,
Energy directed weapons.
Yesterday
Yeah.
I filmed what I know to be chemically seeded clouds. Today, it is absolutely pissing it down with rain. Like,
where are you?
I'm in Tenerife, off the west coast of Africa, in the Canary Islands. So it's not a normal thing, especially this time of year. We don't normally get rain this time of year. Not now. It's normally getting really nice and hot, and they've made it really cold and shitty. And when I first arrived here 7 years ago, they weren't spraying, and the weather was perfect all year round. The weather was perfect. It was different degrees of perfect. And now you get days like this where I put the washing out to dry in the sunshine, and while I was inside, within the space of 20 minutes, it started pissing it down with rain and soaked everything. It's not normal.
See, and they're doing the opposite here. They're stopping the rain here in California. Like, they do everything they can to stop the rain up here. It's insane. Last year, literally from, I believe, beginning of March all the way through November, it didn't rain one time at my house, and I live 20 miles off the ocean. Like, all the fog quit coming in. I literally live right next to the redwood forest, and those redwoods eat fog. A lot of people don't realize that, but they survive off that fog. And the fog quit coming in. It was insane.
Everything dries out, ready for a fire.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why Humboldt's so lush.
It's part of why I moved here, so I wouldn't have to hay my animals all the time. I've got mountain animals, like my milking cows are specifically highland milk cows, so they're made to live in the mountains and eat mountain stuff. And I moved here specifically not to hay my animals, and then it doesn't rain for like 8 months in a row. That's insane.
Yeah. I lived on a farm with Highland cows. It's awesome.
Nice.
I came home from work one day and one was giving birth right in front of me. It was so cool.
I was down checking them yesterday because Sunshine, I think she might be somewhat close. She's starting to, her nipples her teats are starting to get a little big. And I went down there and it's spring, so Odin the bull's still down there, and he's like, "Nah, you ain't playing around in here, bro." So I didn't get too much time in there.
That's way cool.
My cousin's got cows.
Nice.
She's got one Aberdeen Angus, and I forgot what the others are. But yeah.
In the UK, Richie?
Yeah, in the UK. She's got cows and pigs, and she lives on like a little small holding. So they all their own vegetables, she can make butter, she can do all of that, man. I lived with them for a while.
Cool.
That's what I'm all about. We live.
That's what I want to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've saved, and I'm looking for my homestead right now. But as we know, it's hard times with that.
There's something so what's the word? Wholesome about it. There's something so wholesome. If you're eating food that you've grown, that's grown in your own soil and you've nurtured and you've taken it from you know, from
You're
seeds.
connected consciously and spiritually to the land and the food and the animal or plant itself, right? So it's exponentially like the mind, body, spirit harmonization, where you want all three in the same frequency. You get an X factor when you have each in those alignments, and that's the same with growing, producing your own food, because you're at peace with that. It's as well as connected to the ground and your own reward for doing it. Being your own
And that's
sovereign
why,
over your
you
own
know, the
destiny.
whole, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I wouldn't cut you off.
got
But yeah, and that's the whole idea of with our own fertilizers and composting, and this whole like the certain things you can't put in your compost when actually you should, and you need to do it a certain way. Like bones, you do need to break those down a certain way. But that those type of nutrients are essential, and we're told not to put those things in our compost. It's the same thing with our own urine and our own feces, and using that. Yeah, you gotta compost your feces for a certain period of time, and you need to make sure you dilute your urine. But once you're in your own, you're eating everything and you're cycling it. It's like your own ecosystem.
I couldn't agree more. The urine is actually extremely nitrogen available for plants. Human urine, after a human's processed it, the nitrogen in human urine is extremely available. Really, you just got to dilute it so it's not strong, is the biggest problem. I've always had, for night soil, I've always had, so I think people that, like myself, I'm only a vegetarian, and there's not that much that has to break down in my feces. So it's just plant material in the first place, some milk and eggs, things that are just really easily broken down anyways. So I don't really worry about the night soil thing either. I don't put it directly in the compost, but it's like, in my opinion, that's now on the same token, my wife and I get real touchy about people coming up to our property and going to the bathroom, because if you're taking a whole bunch of medications, if you're eating a whole bunch of preservatives and real nasty things, that's also going to be in your system, and that's not going to break down the same as my feces. That's just a fact.
Yep. And you don't want to introduce that into your, because like I said, you've created this little system.
Exactly. And then you get the bacteria that people don't realize. If you have one of the big things I've been talking about lately is permaculture. And a lot of that has to do with soil biology, because people need to understand that the soil is the stomach of the plant. The plant doesn't have a internal stomach. The soil is the stomach. And so just like the probiotics of your stomach, the plant has a bacteria and fungal load and enzymes and whatnot that break all these things down. And if the bacteria load is substantial enough, you can damn near direct sow fresh manure onto your soil and it won't even burn. It just all depends on how much bacteria and how quickly that's able to convert that into usable minerals for the plant. And as long as you're not growing monoculture, where you have like things around like nitrogen fixers and nitrogen eaters, things like that, that'll help make the whole system function. So if you're not monoculturing, that also makes a huge difference too.
I might need to connect with you because obviously you probably know a ton, but just to get some possible advice, when I make that step. That's really great.
I've just emailed you, Bernie. Sorry, mate. I just emailed you with a picture of, because we're talking about homegrown food, and who are we? I think must be watching now. It's either a synchronicity or he's watching now.
Synchronicities, my friend. Look at all of these great minds come together right
it's
now.
A picture of this food that he's just grown. It's like 3 months old or something. Some radishes and stuff that he's grown. He's got a new place where he's living. He's got a little plot of land that he's managed to cultivate a little bit, and he's growing some potatoes and radishes and stuff like that.
as a little garden. And you guys are going deep into like Ormus research, monatomic, but with talking about the different like the bone breakdowns, the different amino acids, the drugs, the particles. There's very, very advanced research in different communities like the Ormus groups, Alchemy groups, Keshi and their GANs. They've all been doing agricultural work and research into all of these fields for a long time now. If people want to look into it, and it's about bringing it together, but just a little back reference of what y'all have been talking about. So I'm going to let you continue as I get your email. Richie, open that up, but I'm also setting up a demonstration on this other camera here of going to make some monoatomic silver, which can also be gold if you're using. Anyways, please continue.
Is it monatomic silver that they put into? You can get, you can get the Band-Aids in
colloidal. That's typically colloidal.
That's colloidal silver, isn't it?
Yeah. Colloidal's 30 parts per million, as opposed to monoatomic, which is one part per million. The colloidal, because it's a little bit.
Monoatomic is 1 million parts per million, where colloidal is 30 parts per million. I think is what it is. Yeah. So it's like condensate between, right? And it's absorbing the monoatomic elements and atoms into the water. And that, your standard colloidal is between 16 to about 40, 30 is really good. But when you're down with the actual plasma, that's 1 million parts per million compared to the particles dissolved in the water. So the strength, exponential strength factor of the energy transfers and effects of what you get from the colloidal compared to the actual physical monatomic. Or at least that's what I interpret.
One advantage colloidal does have is it's colloidal grabs, where monoatomic doesn't grab. Monoatomic's way better at energy transfer, like Bernie said. Part of why they put the colloidal in Band-Aids, though, is colloidal, because it's not so fine, it'll grab and things bind into it. And so that's more of a antibacterial type thing. So it's supposed to grab onto those things and hold it.
Huawei's watching. What's up, Huawei? How you doing, man? Man, it is absolutely hammering it down here. It has been hammering it down since about, I don't know, about 12 o'clock.
Really?
Rishi, I've been meaning to ask you, do you ever go boating or sailing around where, you're Canary, not the Azor. They're different.
Yeah.
My bad.
Tenerife looks really cool, though.
Stuff up on there. There's some crazy ancient stuff you should be posted for us, brother.
Say that again, dude.
There's a couple of old pyramids, as well as massive stone terraces along the islands, and supposedly some pretty cool underground tunnels and an aquifer throughout there in the Canary Islands. That's
if you guys.
You're literally.
I was going to say, there's this huge reservoir. I was randomly looking at Google Maps and landed on La Palma. And if you pull it open, there's this huge reservoir that I've never seen one built quite that big, right off the side of the mountain of the volcano. And they mention it, you can look up information, but I couldn't find any pictures on it. And I didn't try necessarily search that hard, but it stands out because it looks like a portal.
Right,
maybe we should pull it up.
That's the one that I focus on in a live stream. When I go and look at that in a live stream, because it looks like it. I was trying to work out if it was natural or if they just walled off.
No,
the far end.
No, it's not. you can see the whole thing. It's like they concreted the whole thing, but it's gigantic. I've never seen a reservoir built like that personally. I mean, maybe they have in California, but I've never seen it. It's crazy. It's huge.
I know that there's wells inside the mountains here that have
Yeah.
got all sweet water. It's sweet water. It's the best quality water that there is, man. And,
really?
You really need to explore those, brother, because like you're on such a crazy, insane like spot of ancient mystery and like advanced just antiquitech, I guess. And like isn't there an old Star Citadel in there too somewhere? And maybe the only thing that would compare to the underground aquifers there might be like the ones in like Istanbul, Turkey, or like the old Roman style underground ones or something like that. Maybe even Paul Cook in Malta has similar. But yeah, Malta and the Azores are supposed to be, or Canary is supposed to be pretty similar.
I'm pretty sure that all of the islands are connected by tunnels. I think that there's and it's definitely connected to Africa as well. I was looking from Google Earth. We were looking, weren't we, Sarah? We were looking together, weren't we? And we were looking at the
we were focusing kind of on Oregon, but we
but then we swung over because I was looking at what I thought were tunnels. They look like maybe it's tunnels. They're perfectly straight lines.
Yes.
And they look like, you know,
it's sort of looking like the fracture lines. Yeah.
I just wondered if that was like a representation.
I believe it, man, because it's like it's visible off the Google Earth maps, and then there's crazy stories about these underground tunnels connecting all of the different continents throughout the world. And then if you guys have ever seen, it's Jim Wills, I think. He does videos down in South America where he literally pays off the guards and is able to go down and film like several kilometers, both the hidden entrances and stairwells that like go into these underground mass tunnels, and then like go for like massive kilometers. And yeah, I've seen more and more evidence of them.
I mean, there's a massive tunnels, even entire cities buried underneath cities already. Like Manchester, London.
Every ancient city has like, it's like the Futurama cartoon.
Even here,
down and down. It's like that's already
so
under Mount Shasta. That's huge. Under Mount Shasta.
Okay, wait. I was going to ask you.
Hubs.
So here, so in Seattle, Portland, and even this little town I'm living in now has these cement blocks with little purple glass pieces in it, like maybe 10 across, 5 down. And that's your sign that it goes underground. I was kind of wondering if California had the same thing, because I've seen them in Seattle, Portland, and there's other little towns, but I'm in this tiny town, and I'm also near Silver Falls. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's there's 10 waterfalls. It's like, and you can go behind them. It's this massive network. And I think there's there's definitely some kind of energy. I'm also on the 45th parallel right here. So I'm very interested in all that. Yeah.
Wow. No, and I have not seen anything like that, but admittedly, I don't spend a lot of time in towns, and I kind of get weirded out when I'm in towns. So
yeah, you feel that energy. I get it. I had to move out of, I lived in Portland for way too long for being an empath. It wrecked my senses there for a little bit, and then getting out of there, it was like, oh, okay.
Look at that head there, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Whoa.
That's the sort of Aztec kind of.
That looks Egyptian, doesn't it, with the long head?
Well, it's sort of Aztec-y, Egyptian-y.
Yeah. That is very native. Yeah.
That could be a plume of feathers on his head, but you can clearly see the nose, the eye, the mouth.
Yeah, either a plume or a fern, one or the other.
Brow, you can see his brow. That's crazy. And that's a mountain, isn't that like what? Where is that? That's Is that underwater or?
I don't think so, right? Off of a river somewhere?
Who's sharing that? Bernie, you're muted if you're talking.
Sorry. Yeah. So that is actually in Medicine Hat, Alberta. So less than 100 kilometers from where I live in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And that is an entire valley. That's the Medicine Hat Badlands and Valley system. So those are that's massive terraforming. That one road up is a road going up and a oil pump derrick well that you see that looks like it's a iPhone or a speaker going up to the guy's ear, and that it's actually 4 Indian faces or Aztec, Mayan, Olmec, and something else in this conglomerate hill, right? So the bottom left, you have the native or Aztec. Right above him, there's a small one, sort of king that kind of looks Olmec-y. To the right of that, there's this big, giant Olmec face, almost gorilla-like, and then inverted across from it, the far right hill, also kind of an eroded Olmec-y style. And I'm trying to find the 5th head that it's a massive Mayan dragon headdress coming out of it, but it's on a different hill valley side within this same group. But this is on the same scale as the Nazca lines, faces, and so many more, and that there's research done where they actually all of these lines and angles there, that's measured distance of megalithic alignments, just like the Nazca lines in this same Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians figure or structures system here, that when you plot the angle and the distance of these megalithic stone lines that this guy has discovered and found, it actually plots out to every other ancient site across the world, for like one to Cairo, one to Mexico City. It's crazy. I can go more into it, but that's just a little bit for now. And yeah, not even acknowledged. It's claimed that it's the whatever the fake bullshit condition they try to claim when you discover lost ancient ruins that are bigger terraforming than what we can currently do in this civilization and society.
So when are you going to go hike up to the eye? The eye's got to be the window to the soul.
Definitely on my to-do list. And yeah, just give me a couple minutes here. I'll find the other picture, the other headdress for it, and you guys will be just blown away for this. But that's on my to-do list. I also have to go up to Drumheller, Alberta, which is 100 kilometers to the northeast of where I am. It's world famous for all the dinosaur bones found in the Badlands there. Got a good friend of mine, stepfather to twins there, but I've pretty much figured out that it's lost city of pyramids, and that they're giant mound structure city of earthen mounds and pyramids in northern Alberta or southern Alberta here, but way farther north than the U.S. acknowledged civilizations. As well as one of the times I was out there, 3:30 in the morning, middle of the summer, I experienced, whether it was a thunderbird, pterodactyl, something predatory, giant, and flew right above circle, like one side of the city. It was probably 1,000 to 2,000 feet above. I actually had a laser pointer on me and like pinned it quickly. I got it once, so like I actually had good depth of experiencing what this thing is, but like hair on my freaking back shook up like I was being hunted and prey to this predator thing, and like dive freaking off. And yeah, so It's like there's dinosaur bones, world famous, all around in these hills. Pyramids, like massive mounds, pyramids lined everywhere, and it's like they're
Here in Oregon too.
right. And it's that you're taught that charcoal, there should only be like the KT boundary and a couple more where different catastrophes, extinction level events happen or whatnot. But in these straight mounds that are pyramidic, probably on the cardinal points, haven't checked the alignments yet, flat top, but it's layers of straight, even foot, probably 12-inch, maybe whatever, but they're all the same, and it's repeating of like a pink sand, gray or something, and then a foot also of black coal ash, and it does it 3 or 4 times down, which is absolutely impossible in any geography and 100% man-made and exactly the identical as what all of the mounds / pyramids throughout the Midwest of the US are made of. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, we have a same Badlands in South Dakota where I'm
That's good.
from. And also in South Dakota, right outside the Badlands, is where most of the dinosaurs in the United States that are known are from. Like Sioux, the most complete Tyrannosaurus Rex in the world, that comes from Faith, South Dakota. And there's giant mammoth sites where all kinds of digs right outside of the Badlands. That's very interesting.
Right? There's a correlation. All the Badlands seem to have this sort of thing. And then it also looks like they're like plasma catastrophe ruins of cities and stuff like that throughout also like Grand Canyon and different areas. Rex on Leak Project last week did a really good one. Moab, I believe the area is called. Is it either in Utah or somewhere around there? Colorado through. But yeah, Richie, my man, like you live at like a central energy node point of crazy ancient civilization, leftover remnants, as well as like just the Google Maps of like what is surrounded and sunk all around those Canary Islands and stuff. It's like, it's just nuts. It looks like mega cities either under the ocean or sunk from before.
I think
Well, have you guys heard my reasoning for these plasma catastrophes?
I'm all ears, man.
Yeah, there's
so
theories coming out. Sorry, yeah, Ben.
LC King and I have been working on biochemical universe, and basically what we've got worked out, and you match this up to alchemy, where the different luminaries are metals. Basically, the world's just a big battery, and there's 2 different cycles inside of that. One's a galvanic cycle where everything is working off of